à tous, bienvenue sur le plateau d'Humanity First et notamment pour le Téléthon international que nous organisons chaque année. Et l'année dernière, nous avons également organisé ce Téléthon et nous étions présents à vos côtés. Cette année, encore une fois, nous sommes fidèles à notre coutume et nous sommes présents dans les studios ici à Londres pour vous présenter les différents projets. Nous avons les projets d'un village moderne, nous avons également un projet d'hôpital en Côte d'Ivoire, nous avons également plusieurs autres projets qui vous seront présentés tout au long de la journée. Et avant cela, nous voulions justement vous présenter un peu les studios. Vous voyez que il y a pas mal de personnes qui sont actuellement en train de travailler, et en train de préparer ardemment leurs différents projets pour vous présenter où va cet argent que vous donnez au Téléthon d'Humanity First. Tout de suite derrière moi, vous avez également l'ensemble ce que l'on appelle là où on reçoit les appels téléphoniques, la centrale téléphonique, où vous allez appeler aujourd'hui justement pour interpeller les membres et nos invités qui seront aujourd'hui dans le studio pour parler des différents projets que nous avons fait avec Humanity First France. Et n'oubliez pas qu'aujourd'hui, vous pouvez leur poser toutes vos questions si vous avez des interrogations ou notamment si vous avez des commentaires tout simplement à faire sur les différents projets qui ont été menés par cette organisation en France. Aujourd'hui, notre rendez-vous sera entièrement francophone, même si nous aurons quelques intervenants en anglais, notamment un. Pour le reste, je vous propose de regarder une brève vidéo de présentation d'Humanity First France.
En France, depuis des années, Humanity First travaille sans relâche pour lutter contre la pauvreté et l'itinérance. Nous croyons aux bienfaits des actions concrètes et mettons en place des distributions auprès des personnes en situation précaire. Humanity First France procède donc régulièrement à des distributions de colis alimentaires, de kits d'hygiène ou de vêtements en faveur des sans-abri. Nos équipes se relayent pour distribuer des sacs de couchage et des kits hygiéniques composés de savon, de shampoing, brosse à dents, dentifrice et rasoir, accompagnés de paniers repas composés de sandwichs, de boissons, de fruits, viennoiseries et café, ainsi que des vêtements, pantalons, pulls, manteaux et chaussures à ceux qui sont à la rue. Tantôt le matin, tantôt l'après-midi, tantôt le soir, plusieurs équipes de bénévoles se démènent pour préparer les maraudes, puis sillonnent les rues et les gares parisiennes pour aller à la rencontre des personnes sans logis afin de créer un lien social basé sur l'écoute et le dialogue. Toutes nos distributions sont accompagnées de café et de chocolat chaud pour que la rencontre entre nos bénévoles et les sans domicile fixe laisse place à des échanges et à des moments chaleureux. Cela nous permet de dialoguer avec nos bénéficiaires et ainsi leur apporter un peu de chaleur humaine et de la compassion, en plus de leur apporter de la nourriture. Depuis peu, nous avons aussi élargi notre champ d'action à Lille et à Strasbourg. Vous aussi, rejoignez-nous et contribuez à nos côtés à servir l'humanité. Retrouvez le détail de nos actions en faveur des sans-abri sur Facebook et Twitter. Pour plus d'informations, visitez notre site web. Ils ont besoin de nous, nous avons besoin de vous.
Nous voilà revenus dans le studio avec aujourd'hui nos deux invités. On a Wajahat qui est là et Loubaid qui sont là. Je vais vous laisser vous présenter parce que c'est plus sympa comme ça. Et puis vous êtes... Bon, je vais commencer d'abord par présenter peut-être le président d'Humanity First qui peut après présenter un peu ses activités au sein de l'association.
Tout simplement, je vais me présenter assez rapidement pour faire court. Je suis étudiant dans la vie civile et je suis président actuellement d'Humanity First. Et on essaie de collaborer on essaie de gérer au mieux l'association, de faire des actions le plus possible pour venir en aide aux plus démunis en France et aussi bien à l'étranger. On aura l'occasion, lors de ce téléthon, de cette intervention d'une heure, de vous présenter plus en détail les actions que l'on mène. Et j'ai à mes côtés Loubaid Ahmad qui est chargé justement des actions nationales et que je vais laisser se présenter.
Alors, comme l'a dit le président, je suis chargé d'action nationale en France. Du coup, je suis étudiant dans la vie personnelle et pour l'association, je me charge de faire des activités hebdomadaires avec les bénévoles, réunir les bénévoles, réfléchir à de nouveaux projets et grâce à l'aide aussi de notre président.
Loubet, je vais rester avec toi parce que justement, tu es chargé de l'action et donc tu es au feu de l'action sur le terrain tout le temps. On ne peut pas dire 24 heures sur 24 parce que tu as ta vie à côté, mais qu'est-ce que par exemple on a vu en vidéo de présentation les maraudes, mais comment ça se passe dans la vie de tous les jours une maraude?
Alors une maraude, en fait, ça se prépare vraiment. On fait chaque semaine une maraude. On la prépare une semaine à l'avance. On mobilise les bénévoles pour leur prévenir de la date à laquelle on va faire les maraudes. En général, c'est le week-end, samedi, dimanche. Et on fait soit le matin ou soit dans la journée, on fait au moins 2 paniers repas par jour, par week-end, excusez-moi. Et du coup, voilà, on mobilise, on récolte les denrées chez notre partenaire qui est au Mercato.
Ouais, parce que c'est ça, c'est qui est-ce qui donne la nourriture, etc.
Alors en général, on prépare nous-mêmes les paniers repas. On prépare, c'est composé d'un sandwich en général, un fruit, bouteille d'eau, yaourt. Et justement, on prépare ça nous-mêmes et on distribue avec les mêmes bénévoles.
Et Wajahat, est-ce que tu peux nous expliquer aussi un peu comment ça se passe, les maraudes? Comment toi, tu as commencé? Parce que, en fait, la différence qu'on a avec l'année dernière, c'est que cette année, quand même, il y a eu une croissance des maraudes qui est assez impressionnante. Humanity First, c'est tous les week-ends, on voit sur Twitter, sur Facebook, que vous bombardez, quoi. Vous êtes en train de dire on est là, on est là, on est là. Et vous êtes toujours présent sur le terrain, mais il y a eu un changement par rapport à l'année dernière.
C'est vrai, au départ, c'était assez compliqué. Donc, il a fallu chercher des partenaires, mobiliser des bénévoles, chercher aussi des fonds. Donc, une association, c'est assez compliqué à gérer, mais on a eu l'aide justement d'un magasin partenaire que Loubet vient de citer au Mercato, qui gracieusement nous donne tous les vendredis des denrées alimentaires en très grande quantité. Et c'est en très très grosse partie grâce à ce partenaire que nous pouvons assurer tous les week-ends, et notamment aussi grâce aux bénévoles que je tiens à remercier particulièrement, assurer au moins 150 à 200 paniers repas tous les week-ends. Et c'est vraiment...
Tu peux peut-être en nommer quelques-uns pour que ça leur fasse plaisir un petit peu.
On va nommer les bénévoles principaux qui sont aussi venus avec nous aujourd'hui. On a Faté, Moudi, Brafé, et on a encore beaucoup d'équipes. On a Nasser, on a Marc, franchement, on a beaucoup de bénévoles. Ouais, c'est plusieurs générations qui se mixent. On peut avoir des jeunes, des plus vieux, des très jeunes, des enfants de 6 ans aussi qui sont venus récemment, rien que la semaine dernière. Ouais. Un père de famille nous a confié son fils pour qu'on puisse lui montrer aussi les valeurs de partage, de solidarité et d'entraide. Et je trouve que c'est aussi une très bonne initiative que les pères de famille aussi maintenant se mobilisent pour montrer justement à leurs enfants, pour qu'ils puissent grandir justement dans ces valeurs de partage, d'entraide. Et c'est eux aussi la relève d'Humanity First.
Oui, parce que finalement, quand on a commencé à regarder ça l'année dernière, tu étais tout seul avec Loubaid, vous étiez à deux. Je me souviens, on recevait tous les week-ends des textos, allez, est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui veut venir faire une maraude, etc. Et maintenant, on voit que l'équipe, c'est quasiment une grosse équipe qui tourne bien, quoi.
Si je me permets, c'est maintenant vraiment les gens, ils nous demandent
eux-mêmes.
Ouais. C'est quand la prochaine maraude. Et du coup, c'est pour ça, nous aussi, ça nous motive davantage. C'est pour ça qu'on se mobilise vraiment tous les week-ends. Là, il n'y a pas un week-end qu'on n'a pas fait sans maraude. Justement, aussi, les maraudes, c'est pas vraiment que de préparer le panier repas et de le distribuer aux SDF, aux plus démunis. Nous, on veut distribuer, mais on veut créer un lien social avec justement ces personnes. Il faut savoir que ces personnes, ils sont isolées. Et nous, on veut vraiment discuter avec eux. On ne veut pas juste donner le panier repas et dire bon appétit, au revoir. On passe du temps avec eux, on rigole avec eux, on prend des photos avec eux, justement pour qu'ils se sentent un peu humains, j'ai envie de dire.
Est-ce que vous avez des personnes régulières que vous allez visiter ou ça change chaque semaine
Au départ, on était un peu perdus. C'est vrai qu'au départ, quand on a commencé les maraudes, je tiens aussi à signaler aussi au départ, on était très très peu. Et on a eu un collaborateur aussi qui est toujours à nos côtés, qui nous a beaucoup aidé, donc je le cite aussi, Fetri, qui a beaucoup participé à nos côtés. Donc au départ, on était un peu perdus, on tournait dans Paris, on ne savait pas vraiment où aller, vers qui se diriger. Et maintenant, à l'heure d'aujourd'hui, on a un parcours défini, on a des personnes que malheureusement on recroise dans la rue et on espère toujours les voir s'en sortir la semaine d'après, mais même si on les revoit, ça nous permet d'échanger avec eux. Donc du coup, on a un parcours, on a des personnes que l'on croise régulièrement, toutes les semaines. Ouais. Pour certaines personnes, il y a d'autres personnes qui s'en sortent et on est très content aussi de l'apprendre par d'autres sans-abri. Mais comme l'a signalé Loubez, c'est pas seulement le fait de distribuer un colis comme la Poste par exemple. C'est vraiment le but d'échanger, c'est d'apporter un soutien moral, psychologique, les aider, les sociabiliser en quelque
C'est
sorte.
pour ça que tu refuses aussi cette logique de stand, c'est-à-dire de mettre un stand voilà, en plein milieu de la rue, parce que on voit Resto du Cœur, d'autres associations tu vois, qui arrivent en plein milieu de la place de la République, par exemple, et qui mettent leur stand, et puis ils donnent des sacs comme s'ils distribuaient des denrées alimentaires dans des pays en voie de développement. Comment ça se passe? Est-ce que vous refusez ça, vous, alors, du coup?
Au départ, on s'est beaucoup posé la question. C'est vrai qu'au départ, quand on a commencé à faire des maraudes, on s'est vraiment beaucoup posé des questions en termes de logistique, voir un peu quelle était la meilleure façon. Donc on a commencé, on a fait quelques erreurs au départ, et mais maintenant je pense qu'on a un système très rodé. On a des personnes, des bénévoles réguliers, qui ont été formés aussi grâce à l'aide de l'UBED, et qui permettent justement d'être eux aussi en fait on se supplée chacun. En fait les bénévoles connaissent eux aussi les règles, donc voilà, on a un cycle qui est en train de se mettre en place. Et maintenant, c'est assez rodé, je trouve qu'on est assez performant aussi dans les rues de Paris.
D'accord.
J'ai envie de citer les rues de Paris, et depuis cette année, on est implanté à Strasbourg et à Lille, qui sont actives aussi, qui ont commencé les maraudes, on leur a expliqué, on les a formés.
Et comment ça se passe justement, votre formation?
Alors justement, on était parti, je crois que c'était, si je me trompe, c'était premièrement à Lille, et ensuite Strasbourg. On a commencé par Lille, on a vu une équipe Humanity First, un appel de bénévoles. Justement, on a cherché des partenaires comme Auchan ou Carrefour, justement pour récupérer les denrées alimentaires. Et eux, pareil, ils commencent à préparer les paniers repas et à les distribuer. Après, il faut savoir que Lille, c'est beaucoup plus petit que Paris, donc c'est pas la même quantité. Mais voilà, ils font ça aussi toutes les semaines. Bon, ils essaient de faire ça toutes les semaines, mais c'est bien lancé. Strasbourg, pareil. Strasbourg, eux, par contre, ils n'ont pas encore de partenaires qui passent des denrées, qui font des dons de denrées. Justement, ils achètent, ils font voilà, un panier repas et ils distribuent pareil.
Ces actions, en fait, elles se jouent aussi, je vais rajouter juste toujours sur la régularité. Donc on a la chance ici à Paris d'être vraiment très régulier, comme vous l'avez rappelé, les bénévoles maintenant viennent vers nous. Malheureusement encore à Lille et Strasbourg, en fait, on est en train de monter des antennes, on va dire, d'Humanity First. Donc au départ, c'est un peu compliqué, la régularité, c'est quelque chose de très important, mais ils sont en train justement d'être un peu plus réguliers, de commencer une fois par mois. Ici, nous, à Paris, on a la chance d'être, comme il l'a dit Loubet, tous les week-ends. Mais je pense que petit à petit, ça va être
une plus grosse équipe,
voilà,
peut-être
exactement.
aussi, vous tournez mieux, etc. Et donc, justement, c'est peut-être le moment d'appeler également d'autres personnes qui voudraient se joindre à vous, de Strasbourg, de Lille, de Paris, ou encore même d'autres villes, parce que tout est possible. On peut toujours aller les former, leur envoyer des dossards Humanity First, je sais pas comment vous procédez, mais en tout cas faire ce genre de choses pour qu'ils fassent passer le message, qui est en fin de compte plus un service qu'un message, qui est de vraiment aller voir les gens et de les aider et d'aider les personnes démunies. Alors peut-être que tu peux nous rappeler le site internet d'Humanity First France.
Évidemment, vous pouvez retrouver toutes les actions en fait sur le site humanityfirst.fr, mais vous pouvez aussi nous retrouver sur les réseaux sociaux. Donc on a la chaîne YouTube officielle Humanity First France, le Facebook, le Twitter et Instagram. Et vous retrouvez en fait toutes les photos, tous les récapitulatifs de nos actions sur les réseaux sociaux. Et on met à jour assez constamment. Donc,
Et maintenant, la question que j'ai par rapport aux maraudes, c'est que c'est le transport. Est-ce que comment vous avez fait? Parce que finalement, pour transporter 3-4 personnes avec vous, pour transporter la nourriture, il faut bien aller d'un point vers un autre. Comment vous faisiez?
À la base, on est parti tout simplement de l'utilisation de nos véhicules personnels, d'une part pour récupérer des denrées alimentaires. Ensuite, on a eu la chance qu'une association de Paris nous prête son véhicule assez constamment, assez régulièrement les week-ends. Et donc on se débrouille. En fait, c'est vraiment au final, c'est vraiment on va dire de la débrouille, mais le but c'est vraiment de servir l'humanité. Peu importe les moyens, on arrive et on fait les efforts pour être sur le terrain et de trouver les moyens de trouver les moyens de trouver des solutions plutôt que de chercher des excuses ou de chercher à ne pas faire.
Ok, très bien. On va regarder une petite vidéo de présentation d'Humanity First France, justement, celle que, en fin de compte, on voulait passer avant, mais on va la passer maintenant.
Parce que c'est vrai qu'on a l'impression qu'Humanity First France, du coup, là, on en parle depuis un moment, c'est seulement des maraudes. Mais grâce à cette vidéo, vous allez voir un peu ce que fait Humanity
C'est un peu
First.
plus que seulement des maraudes.
On va vous présenter maintenant plus précisément, avec plus de détails Humanity
Donc
First.
vous pouvez envoyer la vidéo de présentation. Qui sommes-nous, Humanity First? Voilà, vous avez vu une petite présentation d'Humanity First France, alors et plus généralement internationale. Et là, c'est peut-être le point qui va nous intéresser ici dans la seconde partie de cette émission, c'est qu'est-ce que vous faites à l'international? Parce qu'il y a Humanity First France, l'antenne en quelque sorte française, là vous avez expliqué les maraudes, etc. Donc maintenant, est-ce qu'on peut avoir une vision plus globale d'Humanity First?
Humanity First a aujourd'hui en fait une vraie empreinte dans le monde, parce qu'on est enregistré dans 50 pays. Donc du coup, on a été créé en 95 maintenant, donc plus de 22 ans maintenant au service de l'humanité. Et ce qui fait que voilà, en France, en fait, on est notre marque de fabrique ou notre empreinte, ça va être les maraudes. Mais il faut savoir que dans le monde entier, on fait vraiment beaucoup de projets. Et le but, c'est de voir les besoins humains et d'essayer d'y remédier, en fait, d'aider les populations démunies. Ça peut être la construction d'écoles, tout simplement, la construction d'hôpitaux, les besoins en pompe à eau aussi sur lesquels on peut sensibiliser les populations, mais aussi faire des pompes à eau et leur montrer voilà comment les garder propres, etc. Ça peut être donc la réhabilitation, donc ça passe par la réhabilitation de puits. On peut aussi faire des opérations de la cataracte. Donc pour cela, on a mis en place une clinique mobile. Humanity First a mis en place une clinique mobile qui tourne dans tous les villages du Burkina Faso et qui permet d'opérer tous les jours des centaines de personnes. Et donc voilà, Humanity First, c'est vraiment une association qui essaie de pallier tous les besoins humains. Donc on prend en fait tous les bénévoles sont les bienvenus. Donc ça peut être des ingénieurs, des étudiants, des dirigeants d'entreprise, voilà, on prend un peu les personnes dans tous les domaines parce qu'on sait que chaque personne a quelque chose à apporter à son prochain. On sait que chaque personne peut contribuer au service de l'humanité, donc via les facultés qu'il a en soi, et on peut s'entraider, on peut créer justement cette communauté solidaire.
Alors tu parlais du Burkina Faso, moi j'y ai été cette année et c'est vrai que j'ai vu cette clinique mobile qui est un énorme tracteur en fait qui ramène avec lui un peu partout dans le Burkina Faso et qui propose ses choix. C'est assez impressionnant Humanity First en Afrique.
Humanity First en Afrique, oui, c'est vrai que c'est très très impressionnant. J'ai eu aussi l'occasion d'aller en Afrique. Il faut savoir que c'est une réelle empreinte. Malheureusement, les besoins sont très très importants en Afrique, d'où la raison pour laquelle Humanity First est vraiment bien implanté en Afrique, parce qu'on veut vraiment aider les populations. Mais voilà, on essaie aussi justement, Humanity First France a eu l'occasion de faire aussi, on va en parler un peu plus tard dans l'émission, de faire un puits en Afrique. Mais les besoins sont un peu partout. C'est minimiser les dégâts si on dit seulement que les besoins sont en Afrique. Les besoins sont partout. C'est pour ça que nous, on essaie de faire des actions sociales en France selon nos moyens. Mais derrière, on essaie aussi de contribuer financièrement à des projets internationaux, c'est-à-dire à la réhabilitation de puits. On a des donateurs qui nous font des dons pour qu'on puisse réhabiliter des puits, donc apporter des solutions concrètes. Ouais. Et il y a une chose aussi qui est marquante, que vous avez pu voir aussi en Afrique, je pense. L'opération des dons de la cataracte, c'est aussi la philosophie, c'est de pas seulement assister les personnes, mais de les rendre autonomes.
Ouais, parce que ça, c'est très important.
Exactement. Ouais. Donc là, le fait d'opérer une personne de la cataracte, c'est de lui permettre d'avoir une vie professionnelle, de s'épanouir, de faire ce qu'il veut de sa vie. Ouais. Et donc le but du Humanity First, c'est vraiment de pas seulement assister, voilà, de les autonomiser.
C'est un peu comme les maraudes, on va pas voir les gens pour leur donner un sac de bouffe et on part, quoi. C'est vraiment les aider, les accompagner, etc. Ouais. Alors, là, on parle de l'aspect un peu plus médical, construction d'hôpitaux, don de la cataracte, etc. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres aspects à l'international, Loubey?
Oui, exactement. Il y a aussi la création de nouvelles écoles. Justement, Humanity First lutte contre l'analphabétisme. Et justement, je ne sais pas si tu as eu l'occasion de voir, comme tu es parti au Burkina Faso, la création d'écoles primaires. Sur place, enfin partout, je dis ça en Afrique, mais partout dans le monde où l'analphabétisme est à un taux élevé, justement Humanity First International intervient aussi justement pour lutter contre ça.
Alors on va déplacer de continent parce qu'on parle beaucoup de l'Afrique et surtout de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, mais Humanity First en Asie, en Amérique latine, c'est quoi exactement?
Humanity First en Asie, en Amérique latine est aussi très bien implanté. On a un pays comme l'Indonésie dans lequel Humanity First est implanté, a pu ouvrir, bon, on va rester dans le médical, ouvrir une clinique, mais aussi des centres de formation dans lesquels on peut former la population à l'informatique ou à la couture. Donc ça reste encore mais c'est des projets très peu développés. Mais en Indonésie, la branche Humanity First d'Indonésie vient aussi beaucoup en aide à la population et à tout ce qui est les problèmes sanitaires dans les écoles en fait. Donc ils essaient de venir en aide aux écoles dans les régions reculées et de pallier en fait les besoins de problèmes sanitaires. Et en Amérique latine, on a des écoles aussi qui sont ouvertes, par exemple au Guatemala, ou des écoles primaires dans lesquelles voilà, on peut en fait le but c'est d'ouvrir une école et de pouvoir voilà former en fait prendre même des professeurs qui vivent déjà dans les villages en fait, dans les villages dans lesquels on s'implante, et leur donner l'occasion d'exercer leur métier en fait, et de prendre en charge les élèves de ces écoles, de devenir vraiment professeurs des écoles. Et nous on les forme, on reste à leur côté, et ensuite on les laisse voler de leurs propres ailes.
Et comment ça se passe pour un bénévole? S'il décide, par exemple, il voit une vidéo de présentation d'Humanity First, lui il se dit, moi j'ai pas trop envie de faire la France, parce qu'il y a des globetrotters comme ça, tu vois, ils vont me dire, ouais moi non, j'ai pas envie de faire la France, ça me saoule les maraudes, etc. Bon, on peut douter de sa volonté de servir l'humanité, je sais pas, mais en tout cas il va te dire, voilà, moi je suis plus branché international et j'ai envie d'aller, par exemple en Asie, j'ai envie d'aller en Afrique, aider les gens. Comment ça se passe pour lui?
Justement, moi j'aimerais bien. Ça tombe bien que tu parles de ce sujet parce qu'on a envoyé une docteure en Indonésie dans une clinique Humanity First. Justement, elle qui n'est pas vraiment venue en maraude en France, mais on l'a envoyée. Elle voulait aller exercer son métier, faire du bénévolat dans un hôpital. Justement, on s'était renseigné au début. Je ne sais pas c'était dans quel pays elle devait y aller. Au final, aux îles Fidji, normalement, on a une clinique aussi là-bas, Humanity First. Et du coup, en fait, on l'a envoyée en Indonésie. Justement, là-bas, qui a une grande clinique Humanity First, et elle a pu exercer, faire du bénévolat là.
C'est un point intéressant aussi que vous citez là, parce que nous-mêmes, en tant qu'étudiants, on sait très bien que c'est une tendance maintenant à tout ce qui est voyage solidaire et humanitaire. Donc en tant qu'étudiants, lorsqu'on parle de notre association dans nos écoles, on a beaucoup d'étudiants qui viennent nous voir justement, et la première chose qu'ils veulent faire, c'est aller faire un voyage humanitaire. La première chose, c'est pas de connaître l'association en elle-même, c'est de voir un peu ce qu'on fait ici. Est-ce qu'il y a des voyages qui sont organisés? Est-ce qu'on peut aller à l'étranger? Je pense que Loubed aussi a eu le cas de certains camarades qui lui ont demandé. Et donc c'est une vision que les personnes ont, parce qu'elles veulent maintenant voyager, mais d'un côté, on va pas blâmer ce genre de voyage, parce que c'est d'une paire de coups, on peut faire de l'humanitaire et visiter un pays. Et c'est une tendance qui favorise justement là, je pense que la nouvelle génération est vraiment très sociale et très tournée vers l'humanitaire. Et je pense que c'est une bonne chose pour de bonnes figures.
Alors à l'international, on a ces projets qui sont continus en quelque sorte, que l'on va mettre en place. Et t'en as plein derrière toi tout autour de studios, et ils vont tous les présenter pendant toute la journée. Mais comment ça se passe quand il y a une urgence au niveau international? Tu as un séisme, tu as un tremblement de terre, tu as un tsunami au Sri Lanka. Comment ça se passe? Est-ce que d'abord Humanity First International est intervenu? Et comment la France pourrait envoyer des quotas de bénévoles pour aller travailler sur ces chantiers-là?
Il faut savoir qu'Humanity First est enregistrée aux Nations Unies. Elle a le statut de consultante chez les Nations Unies. Et du coup, Humanity First France, malheureusement, n'est pas encore arrivé à ce stade de développement. Mais Humanity First en Angleterre, au Canada ou aux États-Unis ont des médecins qui sont prêts, des ingénieurs qui sont prêts à intervenir dans les cas, par exemple en Haïti. On a des équipes qui se sont déplacées. Et là, pour le coup, je peux aussi souligner l'intervention française, car les Français étaient la première équipe intervenue en Haïti lorsqu'il y a eu le séisme. Et on a des équipes en fait qui sont prêtes à collaborer avec la Croix-Rouge, toutes les grandes associations, l'ONU, etc., toutes les grandes associations pour intervenir. Justement, on a des médecins qui sont prêts à partir et à vraiment trouver des solutions pour les populations.
Et par exemple, la médecin qui est allée en Indonésie, elle a fait quoi exactement? Elle pourra nous en parler peut-être après, si on arrive à la voir, peut-être par téléphone, ce serait intéressant. Mais en général, si tu peux nous présenter vite fait en général ce qu'elle a fait.
En résumé, parce qu'après c'est aussi des termes très spécifiques, très techniques que je ne pourrais pas malheureusement mentionner ici. Mais en gros, l'idée c'était vraiment elle voulait prendre de son temps libre pour aller dans une clinique en Indonésie et apporter son appui à la seule médecin généraliste qu'il y avait dans cette clinique. Et du coup, elle faisait des interventions avec la médecin sur place. Elle essayait de l'épauler, de voir un peu les failles aussi qu'il y avait, pas les failles, mais je veux dire les manquements. Et à son retour, elle a pu me faire un compte rendu. On a pu ensemble acheter des matériaux médicaux et leur envoyer pour faciliter aussi au quotidien leurs interventions. Et ça nous a permis de créer aussi des liens entre branches Humanity First, parce que dans 50 pays, on n'est pas forcément en contact avec toutes les branches d'Humanity First, mais ça nous permet de se connaître l'un et l'autre et de faire des échanges de services humanitaires. Donc on a pu leur fournir des matériaux médicaux et voilà.
Donc c'est la petite contribution de la France.
Exactement.
Mais Loubed, il y a des gens qui viennent te voir, par exemple, qui te disent ça serait bien que vous fassiez ce projet-là, ça serait bien que tu fasses ce projet-là. Comment vous triez entre les différents? Est-ce que vous avez déjà, en tant Humanity First France, est-ce qu'elle a un poids vis-à-vis d'Humanity First International pour leur dire, écoutez, il faudrait peut-être envisager ce projet-là ou pas?
Pas vraiment. Il y a beaucoup de personnes qui m'ont parlé de projets. C'est vrai que dire un projet, c'est vraiment facile, mais quand il faut le réaliser, ça devient vraiment... il faut se donner pour réaliser un projet. J'ai eu pas mal de gens qui m'ont dit, ouais, pourquoi Humanity First France? ne crée pas sa propre école dans un pays qui vraiment a besoin d'une école. Et justement, nous, voilà, en parlant d'école, il y a Humanity First d'Angleterre qui nous a fait appel à récolter des livres. Et justement, nous, voilà, on rentre dans le projet international en aidant Humanity First Angleterre qui veut voilà, créer une école, je pense que c'était dans un pays africain, c'était en Côte d'Ivoire. Justement, nous, on a récolté, on a fait un appel aux écoles pour récolter les livres scolaires. Et là, cette année, on a récolté à peu près plus de 1500 livres scolaires, justement pour, voilà, nous, on voulait vraiment aller sur place, faire l'école et justement distribuer directement les livres dans les primaires et collèges.
Ouais. D'ailleurs, ces livres, on les voyait derrière, il y a une exposition spécifique sur les livres. Alors, on voit que des livres anglais, mais évidemment, nous, on a tous nos livres dans des cartons en France.
Évidemment, en fait, on a essayé de collecter pas mal de bouquins via des collèges, etc. Et sur le point,
mais c'est tout type de livres.
C'est tout type de livres. En fait, à la base, c'était des besoins pour les écoles primaires et les collèges seulement. Donc, on va pas vers les cycles universitaires. Donc, on a lancé un appel aux bénévoles. Encore une fois, c'est grâce aux bénévoles qu'on a pu aller collecter des bouquins dans des collèges, dans des écoles primaires. Et on s'est déplacé avec nos propres moyens en semaine après les cours. Et le but, c'était vraiment de collecter un maximum de livres, voilà, pour contribuer à un projet de telle envergure. Parce qu'il faut savoir que voilà, en France, on n'a pas encore une équipe qui est à même, qui est prête à intervenir au niveau international. Certes, les idées fusent dans les personnes qui nous proposent des projets tous les jours, mais le fait aussi d'organiser ce genre d'événements et de téléthons, c'est de collecter des fonds. Mais les fonds, les collecter, c'est justement pour mener ce genre de projets internationaux, parce que ça se travaille. C'est comme il le disait Loubed, une maraude, ça s'organise en une semaine. Et des projets internationaux aussi, ça se travaille beaucoup. C'est beaucoup de réflexion, des déplacements, etc. Donc on a besoin justement de collecter des fonds pour mener ce genre de projet. On espère justement qu'un jour, Humanity First France mènera un gros projet international.
Justement, j'en parlais avec Jared, dès qu'on a récolté ces livres, moi j'avais vraiment envie d'aller dans le pays où on voulait distribuer ces livres scolaires. Et j'en discutais avec Jared pour lui dire, voilà, il faut qu'on monte une équipe et qu'on prenne nos congés et qu'on parte sur place et qu'on les distribue nous-mêmes. Et on en a beaucoup discuté. Et au final, on a vu que, voilà, encore Humanity First France, on est un peu petit encore. On veut vraiment bien encore s'installer. J'espère d'ici un an qu'on s'agrandit. J'espère.
Même avant.
Même avant, on
Et justement, voilà, on veut vraiment qu'on s'implante vraiment bien en France pour voilà, mener des actions internationales au nom d'Humanity First France. Et là, on est aidé par Humanity First Angleterre, justement, qui va nous épauler, qui va nous expliquer sur le terrain.
La logistique peut-être.
Exactement, sur la logistique. Et bah du coup là, on a discuté avec Humanity First Angleterre, qui voilà, on a parlé des livres qu'on a récoltés et voilà, eux ils veulent les récupérer justement pour voilà, faire la logistique jusqu'à les pays qui en ont besoin.
Heureusement pour nous, c'est que malheureusement on n'avait pas les moyens de les envoyer. Du coup, on avait collecté beaucoup de livres. On était un peu sceptique sur le fait de ce qui allait en devenir, parce que voilà, on n'a pas assez de fonds, on n'a pas assez de donateurs aujourd'hui qui nous permettent d'envoyer ces bouquins directement dans les pays concernés. Et du coup, on s'est remis en question, on a décidé de les remettre au siège international en Angleterre, et qui ont les moyens, qui ont des donateurs fidèles qui leur permettront de les expédier.
Mais justement, pour toi, c'est quoi le Téléthon? Ça va te servir à quoi justement le Téléthon aujourd'hui?
Le Téléthon, c'est un grand mot. En fait, c'est aussi ça nous permet d'une part de contribuer, de participer ici. Aujourd'hui, on a la chance, on va dire un petit pays parmi les 50 branches du Humanity First, mais on a la chance d'être parmi les 6 pays qui participent au Téléthon. Donc d'une part, ça nous permet de rencontrer aussi, de s'inspirer des histoires qu'on va entendre aujourd'hui, de rencontrer des personnes qui sont professionnelles, qui ont la chance d'aller sur le terrain, qui vont nous raconter leurs défis qu'ils ont relevés à l'international. Et ça va nous inspirer, en fait, ça va nous permettre aussi de grandir. Et le but, c'est vraiment à long terme de faire quelque chose d'Humanity First France dans le monde entier, de faire briller ce nom aussi.
D'accord. Donc, il y a un autre aspect, c'est un aspect quand même que toi tu veux pas dire parce que il dit que il arrondit peut-être un peu les angles, mais il y a un aspect du Téléthon qui aide également à financer des projets.
Exactement. Alors, le Téléthon, comme on voit le Téléthon en France, on récolte de l'argent. Nous aussi, voilà, on veut récolter des fonds pour voilà, aller de l'avant. Ça va nous aider à faire pas mal de projets. Actuellement, on a un projet, c'est de financer justement une voiture comme il a dit précédemment, nous, pour faire les maraudes, on se débrouillait pour prendre une voiture d'un tel, des bénévoles. On a déjà pris la voiture au père de Jahat, et on a déjà pris la voiture à mon père. Justement,
c'est avec les moyens du bord.
Exactement, et là vraiment, ce Téléthon, on s'est dit, tous les dons qu'on va récolter, c'est pour financer cette voiture qui va nous aider à mieux mener les actions hebdomadaires qu'on fait sur Paris et qu'on pourra se déplacer justement, distribuer les paniers.
Parce qu'auparavant aussi, il faut savoir que voilà, on avait l'appui de l'association musulmane de Saint-Prix qui nous prêtait son véhicule. Mais ils avaient aussi besoin de leur véhicule, donc on devait s'organiser en fonction, donc on ne pouvait pas vraiment être régulier. Il faut savoir que depuis qu'on est à la recherche de ce véhicule, qui est très important pour nous, car il nous permettra justement d'augmenter et d'intensifier nos actions sur le terrain. On sera prêt à donner notre temps, que ce soit en semaine ou en week-end. Là, il n'y aura plus vraiment de contraintes en termes d'action, mais voilà. Mais encore une fois, pour financer un véhicule, il nous faut des fonds, c'est un circuit assez court, il nous faut des fonds pour faire quelque chose.
J'ai envie de dire, ça va nous motiver.
Exactement,
ça va nous motiver davantage.
Et puis la voiture, c'est un bon moyen de communication parce que vous allez, j'imagine, vous allez coller des trucs dessus, vous allez montrer que vous êtes là, non, à travers la voiture.
C'est aussi un bon moyen justement de communication, de mobilisation surtout, de montrer, de mobiliser la population française à intervenir avec nous et de faire des actions, de connaître un peu. On a tous, moi j'ai l'occasion d'échanger avec mes collègues au travail, ils ont tous envie de faire quelque chose mais ils ne savent pas comment. Donc généralement on se pose des questions et on se rétracte une fois qu'on ne trouve pas les réponses. Et là, grâce à ce véhicule, peut-être on pourra tourner dans les rues de Paris, déjà qu'on met des gilets lorsqu'on fait des actions. Les gens viennent nous accoster, voir un peu comment ça marche, comment ils souhaitent s'impliquer, donc ça peut être un moyen de communication, de mobilisation.
On communique avec les personnes en dehors qui nous voient faire des actions et justement ça nous crée un lien. Justement on a oublié de parler de ça. On cherche à aller vers d'autres associations sur Paris parce que sur Paris on peut voir qu'il y a d'autres associations qui aident les personnes démunies. Et justement nous on essaye de collaborer avec eux, de discuter et de faire une action ensemble. Justement ça nous permet d'échanger, d'être formés davantage. Justement au début, Jared qui partait souvent vers les autres associations pour voir comment fonctionnait cette association. Et ça nous a permis aujourd'hui d'apprendre beaucoup de choses, d'avoir une bonne maîtrise maintenant des actions.
Logistique notamment,
Exactement.
Sur combien de sandwichs il faut préparer, sur comment il faut s'y prendre.
Oui, exactement, c'est un détail. Après, on n'est pas non plus. C'est une formation aussi, c'est quelque chose la vie, c'est un apprentissage, donc on n'est pas né avec la fibre, on va dire, associative. Donc ça nous est pas non plus tombé dessus, c'est on essaie de gérer, on essaie de construire une association, c'est assez compliqué. On essaie de pallier au mieux, comme je vous le disais, les besoins humains, de satisfaire aussi toutes les personnes, car les donateurs ont aussi des envies elles-mêmes. Lorsqu'une personne donne à une association, ça va être forcément ça peut être aussi pour un projet spécifique. Donc on essaie de combler toutes ces envies, tous ces projets, toutes ces idées. Et on essaie de les canaliser grâce à nos équipes de jeunes bénévoles qu'on a à nos côtés, des bénévoles fidèles, pour justement œuvrer pour le bien de l'humanité et agir.
Justement, j'ai envie d'ajouter, on parle beaucoup de maraude là, pendant toute l'émission. Justement, on vient aussi à l'aide des maisons de retraite.
Oui, exactement.
On fait des activités avec les personnes qui sont en maison de retraite. On était parti la dernière fois, c'était pour Pâques,
C'est ça.
C'était pour Pâques, on a fait une animation avec la maison de retraite, justement, communiquer avec eux, faire des jeux avec eux, justement pour aussi on veut venir en aide avec les maisons de retraite et j'aimerais bien si tu peux me citer la maison de retraite qui est sur Paris
c'est une maison de retraite du coup qui est à Gare de l'Est, Corée-Magenta, dans laquelle on a la chance d'intervenir depuis plusieurs années. Et en fait ça fait partie aussi des besoins pour lesquels les personnes des fois ne s'en rendent pas compte. Les maisons de retraite elles sont un peu isolées, les personnes qui sont dans des maisons de retraite elles sont très isolées. Et donc on n'y passe pas forcément, mais passer un après-midi avec eux, de faire des jeux de société, d'échanger, c'est aussi des moments riches dans lesquels on apprend au quotidien encore une fois.
Et elles vous le partagent, elles vous le disent, ces personnes, que ça nous fait du bien, que vous soyez avec.
Ouais, ces personnes aussi, elles se souviennent de nous. Et ce qui est aussi marquant, c'est la directrice des animations qui nous donne des anecdotes souvent, car elle connaît les personnes depuis maintenant de très nombreuses années. Et à chaque passage, elle nous dit que une personne se souvient encore de nous, malgré qu'elles ont des symptômes comme Alzheimer, etc. Elles se souviennent qu'une association est passée pour un carnaval, pour leur donner des chocolats, pour passer du temps.
On a pris les photos
Avec un Polaroid, en fait, c'était, à l'occasion justement c'était, je pense, c'était quel événement c'était? C'était Pâques, à l'occasion de Pâques, en fait, on avait un Polaroid avec lequel on prenait des photos avec les résidents et donc les photos s'imprimaient à l'instant T et ça permettait justement à ces personnes de les conserver, d'avoir un souvenir de notre passage.
Tu faisais des tours dans les chambres parfois et tu les revoyais ces photos?
Aussi, apparemment, ouais, c'est surtout la directrice des animations qui m'a dit qu'elle les avait même accrochées, elle les avait mis sur leur table pour se souvenir, voilà, qu'une association était passée. Et ça nous fait plaisir, en fait, tout simplement, d'aider les autres et d'intervenir dans ce genre de situation.
En fait, on a envie de le faire chaque semaine. La dernière fois, on l'avait fait une équipe qui était partie en maraude et une équipe qui était partie en maison de retraite. Voilà, nous aussi, on a envie d'instaurer ça chaque semaine, de faire une visite hebdomadaire, peut-être le samedi ou soit le dimanche, mais au moins faire une visite par semaine, envoyer 4-5 bénévoles sur place, parler avec les personnes qui sont en maison de retraite et en même temps une autre équipe qui sillonne les rues de Paris pour venir en aide aux plus démunis.
D'accord, très bien. Alors toujours sur ces maisons de retraite, est-ce que vous avez des plans? Est-ce que vous avez d'autres maisons de retraite qui veulent bien coopérer avec vous? Comment ça se passe pour approcher une maison de retraite? Parce que ça doit être sûrement compliqué étant donné qu'il y a des normes d'hygiène. Si vous voulez leur préparer à manger, ça va être compliqué parce qu'ils vont dire non. Les personnes qui sont en maison de retraite ne peuvent pas manger, parfois ont des intolérances particulières, des allergies particulières. Comment ça se passe? Comment vous organisez tout ça?
En fait, tout bêtement, là, on va démarcher des maisons de retraite que l'on croise sur notre chemin pour leur proposer nos services, en fait. Et c'est vrai que c'est assez compliqué car il faut une certaine, il faut une certaine, il faut une certaine légitimité. Donc soit une personne infirmière à vos côtés dans votre équipe, ça vous aide beaucoup. Un médecin généraliste, ça vous aide beaucoup. Des personnes qui sont d'accès dans le médical, car on peut pas non plus ramener une bande de jeunes amateurs dans une maison de retraite, car voilà, il y a des symptômes très importants. Il y a le fait de tout simplement proposer un jus d'orange à une personne qui ne peut surtout pas en boire, donc il faut faire super attention. Mais on essaie d'avoir cette légitimité grâce aux actions que l'on mène à Paris actuellement. Et je pense que petit à petit, on aura justement acquis l'expérience comme on a pu le faire avec les maraudes pour en arriver à ce stade aujourd'hui. Je pense qu'avec la patience, avec le temps, on arrivera à...
Parce que il y a un autre point important, c'est que ce soit les maraudes ou les maisons de retraite, vous vous inscrivez dans la continuité parce que tu vois, on a des associations qui par exemple l'aident aux plus démunis, les couvertures que l'on donne ou encore la nourriture que l'on donne ou encore même l'intervention dans les maisons de retraite. Pendant les vacances c'est fini. Ou encore quand l'hiver est terminé et quand l'été arrive, ils pensent que les gens ont plus besoin de manger et ont plus besoin de se couvrir, donc ils abandonnent le terrain. Vous, comment ça se passe? Est-ce que vous essayez de mettre en place une équipe qui est tout le temps là ou pas?
Justement, ça tombe bien parce que l'année dernière, on a remarqué que voilà, l'été, il y a beaucoup de personnes, beaucoup d'associations qui ne sont plus sur Paris. Et justement, quand on a fait les maraudes cet été, on était vraiment les seuls. Enfin, j'en ai pas rencontré d'autres, mais il y a beaucoup moins d'associations qui viennent pendant les vacances, notamment en été. Et justement, ça me fait rappeler une anecdote avec Wajahat et l'équipe de bénévoles. On était parti justement on était en train de distribuer des paniers repas. On a croisé une personne, une SDF qui a pleuré en nous voyant parce que il y avait aucune association sur Paris et que ça faisait 4 jours qu'elle n'avait pas mangé. Et ça nous a tilté et on s'est dit que voilà, l'été on doit intensifier et on doit garder cette régularité dans nos actions.
Tu penses qu'il y a vraiment un besoin d'intensifier même en été parce qu'il y a moins d'associations sur place?
Oui, je pense que ça c'est un fait, justement, comme Loubet vous l'a raconté, c'est un fait qu'on a vu sur le terrain, c'est un fait concret. On a vu des personnes justement avoir les larmes aux yeux, ça a aussi marqué nos jeunes bénévoles qui étaient avec nous ce jour-là. Et du coup on s'est dit, voilà, par exemple c'est l'été qui arrive, nous on décide de sacrifier déjà tout au long de l'année tous nos week-ends, mais l'été on essaie aussi d'intensifier, c'est les vacances scolaires et les petits jeunes aussi sont très motivés justement. Il faut savoir qu'on a une jeune génération avec nous qui nous motive aussi. C'est des jeunes justement qui nous donnent envie de continuer pour qu'ils puissent eux aussi œuvrer à leur tour ensuite et prendre notre relève. Et donc je pense que l'été, oui, c'est vraiment un moment où il faut intensifier.
Alors tous les deux, est-ce que vous pouvez donner une ou plusieurs raisons, c'est pourquoi aujourd'hui il faut donner à Humanity First France?
Je vais laisser le président commencer.
C'est compliqué, donner tout simplement, donner pour nous permettre d'aider les autres, c'est la première des choses. C'est nous donner aussi, voilà, c'est tout ça. Il faut savoir qu'on est bénévole. Il y a des associations qui ont des personnes qui sont salariées, etc. Nous, on est bénévoles, c'est-à-dire c'est du temps que l'on donne, que l'on consacre à cette association. Et donner tout simplement pour aider, pour pouvoir contribuer, parce que chaque personne n'a pas forcément le temps on comprend aussi de venir en maraude avec nous le week-end, de faire un voyage à l'étranger pour des questions de coûts. Mais si chaque personne donnait ne serait-ce qu'un euro symbolique par mois ou que ce soit 5 euros symboliques par mois, je pense qu'on pourrait faire de très très grandes choses. Sauf que les personnes ne sont peut-être pas encore assez conscientes des moyens qu'elles ont à leur côté pour pouvoir subvenir. Car des personnes peuvent nous dire, on n'a pas des étudiants, je parle des étudiants parce que je suis étudiant, je mobilise moi-même et les étudiants de ma classe à donner pour l'association. Et souvent, on a des réponses comme voilà, je suis qu'étudiant, j'ai pas de salaire, j'ai pas assez d'argent. Mais si vraiment on ouvrait les yeux sur les moyens qu'on a pour aider les autres, et la chance que c'est aussi de ne pas être dans le besoin, mais de pouvoir aider les autres. Là, je pense que c'est surtout pour ça qu'il faut nous donner en fait.
Oui.
C'est pour dire, il faut vraiment pour servir l'humanité. J'ai bien dit l'humanité, vraiment, nous, ces dons, c'est vraiment pour aider. On ne veut pas aider que les SDF. On veut vraiment venir en aide à tous les gens qui ont besoin. Et justement, aujourd'hui, voilà, on a parlé du véhicule pour nous faciliter. Aujourd'hui, les dons qu'on va récolter, c'est vraiment pour le financement du véhicule.
D'accord.
C'est vraiment pour moi, on en a discuté.
Le véhicule aujourd'hui.
On en a discuté, justement, le véhicule qui va nous permettre, voilà, de mieux servir l'humanité, les SDF. Nous, on en a discuté longuement, on s'est dit, avec ces dons, qu'est-ce qu'on va faire? Et la première chose qui était venue à notre idée, c'était...
Alors, on va prendre Nasser qui est en ligne avec nous. Il va nous parler justement d'un peu comment lui, il ressent, justement, c'est par rapport aux maraudes qu'il va nous parler. Alors, Nasser, bonjour, est-ce que vous nous entendez? Nasser, est-ce que vous nous entendez? Allô, oui, bonjour Nasser. Et Nasser, bonjour, vous nous entendez? Non, je ne sais pas si on pourra avoir Nasser tout de suite. On a entendu un petit peu un bribe de sa voix. Alors, tu nous disais justement, tu voulais prendre la parole à la suite de Loubaid sur le véhicule, mais je ne sais pas si tu te souviens de ton idée, hein, parce qu'on passe du coq à l'âne, mais...
Malheureusement, non, il parlait du véhicule, de l'importance du véhicule. C'est vrai que nous, notre rêve aussi, on en a parlé entre nous, ce serait vraiment d'ouvrir une école Humanity First France, d'ouvrir des hôpitaux, c'est vraiment aider vraiment les populations. Mais on s'est rendu compte, c'est un peu une triste réalité, c'est que les moyens qui sont à notre disposition ne nous permettent pas à l'heure aujourd'hui de faire ce genre de projet. Donc on s'est focus, on s'est dit qu'on va continuer sur notre voie, de se faire connaître en France, d'avoir des donateurs en France pour justement grandir. Et je pense qu'au fil des années, grâce aussi aux personnes qui sont ici chez Humanity First, au siège international Humanity First UK, qui ont de l'expérience, qui ont acquis de l'expérience, tout le monde est passé par là. Ça commence petit, mais ça grandit. On y croit encore et on y croira toujours. On croit en l'humanité.
Oui, parce que la différence quand même qu'il y a entre Humanity First ici à Londres, d'où on parle aujourd'hui aux gens qui nous regardent, c'est que Humanity First France, il y a beaucoup plus de monde. Il y a plus de monde, il y a du coup un peu plus de moyens. Et c'est pour ça que le Téléthon aussi, ça peut permettre d'avoir un effet boomerang, c'est-à-dire que on peut inviter les gens à financer un point particulier. Après, évidemment, ce que tu disais, c'est pertinent, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, Humanity First France recherche plus les bénévoles réguliers qui peuvent contribuer tous les mois, même à hauteur de 1 euro, plutôt qu'un donateur on l'accepte, hein, un donateur qui arrive et qui donne. Mais ce qui est bien, c'est que cette personne s'investisse de manière régulière et se dise que voilà, il fait partie de ce projet Humanity First.
L'anecdote, là, en fait, à chaque fois qu'on vient ici, qu'on rencontre les membres du Humanity First à Londres, c'est que ces personnes, en fait, elles sont surprises, elles sont impressionnées par le travail que l'on mène dans les rues de Paris. Parce que savoir que Humanity First en Angleterre n'a pas l'occasion justement de faire des maraudes, et justement, ils aimeraient bien développer ce pôle parce que Humanity First en Angleterre comme vous l'avez dit, de très gros moyens. Ils sont focus à l'international. Ils ont de très très gros projets à l'international, mais ils n'ont pas encore les moyens ils sont pas encore formés voilà à l'interne.
Ce qui est paradoxal. Hein.
Souvent, on rencontre des gens justement ici qui souhaitent venir avec nous un week-end, qui souhaitent vraiment venir en France pour voir un peu comment ça se passe, comment ça fonctionne. Alors que pour nous maintenant, c'est devenu tout simple, c'est devenu bateau. Mais ici, les personnes sont reconnaissantes envers ce que l'on fait. Voilà, ils reconnaissent le travail à sa juste valeur.
C'est vrai qu'ici, ça fait plus entreprises qui arrivent, ils se réunissent, alors il faut un projet, combien il nous faut de budget, ils fixent le budget, ils font des campagnes de com sur le sujet et après, selon les fonds qu'ils ont levés, ils vont donner la priorité à un autre projet. Donc notamment ceux qu'on a pu montrer, on a essayé de vous montrer quelques-uns des projets qui sont en cours, mais on a le village moderne avec l'électricité que l'on veut mettre dans tout le village, etc. On a également le projet des livres dont tu as parlé. Il y a également un projet d'une clinique en Côte d'Ivoire. Et donc tous ces projets sont souvent menés par, pas tout le temps, mais il y a souvent les États-Unis et l'Angleterre qui sont à la pointe généralement de ce genre.
Justement, on veut les rejoindre. On a envie de les rejoindre et arriver au même stade qu'eux. Tout en étant en aide.
À l'intérieur, parce que justement, il ne faudrait pas faire l'erreur d'Humanity First Londres.
Justement, on veut faire les deux. Après, il faut savoir que Humanity First en Angleterre aide aussi en interne au niveau national, sur beaucoup d'autres choses, médicalement.
Humanity First collecte beaucoup de fonds pour d'autres associations anglaises avec qui ils ont des partenariats, voilà, des marathons, des marches de charité, des rencontres aussi en maison de retraite. Ils viennent de commencer justement l'an dernier les rencontres en maison de retraite. Et donc ils sont investis, mais du coup, nous on a cette vision lorsqu'on arrive ici, c'est de voir des personnes qui nous posent beaucoup de questions sur les maraudes, ils sont impressionnés. Alors que pour nous, au fond, on se dit, nous on est impressionnés par ce qu'on voit ici en fait. Des deux côtés en fait, c'est.
Il y a une impression partagée.
Voilà, c'est l'impression partagée, c'est une exemplarité qu'on vient chercher ici, c'est une motivation aussi.
Alors on a des petits problèmes techniques, normalement on devait avoir plusieurs personnes au bout du fil et qui devaient nous parler un peu de leur expérience, etc. Mais apparemment, comme vous l'avez entendu tout à l'heure, on n'arrive pas à les joindre parce qu'il y a des problèmes de câbles et des problèmes techniques. Donc du coup on va continuer on peut continuer à parler d'Humanity First France, mais par rapport à Humanity First France, est-ce que déjà tu pourrais rappeler, parce qu'on l'a dit en début d'émission, mais peut-être que ce serait intéressant de le rappeler maintenant, le site internet et les différents réseaux sociaux, comment ils peuvent vous contacter?
Évidemment, vous pouvez le retrouver en fait sur notre site web humanityfirst.fr. Vous avez aussi le Twitter, le Facebook, qui est disponible aussi sur les sites web. On a la chaîne YouTube officielle sur laquelle vous pouvez aussi nous voir aujourd'hui en direct. Et enfin, on a le compte Instagram qui est aussi alimenté de photos de nos actions, des moments qui sont partagés avec les personnes
Donc vous êtes ultra connectés.
On essaie justement d'être ultra connectés pour fédérer en fait. C'est ça, c'est la tendance, c'est pour fédérer. Voilà.
C'est pas grâce au fait que tu travailles peut-être un peu dans la communication.
Non, un peu aussi. Bon, on apprend aussi justement des études et aussi du monde professionnel. Et on essaie justement de choisir le moyen de communication le plus simple, le plus efficace, qui est gratuit à notre niveau. Donc c'est les réseaux sociaux, on essaie de fédérer justement beaucoup de personnes qui viennent, qui nous envoient des messages pour venir en aide aux plus démunis. On peut fédérer justement.
Alors une des personnes qui devait nous appeler aujourd'hui, c'est Madame Amina Nabibakus, qui est assez investie dans Humanity First France et qui régulièrement contribue à différents niveaux, mais surtout elle nous aide à travers Total. Alors quel est le projet que vous avez déposé cette année avec elle?
Pour rappel, il y a 2 ans, on a pu faire une réhabilitation de puits au Sénégal grâce à la Fondation Total. Et aussi, on a pu mettre en place un périmètre maraîcher qui permettait aux villageois au Sénégal d'avoir leurs propres fruits et légumes. Et il faut savoir que cette année, nous avons déposé à nouveau un dossier. Donc ce dossier concerne justement, comme on parlait du volet scolaire, c'est de rénover des écoles scolaires au Sierra Leone. Donc on a déposé un dossier pour bénéficier de fonds qui nous permettraient d'aller sur le terrain et de rénover en fait des écoles primaires dans le besoin et d'acheter aussi des bouquins, des petits kits scolaires avec des cartables et les donner aux petits qui veulent aller à l'école, qui veulent étudier. Et donc c'est le projet pour lequel on envoie une demande et on attend la réponse qui, on l'espère, sera favorable.
On espère que ça va marcher.
Exactement.
Quand même. On espère que ça va marcher comme il y a 2 ans. Alors, Loubaid Hamza, qui est la personne aujourd'hui qu'on devait également avoir, mais en raison de problèmes techniques, on n'a pas pu l'avoir. Est-ce que tu peux nous expliquer qui il est et qu'est-ce que ça a à voir avec justement le Téléthon d'aujourd'hui et les fonds qu'on doit récolter?
D'accord. Alors justement, avant le Téléthon, on cherchait un véhicule, justement on voulait acheter un véhicule voilà, pour la logistique de nos actions hebdomadaires. Et il s'avère qu'on a rencontré Hamza, qui justement vendait un véhicule. Et le véhicule correspondait parfaitement à nos attentes vu que c'était un 7 places. Nous, en général, quand on va en maraude, on est soit 7, il nous faut un gros coffre. Et Hamza nous a, voilà, il nous a donné un prix. Et en fait, c'est comme s'il nous a fait un don. Il nous a prêté le véhicule, il nous a dit financez-le nous après le Téléthon. Ça veut dire là, on récolte l'argent. Là, on lui a rien passé encore. Et
On a passé 1000 euros quand même.
Ah ouais,
Ça, c'est pour des escrocs.
Ah d'accord, excusez-moi, alors on lui a passé, justement, déjà tu me le dis, on a avancé une somme.
Non, vous n'êtes pas des escrocs, vous avez bien passé un peu.
On a avancé une
Il
somme.
vous a fait un crédit vendeur après.
Ouais,
Exact.
c'est comme ça.
Voilà.
En nous faisant un très très bon prix. Et pour nous, c'est considéré comme un don.
En fait, c'est vraiment à titre gracieux limite qu'on a eu ce véhicule et justement on tenait à remercier de vive voix cette personne, malheureusement on ne l'a pas eu, mais justement les bénévoles sont aussi très reconnaissants parce que depuis ils connaissent nos problématiques et la problématique du véhicule elle s'est posée depuis des années, donc on a fait beaucoup de recherches, mais il s'avère que cette personne est arrivée sur notre chemin, cette annonce je veux dire est arrivée sur notre chemin et elle était en total accord avec nos besoins.
En 10 secondes, est-ce que tu peux nous parler de Marie-Annick? Vous pouvez nous parler de Marie-Annick et de Louis qui a présenté Humanity First dans son projet. 10 secondes, hein, rapidement. Je sais que c'est un challenge.
Louis, il va pouvoir parler de Marie-Annick. Louis, en fait, c'est un très jeune étudiant aussi qu'on va rencontrer très prochainement. En fait, c'est un étudiant qui connaît Humanity First, qui a passé son brevet cette année, qui a eu l'occasion on voulait l'avoir en ligne pour qu'il puisse le dire de vive voix, mais je vais le dire rapidement. En fait, il a eu l'occasion de présenter Humanity First à l'oral de son brevet. Et ses professeurs ont vraiment apprécié. Il a eu une très bonne note et ils ont voulu rencontrer justement Humanity First pour pouvoir faire des projets ensemble.
Voilà une bonne nouvelle.
Marie-Annick, donc c'est la responsable d'activité au sein de la maison de retraite de Gare de l'Est, qui nous appelle à chaque activité. Elle fait des activités, elle nous appelle pour avoir des bénévoles.
Merci beaucoup, merci à tous les deux. Et malheureusement, on n'a pas pu avoir les gens en ligne, mais en tout cas, on les remercie vivement d'avoir contribué à l'ensemble. Et on espère qu'on va accumuler et on va atteindre notre objectif. En tout cas, on est là, on reste là et surtout, vous restez ici en ligne, regardez les différents intervenants qui vont intervenir aujourd'hui pour vous parler des différents projets d'Humanity First International. Et n'oubliez pas que c'est en live YouTube. Voilà, merci beaucoup et à très bientôt.
Building on the success of last year's telethon, Humanity First will be holding its second Global Telethon on the 10th of June 2017. Our international teams will present the latest updates on our ongoing projects as we continue to provide care and support for those most in need around the world. The telethon will be broadcast live online via YouTube, on our official website, and also on Sky Channel 232. You can donate securely online by logging on to www.humanityfirst.org and following the on-screen instructions. Or, viewers in the UK can donate via SMS by texting HFTL17 and the amount they would like to donate in pounds to 70070. Join us for our second Global Telethon for the Ramadan Appeal, brought to you by Humanity First.
Assalamu alaikum and a warm welcome to the Global Telethon of Humanity First 2017. We've got a packed 10 hours of information that we're going to give to you about Humanity First, about the vast amount of projects that we do around the world, from Water for Life, from Gift of Sight. But let me tell you something about Humanity First that you may not already know. But actually, why don't you know something about Humanity First? Because we've been around for more than 20 years. It was the brainchild of the fourth Khalifa of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, whose idea it was to look after the needy, look after those people who are destitute and are forgotten by society. They're the people that Humanity First looks after, and we want to tell you about those. Humanity First is also run by many, many volunteers, and only a handful of those people are paid staff. And it's established in more than 50 countries around the world. I could go on, and you get to see all of that later. But it's very customary to all of us within our community that before we start anything, we start with a recitation of the Holy Quran. May I please humbly request Mr. Clark to recite something from the Holy Quran before we get going. Thank you very much. Mr. Clark.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم واعبدوا الله ولا تشركوا به شيئا وبالوالدين إحسانا وبذي القربى واليتامى والمساكين والجار ذي القربى والجار الجنب والصاحب بالجنب وابن السبيل وما ملكت أيمانكم إن الله لا يحب من كان مختالا فخورا.
I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the accursed, in the name of Allah, the most gracious, ever merciful. And worship Allah and associate naught with Him, and show kindness to parents and to kindred and orphans and the needy, and the neighbor that is a kinsman and the neighbor that is a stranger. and the companion by your side, and the wayfarer, and those whom your right hands possess. Surely Allah loves not the proud and the boastful.
Further to what I explained earlier, we have a very special video for you. One community, one leader. Our community is headed by a worldwide Khalifa of the time, and every decision we make is through his instructions and his guidance. So let's hear some words from him. Thank you very much.
It is my fear that in view of the direction in which things are moving, today the political and economic dynamics of the countries of the world may lead to a world war. Therefore, it is the duty of the superpowers to sit down and find a solution to save humanity from the brink of disaster.
You understand at a profound level that promoting religious freedom is an essential building block for peace and stability here and throughout the world. In this we are allied with His Holiness, a courageous champion of religious freedom and of peace.
Allah ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lahu.
Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad is the present head of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, the most dynamic international community within Islam. The community was established by Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad in Qadian, a small and remote village in India. He claimed to be the expected reformer of the latter days, the one awaited by all major world religions. Founded in 1889, the community has continued to spread throughout the world, flourishing under caliphate, the system of spiritual leadership established after the demise of the holy founder. The current successor of this movement, Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad, continues the work of the holy founder to revive the spiritual and moral state of mankind. The movement embodies the benevolent message of Islam in its pristine purity, a movement that preaches peace, universal brotherhood, and submission to the will of God. Ahmadi Muslims have earned the distinction and reputation of being a law-abiding and peaceful community. Within a century, the movement has reached all the corners of the earth and has been recognized and praised by the global community.
Love for all, hatred for none. Those words from your third Khalifa are more important, more crucial, more essential today than they have ever been. And of course the Ahmadi have always practiced this peace-loving philosophy.
Your Holiness, I want to thank you for your great leadership, the example and the demonstrated commitment that you've shown to tolerance and to justice and to peace. Today, on this day, we draw inspiration from you, from your work, and from your followers, not only here in the United States, but the world over. God bless.
An injunction to love all and to hate none is the avowed guiding principle of the Ahmadi life.
I would thank you also that you have stressed the importance of showing that Islam is the religion of peace, not the religion of hate, as it was stated on the wall in the Jalsa. Love for all, hatred for none. I think that is the message that the world really needs.
Wherever the movement has been established, it endeavors to exert a constructive influence of Islam through social projects, educational institutes, health services, Islamic publications, and the construction of mosques. These endeavors continue, despite the bitter persecution that the community suffers in some countries.
We need all the goodness we can find in today's world, and I applaud you for your contribution in Britain and worldwide to community cohesion and the enjoyment of diversity that is such a precious asset.
I would like to pay an additional tribute to the work being done by Ahmadis in raising standards in Africa and particularly in education.
Yes, Britain has welcomed the headquarters of the Ahmadis in this country, but it hasn't become something that's become, as it were, a closed sect in Britain. It's become a community that has sought to reach out to all of us. And that's very important, because the best way to break down the barriers of misunderstanding and prejudice is for that contact to happen, and I thank you for that.
The community's many social projects aimed at helping those in need bears testimony to humanitarian concerns in respect of all human beings, regardless of race, colour or creed.
The Ahmadiyyan community have an extraordinary reputation abroad for charitable work in Africa, India, Bosnia and Indonesia, amongst other places. But you'll note your community here too have an extraordinary reputation. You have been generous with your time and resources, and you have made yourselves part of the wider community.
You have given so much to the society in the United Kingdom and to societies everywhere globally. You are among those who give and who not only take. You give so much to so many societies that I have seen and felt and listened to and watched.
Your own work, Your Holiness, particularly in West Africa, is well known, and we heard just now about your attempts to bring water and energy supplies to some of the poorest communities in West Africa.
Together, we should fight common enemies such as illiteracy, disease, hunger, and poverty. The Ahmadiyya mission has put structures in place towards the fight against these common enemies in order to enhance the dignity of man.
The community was
Welcome back, and that is just a glimpse of our community, which started over 125 years ago by the promised Messiah, who we believe was the Messiah of today's time, and the Mahdi. And from there we've had people to take over as Khalifa, and currently we have our fifth Khalifa, who is Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad, who you'll be hearing much more, you've just seen now. Now we have a Skype call from the chairman of Humanity First, and we're just going to see if he's live with us now. Ahmad Yahya Saab, are you with us right now?
Yes, I am.
Welcome, and thank you very much for joining us today. It would have been lovely if you could have joined us here in the studios.
I know, I would have loved to join you, but unfortunately it was not possible today.
Yeah. So just a little bit of insight to Humanity First. Yahya Saab is the first chairman of Humanity First worldwide, and so we are very privileged to have him with us on Skype to talk a little bit about Humanity First. So, Saab, is it okay if I just ask you a question? We don't have much time, I appreciate you're very busy. Could you describe to us how Humanity First has evolved over the last 21 years?
You see, if we go back to almost 23 years, 22 years, when the establishment of Humanity First was done in 1994, at that time it was, as you are very much aware, that it was done under the direct guidance and instructions of Hazrat Khalifatul Masih ur-Rabi. And we are basically following the vision which was set by Hazrat Khalifatul Masih, and till today we are where we are in, Alhamdulillah, in 50 countries. We are now established, and the fast growth of Humanity First has been witnessed by everyone, and the work which we have achieved till today. is something I would personally say that many other organizations do always wonder how Humanity First has achieved in such a short period of time. And this is all because we are continuously guided for our global activities by Hazrat Khalifatul Masih, and which is the major strength and blessings for Humanity First.
Just to interact there, Humanity First was set up by his own hands, the fourth Khalifa, is that correct?
Yes.
In the last 21 years, what would you say is the most greatest achievement of Humanity First? I know it's a very difficult question, but is there one thing that comes to mind?
You see, I will not pinpoint that we have achieved one project in particular, but I think the main achievement of Humanity First is that in short period of time, Humanity First has managed to serve almost in 70 countries, and also it has now established offices in over 50 countries, so in all the continents. So this is the major achievement of Humanity First, that when we establish any charity or any organization, the main kind of KPI is worked out, that how can we reach out to the disasters or the situations where people need help. And having our established offices in 50 countries, it has made it more easier to mobilize our teams to respond some of the natural disasters in various parts of the world. So this is the major achievement, that we are in 22 years today in over 50 countries.
That sounds absolutely amazing. But in all of those 50 countries and all the 70 countries that you've taken part in, what is the global impact? Obviously, later today we're going to show our viewers and our audiences of the amazing work that's being done around the world. But what is the real impact? How is it that we are serving humanity?
You see, every human in this world has the right to have access to good health system, education, and also very important in our lives is access to clean drinking water. And these are some of the priorities Humanity First is carrying today. And our projects in Africa and Asia are focused on education, health, and also providing clean drinking water. And this is where I think every day we are making progress in various countries. And I see the work of Humanity First, in last 21 years, that we have delivered to water, clean drinking water, to millions of people. And we are providing facilitation of education system in various countries. We have established our own schools. We have established some of the IT institutes and other kind of adult education institutions. We have various clinics and mini hospitals. So these are the contributions of Humanity First, which are growing day by day. At the same time, as you are aware, there is also on the disaster relief side, Humanity First has done great in the last few years. We have tried to attend many of the major, the natural disasters.
Disasters around the world, yes, correct, Yeah. Also, you were fortunate to visit Pakistan and Benin recently. Can you tell us a little bit about what you saw there and the impact of the money that we're raising? Every penny that we raise makes such an impact. Can you tell us a little bit about your visit?
That's, I must say that, I have been involved in HF from the beginning. Yes. And we see the project proposals and also regular reports of the execution of these projects. But you can only get the real picture of what is going on when you visit these sites and places. So I had the opportunity to visit Tharparkar, where Humanity First Pakistan has achieved 300 water wells in the last 4 years. And I managed to visit various sites where we have water wells. And also I visited various sites where we are planning to understand, what are the real needs and what are the challenges and difficulties. And I can really tell you that the impact and the difference in the lives of those where Humanity First has provided these water wells is significant.
Okay. All right, so
these individuals, these villagers, normally had to walk to between 8 to 15 kilometers to fetch water for their daily lives.
Exactly.
And also more important for them is their livelihood is based on they do cattle farming.
So
and
just to interact, because we're short of time. Everything you've said there is very inspirational. But from today, the next 10 hours, what do you expect from today? Very quickly.
Well, we expect that through this telethon and presentation, we will be able to make our viewers and donors aware of our work, and we will be able to show them that Humanity First is making a difference, and we need their support, and we need we need more volunteers, we need donations. So out of this next almost 18 hours or so, inshallah, we look forward to present our programs to our viewers. And you have already seen that the 2 countries where we have presented in the last 5 hours, alhamdulillah, we were able to achieve over $200,000 in few hours. So we are very grateful to those donors who have come forward and made their contributions.
That's absolutely brilliant. Jazakallah ya Yusuf. Thank you very much for your time today, and we will be talking to you hopefully again later on in the next hours. Now, just moving on, now I'd like to introduce to you my learned and most respected friend, Mubarak Siddiqui, who will be joining us throughout the day and giving us some inspirational words and communicating what he's been feeling and his emotions today. So he'll be speaking in Urdu, and I'd just like to welcome Mubarak Siddiqui to our event today. Mubarak Siddiqui, welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के लाइव टेलीथॉन 2017 में हम आपको खुश आमदीद कहते हैं। इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं मस्जिद बैतुल फतूह के ताहिर हॉल में, और हमारे अक़ब में आप वो देख सकते हैं वो रज़ाकार ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के जो इस वक्त कॉल सेंटर में मौजूद हैं। और कोई भी डोनेशन अगर आप अदा करना चाहें वो आपकी डोनेशन ले सकते हैं। आप हमें फ़ोन कर सकते हैं 0044 208 417 0082। इस नंबर पे आप हमें कॉल कीजिए। आज हम 4 मनसूबाजात जो हैं वो ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के वो आपकी खिदमत में पेश कर रहे हैं, जिनमें आप किसी भी डिपार्टमेंट में आप पे कर सकते हैं। सबसे पहले गिफ्ट ऑफ साइट, आँखों का ऑपरेशन है। आपके 50 पाउंड के अतिये से किसी की बुझी हुई आँखें जो हैं वो दोबारा रोशन हो सकती हैं। किसी की आंख के आंसू जो हैं वो दोबारा सितारों में बदल सकते हैं। आपके 50 पाउंड से कोई शख्स जो है वो दोबारा से मामूल की ज़िंदगी बसर कर सकता है, अपने बच्चों के लिए रोज़गार कमा सकता है, या कोई जो बच्चा है वो दोबारा से ज़िंदगी के खूबसूरत रंग देख सकता है। तो 50 पाउंड डोनेट कीजिए गिफ्ट ऑफ साइट के लिए। हमें फ़ोन कीजिए 0208 417 0082। हमारा जो ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट का दूसरा मंसूबा है उसका नाम है वाटर फॉर लाइफ। अफ्रीका में पानी का एक कुआं बनवाने के लिए आप 1200 पाउंड दे सकते हैं, नलका लगवाने के लिए आप 2000 पाउंड दे सकते हैं, और पाकिस्तान के इलाके सिंध थरपारकर में कुआं बनवाने के लिए आप 3000 पाउंड दे सकते हैं। इस वक्त हम आपको दिखाना चाहेंगे ये अफ्रीका के एक गांव में जहां ये बच्चे पानी पीते हैं। ये पानी की एक बोतल है और हम इसमें देख सकते हैं कि सिर्फ पानी की एक बोतल में तकरीबन 4 से 5 चम्मच जो है वो रेत है और बाकी जो है वो सब्ज रंग का पानी है। यही वजह है कि अफ्रीका में हर रोज़ 5 से 6 हज़ार बच्चे, 5 या 600 बच्चे नहीं, 5 या 6 हज़ार बच्चे जो हैं वो पानी ना मिलने की वजह से या खुराक ना मिलने की वजह से या बीमार होने की वजह से इस दुनिया से रुखसत हो जाते हैं। हमें अल्लाह ताला ने बहुत सी नेमतों से नवाजा हुआ है। आज हमारा फ़र्ज़ है कि वो लोग जो इस वक्त मदद की जिनको ज़रूरत है उनकी मदद की जाए। तो इसके लिए भी आप हमें फ़ोन कीजिए 0044 208 417 0082। कल ही एक दोस्त मिले, उन्हें जब बताया गया कि इस तरह हम ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के लिए फ़ंड रेज़ कर रहे हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि एक कुआं मेरे नाम से लगवा दें, एक कुआं मेरे वालिद मरहूम के नाम से, और एक और जो है वो कुआं वो मेरे अब्बा जान के नाम से। तो अल्लाह ताला के फल से बात यह है कि हज़रत अमीरुल मोमिनीन अय्यदहुल्लाह ताला बिनस्रुल अज़ीज़ के इरशादात के बाद जो हम लोग हैं उनमें कुर्बानी की ऐसी एक नई लहर आई है कि अल्लाह के फल से हमारे पास बहुत से पैगामात आ रहे हैं। बल्कि अभी एक दोस्त का ऑस्ट्रेलिया से आया कि 600 पाउंड मैं आपके अकाउंट में यानी ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के अकाउंट में जमा करवा रहा हूं। इसके अलावा एक बच्चे का आया है कि मैं जो पूरे महीने की बचत है वो मैं ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के अकाउंट में जमा करवा रहा हूं। इसके अलावा हमारा एक प्रोजेक्ट है कि जो क्लास रूम्स हैं अफ्रीका के जो दूर दराज के गांव हैं उनमें जो क्लास रूम्स हैं उन्हें हम मुरम्मत करते हैं, रंगो रोगन करते हैं, तज़ीन व आराइश करते हैं, उसमें रंगो रंग के जो पोस्टर्स हैं लगाते हैं, जिसकी वजह से बच्चों में क्लास में आने की जो है वो एक रमक पैदा होती है, एक जोश व जज्बा पैदा होता है। तो इसके लिए आप 100 पाउंड जो है वो हमें पे कर सकते हैं। और हमारा जो चौथा मंसूबा है वो है यतीम बच्चों की कफ़ालत। 480 पाउंड आप साल के पे कर सकते हैं। आप एक दफ़ा भी अदा कर सकते हैं या आप डायरेक्ट डेबिट भी करवा सकते हैं। तो अज़राए करम आप इस नेकी के काम में ज़रूर हिस्सा लें। और इसके अलावा जो यूके में रहने वाले लोग हैं वो एक टेक्स्ट करके हमें 10 पाउंड यानी एक टेक्स्ट पे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 10 पाउंड ही लिए जा सकते हैं। नंबर है 70070। इस पे आप टेक्स्ट कीजिए HFTL17 और उसके बाद आप अमाउंट लिखिए कि कितनी अमाउंट, 5 पाउंड या 10 पाउंड। तो हमें उम्मीद है कि आज आपके ताउन से हम एक बहुत बड़ी जो रकम है वो इकट्ठी करने में कामयाब हो जाएंगे। और यकीनन ये जो सारी नेकी के काम हैं, ये जो गरीब लोगों के लिए मदद करना है, यतीम बच्चों की परवरिश जो है और जो बच्चों की तालीम व तरबियत के लिए है, पानी पहुंचाने का है, और जो नाबीना लोग हैं उनकी आंखों के ऑपरेशन के लिए, इन सारे मंसूबों में आप जो भी अदा करना चाहें आप ज़रूर कीजिए। स्क्रीन के ऊपर आप ये सारे नंबर देख सकते हैं। इसके अलावा आप हमें टेक्स्ट भी कर सकते हैं। इसके अलावा अगर आप हमें कोई अपना पैगाम भी भिजवाना चाहते हैं तो आप हमें व्हाट्सएप कर सकते हैं। हमारा नंबर है 07375759914। आप हमें इस नंबर पे टेक्स्ट करके बता सकते हैं कि जो है वो आप हमारे प्रोग्राम से कैसे इसमें शामिल होना चाहते हैं। आइए इस वक्त हम वापस चलते हैं मुकर्रम मोहतरम हनीफ साहब के साथ जो कि दूसरे स्टूडियो में मौजूद हैं।
Thank you very much, Mubarak Siddiqui. That's absolutely wonderful. We've already receiving donations from around the world. Please, our viewers, Keep sending in the donations, and we are ready for your donations. And here's a short video that shows you how it is that you can donate and where it is the different projects that are available. So please make notes of the ways you can donate, and we'll come back to you very shortly. Thank you.
Humanity First Telethon Ramadan Appeal 2017. We value your support and want you to know that your donation today will make a massive difference by saving and transforming even more lives all over the world. A donation of £480 will provide 1 year's secure accommodation, food, clothing and education for orphans in Sierra Leone and Guinea created by the Ebola epidemic. A donation of £100 will pay to allow us to paint a primary school classroom in Africa, deploy laminated posters and supply books. Thanks to our classroom transformation project, many children come back to school as a result. Ensuring that villagers are given a sustainable clean water supply in Africa and Sindh in Pakistan. A donation of £1,200 will pay for a water well in Africa, £2,000 will pay for a hand pump in Africa, and £3,000 will pay for a water well in Sindh. Humanity First will also place a personalised plaque on each well or pump. A donation of £50 will pay for a cataract surgery operation. This includes screening, surgery, medication and post-operation check. Humanity First, in association with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Medical Association UK, are building a state-of-the-art hospital in the Ivory Coast. The hospital will provide free medical treatment to the poorest of the poor in the region. The total cost of the hospital will be £500,000. For each brick donated, an inscribed personalised name plaque will be placed in the hospital. The size of the plaque varies depending on the contribution. A red brick will cost £500, a bronze £1,000, a silver £2,000, a gold £3,000, platinum £5,000 and £10,000 for a diamond brick. All diamond donors will be invited to attend the opening ceremony of the hospital. The different ways to pay. You can visit our website www.humanityfirst.org or call us on 0208 417 0082. By text, to donate £100, text HFTL 17 £100 to 70070. Or you can come and visit us at Batul Fadul Mosque. Many thanks for your generous donation.
Look around you, you can see all the different projects that are going on, and we're going to show you each one of those, and we're going to highlight, we're going to show you where your money is going to and how it's being spent. But actually, before that, we're going to talk to Kaleem Edwards and Najm Khan,
thank you,
who are running the call centre. So when you make a phone call, this is where they come. So tell me, what's going on?
Well, as you can see, a hive of activity, and behind the screens you've got another pool of ladies doing the very same activities. So they're receiving your calls, taking your donations. So please, it's early days, but we're looking for donations. Also, we'd like your stories of Humanity First. If you've got a tremendous tale of Humanity First, come and share that with us as well. Najm Khan's here with me as well. Najm's got some important numbers.
Yeah, I've got the numbers here. So these are the ones you need to dial. It's 0208 417 0082. There's also a text to donate number as well. So we want to keep these guys busy, so please call this number first anyway. But to donate £10, you just text 70070 and you type in HFTL17 and space £10 as well. So we've got social media going on. We've got all these kind of things that you can integrate with us over here. And I think the real key is for you to donate, please. Kaleem?
Yeah, and I think the hashtag, do follow us on the hashtag on Twitter, because everything's we're so modern these days. Twitter, we're just killing Twitter. So hash HF Telethon 17. So let's get that going. Hanif?
Have we had any calls at the moment? I know we've already received donations already. How many calls have we had?
Good question. early days. We're just getting our statistics together, Hanif. So you'll forgive us if we don't have the numbers. Jeremy Corbyn was the same. Didn't have all the numbers to his hand, but
he sounded good, right? He sounded good.
Sounded very good. But as you can see, we've got calls ongoing at the moment. So whoever you call.
Will we be able to take some calls? Can we listen to some of our callers coming in later?
That's the plan. The plan is that, so we're going to take your details. If you call us in, we'll take your details, and we'd like to, on air, discuss your donations. So whether it be £5, £5,000, £50,000, all donations gratefully received. So please give us a call and leave your number if you'd like us to call you back.
So, Nigel, what do you hope from today?
We hope that, from a figure-wise, that the roof, the ceiling is unclosed. We want to get as much money as possible. We've got some fantastic projects, and people are really engaging with the products they have done so far, and they'll continue to do so. So I don't want to put a figure on it because we're not capping anything today. Hopefully, inshallah, wherever Allah brings us, we're going to be grateful. But we need to keep the guys busy. We've got more and more people coming to volunteer their time today. We're looking for volunteers as well, to be honest. If you're looking to volunteer for Humanity First, some of the great projects that we do, you can just send an email to volunteer@uk.humanityfirst.org, and then you can pledge your time as well as hopefully your money as well today.
So we really look forward to that. We definitely will be returning to you guys throughout the day. But Clem, what's your message before I come back to you, to the viewers?
My message is, I know it's a sunny day outside for those in London, but stay indoors, watch TV, send your money.
Well, thank you very much. That is absolutely amazing. And we will be returning both to Clem and we'll be returning to Najum, and we will be updating you with what's going on at the call centre. Right, so what I'd like to do is introduce you to our next segment, and this is an amazing project that has been going on around the world. This is our Water for Life project, and I am humbled to this because I've actually seen this myself. I had the fortunate to go to Africa and see the amazing work that's being done. And some of these videos that we will be showing you, they're going to make you probably feel a bit sad, might even really excite you, but the most important thing is please donate. Please donate. Please donate generously. And here you go. Here's the video for Water for Life. Thank you.
Well into the 21st century, almost 1 billion people still have no access to safe drinking water, especially in many parts of sub-Saharan Africa. Each year, more than 500,000 children die needlessly through diarrhea caused by unsafe water and poor sanitation. Every day in Africa, women walk an average of 6 kilometers carrying 20 kg to fetch water from reservoirs which is not safe to drink. It is estimated that collectively women spend 200 million hours every day just collecting water. The problem is compounded because many of these water sources attract mosquitoes, and so people get malaria 3 or 4 times a year, each time making them bedridden for up to 2 weeks. In thousands of villages across Africa, there are existing water pumps which have stopped working and need repair. Sometimes the borehole itself gets silted up with mud and debris, clogging up the pipes and needs cleaning out. Often, the pump handle gets damaged through excessive use, the filter can get damaged, and even the pipes get rusty and need replacing. When a pump is broken for many months or even years, we have heard reports of many more children dying in those villages, and elders suffering complaints of the stomach, eye and skin, directly related to poor water quality. Humanity First teams are working across Africa with our partners IAAE to refurbish thousands of these pumps. We carry spare parts and use a compressor machine to clean out the borehole, replace damaged parts and test the pump for pressure and water quality. When clean water starts coming out, the joy on the faces of the villagers in Africa is priceless. The majority of our work is to repair pumps, but we also drill new boreholes, dig wells and do spring water protection projects. We are also building latrines in schools and educating children in the need for good hygiene for health. Through our Water for Life programme, we have deployed more than 2,500 village water installations around the world, and every day almost 4 million people access safe drinking water from our installations. Humanity First is part of the End Water Poverty Coalition, lobbying and working to improve access to proper water and sanitation across Africa and other parts of the world. Most of us take for granted that we have access to safe drinking water on tap, at home, at any time of the day. This luxury is not available to over 1 billion people around the world. Please make a resolution today not to waste water at home. And please donate generously towards our Water for Life programme in Africa.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back, and I hope you can continue donations. But throughout the 10 hours we're going to be giving you some words of inspiration, words that may motivate you to donate. So what I like to do is introduce again Maulana Mansour Clark to give you some words of inspiration.
Him, that the Messenger of Allah, peace and blessings of God be upon him, said,
Sorry.
Whoever gives charity equal to just a date from good lawful earnings, for Allah's sake, and Allah of course does not accept anything but that which is good, God will take it in his right hand and tend to it for the one who gave it, as any one of you tends his foal until it becomes like a mountain. This narration by the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of God be upon him, is from Sahih al-Bukhari and also related in Sahih Muslim. Now, the amazing thing about this hadith or this narration is the fact that it shows the importance of how we give just a small amount, the amount of just a date or even less than that. And as we give it, as we would spend something in the way of anything else, here when we spend it in the way of God, in the way of the goodness for mankind, God will take it and will make sure that this is then brought out and made something much better.
Humanity First Telethon,
Such a small investment. When we give something for the sake of God and for the sake of humanity, we understand that God then turns that around for us, makes that beneficial for us. So it's not just about how much we give, it's about giving it and making it much better as well.
Humanity First Telethon Ramadan Appeal 2017. We value your support and want you to know that your donation today will make a massive difference by saving and transforming even more lives all over the world. A donation of £480 will provide 1 year's secure accommodation, food, clothing and education for orphans in Sierra Leone and Guinea created by the Ebola epidemic. A donation of £100 will pay to allow us to paint a primary school classroom in Africa, deploy laminated posters and supply books. Thanks to our classroom transformation project, many children come back to school as a result. Ensuring that villagers are given a sustainable clean water supply in Africa and Sindh in Pakistan. A donation of £1,200 will pay for a water well in Africa, £2,000 will pay for a hand pump in Africa, and £3,000 will pay for a water well in Sindh. Humanity First will also place a personalised plaque on each well or pump. A donation of £50 will pay for a cataract surgery operation. This includes screening, surgery, medication and post-operation check. Humanity First, in association with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Medical Association UK, are building a state-of-the-art hospital in the Ivory Coast. The hospital will provide free medical treatment to the poorest of the poor in the region. The total cost of the hospital will be £500,000. For each brick donated, an inscribed personalised name plaque will be placed in the hospital. The size of the plaque varies depending on the contribution. A red brick will cost £500, a bronze £1,000, a silver £2,000, a gold £3,000, platinum £5,000 and £10,000 for a diamond brick. All diamond donors will be invited to attend the opening ceremony of the hospital. The different ways to pay. You can visit our website www.humanityfirst.org or call us on 0208 417 0082. By text, to donate £100, text HFTL 17 £100 to 70070, or you can come and visit us at Batul Fatul Mosque. Many thanks for your generous donation.
Welcome back, and please, as I said to you, just keep donating. You now know exactly how it is that you need to donate, from the website, by texting, and you know the various projects that we've been talking about that we're going to raise money for. But now I've got some amazing guests with me in the studio that know so much about the project related to Water for Life, and I'm so lucky to have Fazal Ahmed. Welcome, Fazal Ahmed. Fazal Ahmed is the Director of Humanity First in relation to all of the operations that take place. Mr. Asante, you have lived in Ghana, and obviously you've seen these things first-hand experience. And obviously, you're absolutely amazing. You know the technology, you know the future side of things. So this is what we're going to discuss now. So you, just remember, every time our guests say something, you know that they're talking from the heart, they're talking from experience, and they know the impact of the money that you are donating, and you understand exactly what the impact is. So I think I'd like to start with Mr. Asante. Please tell us, right, from your own personal experience in Ghana, what's the impact? What's going on in the ground?
Water is life, they say. Water forms almost 70% of the human body. The ladies, for example, and children are those who really suffer when it comes to the lack of water in Africa. Yes, men, we also suffer, but you see women going to fetch water miles away from home. That even affects girl-child education. That affects the productivity of the village. And the water they get is also not clean, if we would say drinkable water. Very dirty. Some of them have disease infested in it, guinea worms and all that. So donating to a just cause through Humanity First, helping people to be able to get potable drinkable water will go a very long way in alleviating poverty, uplifting the girl-child education, and also helping to let productivity in Africa, especially from the villages, go on the positive side.
And also, when we talk about the work that the women do, when you complete a project, you're empowering the women, aren't you? Isn't this just amazing?
Absolutely. It's one of the Sustainable Development Goals by the United Nations, that is gender equality and empowering women. One great man in Ghana called Dr. Agri, he said, if you educate a man, you educate an individual, but if you educate a woman, you educate the nation. Because coming from Africa, living in Africa, being brought up in Africa, Ghana to be specific, you spend more time with your mother, with your grandmothers, and they go through having a lot of challenge when it comes to water. So we will appeal to each and everyone to contribute to this noble cause.
First of all, we've got a stall here, haven't we? And where you can show some of the scale of the work that you carry out. We've got some water pumps there, which we can see. We've got some solar panels. But can you just tell us the scale of the work that you do in Africa, in particular Ivory Coast, Benin, New Guinea. We could go on, can't we? So why don't you just give us a snapshot? And obviously also, when we're describing these things, talk about how the money, where the money stretches and what an impact it makes on people.
Well, you were in Ivory Coast with me 2 weeks ago, so you saw it. I took you around some water pumps myself. We're working in around 20 countries in Africa. Ibrahim mentioned the quality of water. I mean, you saw this is the kind of water that people are,
Sorry, can you just show the camera? What is that? Is
so
what?
This is silted water. This is sometimes the water when they run out of local water and they have to go down to the stream, to a barrage or wherever to collect water. Typically, the women are carrying 20-kilo load, 6 kilometers there and back. And the quality of water is awful, and it impacts several things. So even in washing their children, they don't have enough water, so they just dip a rag in dirty water and just wipe them down as much as they can. That's what they have to get away with. The people are getting cholera, typhoid, malaria. They're getting diarrhea regularly. Every 3 or 4 months, this is a regular occurrence. So we've been doing this at scale. Water for Life, we have a range of projects that we do. We do hand pumps, we do wells, we do spring water protection, we do water harvesting where we capture rainwater and reuse it. We've done over 2,000 installations in Africa. In Africa alone, there's probably 1.5 million people, 1.5 to 2.5 million people every day who are accessing water through our installations, and we're working with our colleagues in IEEE who have the technical expertise.
Irfan, that's a great lead into my next question. Irfan, this another auxiliary organisation. As we know that Humanity First is an auxiliary organisation completely run and controlled by the blessings of our Khalifa of the time. IEEE is also a similar organisation that does some wonderful work, and you've also worked together in the projects. Tell me about some of the sort of projects that you're working on.
IEEE stands for International Association of Ahmadi Architects and Engineers. So we're a team of architects and engineers. It was set up by our third Khalifa, Khalifatul Masih Salis, in the 1980s. But our current Hazur, Hazrat Khalifatul Masih V, he had given us 3 projects in 2004. And those 3 projects were the Water for Life project, the Alternative Energy project, and the Architects project. Okay, so initially when we started with the Water for Life project, and there was a lot of research in trying to establish what we could do to serve the people who are in dire need. So what we said was, after a lot of research, we established that 40% of the existing hand pumps set up by NGOs, they don't work. And the reason they don't work is because there was lack of maintenance of those pumps. Now, if there is lack of maintenance on any project, then the project fails. So provision is one thing, but looking after it is another. So because there was lack of maintenance, these pumps were failing. So what we did was we tried to look at quick win scenarios to ensure that a borehole is already dug up, but there's no accessible water from that. So what we did was tried to rehabilitate existing water pumps that have failed. So removing the existing pump, flushing out the debris from within the borehole, and installing a new pump was a quick way of trying to provide water to the masses. So each water pump caters for around 1,000 people in a village. So that is a way of trying to get fresh, clean drinking water quickly to the people. Now things have moved on since we set up, and the scale of the projects has moved on. So initially we started with rehabilitating of water pumps. As Fazal Saab earlier mentioned, we also have done a rainwater harvesting program in Ghana, and we've so far worked in 15 countries in Africa. And now after the 3 projects were initially set up by Hazur, we launched another project called the Model Village Project. Now, the Model Village Project is an amalgamation of the 3 projects. And Model Village Project is a project that caters for the masses. So if a borehole is there already, we try to set up a solar pump. Using solar technology, try to use that water, pump that water into an overhead tank and distribute that water integrated different tap points.
Here today, haven't
yeah, we have a model.
So we can show pictures of that model video. And actually, our viewers can see that on screen now, exactly what you've described, which is wonderful. And you know, you talked about repairing the water pumps and how much of an impact it makes. First, can I just talk to you a little bit about the cost? I mean, to repair a water pump and in relation, or purchase a new one, donate for a new one, what's the cost?
So, I mean, it varies from region to region, it varies from country to country, but on average, if we say £750 to refurbish a water pump, which includes cleaning out the actual borehole, it might involve, you know, replacing some of the parts and so on, and then to do a whole project from scratch, a new borehole, £2,000.
Yeah. And we're only talking not large sums, are we? £700 to £800 is not a large sum. And we've got donations that we've experienced before. We've had children saying that, okay, what I'm going to do in the next 5 years or 1 year or 2 years, I'm going to give X amount of money. So once I've raised that money, I'm going to make a donation. So people can plan how they want to donate. Some people are saying, okay, let's not do this year. Let's do it next year and let's donate. Because as you say, these aren't large sums of money. And if I'm sorry, you said each waterhole can make an impact for 1,000 people.
Yeah.
I mean, 1,000 people in a small village can transform.
To 75 pence per villager, if you think of it that way, to refurbish a water pump.
Right. So when you talk about 75 pence, that's less than a cup of coffee.
Absolutely.
I mean, so if you decided not to have a Costa or a Cafe Nero,
you probably serve 4 people.
Absolutely. Absolutely 4 people. So, Asante, just tell me a little bit more about what the impact is. Where you know in Ghana and how it's seeing, you know, we talk about 75p. Where does that 75p go and how does it make an impact?
I'll give you a very real life scenario. When my father was serving as a Nusra Jahan doctor, which is a volunteer doctor in Ghana, in a Krofum where there was no electricity, no water, we had to in the morning go down the stream. That wasn't too far. Fetch water on the head. It impacts waking up early in the morning, coming back before you go to school. So you can imagine in the typical village where children have to, as Faisal Saab said, trek miles. By the time they come, their concentration level in school, mothers, a whole lot of negative impact because of lack of potable drinkable water. And 75p can go a long way if we can adopt what Islam Ahmadiyya, the motto, love for all, hatred for none. By giving just a little bit, it will go a long way.
And we'll carry on, but I just want to tell our viewers, remember at the bottom of your screen, you've got the contact details on how you can make your donations. There are numbers there as well, and there are the live details. And as you know, earlier we introduced you both to Kaleem Edwards and Najm Khan, and they are really anticipating and looking forward to receiving your calls. We've got over 70 to about 80 volunteers just ready today to man the phones to receive your call. So please donate everything you can, and I'm telling you now, it's getting busier and busier there. I've just been told through the earpiece that the phones are now ringing off the hook. So you are doing it, and we are so humbled by your donations.
And
yes, please go ahead, Chef.
It's not just, you know, people might look at £2,000 and think that's daunting. It's not just what you've got today, cash. We're taking pledges as well. If you want to group together as a family and do a new borehole, you can do that as a pledge. You don't have to give all the cash now, but you know, once we know that your intention is there, our team will follow up and make sure that you are informed of when we've done the well. You'll get a photo, and it will make a massive difference.
And tell us in detail how they can make the pledge.
So they can phone in, they can go online. And you know, although it says PayPal, you can use your credit card. You can also pay by SMS if you want to pay a smaller amount. Every penny contributes. You know, we said 75 pence per villager. Those people that, you know, the youngsters, the students, don't think this is not for you. It's for everyone. You can all make a difference. Your 75 pence, your pound, your £2 will eventually trickle down and make a big difference to some child's life.
And to add to that, what really endears me towards Humanity First project is that almost 95% plus of every donated cent, pound, goes down directly to the beneficiary. It's not like the other charities where maybe probably a huge amount goes into salaries. As you said, we have lots of volunteers, so almost all your money will go directly to the beneficiaries.
If our viewers don't have the money right now, can they make a promise?
Yes, of course. That's make a pledge, make a promise, and you know, if you want to do it in the next 6 months, 12 months, even if you say I want to, but it takes 2 years, make a pledge. Make Humanity First part of your life and become part of our family. Humanity First is part of a big family. We're all volunteers. When our guys go to Africa, they often pay for their own flights, visas, inoculations. They stay in local locations, they stay in villages, they eat local food, they travel in local rickety bone shakers. So we ensure that your money goes to the field. Most of your money, in fact, the value of the aid is often 130% of your donation, because we're contributing on top of what you donate.
First of all, just interject, Irfan, just what we notice, and you probably noticed this with some of the projects that you've done as well, is that when we place a water well, we also put a plaque with the details of who it was that donated the well, who it was and who did it. Because what we found is that when people come to visit the water well, what they did is that they prayed. They also prayed for those people who donated the water well. I remember, first of all, when we were leaving Ivory Coast, just as we got into our cars to go, all the villagers came to us, encouraged, and they said a prayer for us as we were leaving, and it was just the blessings from Allah. And I'll just tell our viewers that you have the opportunity, when you donate, your details, your contact details are there next to the pump. So not only do people see it, but even when you're long gone, the legacy you leave behind, generations after generations of people will pray for you. And they will also drink that water. Imagine, long gone from now, you'll have families and children and their children that will grow up, will be drinking that clean water. And these are people you've never met before, and they're praying for you. I mean, isn't that just amazing?
Absolutely. And it is said that there are a few things in life that when done, long after you are gone, you still get the blessings. And one of them is giving water. And he who gives water gives life. So we entreat each and everyone to donate, no matter how small it is, as Fraser Saab said, because you never know, that little you think it's little will go a bigger way in changing.
Irfan, you were going to say something before.
I was just, you know, when you were mentioning about an information board right next to the pump, that goes in line with the sustainability aspects of a project. Because what happens is, if a pump breaks down, and that was what I was talking about before, if a pump breaks down and you don't have any contact details of who set it up and who can repair it, then the sustainability aspect is not there. To make the project sustainable, you need to be able to contact who's installed the pump, and someone needs to go there and fix it. And if there is no contact details of the people who have put it up, and there's no maintenance regime, then things fall out. So what we try and do is set up that information board and have a local team who can go out and repair the pump again and again if it does happen. And that is fulfills the sustainability aspect of the pump.
And first of all, when we were out there, when we looked at this sustainability, you tried to source local servicemen, right?
So, in fact, what we're trying to do is take the whole supply chain into Côte d'Ivoire. And that's just one example. Ghana the same, Nigeria the same. The pumps can be manufactured locally, so we visited plants in Abidjan. Some were imported from France, some were actually being produced and manufactured there in Abidjan. We're using local engineers. When we're doing the projects, like when we worked with IEEE in Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, over that course we trained probably about 50 to 100 local engineers to do the maintenance. We gave them the materials, and this means that it's not just the pump, it's the long-term ownership of that system becomes local, and that's what makes it sustainable.
Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant. And what we'll do, thank you very much for your time. I'm sure we'll come back to you guys and talk to you. But what I like to say, I like to just let our viewers know we've got some real special insights, some words from our spiritual leader, words of gem that we as a community follow and adhere to very specifically to the instructions and the guidance for Humanity First. And here is a few words from Hazur Aqdas, our blessed leader.
The Prophet Islam has said there are only two complete parts of faith. One is to love God, and the other is to love mankind to such a degree that you consider the suffering and the trials and tribulations of others as your own, and that you pray for them. We have built hundreds of schools and dozens of hospitals in the developing world in order to provide education and healthcare to people living in the most remote parts of the world. Similarly, we are also providing access to clean water in many villages and towns where such facilities did not previously exist. Living here in the West, it is very easy to be complacent about the true value of water. In exchange for paying a regular fee to the water authorities, clean water flows from our taps. And so it is extremely difficult to comprehend how desperate people living in Africa and other impoverished parts of the world are for this priceless commodity. Water is the means of life, and yet in many parts of the world there are people who have little or no access to it. In Africa, in African countries, if it rains, their ponds may fill. But quite often there's drought, and so the ponds run dry, leading to a grave shortage of water. In fact, even where there is rainfall, those who live in villages or remote areas still do not have access to clean water because the pond water that they use is contaminated with all kinds of bacteria and toxins. The same water they use to drink, bath, cook, and wash their clothes is used by animals to drink and is often polluted by animal waste.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back, and thank you for continuing to be with us, and hopefully you'll stay with us till the end of the evening today for the next, at least for the next 9 hours. Right now I'm very fortunate to have two very special guests with us in the studio. We have Mr. Rafiqiyat, who is the National President of the United Kingdom and also is the Trustee for Humanity First. And also we have Nasiruddin, who is the Director of Fundraising for Humanity First. So we are very fortunate. Welcome to you both.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you. Anisa, let's just get right into it. What's your involvement from the humble beginnings with Humanity First?
Yes, I think this is after I was Sadr Qudam Lemdia and Ahmed Yasab then became Sadr Qudam Lemdia. And that period we had teams going out to the Bosnia conflict, and that is where it was felt that we needed something. And then Zurek, the Sadr Khalifa Rabi Ramla, he came up with this idea that we should have such an organization. And then I remember Ahmadiyya Sahib was made responsible with Aftab Khan Sahib. And that was the very beginning of Humanity First, very humble beginning of Humanity First. And Alhamdulillah, from those humble beginnings, now by the grace of Allah, this organization has grown from strength to strength. It has been involved with all the major disasters around the world. And one of the great things about our Jamaat is that we are able to organize very quickly resources to be able to put into any situation.
Misab, today, have you had a chance to have a look around?
I've had a quick look around, mashallah, yes.
And tell us about how the Humanity First sits in with the auxiliary organisation of our community.
Well, Humanity First is a very important part of the community, and it's one of its auxiliary organisations. It is doing tremendous work, and it focuses on service to humanity. I mean, of course, the community is also serving there are other organizations, but this is a key organization that leads on disasters and also various other relief projects that are taking place in the world.
Yeah, amazing. Nasruddin, if you don't mind if I just come to you, tell us about your involvement, because this is all thanks to the work that you're doing at the moment and the blessings from Allah. And actually, you are my boss, to be honest.
My involvement in Humanity First, actually, as Amisa mentioned, I started with Ahmadiyya Sahib. He was in Majlis Sadr Khadam al-Ahmadiyya, and the early days of the Bosnian convoys, as a local regional guide, we had to provide humanitarian aid and send some helpers. So we were involved from then, and other sort of aid that we sent to Africa, for example. And subsequently, in the last few months, I've been appointed to look after the fundraising side, and that's quite an immense job. And we really do need the viewers to contribute today to the telethon, because the telethon actually is one of our main fundraising events. And so today and going forward, we need volunteers, and also we need professionals and funds.
And as Amisa has said, right from the humble beginnings, you are also involved in the project. I mean, it just seems apt that so long ago you've now become officially involved as the director of Humanity First. Do you have one fond memory that you like to share with us, or one story about Humanity First which is quite inspirational to our viewers?
I have one story that I want to share with you. It might take a couple of minutes. If
no, please go ahead.
Last year, after Jalsa Salana, I was having dinner with Sayyid Rahman Sahib, Amir Sahib, Maulana Sayyid Rahman Sahib, who's the Amir of Sierra Leone and missionary in charge. And I was talking to him about, he asked me, have you ever been to Sierra Leone? I said, no, but I was involved in some fundraising and some sending of some humanitarian aid about 20 odd years ago. So he asked me, well, what was it about? Over 20 years ago, just after we purchased Bath al-Fatu, I was the regional guide, and as we mentioned, Humanity First was formulating, and a lot of Khidma Khalq events we had locally in London for the Royal Hospital in Putney. But it was around the same time, near Ramzan, and Tommy Carlos Sahib, who was our Motamid, who subsequently became Sadr Khadam al-Ahmadiyya and is now the Pan-African, head of the Pan-African Association of UK. We had an Amla meeting and we were talking about what's the next project. And he said, well, in my country, there was no internet then, and there was no, not much media. He said, in my country there's a civil war starting and it's quite bad. And maybe we can send some help there. So Ahmadiyya Sahib, they got permission from Hazrat Amir al-Mu'mineen that can we send a container. And Hazur graciously gave us that responsibility. And so throughout the UK, families put boxes together of food and sanitary kits and hygiene kits and clothing and other things that you would need in such a situation. And in those days, the head office was in Hardwick's Way, which is in Wandsworth, and Khadam al-Ahmadiyya also had an office there. So the container came from around the country, especially in the south. We filled the container, Khadam and many Atfal and Nasrat, everyone came and helped, and we boxed things up, and the container went. And a few months later, we heard Hazrat Amir al-Mu'mineen mention on the Friday part of Jalsa Salana, and thank Khadam al-Ahmadiyya, and that he mentioned that this container had gone and had helped people. So I didn't get myself any much more information. Others may have. So last Jalsa, when I mentioned to Sayyid Master, he said, "Do you know what happened?" I said, "No. What happened?" He said, "The war had started, and the mission house in Freetown, I think it's Freetown's the capital, all the families, the Jamaat families, there are hundreds of families, and others came for sanctuary and safety in the mission compound. And both rebels had a respect for Jamaat Ahmadiyya, because a lot of the rebels had gone to our schools and there was an affiliation. So it was a neutral area. So when everybody came in, the people had to be fed, and suddenly the question was, how do we feed these people? And how do they get resources? And one of the members there said, a few days ago, a container arrived from England. And he said that we went and opened this container and it was full of those resources. And yesterday I was speaking to Tommy Kano Sahab, including his family. These people, these Ahmadi families and others, they lived for a few weeks in that compound, from what people in the UK had sent. Now I know many of the viewers today may have been Khuddam or even Atfal, and those Khuddam are now fathers, and those Atfal are probably parents and grandfathers, some of the ladies are. But whatever you gave on that day or that period, maybe you didn't get the feedback, but the feedback is that at that time your sacrifice saved lives. So today I urge each one of you that whatever you can donate, however small it is, that get your children and your family members involved and do give something, because God Almighty will ensure that those funds will reach the needy and protect those funds. So please donate.
Wow, what an amazing story. And I was a bit cheeky because I knew about that story. That's why I wanted you to share it to our viewers, because it is so inspirational. And I just, you can't not donate. Amir Saab, as Amir of the UK and also a trustee of Humanity First, what are your expectations of Humanity First, and how have you seen Humanity First evolve?
You see, Humanity First is a project that Khalifatul Masih started, and this whole path is being led by Khalifatul Masih, and it is really what the inspiration, that's where the inspiration comes from. And I think what Hazur's aspirations are for this organization is that it should be able to help the poor people around the world. That is the principle. And from very humble beginnings, where we were sending containers, by the grace of Allah, now we're talking about building hospitals, we are talking about building clinics, we have projects on Water for Life project, eyesight projects, and a whole range of new projects coming out every day. And one of the most important things in Africa, which I think the whole life revolves around, is clean water. And clean water is something that without having clean water, you cannot have a healthy existence. And that is also for in terms of sanitation, in terms of sustenance, all of these things flow from water. So I think one of the things where Humanity First has played a very important role is to provide clean water. And now it is expanding in other areas. It is also looking to see how we can provide occupational help to people. So there are huge numbers. Now we're coming into the next phase, where we're building hospitals and schools in third world countries. And building a hospital itself is easy, but being able to run it and maintain it is the main thing. And that is where the challenge for the next phase of our development is going to come from. And this is where we need the help from everyone, all our patrons and all our sympathizers and everyone who has anything to do in terms of humanity generally. They know that everything that we collect, it goes directly to the source. And not only that the community itself puts in huge amount of funds towards these projects. So I can guarantee to people who are listening in today that 100%, in fact more than 100% of what they give will probably be doubled and trebled, and that will be the amount that will be spent for the poor of this country. And especially during this month of Ramadan,
Yes, exactly
it is very, very important, because this is where Islam encourages us to give alms for those poor people. This is the time to remember the poor people, and this is the time when we should be generous in our donations, and this is the time we should open our hearts, because here in the West, Allah has blessed us immensely. Nobody goes hungry here. But in the poor countries, people, if they have one meal a day, they're doing very well. And that is something that we should think about during this month.
Jazakallah. There you go, viewers. You've heard it from Amir Saab, how important it is to donate, especially in the month of Ramadan. And please, please continue donating. Amir Saab, thank you very, very much for taking time out to join us today. I know you're extremely busy. And Naseem, my boss, and I know you're going to be with us throughout the whole day. Thank you again for joining us on this opportunity to discuss about Humanity First and the work that we're doing. And now, ladies and gentlemen, and our viewers around the world, what we'd like to do is share with you another video of the work that we do, UK International, which is a global charity run from the UK, about the work that we are doing in Palestine. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much. And also we have another video for you as well that talks about the Syrian refugees, and we will be talking to you to wonderful people who have been working in the field with a disaster relief, and obviously be able to talk a lot more about the two videos that you've been able to see right now. Thank you very much.
قطعت عن الدراسة سنتين، فشفت طالبة دلتني على المعهد وأجيت كتير منيح، يعني استفدت، وهي أول فصل راح أقدمه إن شاء الله.
ممكن تكون ماسكة عبارة عن مصدر الجهد والبطارية، ممكن تكون ماسكة موسعة تاني.
وفرت لي المدرسة كتير شغلات، من ضمنها إنه هون ما حسنت أدرس بمدارس عامة، حسنت هون أدرس هلا أقدم توجيه علمي. يعني الحمد لله عم أطمح لأنه لقدام آخذ منحة، انه اخذ يعني مجموعه ان شاء الله فوق ال 95.
بدرس صيدله بجامعه الزيتونه، اجيت على الاردن قبل سنه ونص، وبحب اشكر الجمعيات الخيريه اللي ساهمت في انه نقدر نكمل تعليمنا الجامعي، وبخص بالذكر جمعيه هيومانيتي فيرست لانها قدمت لنا منح طلابيه وخلتنا نقدر نكمل حلمنا بالدراسه الجامعيه.
منظمة الهيومانيتي فيرست تكفلوا في أطفال أيتام ومحتاجين في رسالة
التعليم. بارك الله فيهم وإحنا معاهم والله يقويهم للهيومانيتي فيرست وعلى خطى الحبيب مثل ما بنحكي عليه الصلاة والسلام. إن شاء الله إنه نقدم الرسالة تبعتهم وإحنا معهم.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back. When you watch those videos, don't you really feel emotional? Don't you really feel that, you know, you just feel humble, don't you? You just want to just donate. But actually in the thick and thin of what you've seen there, we've got some amazing doctors and actual workers who do the work on the ground. And I am really humbled to be able to introduce them to you one by one. And so, Yusuf, why don't you just introduce yourself, and then Dr. Aziz, you can introduce yourself, and then Dr. Shanwaz, you introduce yourself, and then from there people can get a real good understanding of the sort of work that you do. Yusuf, please go ahead. Yeah.
So I serve as one of the Deputy Directors for Disaster Relief Team under the stewardship of Dr. Aziz.
And Dr. Aziz?
Assalamualaikum. Hello. I serve in the Department of Disaster Relief in Humanity First, along with Yusuf and Dr. Shanwaz.
And Dr. Shanwaz?
So yeah, I've been involved with the Humanity First for about 15 years. And when I started, it was really with a view to try and develop a medical disaster response program to try and see whether we can help people in disasters, because many of the problems and injuries that people have need to be treated clearly. So in my day job, I'm a cancer surgeon, but I do this other work in parallel so I can still serve people, help people in need, and that's what all of our people try to do.
Okay, amazing. So let's just take it from the top. And today we're talking about the Palestinian disaster relief, etc. So Dr. Aziz, you've been really involved with this as well, and obviously our viewers saw you actually in Palestine in the video, and you were talking, you know, working on the ground. Tell us, what's the need for the Palestinian people that you've identified where Humanity First is working?
The key need that we have found, and many organisations in the world have found, is education and access to education. And access to education is limited for two main reasons. Economic reasons and then sort of geopolitical reasons about physical access to institutions. So what Humanity First is trying to do, along with many other organisations in the world, is to help fund the poorest students in the occupied territories, both in Gaza and in the West Bank, to fund their university education, to ensure that those that are unable to afford are able to afford. So we provide grants for students that study a whole range of subjects.
Yeah. So Yusuf, how do you get involved with the disaster relief team?
So been doing it for some years now, and background is in terms of pharmacy, and started working with the medical DR team, went on the course, and then with Dr. Aziz in terms of serving as part of the DR team, and went out with Dr. Aziz as well for in terms of Palestine, and made an assessments on the grants for Palestinian students, and also went out to Nepal with the medical team when the earthquake took place there, and that was an experience in itself, you know, a lifetime experience in terms of how the local resilience of the local people there is.
Yeah. And that particular disaster that you're referring to with the Nepalese, we were in our local borough in Hounslow, we have one of our local councillors, Vishnu Gurung, who you guys met, who is a Nepalese, and they raised money, and you actually were able to go to his village, where his whole village was destroyed by the earthquake, and you were able to go there and take a disaster relief team there. And Shanaz, you also went to Nepal there as well. What was the impact that you generated there?
It was huge. I mean, many of these countries, in fact all of the countries that have experienced disasters, all the ones we've all heard about, are all in low and middle income countries. So people are generally really struggling anyway. There's a disaster even before the disaster happens. Lack of infrastructure, lack of medical supplies, lack of medical trained people on the ground. So when a disaster happens, it magnifies those things enormously, really enormously. It puts a huge strain on people generally. So we were able to go and treat people for their injuries, but as much as that, it's showing people that we actually care. And when people have these events, we have to show as a world that we can be connected with each other, that we can be there for each other. And in the same way as your colleague and friend was helped by us, I would hope that if the same thing happened to us, he would be the first in the queue to come and help us.
Yeah. So, Dr. Shanawaz, as a director of disaster response, what have you seen, as a medical response, what have you seen? Just describe something actually from the ground that you felt that, oh my God, can you describe to our viewers something?
Hundreds of stories.
Yeah.
Many times we'll be in a situation where a young child might be brought down from a disaster area, and every single member of their family might be dead, literally. And you have a child who might have some injuries, and you can treat them, you can stabilize them, you can support them, but many times you cannot reverse the effect of the disaster. All you can do sometimes is support, is help people, and try and get them into a position where we can get them back on their feet again. That's the main aim of these events. Yes, we can treat people, but we can't undo the disaster, but we can do a huge amount in order to help people.
Probably one of the key
So,
things
doctors,
we see
I was going to ask you,
is resilience, the resilience of the people. So in Nepal, during the earthquake, it was interesting to see villages that had been completely flattened, and yet you'd see a young child stood outside a pile of rubble. That pile of rubble was his house. He actually got a smile on his face. He's happy and grateful to be alive. So things are really put into perspective when you're out in the field.
Yeah, no, as Hazur Agdas has said so many times when he talks about humanity first, we take so many things for granted, and we can't even appreciate what it is that these individuals who have suffered a disaster and how they live in poverty, what they're going through. We really can't see it, but obviously you've had a glimpse of their world, haven't you? Dr. Aziz, how many doctors do we have that go out to these disasters?
We have hundreds of doctors. Dr. Shanawaz, who looks after the medical side, will be able to give you some details about the medical people that we have across the world, but we have them in all continents of the world.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we've managed from when we started to recruit literally hundreds of doctors. We've got something like 1,000 clinicians on our database, which includes doctors, nurses, paramedics, and also fire service personnel as well. And we have people, Ahmadis and non-Ahmadis. Obviously, the Ahmadi people are doing this to serve God and to serve mankind. But there's many other people who have the same conviction, the same compassion to help people. And so it's really a fulfillment of the prediction of the Hazrat Khalifa Rabi, who set this organization up. And what he said was that Ahmadis and non-Ahmadis will stand together side by side in order to serve humanity, and that we're seeing that today.
Okay, Dr. Aziz and yourself, Yusuf, have you had any specific instructions or guidance from Hazur Agdas? Today I know we've had a couple of conferences and Hazur said some inspiring words. So our current Khalifa Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad, and he's very humbly allowed us to put this stuff together and continue working in Humanity First. What sort of personal guidance have you received?
As you've said, we've been very blessed to have His Holiness Hazrat Khalifatul Masih V. The guidance personally to the disaster relief team has been firstly very regular, and it's been to ensure that we stick to our basics. One of the first things that he reminded the team of, and he regularly meets the team, is ensure the two aspects of your faith, the serving of God and the serving of humanity. Your role in Humanity First is the second aspect of serving humanity, and ensure that in the field, in all your work, you never forget. You never forget who you are, and you never forget that your abilities are only blessed because of the grace of God Almighty. And then there's been lots of specific work in terms of our dealing with the United Nations, our approach with the United Nations in terms of discussing our manpower across the world, in terms of utilizing that manpower, utilizing the key skill that we have, which is the volunteer base that the Ahmadiyya Muslim community provides us as a core base of skilled and non-skilled volunteers from medical to engineering to IT across the globe.
Yeah. Yes,
just to come on to that, Hazur has mentioned and emphasised in terms of we should never forget our empathy and compassion for people, and also the focus on prayers, because without the support and the will of God in terms of being able to do things as well, and when we go out there we should show humility in how we conduct ourselves, and echo those sentiments to serve people regardless of colour, creed.
Exactly right. And we are so lucky to be continually getting advice from Hazur like this. So we're going to carry on talking, but we've got this short video about the more work that you've been doing in the Middle East, about the IT lab, which you've been heavily involved with. So this was for the visually impaired, and you're both nodding your head because obviously you work quite closely to it, and you can see the impact that it's made. So our viewers, again, please continue donating, continue to share the links. And look at the bottom of the screen, you can see how you can donate, how you can text, and look at all the numbers. And obviously, tell your friends all around the world to tune in and watch and look at the work that these amazing people have been doing. So on that note, here's a short video about the work that we've been doing with the IT lab for the visually impaired. Thank you.
حياتي اليومية بواجه مشاكل إنه يعني لما أنا أطلب مساعدة من شخص يعني أنا بحس إنه في عنده إشكالية إنه يساعدني. الجامعية يعني الشخص العادي بروح بيجي بتحرك زي ما بده لحاله. أنا لا، وين ما بدي أتحرك وين ما بدي أروح وين ما بدي أجي لازم يكون شخص يساعدني، وهذا الشخص يعني سواء كبير ولا صغير راح يحسسني في النوع من يعني انه متضايق انه بيساعد فيه.
البنية التحتية للجامعة احيانا نجدها غير مؤهلة في التعامل مع ذوي الإعاقة بشكل عام وذوي الإعاقة البصرية بشكل خاص. نفتقر لكثير من الوسائل الأكاديمية التي تعيننا كطلبة على الدراسة، مثل أجهزة الحواسيب. صحيح أن هناك أجهزة حواسيب ولكنها يعني قديمة جدا وبحاجة إلى تطوير ومواكبة التطور وأجهزة حديثة تلبي متطلبات الطلبة من ذوي الإعاقة ومتطلبات العصر.
أنا بطلب من مؤسسة الإنسانية أولا إنها تحاول توفر مختبرات في كافة فروع الجامعة، مش يعني تشمل فرع معين، لأن هذا الإشي بأثر على الطلبة.
So just been talking to our guests and we're just realising that the amount of work, the feeling, the emotions, how humble we feel. Now if you're watching this at home and you're thinking, right, I just want to donate, obviously donate, but call in and let us know how you're feeling, and also let us know where you are watching this event today and share your feelings with us today. So Aziz, tell me more about the video we've just watched now.
Thanks very much. So that video is our fundraising video about the Information Technology Lab for those visually impaired within Palestine. So what it looks to provide in partnership with the Al-Quds Open University is a state-of-the-art information technology lab that allows those people that are visually impaired to actually interact with the outside world, to interact with the internet using special equipment, hardware and software that allows them to bypass that deficit that they have. And it really opens up a whole world, literally, to them.
I mean, so because when you are disabled or visually impaired, you're limited in what you do. So by enabling this IT equipment, you've given them another additional life, or what we talked about earlier, looking after the needy, the destitute, giving back dignity to people's life. So every project that we've been talking about today is underlined by those philosophies.
Absolutely.
Absolutely amazing. So we don't just do this abroad, we do this here in the UK as well, right?
Yes, absolutely, Hanif, and I think, you know, a lot's been talked about in terms of what we do at the international stage. However, in the UK, you would have known, you know, a few years ago in Borough Bridge in Somerset, and then certainly when the floods hit, in Egham and so forth, and then recently in Cumbria in the northwest. So, you know, as part of our organisation and a youth organisation, the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association, Humanity First, combined with the efforts of them, work together to provide assistance, and that was from food and support and shelter and you know, providing anything that they needed to go and assist these people that were struggling at that time. And we were across the United Kingdom with hundreds of volunteers that were doing this work, and that was recognised some years ago by then the Prime Minister David Cameron. He invited the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association to number 10, recognised the impact that the members had been made, and to be honest with you, this is all the blessings again when we talk about Khilafat and the guidance from His Holiness and so forth, just to be able to go and help and assist people and what we should be doing in terms of serving mankind. And that's what Humanity First is about, fulfilling those rights.
Yeah, that's amazing. And everything you talked about, it doesn't just happen like that. There's training involved, right? So how does that happen? Can you shed some light on how you teach individuals who want to volunteer? How do they become experts?
So, I mean, nobody's an expert in this, neither us nor anybody else. It's a highly complex problem, a very difficult one. But what we recognised back in 2005, after our experiences in the Kashmir earthquake, was that we can prepare people better for these environments. And that's not just the clinical delivery part of it, of treating patients, but it's how do you work as a team? How do you interact with the local population? How do you build relationships with people? How do you maintain a structured response and create some kind of structure within what is a really chaotic environment? And one of those bits of that is being humble. If you go to these places and you think that you know better than anybody else, or think of yourself as an expert, then that's the recipe for disaster. What you have to do is you have to engage with people. You've got to be humble about this. You've got to learn from the people that you meet, because ultimately it's their country that you're trying to help. And so unless you get them involved in that process, you're not going to have a meaningful response. So we've set up this course. We've trained about 800 people in it, and we run it in the US, Canada and the UK. And we're hoping then to expand these courses into low and middle income countries like Indonesia, like the Philippines, for example, which commonly experience these events. And then we can work together. But for that we need money, we need support, and we need more people to volunteer. So you don't have to be a highly trained person to do this kind of work. You can come and be part of it, whoever you are.
You're being modest there, Dr. Shanawaz. You are a top surgeon yourself. Is there anything that you've learned when you've been out in the field?
No, there's many things that I've learned from my day job, and many things I've learned from Humanity First. But the single most important part of that is who you are as a person in that process. What drives you? Is it going to be your arrogance or your self-importance, or is it going to be your humility? You know, ultimately, what I believe is that God will reward humility in people. If you think of yourself as something big and clever, then you'll always fall down, because ultimately none of us are anything in this world. We're nothing. And so actually we need that grace and blessings of God to support us, to help us on our way.
On a last thought, I'll ask each one of you. Our viewers who are watching today and joining us, and also coming here, you can see the activity is filling up here. People are getting to see the work that you're doing and donating. What What would you, as a last note, say to our viewers? And while you're saying that, I'm actually getting some information through the earpiece that we've got a live call that's coming in from our Deputy Director, Dr. Shabir Bhatti, who is about to make a donation. But we'll find out what that is and more, because we just made an appeal. So if you can just individually just give a message to the viewers.
So I would say that, you know, there's lots of organisations that are out there that do a lot of fantastic work, and Humanity First is one of them. And I would encourage people to support Humanity First and the programmes that they're doing. Go visit the website, look at the programmes that they're doing, because the dollar, the pound, the euro actually travels much far distance in terms of other organisations. I worked with a lot of other organisations, and to be honest with you, what Humanity First can do, and with the guidance that it's got of His Holiness, and I think that is the key unique factor that I'll say to people, that is clearly guided, and when they go out, they're doing it on the direction, and there's lots of blessings. So people out there should donate, and donate in large numbers, and come and volunteer and support the work that's been done. It's open for everybody to assist. And remember, the biggest important thing is it's about serving people and doing it with humility.
So Aziz, just before you say something, we've got a call lined up. Someone has already called in, and we are really excited. We actually don't know what they're going to say, who he is, or what they. I think they've been watching and they've just called in. So can I please request who's on the line? Please introduce yourself. Just bear with us for a second. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, even though it's so noisy and it's full of people, the wonderful place here at Battle for Dul Mosque here in Tahir Hall. So yes, please, what would you like to say?
I would like to say that Humanity First is an excellent vehicle that has been created by the blessed hand of God Himself, in my view, for human beings to serve the other half of the responsibility towards God, which is the hukukul ibad, which means the rights of man. And here's an excellent way of doing it. Donate, and it will be used up by them to alleviate the suffering of humanity. And I do say humanity because I don't say particular religion or particular caste or creed of people, just humanity per se. So,
and do you want to make a donation?
Sorry?
Would you like to make a donation? I
Yes,
heard
I
you're
would
making
like
a
to.
donation.
I will make a donation of £5,000.
So, sorry, can you just repeat that? I mean, did I hear you right? What did you say?
What did you hear?
I think I heard £5,000.
Yes, you heard correct.
Mashallah, that is absolutely amazing. So you are donating £5,000 today to the telethon, Global Telethon 2017. May Allah, thank you very much. May Allah bless you. May Allah continue to bless your efforts, and we thank you very much. Thank you. So, before we go to our appeal, I rudely interrupted Dr. Aziz. We've got a few seconds left before we go to our appeal. Can you just give us your last words to our viewers?
Again, I'd echo Yusuf and your comments. Humanity First, like many other NGOs, is out there helping needy across the world. What we are good at is punching above our weight in terms of financially. So for every pound you give, we can capitalize on that by all the experts that we have across the world.
Dr. Shanwar?
I'd like to just appeal to everyone. There's a huge amount of people in this world who are really suffering, who are really struggling, both from a medical perspective, but also lack of water, lack of food, lack of everything else. So I think that what we need to do as a group of people, as a human race, is see what we can do for others. And so that means money, that means help, that means support. And none of us get paid for any of this stuff. We do it because we passionately believe in this. So I'd like to appeal to others to feel the same way.
Yeah. Again, thank you very much for joining us today, and we will come and see you because you've got your disaster response tent, you've got more information to share, and we will catch up with you again later. And also I'd like to thank our caller who just called and donated an amazing £5,000, and that's inspired so many more people. And please continue please to donate. So what I like to do is just again show you a short video of the different projects that we're working on and also how to donate. Thank you very much.
Humanity First Telethon Ramadan Appeal 2017. We value your support and want you to know that your donation today will make a massive difference by saving and transforming even more lives all over the world. A donation of £480 will provide 1 year's secure accommodation, food, clothing and education for orphans in Sierra Leone and Guinea created by the Ebola epidemic. A donation of £100 will pay to allow us to paint a primary school classroom in Africa, deploy laminated posters and supply books. Thanks to our classroom transformation project, many children come back to school as a result. Ensuring that villagers are given a sustainable clean water supply in Africa and Sindh in Pakistan. A donation of £1,200 will pay for a water well in Africa, £2,000 will pay for a hand pump in Africa, and £3,000 will pay for a water well in Sindh. Humanity First will also place a personalised plaque on each well or pump. A donation of £50 will pay for a cataract surgery operation. This includes screening, surgery, medication and post-operation check. Humanity First, in association with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Medical Association UK, are building a state-of-the-art hospital in the Ivory Coast. The hospital will provide free medical treatment to the poorest of the poor in the region. The total cost of the hospital will be £500,000. For each brick donated, an inscribed personalised name plaque will be placed in the hospital. The size of the plaque varies depending on the contribution. A red brick will cost £500, a bronze £1,000, a silver £2,000, a gold £3,000, platinum £5,000 and £10,000 for a diamond brick. All diamond donors will be invited to attend the opening ceremony of the hospital. The different ways to pay. You can visit our website www.humanityfirst.org or call us on 0208 417 0082. By text, to donate £100, text HFTL 17 £100 to 70070. Or you can come and visit us at Batul Fadul Mosque. Many thanks for your generous donation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. And so far you've heard such inspirational words from so many great people that have been working in the field and giving up their time. We've received donations, and the next stage that we would like to do is to give us a further update as to what's been happening at the call centre. So let's get back and let's talk to our call centre manager, Najm Khan and Clem Edwards. Najm Khan, what's been going on?
Well, Hanif, it's been a busy old morning, or afternoon I should say, and look, I can tell you in terms of figures, whatever, the phones have been absolutely buzzing. Can we have a look at
the call centre as well?
The guys are all pretty busy. The calls are coming in all the time. Let me give you some examples if I can. And this is the really beautiful part of what's happening today. We've had such a different variety of different people coming. We've had a young boy who walked into the studio and gave us money out of his pocket, £30. He gave from his pocket. Jahiz Virk, his name was, mashallah. Danya Mahmood, we've had a promise of £1,200 for the Walk for Life Africa. Munidin Sah from the United Kingdom gave us £1,000 for Water for Life. significant ones, people are giving for the deceased relatives as well here. So Nasir Zafrasar from London donated £1,200 in the name of his late wife, the late Sahila Zafrasar, but for the Water Life Project as well.
Khalid, what are we looking at today? Give us an update.
Well, so far we've got £175,000 donated so far.
175. Right. Okay. The number's there on the screen. 154. So, Kaleem, tell me, what's going on here? Tell us.
Well, we got busy in the call centre, and what I would say is that MTA, through the powers of B here, we're going to get a ticker tape. So if you do want to donate, and you want to sort of have that competition in good works, donate now. Call us on the number. We have, what's the telephone number? Our man with the clipboard is here, 0208 417
0082. We did that quite well, actually.
So call in. You get your name on the screen, and you can thrive in good works. But the call centre are busy, but make them busier.
So have you had any inspiration? Now, we talked about that young boy, Firak, who came in his pocket, gave us £30. Obviously, that's his pocket money, right? So, because what was he like? How did that make you feel?
I think it was delightful. He just came up quietly, humbly, grabbed you and said, I want to give some money. And you came over and we did the... Now, obviously, kids under 16 or 18, we have to have... It is the parents' consent. So if they call in, if your kids at home want to donate and you want to ask your mother and father to be in next to you, don't just grab their card out their wallet and start... But we do need all donations from young and old.
And to remind us, how is it that they can text in as well? What's the text?
They've got a text number here. It's you can text £10. The text number is 70070, and then the words you actually text is HFTL17 and a space and then £10, and then your donation comes straight to us. It's,
hopefully the guys upstairs will be putting that to make it because it's to make it life easier. It's a reminder. You can text in, you can phone in, you can walk into Battle for Two. If you're local, do come in. We want to hear celebration stories. Humanity First is the 21st year. We've done amazing works in the last 21 years. Send us your stories as well. We want to celebrate all of that.
Yeah, no, exactly right. And there are numbers that we've provided where you can text in your inspiration.
Get on Twitter as well.
Yes, exactly. And also, you did say £10, but you can text any amount.
You can text any amount. That £10 is what we recommended for anyone who wanted to just kind of text. But the projects people are giving £50 for gift of sight, and the variety of projects that we do, Kaleem, I think,
Amazing.
Really
buy a brick. I would say that, look. Dr. Muzafar's going to come and talk to us later about Ivory Coast Hotel. Wow, what an amazing thing in your Ramadan to send a brick to Ivory Coast.
It's funny you say that because we've had a £5,000 promise for the platinum brick. It's called the platinum brick, but there is such a thing. Dr. Shabib Bhatti gave us that. One of the first calls that we took was for £5,000, so he set the standard by the grace of God.
That is amazing, and we will return to you, and hopefully, inshallah, we'll have a lot more platinum bricks, and then we'll be able to raise money for the new hospital in Ivory Coast. So where we're going now is to Rana Mashood Saab, who is the General Secretary of the United Kingdom, and he has got some inspirational words that we would like to share with you. Thank you very much, Rana Mashood Saab.
Okay. बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम अस्सलामु अलैकुम रहमतुल्लाहि व बरकातुहू। अल्लाह ताला कुरान करीम में फरमाता है कि आऊज़ु बिल्लाहि मिनश शैतानिर रजीम बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम अल्लज़ीना युनफ़िक़ूना अम्वालहुम बिल्लैलि वन्नहारि सिर्रन व अलानियतन फलहुम अजरुहुम इंदा रब्बिहिम वला खौफुन अलैहिम वला हुम यहज़नून। चैप्टर 2 वर्स नंबर 275 कि जो लोग खुदा की राह में अमवाल खर्च करते हैं दिन और रात में खुफिया और एलानिया तौर पे, तो अल्लाह ताला के हाँ उनके लिए अजर है और उनको ना कोई खौफ होगा ना वो गमगीन होंगे। खुदा ताला की राह में खर्च करने के लिए हुज़ूर सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम फरमाते हैं कि हज़रत अबू हुरैरा रज़ियल्लाहु तआला अन्हु से रवायत है कि सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम ने फरमाया कि हर सुबह 2 फरिश्ते उतरते हैं। इनमें से एक कहता है, ए अल्लाह, खर्च करने वाले सखी को और दे और इसके नक्शे कदम चलने वाले और पैदा कर। दूसरा कहता है कि ए अल्लाह, रोक रखने वाले कंजूस को हलाकत दे और उसका मालो मता बर्बाद कर दे। इसी तरह एक और रवायत में आता है कि सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम ने फरमाया कि जो शख्स अल्लाह ताला के रास्ते में खर्च करता है उसे उसके बदले में 700 गुना ज़्यादा सवाब मिलता है। और इसी तरह हुज़ूर सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम ने फरमाया कि सखी अल्लाह के करीब होता है, लोगों से करीब होता है और जन्नत के करीब होता है। اور دوزخ سے دور ہوتا ہے. اس کے برعکس بخیل اللہ تعالیٰ سے دور ہوتا ہے, لوگوں سے دور ہوتا ہے, جنت سے دور ہوتا ہے, لیکن دوزخ کے قریب ہوتا ہے. تو اسی طرح حضرت مسیح موعود علیہ الصلوۃ والسلام بانی جماعت احمدیہ فرماتے ہیں کہ ہمارا اصول یہ ہے کہ کل بنین و انسان کی ہمدردی کرو. اگر ایک شخص ایک ہمسایہ ہندو کو دیکھتا ہے کہ اس کے گھر میں آگ لگ گئی ہے اور یہ نہیں اٹھتا کہ تاکہ اس کو بجھانے میں مدد دے, تو میں سچ سچ کہتا ہوں کہ وہ مجھ سے نہیں ہے. اگر ایک شخص ہمارے مریدوں میں سے دیکھتا ہے کہ ایک عیسائی کو کوئی قتل کرتا ہے اور وہ اس کے چھڑانے کے لیے مدد نہیں کرتا, تو میں تمہیں بالکل درست کہتا ہوں کہ وہ ہم میں سے نہیں ہے. پھر حضرت مسیح موعود علیہ الصلوۃ والسلام فرماتے ہیں کہ میں تمام مسلمانوں اور عیسائیوں اور ہندوؤں اور آریوں پر یہ بات ظاہر کرنا چاہتا ہوں کہ دنیا میں کوئی میرا دشمن نہیں. میں بنین و انسان سے ایسی محبت کرتا ہوں کہ جیسے والدہ مہربان اپنے بچوں سے, بلکہ اس سے بھی بڑھ کر. میں صرف ان باطل عقائد کا دشمن ہوں جن سے سچائی کا خون ہوتا ہے. انسان کی ہمدردی میرا فرض ہے. بانی سلسلہ علی احمدیہ فرماتے ہیں حضرت مرزا غلام احمد علیہ الصلوۃ والسلام, انسان کی ہمدردی میرا فرض ہے اور جھوٹ اور شرک اور ظلم, ہر ایک بد عملی اور ناانصافی اور بد اخلاقی سے بیزاری میرا اصول ہے. تو یہ ہے ہمارا جماعت کا موقف, اور یہ جو انسانیت کی خدمت ہو رہی ہے, یہ حضرت مسیح موعود علیہ الصلوۃ والسلام نے جو ہمیں تعلیم اسلام کی سکھائی, اور اس کے بعد خلافت کے زیر سایہ یہ دنیا میں جماعت احمدیہ جو خدمت کر رہی ہے, یہ خدا تعالیٰ کا فضل ہے اور خلافت کی برکات ہیں, جس سے ہم دنیا میں انسانیت کی خدمت کر رہے ہیں. اور حضور صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کی تعلیم کے تحت جو قرآن میں ثابت ہے, صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم نے اپنی عمل سے ثابت کیا کہ اگر آپ انسانوں سے دور ہیں, اگر آپ انسانوں کے ساتھ ہمدردی نہیں کرتے, خدا تعالیٰ کے قریب نہیں آپ ہو سکتے اور خدا کے فضلوں کو نہیں لے سکتے. تو خدا کے فضلوں کا لینے کا ایک ہی ذریعہ ہے کہ انسانیت سے محبت کریں, انسانیت کی خدمت کریں, تو اللہ تعالیٰ آپ کے ساتھ ہوگا. اللہ تعالیٰ ہمیں ان باتوں پر عمل کرنے کی توفیق عطا فرمائے. جزاک اللہ. السلام علیکم.
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you very much for those inspirational words. And from one spiritual fountain, let's go to another spiritual fountain and listen to some spiritual words from Hazur Aqdas. Thank you.
The worship of God is intrinsically linked with fulfilling the rights of mankind. This is why the founder of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community said that Islam's teachings could be summarized in just 2 lines. Firstly, to faithfully love God Almighty and fulfill His rights, and secondly, to love His creation and fulfill their rights. With the grace of Allah, the Ahmadiyya Muslim community has always followed these teachings. And so, wherever we build mosques or have established communities, we soon become well known for our commitment to serving others. We are recognized for our willingness to make all possible sacrifices in the cause of humanity. Wherever there is a need, the Ahmadiyya Muslim community is at the forefront of serving mankind. Our humanitarian services are provided across the board, irrespective of a person's ethnicity, religion, or background. And our only objective is to provide comfort to those in need and to provide them with the means to a better existence. Hence, our mosques are not only places for us to worship Allah, the Almighty, but also serve as centers for us to congregate and to plan different ways to help the local people.
You will be hearing many more messages from Hazur Anwar, Hazur Anwar throughout the day, and those messages are instructions and guidance that we receive continuously. These pearls of wisdom are what guide us and what guide Humanity First to do the work that they do. And next, we have a short video from Ivory Coast about the hospital where we are raising nearly £500,000 to build a mosque in Ivory Coast called the Vol. It's a hospital that we will be building. Thank you very much.
Overcrowding is new in Abidjan. A few years ago, 30 years ago, the population of Abidjan was 1 million people. Now, with these sequences of war and civil war, people, they have been coming from inside the country, then they have come to Abidjan. And now, this city, this capital, Abidjan, contains 5 million people. So we have infrastructures for 1.5 people. So all this system, they are sort of overwhelmed. So where there are houses, instead of having one family in a yard, we may be seeing 3-4 families staying. So there's overcrowding. Instead, in a room where 1-2 children will be sleeping, you may be having 5 or 6. So there's a problem of overcrowding. And the same problem, they will have a problem of water, they will have a problem of used water, how to evacuate it. So all these factors, they will play ultimately on the health of the children and their family. Various studies have been done. Where environment is clean, water is available, you have good health centers. When mothers, they are about to deliver, they don't deliver at home, and they go rush them to the maternity center in a clean environment. They deliver and come back home, they're clean, so no problem of infection, no problem of mortality. But if you have the same family, they don't have the means to go to a maternity center, and they will conduct the delivery at home like they do in villages. So then the mortality and morbidity, the mortality rate increases. And mortality rate, we have done many studies in villages where water is not available, mortality rate also increases because of poor hygiene condition. So the area we have chosen where the land has been purchased is about, Abidjan is an area of 50 kilometers circle. So we are just at the periphery of that 50 kilometers. If you take the airport at one point, where we are having the hospital, it is at the entrance of Abidjan, and this is about 50 kilometers away. So on one side we have forest, and then we have the construction, the entrance of Abidjan, they call Jesco Yupugo. We have a huge piece of land, and there we want to put at the disposal of these population a hospital. Not a simple hospital, but a hospital where they have all the batteries of diagnostics at a very cheap rate. And with the same infrastructures for diagnostic, we'll have simple blood tests, biochemistry, echography, X-ray, scan, blood bank. We can have other services like maternity, general surgery, medicine, cardiology, pediatry, name it. Any specialist, any specialty can be added to this big hospital. And this, not only this is services to the people, and this will be also a training center. It will be a nursing school for the nurse, and it will be a training center for the doctors also. Jamaat provide everything. We buy the land, we construct the hospital, we bring the equipment, we pay the running cost of the hospital, But we want to have a minimum sort of pay from the patient so that they become responsible. But in no way this hospital has some, is not a business, it's not a lucrative sort of a matter for us. The essence of our program is to service to mankind. So there's a minimum to pay for it, which is much less, 1/10 of what we would have spent. And there are many social cases where nothing is paid. But generally, our service is almost free. And this is what we are keeping in mind. So to give out services to people, and at the same time to train local people, whether in nursing, in any specialty, and that training will be continuous, and we'll be receiving our doctors from Europe, from America, Canada, and other countries. They will come and give continuous training to those people who will be working in the hospital.
My name is Jabi Abdraman. My wife, she gave birth, is 1 month now. With the baby we deliver is operation we do. The operation, we have a hospital here, they say the government hospital. Normally they're supposed to take care about the sickness people, but my problem, I send my wife to the hospital, no doctor there. The time we go is evening, 7 o'clock. But nobody to take care about my wife. They tell me they want to send my wife to another big hospital. They say they have to go to Kokoji. But I have to go to one clinic. And the clinic we go, the amount there is almost $500. And the $500 is the sister for my wife who helped me. But for me, I get somebody who helped me that time. But next time, baby, or you have another people, there is many people, they have baby, or they want to give birth. If it's operation, they cannot do because they don't have money to do. But Humanity First want to do one big hospital here, and they want to also make it, they want to form also the doctor. If you help Humanity First to build this hospital, it will help a lot of people here, because we don't have money to go to the clinic. And the government hospital here is very difficult to get access to medicine free, to everything free. Then if you help any good people, good heart, any good person who can help Humanity First to do this hospital, it will help a lot of people, and it will help poor people like me. Then we need your help.
High standard is not equivalent to high pay. It is just it is a sort of motivation. What motivation we have? Medicine should be practiced in a very clean environment. We have to have a minimum standard of. We know that poor hygiene condition is the source of all infection and all diseases. So we cannot accept poor hygiene condition. When we say very high standard, means very high hygiene standard, and we'll have to spend there in all sort of whether these antiseptics to clean the floor, infrared, whatever it costs. We have to maintain a very clean environment. And a hospital has so many departments. We'll have to have a laundry, we'll have to have a source of oxygen, to have permanent oxygen in the rooms, so on and so forth. We have to use room, we have to have so many departments, and it will be a real full-fledged hospital with all the, and this is the work of Humanity First, and we have already experience in other countries, and we have already success there, and we hope for the same here in Ivory Coast. All over the world, this is the project which is for the people. This is service to mankind. I've been here serving 30 years, and here and 6 years in Nigeria, And this hospital will be of great utility to that disfavored section of the population. So any help that will be given, any contribution which will be given to this project will be very much welcome. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. You've just seen a glimpse into the amazing opportunity we have to serve the community of the Ivory Coast. I have with me Dr. Muzaffar Said Saab with me, who inspired this project. But just before we talk to Dr. Saab, we've got a very, very, very special call. It's a live call from Australia, where we have a number of doctors there who have donated an amazing amount of money. So let's talk to them. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Can you hear me?
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you for joining us today. And could you just explain to us what have you decided and why you made this amazing decision?
Well, we in Australia have been very lucky to have all the facilities and the services, and we always think of what we can do for humanity here. But we don't have those resources here to help Australian communities. They already have all the services, and we wondered what can we do and where we can go and help. And this opportunity of having Ivory Coast Hospital, which is going to be really a state-of-the-art hospital, and doing teaching and training. This was something we have always been looking for, that we could have it. Now, this was a golden opportunity for us, and we took it as a real opportunity for us to serve the humanity. It is a noble cause.
Why don't you do the interview there now, because how are we going to do the swap? That's wonderful news. Thank you very much. And I've heard you're making a donation. How much are you donating?
We already have got £138,000 of promises. There are some more people who
Okay,
are
can I just stop?
and,
Can I just stop you there once? Sorry.
Yes.
How much money have you already raised?
£138,000.
So you've already got together. That's amazing. £138,000. Thank you very much.
That's right.
Dr. Saab, wow. I don't know what to say.
I don't know either what to say, because they have actually done a remarkable job. It was only a few weeks back that I actually requested Dr. Atar Rumi Saab that we are, by Hazur's permission and Hazur's blessing, we are actually trying to build this hospital, and I shared my views with him. And there you go, they actually went ahead and raised £138,000. It's amazing.
Yeah. So as project lead, as you've just explained, what are your aspirations, and give us some history behind this?
I've actually been going to Ivory Coast for quite a few years. The first time I went was in 1997. And you could see people suffering. You could see they don't have basic medical facilities. We have got a hospital there, which you have seen, has got very basic facilities, and it was right at the time when it was built, but it's outdated now, and we don't have really right facilities there. And to see people suffer, when you come back here, then you appreciate the blessing that you've got. So we thought we've got to do something. And in my old ripe age, you want to start thinking about others, and that's how this whole project came around.
And in terms of location, what impact will it make to the population of Ivory Coast in Abidjan?
Ivory Coast is actually a French-speaking small country. Abidjan is the capital, and as it happened, Jamaat has got a land which is just outside Abidjan on a motorway, which is a huge, big plot of land, ideal for this thing. Now, if you look at the local population, they are only, I think, 1 or 2 national hospitals. Rest there is nothing. So everyone has to travel days and weeks to even get the basic medical help. So with this thing there, it will do 2 things. It will serve the humanity at the very place where they need it, and the other spin from it would be that we'll be able to train our junior doctors, we'll be able to train their local doctors to go out and then serve the humanity.
On a personal note, what guidance has Hazur given you in relation to this project?
Hazur wanted us to do something for humanity where they needed it most. And with this project, we actually showed the maps, and we actually went and saw Hazur and laid all the plans there, which we initially thought that it will only cost about 200,000. And you know, Hazur's wisdom, he said, no, you will need more than 500,000. And how true he was, that now we need 500,000. And with that sort of donation coming in, I think it will be no time before the day is over, we'll have our 500,000.
Yeah. And what's the sort of services that people can expect from this hospital, and what's the specific need that you're going to be helping the local residents with?
This will be a small general hospital, and inshallah, with Hazur's prayers and everyone's efforts and prayers, it will be a hospital that will no different to any European hospital that you walk into. It will provide basic general surgical facilities. It will have a medical ward with few pediatric beds, and it has got a full operational gynae ward with all the obstetric facilities, and it will have operation theatres and endoscopy units. So it will be a small, very well, inshallah, functional hospital.
I know you say the word small. £500,000 isn't that much for something that you're going to impact thousands and thousands of people.
It's nothing really. The impact that it is going to bring, it's the happiness that it's going to bring to the local people. You cannot measure. You cannot actually have any physical value.
Just repeat for me, how much money do we need?
We need 500,000. And can I just say that this project has actually been a combined sort of effort between the Medical Association, Humanity First, and everyone is helping whatever they can. There's an architect, Fahim and Salman Mahmood in Lahore. They've actually donated their services 24/7. And they all are participating in it.
And what we will be doing is shortly is having a conversation with Asante and Fazl, who are going to show us the diagrams, the pictures, but the viewers are able to see the pictures right now.
I'll be happy to take them through the plans as well.
No, that's wonderful. So what do you expect to raise today?
138,000 is there. We've also got promises of about 71,000 from UK doctors. And if we all pool in, and I'm sure people would want to help. And I think this is a sadqa jariyah, as I said before. Once doctors are trained, they're going to go out and serve. So I won't want people to give us 500 million and say, get on and build this hospital.
Did you say 500 million? Maybe
sorry, 500.
But maybe inshallah we'll raise that. Viewers, you've heard it there. So maybe 500 million, why not? I mean, our Jamaat is so generous. The people who are part of this Jamaat, I can see it, and maybe inshallah. So what I'd like to do, we would like to quickly just go over to Mr. Santi Saab, who's going to go through the plans with Fazl Ahmed. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum May the peace and blessings of Allah be upon you. I'm here with Fazal Ahmed, who is the Director of Programs of Humanity First. Fazal Ahmed, welcome to the Ramadan Appeal Telethon.
Exactly.
So, what is this appeal about, sir?
So, first of all, there's a need for hospitals and healthcare across Africa, and we're working on a number of hospitals in Senegal, in Mali, in Benin, in different countries. In Ivory Coast, we're working in an area on the outskirts of the capital, Abidjan. So this plot of land is in a place called Yopougon-Jesco. It's on the main. There's actually a highway that runs next to it, that runs from the capital, Abidjan, to Yamoussoukro. And what we're doing is we're planning a new hospital facility there, which is going to cater for maternity and a whole range of other specialties. So we're working on the hospital plans. There's 2 floors of the hospital that we're currently working on. It's going to include all of the specialties, all of the additional services, the diagnostics, the lab, the pharmacy, the endoscopy unit, and so on. All of the facilities that we need for a proper acute hospital. And one of the key features of the hospital is going to be, if you look across Africa, there is a shortage of trained doctors. So we're working on a program to train clinicians. In fact, Dr. Saab is here. He can explain that part.
Yes, I have 1 minute left. Dr. Saab, what would you have to say about this appeal?
I always want people to donate as generously as they can, because this project is not only going to help the poor patients, it's going to train the doctors of future, and there will be rolling project that will serve the local community and Africa in general. So this hospital will go a long way.
Thank you very much. We do have the Ramadan Appeal 2017 Humanity First Telethon. We do the bricks as well. Please tell us about it.
Right, so we want people to donate as much as possible. We're trying to raise £500,000. We're going to have a donor wall, so anyone who donates between £500 and £10,000, their message will be on the donor wall, and the size of the message depends on how much they can donate. Even if they haven't got the funds now, if they can pledge an amount, it would be really appreciated.
Please keep sending your pledges and your amounts in. It is for the hospital in Ivory Coast. It's 500,000, 3 operating theaters. We also have the gynecological ward and the suite and the training center for our work doctors. And please explain the brick system once more again for people.
So on one of the walls of the hospital, we're going to have a donor wall where anyone who's donated a significant amount, you can see the amounts, then their name or their message will appear on that brick. And the larger the donation, the larger the message will be. So we're looking for people to at least pledge today that they want to pledge 2,000, 5,000, whatever they can. And even if they collect it over the next 6 months, we're looking to start the construction in the next 6 months.
So you can have your name on the brick on the hospital. You could also even do that for a loved one, maybe a father, a grandfather who has passed. Please send in your money or pledges. Dr. Saab, do you want to say something?
Dr. Dautaisa wants to tell them something.
Briefly for 30 seconds, sir.
Yes. If anybody who is paying 10,000, it's our duty that we'll take him to the inauguration of that hospital there.
So anyone who pledges or pays 10,000, it is our duty, and we will take you for the inauguration.
Yes, at our expense. We'll pay for the ticket, and we'll pay for the lodging and everything over there.
So Humanity First, Dr. Saab will do that. We'll take you there at the expense. I will hand you back to the studio, Hanif in the studios. So Hanif, in the studios.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We now have another live call. We have another live call. Somebody who is on the phone waiting to talk to us and join with us and take part in this blessed day. And it's absolutely amazing. So as I like to say, is that please continue calling in. We have people dialing in all the time. We have our call center. So this is how you can donate. So just remember, at the bottom you've got the information at the bottom on how you can donate. And now we've got somebody who is on the phone with us who is like to make a donation. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Wa alaikum assalam. Can you hear me? Assalamu alaikum. Okay, so I'm sure we will get him in a second. Like everybody else, I think the lines are so busy. I think people are calling in and it's quite difficult to route all the calls. So it looks like that you are really responding absolutely amazing to our humble request to donate. So please continue to donate and we will get back the caller who was just waiting later. But just before then, again, I would like to hand over to my respected and close colleague, Mubarak Siddiqui Saab, who will be able to share some more words in Urdu and be able to give you some much more information as to what's been going on. Mubarak Siddiqui, Assalamu alaikum.
को ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के लाइव टेलीथॉन में खुश आमदीद कहते हैं। हमें आपकी तरफ से कॉल्स मिलने का सिलसिला जारी है। बहुत से जो अहबाब हैं उन्होंने बहुत खूबसूरत पैगामात भी भिजवाए हैं और हमारे जो मुख्तलिफ प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं उनके लिए पेमेंट भी की है। आपको एक मरतबा फिर हम आप बताते चलें कि आज आँखों के ऑपरेशन के लिए हम तहरीक कर रहे हैं, उसके लिए आप 50 पाउंड दे सकते हैं। वाटर फॉर लाइफ के लिए आप 1200 पाउंड भी दे सकते हैं और थरपारकर में कुआं बनवाने के लिए आप 3000 पाउंड भी अदा कर सकते हैं। यतीम बच्चों की कफालत का जो प्रोजेक्ट है उसके लिए 480 पाउंड है और ये आप एक दफ़ा भी पे कर सकते हैं, डायरेक्ट डेबिट के ज़रिए भी पे कर सकते हैं। आइवरी कोस्ट में एक बहुत बड़ा हस्पताल बनाया जा रहा है जिसमें आप 500 पाउंड से लेके कोई भी रकम 5000 10,000 पाउंड भी दे सकते हैं। आप हमें फ़ोन कर सकते हैं 0208 4170082। ये नंबर आप स्क्रीन पे भी देख सकेंगे। हमारे अकब में आप देख सकते हैं हमारे रज़ाकार जो कि इस वक्त आपकी टेलीफोन कॉल्स लेने के लिए मसरूफ़ हैं। बात यह है कि कुछ ना कुछ इस नेकी के काम में ज़रूर दीजिए। और जब हम ये कहते हैं कि कुछ ना कुछ ज़रूर दीजिए, वो एक छोटा सा लतीफ़ा भी याद आ रहा है कि एक दोस्त जो थे वो किसी न किसी घर में हर घर का दरवाज़ा खटखटा के कह रहे थे कि हम आपके इलाके में स्विमिंग पूल बनवा रहे हैं तो इसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ डोनेट ज़रूर करें। तो एक घर में गए तो उन्होंने दरवाज़ा खोला, इन्होंने कहा कि हम आपके इलाके में स्विमिंग पूल बना रहे हैं, कोई ना कोई डोनेशन दीजिए। तो वो साहब अंदर गए, उन्होंने पानी का एक गिलास लाया और वो कहते कि ये लीजिए, हमारी तरफ से ये डोनेशन कबूल कर दीजिए। लेकिन बात यह है कि अल्लाह ताला के फजल के साथ जो हमारी जमात में कुर्बानी का जज्बा है और हज़रत अमीरुल मोमिनीन अय्यदहुल्लाह ताला बिनस्ल अज़ीज़ की तरफ से जब किसी मंसूबे की इजाज़त मिल जाती है तो हम देखते हैं कि पूरी दुनिया में जो कुर्बानी करने वाले हैं अहबाब वो इसमें शामिल होते हैं। अब तक अल्लाह ताला के फजल के साथ सुबह से लेके अब तक, बल्कि यहाँ बरतानिया में 12 बजे से लेके अब तक 1,60,400 से ज़्यादा के जो प्रोमिसेस या अदायगी हो चुकी है। ये सब आपके ताउन से है। चंद एक नाम हम शामिल करते चलें। ज़ीशान इकबाल साहब, अजीज़ ताहिर साहब, ताहिरा मिर्ज़ा साहिबा, सुल्ताना भट्टी साहिबा, डॉक्टर अब्दुल भाई साहब, आप सब के जो अतियात हैं हम तक पहुँच गए हैं, बेहद शुक्रिया। वापस चलते हैं मोहतरम हनीफ साहब की तरफ।
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, Mubarak Siddiqui Saab. Again, thank you very much for all of your words and your introduction, being able to share with us in Urdu with what's going on. Now I'd like to introduce our appeal again. Here's the projects that you are donating to, and here's another appeal. Thank you very much.
Humanity First Telethon Ramadan Appeal 2017. We value your support and want you to know that your donation today will make a massive difference by saving and transforming even more lives all over the world. A donation of £480 will provide 1 year's secure accommodation, food, clothing and education for orphans in Sierra Leone and Guinea created by the Ebola epidemic. A donation of £100 will pay to allow us to paint a primary school classroom in Africa, deploy laminated posters and supply books. Thanks to our classroom transformation project, many children come back to school as a result. ensuring that villagers are given a sustainable clean water supply in Africa and Sindh in Pakistan. A donation of £1,200 will pay for a water well in Africa, £2,000 will pay for a hand pump in Africa, and £3,000 will pay for a water well in Sindh. Humanity First will also place a personalised plaque on each well or pump. A donation of £50 will pay for a cataract surgery operation. This includes screening, surgery, medication and post-operation check. Humanity First, in association with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Medical Association UK, are building a state-of-the-art hospital in the Ivory Coast. The hospital will provide free medical treatment to the poorest of the poor in the region. The total cost of the hospital will be £500,000. For each brick donated, an inscribed personalised name plaque will be placed in the hospital. The size of the plaque varies depending on the contribution. A red brick will cost £500, a bronze £1,000, a silver £2,000, a gold £3,000, platinum £5,000 and £10,000 for a diamond brick. All diamond donors will be invited to attend the opening ceremony of the hospital. The different ways to pay. You can visit our website www.humanityfirst.org or call us on 0208 417 0082. By text, to donate £100, text HFTL 17 £100 to 70070. Or you can come and visit us at Batul Fatul Mosque. Many thanks for your generous donation.
I'm just standing here by the disaster relief exhibition here. You can see the amazing stuff that is on display here, but we will return to this at a later stage. But what I'd like to do is let's go and talk to the our managers and the people who are looking after the call centre. I would like to know what's going on and the amount of money that's being donated. Let's go and have another talk with Najum and Kaleem Adwas. Assalamu alaikum, guys. Tell me what give it. I mean, we tried to get some live calls, but I think the calls are going manic.
Well,
Tell me.
I'm telling you, if the camera could just peer at the background, the Jamia students have come in to help us today. The current call centre people are so tired and beavering away for the last 2.5 hours. We've now got the next set of willing volunteers to come and help us take the calls.
If the Jamia boys are here, it's getting serious, right?
We've increased the heat. The heat has been risen. We've turned the temperature up because so much. The phones are running hot. We've got to turn the AC on here. But no, joking aside, I'm really, really grateful for all the donations we've got. Because there's some marvellous things.
Najum, give us an update. What are we looking at?
Right, so they're coming in thick and fast, like I said, young and old as well. We've had Mrs. Nusrat Jahan, who's just donated £5,000 for a platinum brick for the Ivory Coast Hospital. So that project is really kicking off.
So that's another 5,000 donation for the hospital.
For the hospital in Ivory Coast.
Okay, fantastic.
Even her granddaughter's coming with a little £13, you know, but every little penny helps us, you know. Sultana Bhatti Sahib from Gillingham's given us £500 again towards the hospital. So I think the hospital idea, the concept of it is really sinking into people's hearts at the moment.
I mean, that's Dr. Muzaffar. It's his brainchild, and he's a trustee. I'm a trustee of Humanity First. He's a trustee of, so it's great that he's taken that passion and he's going to deliver.
So, Kaleem, as a trustee, you've been with Humanity First for quite some time.
Yes.
How are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm actually overjoyed. We've got a new fundraising team, so we've done great work in the past, and I'd like to thank all the previous fundraisers. But I think this time we've sort of gone back to basics a little bit. We're going asking the community, the Ahmadiyya Muslim Association, who've always been our biggest donors. And it's there, so we're actually, I know we're asking you again. You pay all these other funds. You're supporting MTA, you're supporting Voice of Islam Radio, all of these new ventures, all cost money, but yet still, alhamdulillah, as Najum says.
Najum, tell us, what have you seen within the community, about the community, about how they donate and what inspires them?
You know, we did a couple of fundraising events recently, didn't we? We did one in Manchester and London. It's funny that those two venues have come out of recent times as well, you know. And I'll be very honest with you, We didn't bring in people who are extraordinarily rich or anything like that, but they were so rich in their hearts. In one night we collected like £40,000. Ladies were giving us lump sums of money just on behalf of their families and late husbands, etc. as well. And it was just relentless. That whole night, I remember, and if you were there, it was people were just really openly giving. And I think you give this community a platform to give and serve humanity, and they will never ever let you down.
Kaleem, and we'll come back to you, right? We're going to come back. Phones are off the hook. Another appeal?
Well, like I say, I know it's sunny outside, but I would ask you, please stay in. Hover over your phone, give these guys, the Jamia guys are going to come on, so give them something to do. Keep these phones busy. We need all your funds. You can see all the schemes, all the videos being done. And you're just back from Africa. You did a wonderful job filming that, Hanif. So, and it's great to celebrate all of the great work we're doing. So please, we need all your funds. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Najim. And Kaleem, we'll come back to you now. Now, what we've got now is some more inspirational words from Hazur Aqdas Anwar, who will inspire us more. And as I said, every bit of work that we do, everything we do, is through his blessings and through his guidance and his instructions and his prayers alone. Thank you very much.
Allah the Almighty has granted each person many abilities or capabilities. And so it is their duty to use those God-given gifts to help others, and particularly those in need. In terms of financial sacrifice, I am pleased to say that with the grace of Allah, the Almighty, there are many Ahmadis who spend in the way of Allah for the benefit of mankind, and who also sacrifice their time and effort in this cause. This is the case with both office bearers and volunteers. Non-Ahmadis are often left astounded when they hear that Ahmadi professionals have gone to the most deprived parts of the world only out of a desire to gain the prayer and love of God Almighty. They are even more astonished when they hear that Ahmadis do not allow for a single penny to be wasted, and so even some of them pay for their own travel and consider it an honor to offer their services, time and skills, completely free of charge. This is all due to the spirit which has been inculcated into the Jamaat by the Prophet Islam.
Again, some such inspirational words from our leader, Hazur Aqdas, and I'm sure all of our viewers around the world that are watching these spiritual words are absolutely amazing. So I would just like to let our viewers know again, thank you very much for continuing to donate. The information on how to donate is coming to on the bottom, and your number is 0208 417 0082, and please keep dialing. And as you've seen, our volunteers are there ready to receive a call, and I believe that we have a live call, another live call. Assalamu alaikum. Can you where are you calling from? Assalamu alaikum.
Hello.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wassalam.
Can I ask where you're calling from? Because I think we've got calls coming from all over the world at the moment.
Oh, I'm calling from Sydney. I'm Dr. Atta Rahman, calling from Sydney.
What time is it in Sydney at the moment?
I think it's nearly 11:45.
Is that 11:45 at night time? or
At
during
night
the day?
time, that's
At
right.
night time. So you're up at the moment, and you're watching our program here today. Can you tell me what has inspired you to make this call?
Oh, actually, I'm in contact with Dr. Muzaffar Saab from UK for last 6 months. I'm the president of Australian Medical Association in Australia, and we are discussing about this project for last 3-4 months, And then, as you know, this is a blessed project which is blessed by Hazur's prayer.
Yeah.
And we very much, all the doctors in Australia, they really like this and they want to participate in this project. In fact, the last message from Hazur to us is that Australia have plenty of doctors and they should go and do something else or come out of Australia and do more than what they're doing in Australia. So this project really touches our heart. And I think and that's all the doctors that participate in this project, And Alhamdulillah, we have promises of more than £140,000.
Wow, that is amazing. So you have put Australia on the map, truly on the map. And I hope that you would have inspired other countries around the world to do the same. Just, it's 11:45 there, and you've now called in, and the doctors in Australia have donated more than £140,000.
That's only the initial start.
Yes.
I'm sure once this project will go further, I'm sure we got promises more than that as well. But hopefully, inshallah, we will do more than that, inshallah.
Yeah, and you may not be watching this yourself unless you're watching it like all the other viewers around the world on the internet, on our channel 232. There's actually a leaderboard that you can see on screen that is showing all the countries around the world of how much they donated. And your currently, and your £140,000 is currently not on that total yet. So as soon as we apply it and it gets through the system, that will make a big jump. And again, also, can you just tell me what the sort of work that you do that are non-financial? What other work do you do specifically for Humanity First, bearing in mind that we're raising money for Ivory Coast?
What you mean is that what we're doing in Australia?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you've made an amazing financial contribution, but there's other contributions that you do as well.
Yeah, I guess we do a lot of work. Not only in Australia, we tried to help financially Tire Heart Foundation at one stage. We work very closely with Humanity First here, and we did help people in Vanuatu when they have a flood disaster. We have flood disaster in Queensland, and other areas where we go and help these people whatever we can do, Although we have a bit of limitation, we are not as organized as you are probably in UK. But we are trying our best to help whatever we can do, In terms of, Yeah,
no, that's amazing. And please, I would like you to urge all of your family, your friends, other doctors and everyone else in Australia, not just in Sydney, but everywhere else in Australia, to continue donating. Thank you very much for your call. Thank you. And also now we have somebody else who's come to join us today to give us some more inspirational words, and it's a very senior member of our community. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Abdul Latif Khan. I came to see the program which is started in the Baitul Fatu in the mosque. In the big hall. I am very impressed, and I can see this is the work which is being done. And Humanity First is not only one country or one area. This is all over the world, and this is looking after the school, colleges, hospitals, and all orphan people. This is a very international program, and I hope that you will be donating whatever you can do. I hope that will be very benefited. Jazakumullah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Abdul Latif, thank you very much for those inspirational words, and you are an amazing person. Thank you very much, and you are a long-serving member of the UK Jamaat. Thank you. And now, next, we've got a short video about one of our other projects, that is the Gift of Sight, and which again, absolutely amazing work that's being done in Burkina Faso.
Building on the success of last year's telethon, Humanity First will be holding its second Global Telethon on the 10th of June 2017. Our international teams will present the latest updates on our ongoing projects as we continue to provide care and support for those most in need around the world. The telethon will be broadcast live online via YouTube, on our official website, and also on Sky Channel 232. You can donate securely online by logging on to www.humanityfirst.org and following the on-screen instructions. Or, viewers in the UK can donate via SMS by texting HFTL17 and the amount they would like to donate in pounds to 70070. Join us for our second Global Telethon for the Ramadan Appeal, brought to you by Humanity First.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back. And it is so heartwarming and heart-rendering with all of the donations that are coming in today, and I'm sure they will continue coming in. And this particular project that you've just seen the video about, Gift of Sight, it is so amazing that people who are unable to see, how their world has shrunk, and by just giving them the opportunity to be able to see again. If yourself, if you just closed your eyes yourself for 5 seconds, just 5 seconds, and just see what that feels like. Obviously I'm going to introduce you as my guest with me here, but if you just close your eyes for 5 seconds, how does that feel? I mean, I felt a bit nervous thinking, what's going on? Imagine someone who can't see or never been able to see, and for us, our community, to be able to give them the gift of sight and to be able to tell us more about this wonderful project. I'm joined by the Deputy Director of Disaster Relief, who has worked tirelessly on this project. Yusuf, Aftab Sahab, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, Hanif, how are you doing?
And again, you're joining us again in the studio because the amount of work that you do. Can you just tell us more about this project, the Gift of Sight?
Yeah, so the Gift of Sight is one quite close to my heart because my late brother Kamal Aftab worked on this project, and he was the project coordinator. So he was an optometrist by profession, and then he was diagnosed with leukemia a couple of years ago. So even prior to this project, in terms of work going on, he was in contact with Asan Khan, one of the ophthalmologists that we have within the Jamaat in the USA. So the Gift of Sight is a program where cataract operations are conducted on patients that have reduced visibility, reduced acuity to be able to see, and it creates a haziness. So as you can imagine, when you just asked everybody to just do a bit of a trial for 5 seconds, imagine being able to live like that without being able to see properly. A simple procedure which only costs £50 can transform the lives of these patients, and that gift is something amazing. And a lot of this work has been happening in the Africa continent and a lot of the countries in there. So this mobile unit, we've got one at the moment, Humanity First have. It costs £25,000, but the results are amazing. And the amount of operations that they've been able to do in that unit is about 11,000 ops so far, just alone in Burkina Faso. And there's then other countries like Nigeria, Ghana and so forth, where there's lots of this work going on.
Yusuf, you brushed over it.
Yeah.
We were all close to Kamal.
Yeah.
And tell me the work that Kamal did. I mean, because he was a very special man, wasn't he?
Absolutely, and he was working on this project for some years, very committed, around the clinical part of being able to give this a gift to people. He was working in the UK, was never able, unfortunately, to go out to Africa, and that was one of his desires. And like I said, he passed away, a couple of years ago in August, and he was speaking to one of the ophthalmologists, Dr. Asan Khan, who has been out and done the operations, and he was telling me, I met him a month ago, saying that the amazing enthusiasm he had, the commitment, the passion, and that drive came from, from the things that Islam states, the Holy Prophet ﷺ, what the promised Messiah ﷺ has emphasized about Hukukul and Hukuk al-Bad in terms of serving God, but being able to serve mankind as well, and the desire of what Khalif al-Masih has been saying. So he had this desire, he did a lot of background work on it, was also getting in touch of being able to get lenses and prescription glasses, because something as simple as refraction in children, if you can correct just by giving them prescription glasses, you can transform their lives, because when they're going to school they can't see. Yeah. Imagine it's a very dusty environment there, the lack of hygiene and so forth, and just being able to put simple measures in place impacts massively.
Yeah. So, and again, tell us specifically the guidance that we've been given by Hazur Aqdas.
So Hazur's been categorically clear, and the guidance is, what the basis of Islam is, what the Holy Prophet ﷺ has taught, that, to be able to serve humanity, the whole purpose of your creation is to serve mankind. and that's regardless of colour, creed, religion. And Hazur has emphasised this on numerous occasions. On Humanity First 20 years celebration, Hazur emphasised the same thing, that your ability should be that you work with honesty, earnesty, humility, commitment and passion, and you go and serve people because they would change because of your transformation and what you do. And that's what you need to be able to change. And Hazur has been providing this guidance all the time, and that's what we try to live by.
And just very quick question. What do you expect from today?
I expect, to be honest with you, like I said, this is something personal to me as well, that £50 per operation to be able to transform lives, to be able to change lives, I think it's nothing. You end up spending maybe on your kids or on shoes or eating out amount of money. But if you imagine those people in developing countries where this could have huge implications, could change their lives forever, and that's a sadaqah jariyah. Just imagine the amount of blessings and prayers and so forth they will do for you. And if anybody can afford to create more mobile clinics for us, we've only got one at the moment, and we need more. Much more that's needed. There's a lot of work that's going on in Guatemala as well, Pakistan and so forth. We need your assistance. We need your help. We need you to donate generously. £25,000 for a clinic, £50 per month can really change a person's life. And I know there's a lot of organisations out there that are doing a lot of work, and as I echoed before, Humanity First pound travels a long way because administratively we don't charge huge amounts. Our people give up their time and go and do these operations.
Do you know, Yusuf, I'm going to stop you there, but I know you can just talk and talk. You genuinely, that passion and that drive and your history with this particular project really does transpire from yourself. Thank you very much. And viewers, you have heard it. £50. £50 is so small. You could give somebody sight for £50. We go out to dinner here in a European country, and so easily on an evening meal out we spend £50 so easily. But £50 goes so far. So I'll leave you with that thought. So what I like to do now is just now talk to our learned friend and my dear colleague Mubarak Siddiqui, who will be able to sum up and also give you some wonderful words of wisdom and continue with the inspiration that we would love to hear from you. Siddiqui Saab, thank you very much.
जज़ाकल्लाह मोहतरम हनीफ खान साहिब। और नाज़रीन, जैसा कि आप जानते हैं, ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के तहत ज़रूरतमंद अफराद के लिए अतियात जमा करने का ये जो प्रोग्राम है बराह रास्त आप देख रहे हैं, दुनिया भर से हमें पैगामात मिल रहे हैं और अल्लाह ताला के फल से बड़ी हौसला अफजा रिपोर्ट जो है वो अब तक है। हम आपको बता सकते हैं कि इस वक्त दुनिया के मुख्तलिफ ममालिक में जिस तरह हम प्रोग्राम कर रहे हैं, प्रोग्राम ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के लिए हो रहा है। अब तक तकरीबन अल्लाह के फल से 2 लाख पाउंड जो है वो जमा हो चुके हैं। बरतानिया के अगर प्रोमिसेस या अदायगी देखें तो बरतानिया से 1,17,000 पाउंड जो है ये रकम या अदा कर दी गई है या इसके लिए वादा कर दिया गया है। ये सिलसिला जारी रहेगा। आप भी इस नेक काम में शामिल हो सकते हैं और ज़रूरतमंद अफराद के लिए जैसे हमारे प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, गिफ्ट ऑफ साइट है और वाटर फॉर लाइफ है और इस तरह के मंसूबे हैं, उनमें शामिल हो सकते हैं। चंद एक नाम हम शामिल करना चाहेंगे, चंद मिसालें हम आपके सामने रखना चाहते हैं। मोहतरम ज़ीशान इकबाल साहब ने हमें बताया है कि उन्होंने ये प्रोग्राम देखने के बाद उनके बच्चों ने उनका जो किडी बैंक होता है, पैसे जिसमें जमा करते हैं, जिसे हम गल्ला कहते हैं, तो उनके छोटे बेटे ने वो गल्ला खोला तो उसमें से 75 पाउंड थे। उसने कहा कि मेरी तरफ से अब्बा जान ये रकम ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट को दे दी जाए और उसको देखते देखते बेटी ने भी अपना गल्ला खोला और उसमें से सारा चेंज मिला के 25 पाउंड हैं वो उन्होंने जमा करवा दिए हैं। मोहतरमा शहनाज साहिबा का टेक्स्ट मिल गया है, उन्होंने 100 पाउंड जमा करवा दिया है। मोहतरम सईद भट्टी साहब ने बताया कि कुछ दिन पहले उन्होंने 3,000 पाउंड जो है उसकी अदायगी कर दी है। समीना महमूद साहिबा, आपने अपने वालदैन के लिए 3,000 पाउंड की अदायगी की है कि थरपारकर सिंध में एक कुआं लगा दिया जाए। मोहतरम राना सईद रहमान साहब, 480 पाउंड का आपका वादा मिल गया है। मोहतरम डॉक्टर शबीर साहिब, 5,000 पाउंड का आपका प्रॉमिस मिल गया है, बहुत शुक्रिया। और 2000 पाउंड मोहतरम डॉक्टर अब्दुल हई साहब स्कॉटलैंड से आपने पे कर दिए हैं। अल्लाह ताला आपको बहुत ज़्यादा दे और इस तरह हम आपको अपडेट करते रहेंगे। अब चलते हैं वापस मोहतरम हनीफ खान साहब की तरफ।
Thank you again, and our viewers look forward to coming back to you again and listening to your words of wisdom and kind words. So again, next we have another appeal video to try and allow you to give you more information about all the different projects that we are serving mankind with. Here's the appeal. Thank you very much. Jazakallah.
Humanity First Telethon Ramadan Appeal 2017. We value your support and want you to know that your donation today will make a massive difference by saving and transforming even more lives all over the world. A donation of £480 will provide 1 year's secure accommodation, food, clothing and education for orphans in Sierra Leone and Guinea created by the Ebola epidemic. A donation of £100 will pay to allow us to paint a primary school classroom in Africa, deploy laminated posters and supply books. Thanks to our classroom transformation project, many children come back to school as a result. Ensuring that villagers are given a sustainable clean water supply in Africa and Sindh in Pakistan. A donation of £1,200 will pay for a water well in Africa, £2,000 will pay for a hand pump in Africa, and £3,000 will pay for a water well in Sindh. Humanity First will also place a personalised plaque on each well or pump. A donation of £50 will pay for a cataract surgery operation. This includes screening, surgery, medication and post-operation check. Humanity First, in association with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Medical Association UK, are building a state-of-the-art hospital in the Ivory Coast. The hospital will provide free medical treatment to the poorest of the poor in the region. The total cost of the hospital will be £500,000. For each brick donated, an inscribed personalised name plaque will be placed in the hospital. The size of the plaque varies depending on the contribution. A red brick will cost £500, a bronze £1,000, a silver £2,000, a gold £3,000, platinum £5,000 and £10,000 for a diamond brick. All diamond donors will be invited to attend the opening ceremony of the hospital. The different ways to pay. You can visit our website www.humanityfirst.org or call us on 0208 417 0082. By text, to donate £100, text HFTL 17 £100 to 70070. Or you can come and visit us at Batul Fatul Mosque. Many thanks for your generous donation.
Assalamu alaikum, and again, welcome back. And I've got tears of joy in my heart with the amount of donations that are coming in and the people that are just coming up to me and saying, yes, I'm donating. Yes, it'll be actually wonderful. So here again with our wonderful two guys, Kaleem and Najm. But this time we've got one of our volunteers on the phone that Kaleem is about to talk to. Kaleem, talk to our volunteer, please.
Well, yes, thanks for joining us at the call centre. We're deep in the call centre here, and there's Kamal, who's come all the way from Sheffield to help. Kamal?
Nice to meet you. Well, it's a very exciting program, and we are trying to raise money for Humanity First, and then we will urge other people to contribute towards this.
And we've had calls from all over the world. I mean, we just had a slight technical hit.
Yeah, it's true. We had a call from Mayotte Island, and then so it's not only from UK. We are getting calls from different countries. So, but there's a slight technical program for people from other countries, and then we think they can also make their contribution by using other websites, and that's also welcome.
So if you can't actually make your donation via the call centre, you've still got the World Pay option. So if there's any technical issue, then there's that World Pay option on Humanity First. How many calls are you having? A sort of call every 10 minutes or something?
Yeah, so it comes in quicker. So I've already had almost 5 calls. So it's kind of an exciting. Some have even donated almost 1,200.
Alhamdulillah, that's marvellous. The more donations, the merrier, really. Hanif, I'll hand you back. I can see Najim's got some numbers for you.
That's wonderful, Kaleem. And if you don't mind, we'd like to talk to you again later, or Kaleem, maybe we can talk to some of the other volunteers as well.
They're all itching to talk to you.
Okay, right. So, ladies and gentlemen, and all of our viewers around the world, definitely we'll get to talk to some of our callers, and actually, we may even talk to them live as well. So here's Najim Khan. So give us an update as to what's going on here now.
So Hanif, basically there's a couple of things I think I'd like to mention. One is not just the amount of money that's coming in, but the frequency of the people that are giving. So like I said earlier, every little penny counts. So we've had donations of £50 for Gift of Sight from Manira Shah, Musarad Bhatti gave £50, Sarah Dean gave £50. These are just regular people giving regular money, whatever they can. I don't think, and obviously we've had some big amounts already. What I can tell you at the moment, where we stand at the moment for today's telethon, alhamdulillah, we're at £259,000, 756.
Okay, you know what we're going to do? I'm going to ask you to repeat that, and I'm going to just. I think I've heard it. Okay, let's try it with a straight face if you can.
All right, I'll just say the numbers and stuff. So 259,756, so £259,000, 756, over £250,000 by the grace of God.
So is that collected or promised?
This is a mixture of collections and promises. We've had a large contribution for some doctors abroad as well, specifically going towards the hospital that we're doing in Ivory Coast, and that is that's a key thing that's bringing people into this appeal. But I can't express enough. We need more. We've got the number on the screen. To please call us. Please keep donating, and let's get to this magic figure that we're trying to get to.
Yeah. So can you just repeat the number as to the number that people can call?
The number is, and I have it here. So I just keep getting handed donations at the same time.
Okay. I can say the number, no problem. Ladies and gentlemen, you must be calling 0208 417 0082. So please get on the phone and continue dialing, and just please keep going. Let's just start. What more? What do you want to see, and what have you just been handed?
I'll tell you what it is. Like I said, it's not necessarily the amount. It's where it comes from. It's coming from the heart. So this is a family that's done it. It's a Medina Daud, Daniel Daud, Sabika Daud. It's a family. They've given. Medina Daud's given £10, and the two boys have given £5 each. Like I said, this is an ongoing blessing for them, and it's the kind of thing that we really encourage, and we're just asking everyone, please come and donate as much as you can.
And what's your personal expectations?
There's no reason. I mean, look, we're on £250,000, and we're not even. What is it? He's putting me on the spot here, but
so we've got plenty of time, haven't we?
We've got time. We're here for the time. Look, the hospital. The target is at £500,000 for the hospital. If we can build a hospital today, we'll reap the benefits of it for years to come, inshallah. So that's where we're going.
Well, thank you to you, Najim Khan and Kaleem Edwards. Thank you very much. And we'll definitely come back and talk to you again. And now what we have is some more inspirational words with Imran Ahmed Saab. And just before we go over to him, just to let you know that everybody here is fasting. This is the month of Ramadan. It's a blessed month. And this is the month that blessings shower down. Untold showers of blessings that continue to rain from Allah's blessings. So please continue to donate, and let me give you some inspirational words. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. इस्लामी तारीख़ में माली कुर्बानी की बेशुमार मिसालें मिलती हैं, और इसी तरह आज ख़ास तौर पे रमज़ान का माह है और टेलीथॉन रमज़ान अपील जो है इस प्रोग्राम को किया जा रहा है। और हुज़ूर सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम के ज़माने में हज़रत अबू बकर, हज़रत उमर रज़ियल्लाहु तआला अन्हु की माली कुर्बानी, सदका व खैरात में एक दूसरे से आगे बढ़ने की बेशुमार मिसालें मिलती हैं, और इसी तरह आपके सहाबा की भी। चनाचे मैं आपकी खिदमत में एक हदीस पेश करना चाहता हूँ। हज़रत अनस रज़ियल्लाहु तआला अन्हु बयान करते हैं कि हज़रत अबू तला अंसारी मदीना के अंसार में सबसे ज़्यादा मालदार थे। उनके खजूरों के बागात थे, जिनमें से सबसे ज़्यादा उम्दा बाग बेरोहा नामी था, जो हज़रत अबू तलहा रज़ियल्लाहु तआला अन्हु को सबसे ज़्यादा पसंदीदा था। तो आता ये है कि हुज़ूर सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम भी इस बाग में जाते और उसका मीठा पानी पीते। चनाचे इसमें آگے یہ آتا ہے کہ جب حضور فرماتے ہیں کہ حضور صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم اس میں آتے اور اسے کھجوروں سے بھی جو ہے وہ فائدہ اٹھاتے اور اس کو کھاتے. اور اسی طرح پھر آگے حضرت طلحہ رضی اللہ تعالیٰ عنہ کو جب معلوم ہوا کہ اللہ تعالیٰ نے ایک آیت میں فرمایا ہے یعنی حکم نازل کیا ہے کہ تم نیکی کو اس وقت تک نہیں پا سکتے جب تک تم اپنی سب سے پسندیدہ چیز میں سے خرچ کرو. تو جب حضرت طلحہ رضی اللہ تعالیٰ عنہ کو یہ معلوم ہوا تو آپ نے فرمایا کہ میں اپنا سب سے پسندیدہ باغ جو بیروہا تھا اس کو حضور صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کی خدمت میں پیش کرتا ہوں. تو یہ وہ بے شمار اس طرح کی مثالیں ہیں اسلامی تاریخ میں. آپ کے صحابہ کی مثالیں ہیں جنہوں نے ایسے عظیم الشان نمونے قائم کیے جو آتی دنیا کے لیے ایک عظیم الشان مثال ہے. چنانچہ آج کے موقع میں بھی ہمیں بڑھ چڑھ کر اس میں حصہ لینا چاہیے. خاص طور پہ رمضان کے مہینے میں یہ جو نیکی میں آگے بڑھنے کی مثال جو حضور صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کی بھی آتی ہے کہ آپ ایک تیز آندھی کی طرح جو ہے وہ مالی قربانی میں جو ہے حصہ لیتے، صدقہ و خیرات کرتے. تو اللہ تعالیٰ جو ہے ہمیں اس کی توفیق عطا فرمائے. اور اس میں حضور صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کی ایک اور حدیث جو ہے وہ میں پڑھنا چاہتا ہوں. وہ یہ ہے کہ جو میں نے ابھی بیان کی ہے کہ حضور صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم نے فرمایا کہ ان کے بارے میں فرمایا کہ سخی اللہ کے قریب ہوتا ہے، لوگوں سے قریب ہوتا ہے اور جنت کے قریب ہوتا ہے اور دوزخ سے دور ہوتا ہے. اس کے برعکس بخیل اللہ تعالیٰ سے دور ہوتا ہے، لوگوں سے دور ہوتا ہے، جنت سے دور ہوتا ہے لیکن دوزخ کے قریب ہوتا ہے. ان پڑھ سخی بخیل عابد سے اللہ تعالیٰ کو زیادہ محبوب ہے. تو اس میں معلوم ہوتا ہے کہ الہی جماعتوں کے ساتھ جو مالی قربانی ہے وہ ایک منسلک نظام ہے جس میں ہر ایک کو حصہ لینا لازم ہے. اللہ تعالیٰ ہمیں اس کی توفیق عطا فرمائے.
Building on the success of last year's telethon, Humanity First will be holding its second Global Telethon on the 10th of June 2017. Our international teams will present the latest updates on our ongoing projects as we continue to provide care and support for those most in need around the world. The telethon will be broadcast live online via YouTube, on our official website, and also on Sky Channel 232. You can donate securely online by logging on to www.humanityfirst.org and following the on-screen instructions. Or, viewers in the UK can donate via SMS by texting HFTL17 and the amount they would like to donate in pounds to 70070. Join us for our second Global Telethon for the Ramadan Appeal, brought to you by Humanity First.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We're just giving Hanif Khan a bit of a break, and we're going to be listening to some words of advice from Hazrat Khalif al-Masih, Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad, His Holiness of the Ahmadi Muslim Association.
I personally lived in Africa for a number of years, and so I have seen this with my own eyes. At an age when young children should be in school and should be free, they are forced by dire circumstances beyond their control to endure daily routine that are unimaginable to those of us living in the comfort of the West. Here, in the developed world, the daily concerns of people are trivial by comparison. The most we have to worry about is ensuring that our children get to school on time each morning, or other similar minor issues. Such insignificant problems are a distant dream for the people living in deprived parts of the world. Those children would give everything for the opportunities that our children have here. What they would give to be able to go to school each day, rather than having to walk great distance to fetch water for their families' daily domestic use. Thus, in an effort to bring comfort to such people and in order to literally quench their thirst, the Ahmadiyya Muslim community is providing access to clean drinking water through the installation of hand or solar-powered water pumps.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. We've come to the section where we're going to be talking about the Classroom Transformation Project. However, before that, we'd like to have all the viewers to take a look at the video on what Classroom Transformation is. And then we'll be back live to discuss with some of the children here.
It is well understood that education is key to getting communities out of poverty. Yet in many rural communities, the nearest school may be over 30 miles away. Even where there are schools available, other factors, such as a subsistence lifestyle, mean that more than 75 million children do not attend school, and in much of Africa, primary completion rates are often less than 75%. Secondary completion is worse, at less than 30%, and literacy rates are still often below 50%. Humanity First's Knowledge for Life program consists of a program of school building in deprived communities and support for hundreds of existing schools for classroom and student resources. Humanity First has been building new primary schools in remote areas of countries such as Tanzania, Togo, Mali, and Gambia. Where primary schools exist already, often they are uninspiring, with bare walls, poor furniture, and hardly any books or posters to bring the education to life. Humanity First is working with schools across the region to repair classrooms and paint the walls, often with a feature wall. We are hiring local tradesmen to paint the base coat. And then volunteers, teachers and even the students are doing the main artwork. A team of teachers has designed a series of posters which we are laminating and providing to schools as art resources. Most schools lack books, and whilst there are regional syllabuses, Humanity First is getting donated books from schools in Europe and shipping them out to Africa. local craftsmen are building bookshelves to create libraries for students, such as the Avebury Library at our Masroor Senior Secondary School in the Gambia. Many schools in Europe have been donating books and other education resources, and also fundraising for our Knowledge for Life program. We all want our children to go to schools where they have sufficient resources and motivated teachers, such that they can achieve to their full potential. We should have the same aspirations for children in remote parts of Africa. Please donate generously towards our Knowledge for Life program across Africa.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for coming back. I hope you've appreciated in terms of what you've been able to see a synopsis of the Classroom Transformation Project. Now what we're going to do is do some live interviews with some young children from Atfal al-Ahmadiyya. However, prior to that, just first I'm going to introduce Akbar, who is the regional coordinator. He's been out to visit some of these schools in Africa and seen the impact that it's had. Akbar, so what was your feeling around Transformation Project?
Okay, so the Classroom Transformation Project is a relatively new project for Humanity First. So far we've conducted it in about approximately 5 countries, including countries in Africa and Jordan as well. The project itself, it involves £100 we're saying each classroom it takes for it to be transformed. That includes some of the paintwork, as you can see here displayed in this model. It includes some of the posters that some of the young children are holding up, and some of the books that have been donated by various schools across the country that have been kindly donated.
So, Akbar, that's fantastic. When did this project actually start? When was the inception of it?
The inception of it actually was back in March last year, when I personally went out to a visit in Uganda, and that visit included just piloting this project itself. And as soon as we started to do this project, we realized the amazing amount of benefits that we could see from the impact it had on the children, the impact it had on the teachers, just that motivation and the enthusiasm it just gave to everybody, even in that small little village that the school was surrounding. We knew straight away this project was quite successful.
So you can see some of the photographs of where Akbar's been there, the impact it's had on the local society there. And in terms of the culture, and sometimes we can take these things for granted here, the impact on, like you said, has had massive ramifications on children. £100 can really transform children. So what we'll do is we'll speak to some of the children here in terms of, we've understood that some of the children from here, from Atfal al-Ahmadiyya, from the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association have taken part to raise key funds for these children. So do you want to take us
Yeah,
around?
absolutely. So we've got this young collector here.
So if I can ask you to introduce yourself, your name, where you're from, and how old are you? So what's your name?
Zakaria, okay. And how old are you?
4.
4 years old. And how much did you manage to raise?
727.
£727. That's absolutely amazing. So
that's absolutely amazing. That's literally 7 schools this child himself has been able to sponsor. That's fantastic for a 4-year-old.
That's excellent. Let's go on to here. We've got Ibrahim here. Okay. Ibrahim, how old are you?
I'm 8.5.
8.5. And how much did you manage to raise?
I managed to raise £621.
Excellent.
Mashallah.
How did you manage to raise that money?
I asked my family and 2 of my friends.
Okay, excellent. And we've got, I think, another child just here. What's your name?
Ayan Ahmed.
Ayan, and how much did you manage to raise?
I raised £540.
Excellent. How did you manage to raise that money?
I raised it by calling my family and friends, and my granny. She asked her customers
Excellent. So what we can see is that the fantastic work that these children have been doing for Classroom Transformation Project. Now, what we're going to introduce now is the Mercy for Mankind walk, which took place on the 27th of May by these young children across the United Kingdom, and they'll be able to. You'll have a quick glimpse of what was involved, and then we'll come back and speak to the children again. So if we go to, we'll be going shortly to the video now.
We start with Manchester.
This news webcast is brought to you by the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association in the UK.
On Saturday the 27th of May, hundreds of children from the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association held a minute's silence for the victims of the Manchester attacks, and then walked a mile at several different sites across London and the home counties, including London's oldest mosque in Southfields and Western Europe's largest mosque in Morden. The walk took place just a day before many Muslims will begin the month of fasting across the country. The children were raising vital funds for UK-based charity Humanity First, who have launched the Classroom Transformation Project in low-income countries under their Knowledge for Life programme. Simultaneously, local children from the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association in the north walked 3 miles for the Forget Me Not hospice, who support children with life-shortening conditions and their families in West Yorkshire. Adam Walker, the Vice President of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association, said, "Given the tragic attacks in Manchester, we feel that it is vital for all of Britain to unite under the banner of peace and unity. This walk is also a symbolic way for children to show that true Islam seeks only to help the vulnerable. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, has taught us that loyalty to our country is part of your faith. We wish to unite our fellow Brits of all backgrounds, and the children will be walking to support the vulnerable."
Assalamu alaikum. So we're here in William Lakeside Park here in Milton Keynes. Also raising money today for Humanity First, but specifically for a certain project, the Classroom Transformation Project. So not only here in Milton Keynes, but all across the country, there's various charity walks that are taking place, whereby youngsters at far from, of course, 7 to 15 years old are participating, like you. This project is a very special project which has been chosen, alhamdulillah, this year. It is a project that's been deployed in many countries across Africa and other parts of the world as well, such as Jordan. This project is very special in the sense that since it started last year, we've seen some benefits in the project itself, such as children, when they've seen this transformation take place, that they've wanted to come back to school. We've seen teachers and staff being motivated in seeing that this school has been improved. And there's been many other sort of benefits we've seen as we've kind of progressed in this project.
I'm here that I done my mile walk around this Milton Keynes Park.
Assalamu alaikum. It's glad to have you back. I hope you enjoyed the Mercy for Mankind video clip that's been played for you. What I'm going to now introduce is some members of the team that had been able to make this function to happen. So if you can just introduce it all. Tell me who you are, what you do, and why Mercy for Mankind.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Jamal Akbar. I'm actually part of the Children's Association for the Ahmadiyya Muslim Association.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Farhad Kassar. I'm part of the social media campaign for the Classroom Project.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Akib Khan. I'm a youth organizer at Regional Azmat Fal for Tahir region.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Rashid Mubashir. I'm the regional coordinator for the Youth Association.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm also regional coordinator for Hertfordshire region.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Latif Yusuf. I'm a regional Masroor region.
So as you can see, these are the people behind the team. It's just a snapshot of them, but there's so many more. Now I'm going to make you understand what is Mercy for Mankind. Mercy for Mankind was a title given to the Holy Prophet _, and it was a title given for the purpose of being able to serve humanity and have that mercy. The reason we get behind this campaign is to inculcate a habit at a very young age into the children to be able to remember the Holy Prophet ﷺ, and one way of remembering that is to be able to do a lot of fantastic work, like written in the Quran, to be able to serve mankind and service people. So what I'm gonna ask now is the children here, if they can put their hands up, who took part in the walk on the Saturday, the 27th of May, to take part in this memorable function which has taken time in the history of this Children's Association. So I'm going to go to some of the people just at the back. So if you can introduce yourself, your name, your age, and where you're from.
My name is Faris. I'm from Northampton, and I'm 9 years old.
So how much have you raised?
I raised £100. I asked my family and friends.
So why did you raise this money, and why did you get involved?
To help the classroom transformation.
Excellent. Who else has been involved? Yeah.
Assalamualaikum, my name is Abdul Hay, and I am 10 years old. I'm from the South region, and I've raised £50, and I raised this money to show that everybody should have a same life. Nobody's too poor, nobody's too rich. Everybody's normal.
Excellent. Just one more we'll take here, if I can just get somebody at the back.
My name is Mohammed Ahmed, and I raised £410 for charity. And I did this to help the people who are not that fortunate enough, like we are. And our motto was to mercy for mankind, as you know, and the Classroom Transformation Project.
So what you can see is a fantastic work that's been able to go on to do a smaller part of Sadaqah Jariyah in terms of the name of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, and to fulfill the requirements of the Classroom Transformation Project. Now we're going to go over to a short video and Atfal I's view in terms of what he felt whilst he was doing the walk on the Saturday, the 27th of May.
Here in Milton Keynes, raising money for humanity first, and also raising money for our schools in Africa. So it's going pretty well. A lot of people have donated money very generously, and we're doing good. About 22 minutes into the walk, a lot of people are seeming to catch up. We're fairly hydrated. We've only stopped once, and that was for a photo, as seen there. And yeah, so it's going pretty well. And a lot of people are actually really enthusiastic about this, wanting to run. Yeah, there's actually quite a lot of people behind us, but I think it should be fine. We're all seeming to be fairly close to each other, so I will meet you when we're halfway through the walk. Okay, so we're halfway through the walk, and we're just going to cross the bridge to get to the other side, and then after that we're going to go down, and then we'll reach our main point where we were at the start. There's a lot of noise coming. It seems like everybody's very excited getting the race done and over with, so quite excited to get it over with. People are getting hydrating and drinking water, and it's going actually really well, surprisingly, and it's really fun. So I'll meet you near the end point. We're still walking. I'm actually kind of behind. I want to be near the front, because I think at the end, near the end of the race, we just get a sprint off the head, because right now we have to be behind the guide who's taking us so we don't get lost, and none of us can be ahead of him. So I'm not sure, I hope so. I'll get that on footage if we do get to. So you'll see. Taking a break, it seems like a lot of people have slowed down. We're about 3/4 into the race, and yeah, there are actually quite a lot of people behind us. Oh, so it looks like people are actually losing energy as they go along, which would only make sense. They're pretty far behind us, so we're just here taking a break. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to carry on going till the end. So I hope we get to run at the end. The biggest hope. The end of our race, but not ended yet, so we've still got a little bit to go. And ever since that break, a lot of people have actually regrouped and actually going fairly quickly. So that break helped, and we're not like apart at all, not at all. So it's going real well, and we'll see what happens next. Now we're in the busy place of Milton Keynes, where it gets really busy. A lot of people will walk by and just look around the area and just like enthuse sightseeing and things like that, so it's really busy here. We just got to be aware of the people around us. We've almost finished our 1.5 miles roundabout race. Well, not race, walk. And yeah, very close to it, to finishing. I'm not sure how many people are actually behind me, or if we're going at a good pace, but it seems like it, so we should be at a good time, and yeah, should be good. I'm not sure if we'll have a mini race though. I really want one. So I don't think we'll need the guide after we know where we're going. So if it does happen, I'll show you. It turns out that we're doing this fundraising around the country in the UK. So it looks like we're going to be raising a lot of money for Humanity Fast. Then that will go to Africa, and then they're also trying to raise money for the Africa schools there, so they can get education and things like that. So it's a good walk and for a good cause. So all in all, it's all good. Basically, they're all very close. A lot of people are actually very happy they're almost there. So I'll give you the other facing view where our meeting point is. Right there. Yeah, that's where we are. So we started from, and that's where we're ending from. Made it! A ton of excitement for everybody, as you saw there. So, very nice to be back. So we're just going to have some food, and after that,
Papa John's pizza, yeah?
And they're going to play like cricket and football and things. So, good cause. At the end of this video diary, it's been a really good day. The sun's been out, nothing's gone, the weather hasn't changed. So I'll see you, I don't know, if we do another one of these charity walks, I'll see you in the next one. Plus some photos and videos that I took during the walk.
तेरा सफर हो बायसे रहमत खुदा करे तेरा सफर हो बायसे रहमत खुदा करे वो लम्हा साते नुसरत खुदा.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back. I mean, you must be feeling like I'm feeling, so humbled. These young children, they're raising money for such a worthy cause. And they'll have stories to tell their children when they grow up. They've got their family members, their school friends. How many children get these type of opportunities to be able to raise money for such a worthy cause and be able to, I mean, and some children even raise £750, a 4-year-old child. I mean, that blessings, those legacies that will go on forever and ever. Now, what I like to do now is just hand over to, again, my learned and trusted friend, Mubarak Siddiqui. Thank you very much. Thank you.
जी एक मरतबा फिर हम आपको खुशामदीद कहते हैं और दुनिया भर से आपकी तरफ से अतियात मिलने का सिलसिला जारी है. बहुत शुक्रगुजार हैं आप सबके. हम बच्चे, नौजवान और बूढ़े बुज़ुर्ग जो हैं वो सब इस नेकी के काम में हिस्सा ले रहे हैं. ऐसी खूबसूरत और ईमान अफरोज़ मिसालें देखने का मौका मिल रहा है. बहुत से अहबाब ऐसे हैं जो फ़ोन करके हमें कह रहे हैं कि आप हमें बताएं कि हम कितनी खिदमत की तौफीक पा सकते हैं. वो हमें ये कह रहे हैं कि आप बताइए कि हम एक यहाँ पे आपको खुशखबरी बताते चलें जो कि इससे पहले अंग्रेज़ी ज़ुबान वालों ने आपको बता दी होगी कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया में रहने वाले जो हमारे डॉक्टर्स हैं उन्होंने 1,40,000 पाउंड अदायगी का वादा किया है आइवरी कोस्ट हॉस्पिटल में. अल्लाह ताला के फल से एक बहुत बड़ी रकम है और आप भी कोशिश करें कि नेकी के इस काम में हिस्सा लीजिए. टेलीफोन नंबर आप हमारा नोट कर लें जिस पे आप अभी हमें कॉल कर सकते हैं. हमारे बहुत से रज़ाकार इस वक्त मौजूद हैं जो कि आपकी कॉल लेने के लिए मौजूद हैं. 0208-417-0082. कतरा कतरा दरिया बनता है. आप कोशिश करें कि आप खुद भी इस कार्य खैर में हिस्सा लें. अपने बच्चों को भी बताइए कि ये प्रोग्राम किस मकसद के लिए हो रहा है, ये पैसे कहाँ कहाँ लगते हैं. दुनिया में इस वक्त किस तरह जो बाज़ ममालिक हैं वहाँ पे लोगों को इस तरह माली मदद की ज़रूरत है 770 यानी 70070 इस पे आप टेक्स्ट करिए HFTL और आगे जितनी रकम आप डोनेट करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन इस टेक्स्ट पे आप 10 पाउंड के जरिए से ज़्यादा पे नहीं कर सकते। चंद एक नाम शामिल कर लेते हैं। मोहतरम नासिर गिल शनवारी साहब, आपकी तरफ से 1200 पाउंड वाटर फॉर लाइफ के लिए मिल गए हैं। मोहतरमा मिसेस साजिदा भट्टी साहिबा, आपने 50 पाउंड आई साइट के लिए जो ऑपरेशन है उसके लिए दिए हैं। आपके मियाँ साहब की तरफ से 200 पाउंड मिल गए हैं। मोहतरम मसीहुल्लाह साहिब 100 पाउंड आपकी तरफ से मिल गए हैं। और मोहतरम जहीर सनोरी साहब, तारिक सफदर साहब, सारा रेहान साहिबा कतर से आपके पैगामात मिल गए हैं। चंद एक हम शामिल करते चलें पैगामात। मोहतरम रफ़ाकत लाला साहब लंदन से आपका पैगाम मिल गया है। मगफूरा परवीन साहिबा जर्मनी से, मोहतरम नसीम अहमद साहब जर्मनी से, मीर नसीम साहब जर्मनी से, मोहतरम मोहिउद्दीन अब्बासी साहब, आपका आपका पैगाम लंदन से मिल गया। आपने कहा कि बहुत नेकी का काम हो रहा है और आप हमारा प्रोग्राम देख रहे हैं। मोहतरम डॉक्टर वसीम ताहिर साहब, मोहतरम मंसूर जावेद साहब जर्मनी से और मोहतरम ताहिर सिद्दीकी साहब जर्मनी से आपके बहुत खूबसूरत पैगामात मिल गए हैं। आप सब भी नेकी के इस काम में हिस्सा लीजिए। अभी अपना फ़ोन आप हमें फ़ोन किए 0208-417-0082 पर कॉल करें और अभी एहतियात जमा करवाइए। वापस चलते हैं मोहतरम हनीफ खान साहिब की तरफ।
Building on the success of last year's telethon, Humanity First will be holding its second Global Telethon on the 10th of June 2017. Our international teams will present the latest updates on our ongoing projects as we continue to provide care and support for those most in need around the world. The telethon will be broadcast live online via YouTube, on our official website, and also on Sky Channel 232. You can donate securely online by logging on to www.humanityfirst.org and following the on-screen instructions. Or, viewers in the UK can donate via SMS by texting HFTL17 and the amount they would like to donate in pounds to 70070.
Assalamu alaikum. It's almost been 4 hours since we've been presenting the show to you today. And now what we have again is our appeal video. This is where you will be able to see the different projects that we're working on, and as always you'll be seeing a lot of this. It's just to remind you again as to what the projects are that we're dealing with, because I do hope so that you're watching all of it and you are glued to your screens and you're not going to be moving away. But there might be one or two of you that might have been joining us and haven't been able to move away from your screen. So this video here is a reminder for you. Thank you.
Humanity First Telethon Ramadan Appeal 2017. We value your support and want you to know that your donation today will make a massive difference by saving and transforming even more lives all over the world. A donation of £480 will provide 1 year's secure accommodation, food, clothing and education for orphans in Sierra Leone and Guinea created by the Ebola epidemic. A donation of £100 will pay to allow us to paint a primary school classroom in Africa, deploy laminated posters and supply books. Thanks to our classroom transformation project, many children come back to school as a result. Ensuring that villagers are given a sustainable clean water supply in Africa and Sindh in Pakistan. A donation of £1,200 will pay for a water well in Africa, £2,000 will pay for a hand pump in Africa, and £3,000 will pay for a water well in Sindh. Humanity First will also place a personalised plaque on each well or pump. A donation of £50 will pay for a cataract surgery operation. This includes screening, surgery, medication and post-operation check. Humanity First, in association with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Medical Association UK, are building a state-of-the-art hospital in the Ivory Coast. The hospital will provide free medical treatment to the poorest of the poor in the region. The total cost of the hospital will be £500,000. For each brick donated, an inscribed personalised name plaque will be placed in the hospital. The size of the plaque varies depending on the contribution. A red brick will cost £500, a bronze £1,000, a silver £2,000, a gold £3,000, platinum £5,000 and £10,000 for a diamond brick. All diamond donors will be invited to attend the opening ceremony of the hospital. The different ways to pay. You can visit our website www.humanityfirst.org or call us on 0208 417 0082. By text, to donate £100, text HFTL 17 £100 to 70070. Or you can come and visit us at Batul Fatul Mosque. Many thanks for your generous donation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Like I said earlier, it's nearly been 4 hours and we are nearly halfway through the program. So for all of the new viewers that have been joining us and have joined us, and obviously I hope so you've been with us all this time and enjoying it again, I've got Najm Khan Sahib who's going to reiterate what it is and describe what's been going on. Najm Sahib.
Hanif, thanks again. So the call centre was set up. We've got about 12 phone lines set up. 8 in the ladies. We've got a dedicated ladies team and 8 in the men's kind of side here. So we've got 2 people per call. Someone taking a note, someone taking the payments, etc. as well. They've been busy, and we're hoping for them to get even more busier at the moment. In terms of more and more donations, I think it's really important to remember that we had a total of £138,150, which was raised by the Ahmadiyya Muslim Medical Association of Australia from the Ivory Coast. The total figure, including this whole, at the moment, we stand at £254,391.
Okay. As always, just say that again.
Okay, I know you like this bit. £254,391. So we've crossed the £250,000 mark by the grace of Allah as well.
That's amazing. Thank you very much. Cleve, don't despair. You wanted to just say something about the donation from Australia.
I would like to just stress how grateful we are. We've raised 250. Australia, the 24, now that's only 24 of them in Australia, have raised just under half of that, £140,000. So, and maybe 10 of those doctors have raised £10,000. They've gone for what's the top level? The diamond brick, right? They're diamond brick. So we really want to send our congratulations to our Australian friends. It's the old Test match. Britain, the Ashes. But I would just really like to thank them from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, Clem. And thank you very much. And as always, we've been bringing you inspirational words from our learned members. So before this, we do have a section that we're going to be talking to our ladies team, who are also been working away. And so what we're going to do is talk to some more people here. So can we just talk to Shuaib? Shuaib, what have you experienced in the last couple of hours?
Well, the people are very, they're donating with such a feeling that they really, it's really good to hear the voice when they come and say that we want to donate, and we want to donate to a certain category, to orphans or different categories of whatever we're serving. But it's really good to hear how they come up and how they call and donate whatever they have. And even if some people they can't donate, they promise that we will donate in future. That's really good to hear, and I really feel good hearing that. Thank you.
Who feels good? You feel good? Are they feeling good? Or is everybody feeling good?
Everybody's feeling really great. Everybody's feeling good. Yeah, I'll personally feel very, very touchy when they come up and then say that we can't pay, but we do promise that we'll pay in the future. That's really good to hear that.
Cleve, can we move down? Is there anybody else that we can talk to?
I would say we want to try and keep them as busy as we can. You know, we're trying to we're limited. We want to interview them to give them the experience. But some of these people have been trained up, and this is one of our Rehan. Rehan. So the Rehan's been. Obviously, with a separate procedure as well, we need to make sure that we're compliant with Ofcom regulations, and it's been very helpful. We've got a script here that.
So Rehan's been training everybody. Rehan, tell me, what have you been doing? Thanks, Cleve.
Yeah, thank you. We've been training all of our volunteers. MashaAllah, they've been with us since the morning. They're all fasting, so they can really feel the blessings of Ramadan there. In terms of training, we wanted to ensure that we were 100% compliant with UK regulation. So when someone calls in, calls are recorded for training and compliance purposes. And we ask, we ask everyone regards to the gift aid. Anyone that's a UK taxpayer can gift aid, and actually it doesn't cost them a penny extra. It's just taken 25% of the value of their gift is taken from the money they've given and submitted. So that's great. We've got a load of volunteers and representatives here all across, and I'm sure you'll go around and speak to them all.
No, we will. But Rehan, on a personal note, you are a professional in this environment. So are you impressed with what you've seen so far?
Absolutely. I think with very little training, I've not had as much time as I would like to with many of these individuals here, but they've literally picked up the phone, answered calls with absolute confidence, and taken donations, thousands of pounds of donations. Some people have called in, wanting to give £2,000, £3,000, £4,000. Other people with less so, but they've still, mashallah, through the sheer grace of Allah, been able to take these donations and make a massive difference and save lives. So we want to say, Jazakallah, thank you so much. May God bless you all for calling in and making this happen and making a difference to people's lives. Jazakallah.
And what about the magnitude of calls that you're getting today?
Yeah, sometimes we literally have them queuing in, so it's very, very difficult to answer all of them. I think we've got, some nice hold music on, but yeah, we're literally at times. It's been very difficult to answer all of them. So if you can bear with us patiently, that'd be fantastic.
Are you getting that many calls?
Well, at times it can be really tricky. Yeah.
That's wonderful. And ladies and gentlemen and all our viewers around the world, we've just been talking about the calls that we've been receiving from outside of the world, all over the world. But we've also got people who are just coming to Batul Futuh, watching it here in the UK. And I've got one person here who's come specifically here to be able to donate some money here today. Debbie, what are you feeling here today and why have you come today?
Assalamu alaikum. I was sitting at home, just watching. I thought, this is absolutely fabulous. I want to be part of this. I got in the car and now I'm here. Now I'm here, I'm even more amazed on the fantastic work that Humanity First do. I just can't believe it. I just want to be part of it. I just want to make a small difference and get to be part of it, as I said. Now, what do I contribute to? Okay, the hospital? Okay, the water supply? What? So therefore, I'm here. I'm so happy. I don't know what to do. Why aren't you here? Pick up the phone. Please donate. Make a difference. Remember this for the rest of your lives and be part of this every time and every year. And what's the difference you're going to make? I hope I make a big difference today.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, please, I encourage everybody to please come and donate. And just moving forward, and next, as always, we would like to bring you some more inspirational words from our leader, our beloved Khalifa. And as I said, always, everything that we do, every move that we make is through the blessings and through the instructions and guidance of our beloved Khalifa. Here are some more words from our beloved Khalifa. Assalamu alaikum.
Often our volunteers take photos or videos of the moment when the locals see water flowing from the taps for the first time. And later they share them with me. After having lived in complete destitution, the look of pure and unbridled joy on the faces of the local people, especially young children, when they see clean water for the very first time at their doorsteps, is a sight to behold. It is as though all of their hopes and dreams have been fulfilled, all at once, and as though they are the recipient of the entire world's treasures. We Ahmadi Muslims take pride in being able to serve such people and consider it a blessing that we are able to provide relief and ease to others, because this is the way of Islam.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome to the Humanity First section here, where we're going to be talking to some of the ladies who've been involved in Humanity First for fundraising. Let me introduce my guests to you first. Here on my left I have Sadr Lajna, who is the president of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Women's Auxiliary Organization. Next to her we have Mrs. Mansoura Nasser Sharif, who is the Lajna representative for Humanity First. And we're very fortunate to be joined by the MP for Mitcham and Morden, Siobhan McDonough. Thank you very much for coming. We've had a really hectic time recently. So
thank you for your invitation. I'm delighted to be here.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, we have Mrs. Amtul. You just interrupted me with my introductions. Have we gone live or not? Okay, so last but not least, I'm pleased to have as my guest Mrs. Amtul Rashid, who has been a very long time member serving with Humanity First. Assalamu alaikum. We're now, before we speak to our guests, we're now going to see a short video about the work of Humanity First in the region of Tapaka in Sindh, where Humanity First have been very instrumental in the building of water wells.
Situated in the southeast of Sindh and neighbouring with the Indian border of Rajasthan, Tharparkar is one of the most underdeveloped areas in rural Pakistan. Covering approximately 20,000 square kilometers of barren land, the local residents known as Tharis lack even the basic necessities of life. In Tharparkar, the responsibility to get water for the family primarily lies upon the women of the house. These women would normally be accompanied by their children and would at times walk up to 6 to 8 hours each morning simply to fetch a few liters of water. This water would usually be in open ponds or small temporary water wells built in order to collect rainwater. Containing all kinds of filth and dirt in it, the water collected is in no way suitable for the use of humans, or even animals, and leads to the death of hundreds of children each year.
વેલા ઉઠી તમે પાણી ભરવા પાણી એમાં જમ તંગાઈ છે પણ તમે વેરાઈ દીધી વાહ કરી જમ સવલ થઈ પણ જો બીજે વેરાઈ ખપાય તળાવમાં મેલથી પાસ આગળ કિન્નો પાણી ગંદુ પાણી પીતા માલન મોણ ગધેડા કૂતરા હોય બધા ભેળા પીતા.
Humanity First Pakistan undertook this challenge of digging in water wells in order to provide clean drinking water to the residents of this area. The water wells which we have dug in a number of villages have done a miraculous work for the residents of those areas. But the challenges which we faced were extremely great. For example, at times we had to dig through solid rock, which took hours, and in the sweltering heat of summers, particularly the months of June, July and August, there were various, not I would say casualties, but some people even felt unconscious.
ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट की सुठी बात ये है त जेको खूह अमने दिनो गयो उहे ला जेको लेबर्स है वो हमारे गोमरी राखी ए बेहतर में बेहतर ये है हमारी मजूरी 4 महीनों री खुली अन फुटरे हिसाबों जेको मजूरी सो अमने गोम वालों दीनी ये एक वडी तुम्हारी मेहरबानी.
This not only earns the residents of the village a livelihood, but also gives them a sense of ownership and helps maintain these water wells. Once a water well is complete, we invite the head of the village, known as the Patel, to inaugurate it. This gesture might appear as trivial, but it gives the residents of the village an overwhelming feeling of joy and happiness.
जे माने वेरी पैरो बराबर वेरी हते जेथे पण शेटी तो माने 2 कलाक में जाता भरवा उथे जदी माने बाल बच्चो माने उथे मारे जाय हतो उथे जरूर अते टाइम लागती माने पानी खारो हतो और शेटी टाइम हतो.
Assalamualaikum and welcome back to this section from the work of the ladies volunteering to Humanity First. You've just seen a short video there about the work that's being done with the Tharparkar wells at Sindh in Pakistan and how donations from Humanity First have helped with that project. I understand we've got some live callers who wish to make donations. Assalamu alaikum. Hello.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Can you tell me who you are and where you're calling from?
Hi, my name is Dania and I'm calling from Kingston.
Assalamu alaikum, Dania. Welcome to this live telethon. How much would you like to donate, or would you like to tell us how much you'd like to donate?
So I've already donated. I donated earlier in the morning. I donated as part of my family and we donated enough money for a well.
Jazakallah, thank you very much. That's really, really kind of you. Jazakallah. Have we any more live callers? Oh. Okay, it looks like we might be getting some more callers later, so I'll continue with talking to my guests. Let me start again with Nasr Rahman, who I wrongly introduced as, who is Sadalajna, but you might think her name was Sadalajna, so I apologize for that. The intricacies of live television. Sadalajna, you obviously are very aware of the work of Humanity First and the work that ladies do. Can you tell us a little bit about what it is that motivates Ahmadi Muslim ladies so much to be serving in Humanity First? What do you think motivates them to want to be part of this? I mean, first of all, to serve humanity is one of the main the ethos of Islam, and our women look for any opportunity they can to serve Islam in whatever way they can. And I've been travelling up and down the country this year, and in the UK we have 10,000 women and about 2,000 girls, and all of them have been donating to Humanity First, whether it's pennies or pounds, or whether they're having cake stalls, or whether they, actually we've got women who are actually going out to the countries now. So it's not only about donating money, it's about women who want to go one step further. And I have teachers going to Africa, I have ladies going for all the projects that are going out, I have doctors. So the women are motivated, one, as I said, because of their faith, and regularly we hear our Khalifa, who tells us how we should be serving humanity to be better people, and that is our role in this life. And what I just want to mention again about the girls are being amazing, the 70 years and plus, they are holding cake stalls. So we talk about women donating. So as I said, it's across the board. It's across the board. It's young people, definitely, and everybody else. They're using any method whatsoever to donate. As I said, either going themselves, holding stalls, and it is. Let me come back to you on that. Perhaps we can talk a little bit later, a little about some of the ways people are fundraising. I understand we've got another live caller who wishes to make a donation. Assalamu alaikum.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, Jazakallah. And can you tell me who you are and where you're calling from?
Hi, I'm Jay Mundell, calling from South London. I work at Genuine Solutions, and Genuine Solutions is local to HF, Humanity First. They're in the Tolworth area, where we've chosen Humanity First as one of the charities that we're going to support this year. So in doing that, we've raised some money from the charity walk that we've done, the Walk for Peace. We've done a few weeks ago. We've raised £1,200. This is to go towards a water well in Africa, to build a water well in Africa. This was taken up due to some of the representatives from Humanity First coming into our business and presenting what they do for other people in Africa with schools and water wells and sort of eye operations and stuff. And we obviously saw that and saw the amazing work that sort of Humanity First do, and immediately sort of jumped on board and said, we want to support you for the year and raise some money and do charity events to do this. And so far we've raised £1,200 to do so. So we're proud as Genuine Solutions as a team to be part of this and helping people out abroad as well, which is great.
Thank you so much. That's amazing to hear this, and it's so very kind of you and your colleagues to have raised this one thing. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. Thank you. Let me continue now with my guests. If I can come to you, Mrs. Mansoura Nasser Sharif. Now, you are the ladies' representative for Humanity First. Can you tell me a little bit about the fundraising efforts of the Humanity First ladies team?
The fundraising efforts from the Humanity First ladies team, I'm very pleased with them, and I'm sure that the Humanity First directors are very pleased with it. All the ladies come together, and whenever there's an opportunity, they want to help and raise funds for Humanity First.
So can you tell us a little bit about the projects that you've been recently involved? We saw the video about the Tharparkar wells in Sindh, and I understand ladies were very active with that. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Since my appointment, the ladies team have concentrated on two specific projects. One is the Tharparkar project, which I will go into detail about, and on the second one we did was Knowledge for Life, which was raising funds for an assembly hall in a school in Gambia. So you've asked about the Tharparkar project. It was a Water for Life project for Humanity First. We concentrated this on 2015, on the Water for Life project. And the reason that I concentrated on this project was I attended the international conference, Humanity First International Conference in January 2015, in which our Khalifa mentioned that in fact, Hazur Akhtas himself donated the first UK well at the international conference, which then the international conference, which motivated us to work on the Water for Life project.
Perhaps I again can come back to you, depending on how much time we have. Thank you for that. And ladies have worked really, really hard to do that. Let me ask Siobhan McDonough, you're the MP here for the Battle for Two Mosque. What do you think about all of these efforts that the ladies involved in? And I wonder what your thoughts are about today. I saw you walking around earlier.
Well, I think it's all extraordinary that most of the projects are managed and run by volunteers, people who do it in their own time as well as run their businesses, have to care for their families, so it's extraordinary. So I would say to any of your viewers that you are getting incredible value for money in your donation, that your charity goes further than you might expect. The Gift of Sight project we saw, the idea that you can restore sight to another human being by the donation of £50. Many of us would spend £50 and have very little for it. But imagine giving somebody their sight for that amount of money. I just think that's incredible.
Thank you. Amtul Rashid, you've been a lifelong member with Humanity First, and you were there sort of from the beginning. Can you tell us briefly about changes you've seen in the time?
There are changes in a way that the demands of the world are increasing and members are increasing as well. So whatever it is, and under the guidance of Hazrat Khalifatul Masih, whatever project comes, people are having more ideas to pay in that respect that we have to...
I'm going to have to interrupt you there because I think we've got some problems with the mic. So can I come back to you, Mansoura? Sorry about that. There's a problem with your mic there, so they're not picking it up. Mansoura, just what changes have you noticed since you've been with Humanity First in terms of both the involvement and the way that fundraising is happening?
Well, I've noticed that within the 3-4 years that I've joined Humanity First, I personally feel that there has been more motivation, there's been more donations from within the ladies' teams, and I feel there's more awareness. And I think that's due to the fact that we've had the opportunity, with the help of Sadr Lajna UK, allowing us to present and be present on the key ladies' functions that take place in UK, and be able to introduce Humanity First, be able to be there as Humanity First and let people ask us questions, have a desk available. And I just think that the awareness of Humanity First has improved. And as we were talking about the fundraising events, I mean, in 2015 we raised £140,000, and the recent fundraising event that we held in just last month, with Share Allah's Blessings, we achieved to raise £250,000. And I believe that's with the, obviously it's all to do with the people that are donating to get to this figure. But I feel that the availability and the online information available to promote Humanity First has improved so much so that every household, I think, within our Jamaat has heard of Humanity First.
I'm going to just interrupt you, and I do believe we've got some more callers on the line. Hello, Assalamualaikum. Hello, Assalamualaikum. Do we have a caller on the line? We're just trying to connect with our caller. Okay, I think we're having some difficulties getting through, so I'll just go back to my guests here. We're here in the month of Ramadan, and for Muslims, of course, this is an incredibly blessed month. What would you say to people listening out there? We know the Holy Prophet, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, was most generous, with charitable givings anyway, but particularly in this month. What would you say to people listening out there? What would you say about them volunteering? What would be your guidance and advice to them?
My message would be that with Water for Life, in the holy month of Ramadan, we fast for a month. When you invest or donate to Water for Life, you're giving water for life. You're not just for that month or a temporary thing. Not only are you providing water, you're providing facilities for mothers to be with their children instead of walking miles and miles away and wasting time, but when you donate, you'll change someone's life forever. And that is what Humanity First is about. It's not a temporary fix, it's something about a change. And you feel that little donation you give, we get, it's a little fulfillment for us. And, we give thanks to Allah that we have that opportunity to give. And that is what Ramzan is about, sacrifice. And when we sacrifice by donating to help others, it's the biggest blessing and the best feeling ever, by the grace of God.
Siobhan, I wanted to ask you, Humanity First, of course, is run by volunteers primarily. And what's quite interesting about the Tharparkar wells is the way they're being done, which is with minimal heavy machinery. I don't know if you had a chance to see the video, but because of the fragility of the ground, people are actually having to dig deep down with using manual methods. And I wondered what your thoughts were about, thinking about development more generally, and in terms of, we're a charity and we're going out there, we work with other charities, what your thoughts were about how Humanity First works.
Well, the idea that it's self-sustaining, that it isn't just ameliorating a problem right now, but it's providing a bit of like using a long-term solution. So if the well is there and usable, it not only gives people drinking water, it gives the opportunity for children to go to school because they don't have to travel with their mothers to collect water miles away. It reduces the need for whatever limited medical services there are because people can have the opportunity of clean drinking water. It just brings so many blessings with it. It's more than a well. It's a life-giving opportunity to the neighbourhood, the village at that time and in the future.
Yes, and when we saw scenes from that video of women having to walk for hours to get water, very basic amenities. I mean, waters we take for granted, don't we?
Yeah,
it's something
absolutely.
so basic. So these wells really do change people's lives. Mansoor, I'm just being told we might have a caller online. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamualaikum. I believe we have a caller online who wishes to make a donation. Wa alaikum salam. I think we've got you now. Can you tell us who you are?
Samina Mahmood.
Assalamualaikum. And where are you calling from?
I'm calling from London, South Team.
Assalamualaikum and Jazakallah. Do you want to tell us how much you wish to donate?
I have donated earlier for well in Tharparkar.
Jazakallah. And what is it that makes you want to donate? What was it that motivated you to want to donate?
I was in Humanity First dinner, and I saw very beautiful and very impressive videos about Humanity First in Pakistan and Dr. Noori Saab's lecture. So I think it is very right and very good way to donate here.
Jazakallah, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And as Sadr Lajin was saying, this is a very special and blessed month, and particularly to be making donations in this blessed month. Mansoor, can I come back to you and ask you a little bit about how you raise funds? The caller mentioned the dinner, which is with a stable feature of some of the Humanity First Ladies fundraising. How else do you go about raising funds?
Are you asking in particular for the Tharparkar or
in general?
Generally, as I mentioned before, we attend all the ladies' functions that take place around the country and the national functions. We have items of merchandise available to sell, a few sweet bags that we make up. We have the international conference that takes place, our Jalsa Salana, and we hold a stall there where we sell small food items and some merchandise. That brings in a lot of fundraising. But in particular, what the ladies team has done is that we also made some particular long polo dresses which were suitable for ladies, for the gym or just for walking. and they were promoted at all the ladies' functions, and that brought in enough money to raise 3 wells over the last year. So there's lots of small things we do to raise these funds, but the main thing is to promote the charity dinner well before the event, to ask people to be ready to donate, because I myself feel £3,000 is not a small amount to raise, but we promote them to raise it within the family. So it's not coming from one person. We ask them to advertise it within your family and try and build this wealth for your whole family. So
Can I stop you on that point, because I'd like to go back now to Mrs. Amtul Rashid, because that point that you made, Nasser, about raising it in families, I know you've done a lot of fundraising. Tell us a little bit about how you've gone about doing that, because I believe you've kind of done a lot with your own family to generate.
Usually I start with my own family. I think the first one should be mine. Whenever I'm asking, I have the chance to put mine first. And then I ask my children as well, and most of my family members. So Alhamdulillah, in 2015, from my family had 7 wells. And mashallah, they are my cousins, nephews, my children, my brother, my family. And this year, mashallah, the first well was mine. And I have collected nearly 54,000. That is 18 wells. And then I sold 8 tables as well. That is 2,000 as well. So whatever it is, one thing is, don't think that only the rich people will give you. Approach everybody. Tell them what is it for. And I have found that, alhamdulillah, Allah enable them, they open their heart and they give it. And I never keep on that. And this year what I did, I text a hadith of Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu to all my donors. And it was that one of the Sahabi asked Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu that my mother has died, what should I do for her? And Huzur said, give the sadaqah of water. So what he did, he had a well for his mom's name and did that. And this hadith worked a miracle. Many of them, for their deceased people, relatives, they donated for their parents. I also donated mine to my mom and dad.
Jazakallah. I'm going to have to interrupt you because we need to move on with the program. But Jazakallah, what a lovely way to actually end our point here about
and they do it.
Exactly, and it's about that need and to go to everybody who have means, who don't have means, but people are willing. Jazakallah, thank you all so much, my guests.
I've never been to anyone, just on the phone. That's the only.
Jazakallah. A very simple, direct approach. Jazakallah. Thank you so much, my guests, for being here. And we're now going to hear a short appeal video. Jazakallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Humanity First Telethon Ramadan Appeal 2017. We value your support and want you to know that your donation today will make a massive difference by saving and transforming even more lives all over the world. A donation of £480 will provide 1 year's secure accommodation, food, clothing and education for orphans in Sierra Leone and Guinea created by the Ebola epidemic. A donation of £100 will pay to allow us to paint a primary school classroom in Africa, deploy laminated posters and supply books. Thanks to our classroom transformation project, many children come back to school as a result. Ensuring that villagers are given a sustainable clean water supply in Africa and Sindh in Pakistan. A donation of £1,200 will pay for a water well in Africa, £2,000 will pay for a hand pump in Africa, and £3,000 will pay for a water well in Sindh. Humanity First will also place a personalised plaque on each well or pump. A donation of £50 will pay for a cataract surgery operation. This includes screening, surgery, medication and post-operation check. Humanity First, in association with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Medical Association UK, are building a state-of-the-art hospital in the Ivory Coast. The hospital will provide free medical treatment to the poorest of the poor in the region. The total cost of the hospital will be £500,000. For each brick donated, an inscribed personalised name plaque will be placed in the hospital. The size of the plaque varies depending on the contribution. A red brick will cost £500, a bronze £1,000, a silver £2,000, a gold £3,000, platinum £5,000 and £10,000 for a diamond brick. All diamond donors will be invited to attend the opening ceremony of the hospital. The different ways to pay. You can visit our website www.humanityfirst.org or call us on 0208 417 0082. By text, to donate £100, text HFTL 17 £100 to 70070. Or you can come and visit us at Baitul Fatul Mosque. Many thanks for your generous donation.
السلام علیکم ورحمۃ اللہ وبرکاتہ. آج اس ٹیلی تھون میں آپ سب کا خیر مقدم ہے. آج کا یہ ٹیلی تھون ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کے رجسٹرڈ چیریٹی کے تحت منعقد کیا جا رہا ہے، جس کا مقصد انسانیت کی خدمت بلا تفریق و رنگ و نسل اور مذہب و ملت ہے. اللہ کے فضل سے اس چیریٹی کا آغاز آج سے تقریباً 20 سال پہلے ہوا تھا، اور اس کا بنیادی مقصد یہی تھا کہ خلق خدا کی بہترین رنگ میں خدمت کی جائے. الحمدللہ اب دنیا کے تقریباً 50 ممالک میں اس کے تحت خدمت خلق کی مختلف انواع و اقسام کی اسکیموں کے تحت کام جاری ہے، جس میں ہم مثال کے طور پہ آپ کو بتائیں گے فری آئی سرجری، واٹر فار لائف، اور اس کے علاوہ اسکولوں کالجوں کی تعمیر و تنظیم، اور مختلف علاقوں میں کفالت یتامہ اور اس کے تحت مختلف کام جاری ہیں. پچھلے 2 سال سے خواتین کو خاص طور پر اس مد میں مختلف نوع کے کام کرنے کا موقع مل رہا ہے. حضور خلیفۃ المسیح رابع خلیفۃ المسیح خامس کے ارشاد خطبہ عید کے مطابق اس دفعہ ہم نے یہ چنا کہ ہم خواتین جو ہیں وہ تھر پارکر کا علاقہ، جو کہ ایک نہایت غریب اور بنجر علاقہ ہے اور پاکستان کے کچھ غریب ترین علاقوں میں شامل ہے، اس میں صاف پانی کے کنویں لگوانے کا انتظام کیا جائے، جس کے تحت پچھلے 2 سال سے ہماری خواتین اور مختلف نوع کے لوگ ساتھ مل کر مدد کر رہے ہیں. اور اس کے تحت ہم چیریٹی ڈنرز بھی منعقد کرتے ہیں، جس کے تحت فنڈ ریزنگ کی جاتی ہے، اور الحمدللہ پچھلے 2 سالوں میں ہزاروں بلکہ لاکھوں پاؤنڈ اکٹھے کر کے اس چیریٹی میں دیے گئے ہیں تاکہ خدمت خلق کے تحت کام آ سکیں. آج کے اس پروگرام میں ہماری چند اور خواتین بھی شامل تھیں جن سے ہماری اس سلسلے میں بات ہوئی، جن میں کہ ڈائریکٹر ہیومینٹی فرسٹ لیڈیز منصورہ ناصرہ شریف صاحبہ، صدر لجنہ یو کے ناصرہ رحمان صاحبہ، سابق صدر لجنہ یو کے محترمہ امت رشید صاحبہ، اور ہماری علاقائی ایم پی شیوان میکڈونا صاحبہ تشریف رکھتی تھیں. ان سے بات چیت کے دوران یہ بات بتائی گئی اور انہوں نے اپنے خیالات کا اظہار کیا کہ سب سے پہلے صدر لجنہ نے بتایا کہ وہ مختلف علاقوں میں جاتی رہی ہیں اور ان کے مشاہدے میں یہ بات آئی ہے کہ چھوٹی بچیوں سے لے کے بڑی عمر تک کی خواتین اس کار خیر میں بڑھ چڑھ کر حصہ لینے کی خواہش مند ہیں، اور خواہش کرتے ہوئے خدمت کا جذبہ رکھتے ہوئے چھوٹے پیمانے سے لے کے بڑے پیمانے تک مختلف نوع کے کام کر کے وہ فنڈ ریزنگ کرتی ہیں، جیسے کہ اسٹال لگانا، حتیٰ کہ چھوٹی چھوٹی بچیاں بھی کیک کی اور دوسری چیزوں کے اسٹال لگا کے اس میں فنڈ ریزنگ کرتی ہیں، جو کہ ایک بہت ہی قابل دید اور قابل نشان یہ جذبہ ہے جس کو دوسروں کو بھی اپنانے کی ضرورت ہے. اس کے علاوہ منصورہ ناصرہ صاحبہ جو کہ ڈائریکٹر ہیومینٹی فرسٹ لیڈیز ہیں، انہوں نے بتایا کہ تھر پارکر میں کے غریب علاقے میں واٹر ویلز لگانے کا کام، پانی کے کنویں لگانے کا کام کتنی شد و مت سے جاری ہے، اور الحمدللہ اس میں ہمیں بہترین رنگ میں توفیق مل رہی ہے. اب تک سینکڑوں کنویں لگوائے جا چکے ہیں اور مزید پہ کام جاری ہے. ایم پی صاحبہ شیوان میکڈونا نے اس بات کی بہت تعریف کی کہ جماعت احمدیہ اور چیریٹی ہیومینٹی فرسٹ جو ہے وہ اس مد میں بہترین رنگ میں خدمت انجام دے رہی ہیں، اور ان کو امید ہے کہ آئندہ بھی اس مد میں ہر طرح کی مدد کے لیے شامل ہوں گی. इसके अलावा हम आज आप लोगों से ये दरख्वास्त करते हैं कि इस टेलीथॉन के ज़रिए आप जो ये प्रोग्राम देख रहे हैं और सुन रहे हैं, अपने घर वाले, अपने अजीज़ व अकारिब, अपने रिश्तेदार और मिलने वालों को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा रंग में इस बात की तरगीब दें कि वो आज इस टेलीथॉन में हिस्सा लें और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा रकम डोनेट करके इस चैरिटी में बढ़कर हिस्सा लें। ये माह रमज़ान है और कार खैर का महीना है। जज़ाकुमुल्लाह वल अहसनल जज़ा। अस्सलाम वालेकुम व रहमतुल्लाहि व बरकातहू।
Humanity First Telethon Ramadan Appeal 2017. We value your support and want you to know that your donation today will make a massive difference by saving and transforming even more lives all over the world. A donation of £480 will provide 1 year's secure accommodation, food, clothing and education for orphans in Sierra Leone and Guinea created by the Ebola epidemic. A donation of £100 will pay to allow us to paint a primary school classroom in Africa, deploy laminated posters and supply books. Thanks to our classroom transformation project, many children come back to school as a result. Ensuring that villagers are given a sustainable clean water supply in Africa and Sindh in Pakistan. A donation of £1,200 will pay for a water well in Africa, £2,000 will pay for a hand pump in Africa, and £3,000 will pay for a water well in Sindh. Humanity First will also place a personalised plaque on each well or pump. A donation of £50 will pay for a cataract surgery operation. This includes screening, surgery, medication and post-operation check. Humanity First, in association with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Medical Association UK, are building a state-of-the-art hospital in the Ivory Coast. The hospital will provide free medical treatment to the poorest of the poor in the region. The total cost of the hospital will be £500,000. For each brick donated, an inscribed personalised name plaque will be placed in the hospital. The size of the plaque varies depending on the contribution. A red brick will cost £500, a bronze £1,000, a silver £2,000, a gold £3,000, platinum £5,000 and £10,000 for a diamond brick. All diamond donors will be invited to attend the opening ceremony of the hospital. The different ways to pay. You can visit our website www.humanityfirst.org or call us on 0208 417 0082. By text, to donate £100, text HFTL 17 £100 to 70070. Or you can come and visit us at Batul Fatul Mosque. Many thanks for your generous donation.
Assalamu alaikum. Now, a very special guest again. We've been talking to the Director of Operations on numerous occasions. So one of the other projects that we are talking about today and we're raising money for is something that's really dear to my heart as much as it is to many of you as well, is our orphan care. So let me just ask Fazal Ahmed Saab to tell us about the work that we're doing for orphan care and how it came about, especially after the Ebola virus that hit a lot of Africa and wiped out many people. Fazal, tell us a little bit more about the orphan care and how it's working.
So when you have a major crisis like the tsunami that happened in 2004, there were thousands of children orphaned at that point. When you have wars like in Syria, the Ebola crisis actually left 17,000 children orphaned in countries like Sierra Leone, Guinea and Liberia. Now, when we say orphan, in this country we probably mean properly orphan. In low-income countries, orphan means the mum and dad are gone. But they might have siblings, they've probably got uncles and aunts, grandparents, cousins. To rip them out from that, take them to an orphanage, you know, long term it has repercussions for those children. It has an impact on their well-being, on their confidence. They're hunting around for where do I come from for sometimes decades afterwards. So our approach is where we possibly can keep the orphans in their host communities and empower their extended family to look after them.
I mean, that is a really good way forward. I've got a number of questions to ask you, but first of all, so can we just talk a little bit more about, when we talk about this extended family, what does that mean? Does that mean brothers, sisters, or does it mean cousins, aunties, and how are they able to look after these children? Because obviously they're also suffering from poverty as well.
I mean, we had so many examples with the Ebola crisis. There was a girl in Waterloo, well actually she was in Port Loko in Sierra Leone. She was part of an extended family of 25 people. 21, they lived in a kind of larger house with, say, 8 rooms in it. 21 of those died from Ebola. And because of that, the people around, the neighbours, they were all in shock. They didn't want her anywhere near them because although she had survived, their view was she must have Ebola because the rest of them did. They burnt her house down because they said the house has Ebola in it. So they burnt the house down. And this poor girl was bewildered and, you know, feeling totally lost. We found out her grandmother lived nearby. We approached her grandmother and said, look, we will give you a resource pack, food, clothing, other items. We'll also give you cleaning items, you know, to keep your house infection free if you look after her. And she did. And I went back and visited her in December, and, you know, she is now improving. Unfortunately, one of the after effects of Ebola was with the eyes, and many of the children who survived Ebola have gone blind in one or both eyes. So what we're trying to do in those Ebola-stricken countries is to provide for their health, provide for their education, and provide the basic rations and, you know, school uniforms and whatever.
And how much does this cost? I mean, if we made a sudden request now to our viewers, which are so forthcoming and giving, and I'm sure if you made an appeal, we could probably request a couple of our viewers to say, how much money do you need just for this example?
£40 a month per child.
So just repeat that.
£40 a month per child.
And
I can say it in French if you like.
Okay, I'm going to ask you for some. I've just been interrupted for some. We've got a live call, and I think we've already just had a response to your appeal. Oh my God! Assalamu alaikum. Who's there on the call? Please introduce yourself.
Walaikum assalam, Hanifa. It's Akbar Sadi here.
Where are you from? Which country?
Well, I'm from Pakistan. From London.
From London. Oh, mashallah. So you're quite local to us here then?
Well, I'm just standing behind you.
That's wonderful. And so is there any way that you could just tell us what you're feeling, how you're expressing yourself, and just give us some information, and then please tell us how much you're going to donate.
Hanif, it's very, very difficult to put it in words, because this is something which cannot be expressed in words. And I was overwhelmed when I saw this thing. So I tried in the morning, and for some reason, my card wasn't going through. So I phoned my son, and he also tried, and they said for some reason it's not working. So I couldn't stay back home. So I came running over here, and I just paid for the hospital £2,000. So that
how much money did you just donate out of your own?
£2,000.
£2,000. Mashallah. That is absolutely amazing.
Alhamdulillah. It's all Allah's grace. It is nothing what we can do. It's all Allah's grace. And inshallah, we are going to beat our target, inshallah.
Yeah. And that is amazing. Thank you very much for your call. And really, really appreciate your donation. And as you and our viewers have also realized that the money that you donate, so much of it goes exactly into the pockets of the people that we're helping. And not only is it just the exact money that is benefited, it's all the volunteers, all the expertise that we may have to take for granted. But here, it's all for free. Fazal, explain that scenario as well. How is it that our £1 or £100 goes so much more than just the actual value itself?
So, for example, when we send medical missions out, we might have to pay for the medication, we might have to pay for some of the equipment, but many of the doctors will pay their own way. We don't have to pay salaries, they work for free. Often they get donated items that go with them. So there are situations where for the pound that you've donated, the value of the aid that we deliver in the field might be £1.50. People say, what percentage of your pound goes in the field? With us, it's perverse. It's the other way around. It's often more than that, because we try to capitalise the volunteer expert effort, whether it's teachers, doctors, engineers, project managers. We stopped at $500,000 a year, and that's just for the UK.
God.
And you imagine what that is actually worth.
Yeah. So if you put a true value, I think we've we've just had another call come in.
Okay. That's good.
This is all because of that. Just that £40 a month gives so much to that orphan child, and I think we've now got another call coming in, I believe. Assalamu alaikum. Who's on the call right now? Just please introduce yourself.
Wa alaikum salam. My name is Dr. Shahzad, and I'm calling from London, Battleford area.
Okay, so you're not a stone's throw away.
Yeah.
Can you tell me, please, why you picked up the phone to call in and also make the donations, and how are you feeling now?
First of all, thank you very much for taking me online.
You're welcome.
The answer to your question is a twofold. Firstly, the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam has encouraged all the Muslims to give a significant amount of charity in the month of Holy Ramadan. So, and the second thing is when it comes to my mind, to give the charity, I want my charity to go in a place which is transparent and it reaches to the people who really deserve it, and the people who are poor and who need my money the most. So if I'm being blessed with the money, so that's why I picked up a phone and to give the charity to the Humanity First, because it is being doing a tremendous job in the whole of the 70 countries, and the project has been doing the taking care of the orphans, the Water for Life project, and the giving eyesight to the people who deserve that. And if I have some money, then I will definitely be the one who will be picking up the phone and giving the money to the Humanity First in the first place.
Okay, can I ask you, how did you? I don't remember if you said it or not. How much are you donating?
I have donated today £480 for the orphan, and £250 for 5 eyesight the cataract operation.
Okay, that's wonderful. So, what our viewers, what we're seeing today and what we're hearing today on the phone and on the donations that are coming through and the messages that we're receiving through WhatsApp, Twitter, I can tell you now from the bottom of my heart that these are the blessings of our Jamaat, our Khilafat, and our Allah Ta'ala. So we are all humble here. This is totally out of our control. We are just tiny pawns in this whole process. And everything you see here, everything that we do, every step we make is always from the guidance from our beloved Hazur. Everything we do, I cannot stress it anymore, is through his specific guidance, is who we listen to and we follow those instructions. So, Fazal, again, another live call. And just donating, and this time it's not just for one cataract operation, but actually people are donating. Look, I don't want to just donate for one, or what I like to do is donate for maybe 5-6 people, because if you can donate for one person and give them sight through a cataract operation, you can just go and give about another 4 or 5.
You know, we're so blessed with a community where when the doors open, it's like floodgates. We saw it in Manchester, didn't we, a few weeks ago? And you saw it in Ivory Coast when you went out with me, that even the local people volunteer their time. And these are people who, some of them are struggling, but they still volunteer their time. And we're blessed to have the opportunities to serve. We're blessed to, coming back to orphan care, we've opened a new orphanage in Benin, in Porto Novo. Capacity of around 50 children. We're gradually getting more and more children introduced. We're looking to provide a wide range of services. We're looking after orphans in Mafra on the border with Syria. It's the Jordan-Syria border. Now there, not only do we have to provide education, blankets and other stuff, for the first month or so we have to provide psychosocial counselling, because those children, the things that they've seen travelling from Homs to Jordan.
I'm sorry, yes. They love what you're saying.
I'll stay quiet. You just keep bringing the money and I'll stay quiet.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you please say who you are on the phone, and also please say your name? Thank you.
Yes, hi. My name is...
Assalamu alaikum. And so tell me about how is it... why did you pick up the phone and call in today? What's inspired you today? So I think we're finding it a little bit difficult to hear, but it's okay. We'll find out exactly who, the name of that person. It'll come up on your screen. As you can see, that as you watch, many of the names of those people who have been donating have been coming up on the screen. So obviously we'll bring the last caller's details on, and we'll show how much we've been donating. So Fazal, again, we've run out of time. There is just so much stuff to talk about today, and I will get you back again because you seem to inspire people just to pick up the phone. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And now we've got a very short disaster video that we would like to share with you, and it's from our disaster relief projects that we do. Thank you.
Large chunks of province is known as a stronghold for Syria.
Assalamu alaikum and wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Now, viewers all around the world, I know we've been talking about the international work that we do in East Africa, to Australia, to every continent around the world. But we also do a lot of work in the UK, and I am so proud to have my dear friend Clem Edwards to talk about a fantastic project that we run here in the UK. Clem, welcome again to the studio. Nice talking to you.
CEO of Staywell. So welcome, Shane.
Welcome, thank you.
No problem. And so, so one of the questions we've had in the past is that Humanity First raises all this money in the UK, but then do we deliver any aid in the UK? So we've done flood victims, we've ad hoc projects we've done, but we really wanted to focus on one particular project, and Hazur actually made a request that we spend some money in the UK. So we were asked to look at various different options, and one of the options was to help older people. And through a connection, through various connections, Shane, yes, we made this connection. So Shane, will you tell us in your own words a little bit about what Staywell is? And
yeah, well, Staywell is an organisation which is based not too far away from where we are today. It's an organisation that's been around for 70 years, founded in 1946. Principally set up to work with older people within the community. It's a local community organisation founded by the community for the community, and we work very extensively now right across the borough of Kingston-on-Thames and out into Surrey, Reigate, Banstead.
So, I mean, from our perspective, we've got the banner as well with some Staywell pictures here. I don't know if the camera can pick it up, and we've also got a bit of video footage as well that were taken the other day for
Right.
this. I mean, hopefully, if our camera people can put some of that in, that'd be marvellous to give a bit of a backdrop.
Yeah.
But obviously, older people. Lonely older people, Shane. I mean, is a thriving. It's a more and more important role.
It is. Yeah, it's a huge issue, a huge area. It's ironic, really, being an organisation that was founded 70 years ago, probably more so than ever before. That what we do and who we are is more needed, and the difference that we make. So, for example, we're all living longer. There's more older people than ever before, but what we've noticed, particularly since austerity, 2009, 2010. There's less and less for more people to access in terms of services from the local authorities, not just here locally, but that's right across the country now. So an organisation, we've always provided really important services, which often you could argue complemented what happened within the local authority. Now really we're providing vital services to people, because actually there's not a lot else out there for people to go. Supporting people to live independently in their own homes is vital, really, because that's what people want to do. So it's things like transport, it's running buildings such as Raleigh House and Bradbury and Kingston, and it's providing information advice, outreach services. We have staff, but we hugely rely on volunteers to support what it is that we do.
And I suppose that Humanity First, one of our objectives is to help anyone, regardless of faith, regardless of age, regardless of nationality. And obviously, the vast majority of your of people that use Staywell services are of the indigenous population.
They are, indeed, yeah. We're about, in terms of our kind of stats, looking at the type of people who use it, we ask people how to describe themselves, their background, and I think it's 78% describe themselves as white British, 22% from elsewhere. But we're an inclusive organisation ourselves, and we're there for everyone, really, so that's how we work.
And as a local aid organisation, our community, we've met people that have wanted to volunteer, that have used Staywell services and have used the facilities there, and have very positively. I would say that award-winning charity. You're very proud of those. You've been to 10 Downing Street as well, Shane?
We have, yeah. No, the organisation's done really well. Different projects that we've run within our organisation have won awards. We make a huge difference to people and a collective impact, which is massive, really, in the area. But it's, as I say, there's more demand than ever before. More older people. We rely on people supporting us, funding us. We also rely on volunteers. Or also, what we're going to be doing in the future is that we want to establish really good partnerships with organisations, because we recognise we work in partnership with Humanity First and other organisations. That's where we'll have a bigger difference in the community.
I have to say, so from Humanity First perspective, we've been very lucky that local people have come forward to try and to help out with that befriending, and it takes some time to get there. But I think that befriending is such an important thing as a people skill.
It is, yeah.
To be able to sit and talk to and listen. Yeah. Shane, is that
it's a massive, it is, because essentially loneliness is huge. People as people get older, they get less mobile, they get cut off. When they've retired, they're no longer in the world of work. Even with people who've got families and kids, I mean, they are scattered all around the world, so they are quite isolated, and we need to do an awful lot more about making sure people get access to other services and to buildings. But importantly, around befriending is creating a cohort of volunteers who can really do that and support people on a regular basis and actually get people accessing other services as well.
I mean, I would say that if you're in the local area, you're in Kingston, you're in New Malden, you're in Sutton and Cheam, and you're come forward. I mean, we're very lucky. We put many messages out on WhatsApp, and we've had a great response. We just need to keep that message going, that this is not a temporary thing. No. We're here to try and help it in a long term. So if you've spent all your money on a brick for an Ivory Coast hospital, then you can still donate some time. So we would ask people that please come forward with any desires that you have to help out, because this local charity is doing fantastic work, and we want to try and help that. We're also doing sort of curry days. I know Fuzzle, who was on here briefly, his wife did a great curry lunch.
We did do, yeah. We've got buildings. We're lucky enough to have buildings which are the legacy of what the community have done in the past for the community, and we're using that in the evenings, and we did a curry evening. We're going to be doing another curry evening in Banster, hopefully in the near future. We are, because of the commitment from Humanity First, yourself as well, we were able to open up Bradbury and Kingston, so we had volunteers there supporting people, so that's really important.
Yeah, I mean, one other thing as well, if you're in the local area, do watch out for the Stay Well Humanity First banners. We're going to get some magnets, we're going to stick them on the vans, good. So people are going to be roaming around. We're getting a bit of free advertising, you know, as a result of that, Shane. So, well, listen, thanks very much. Shane?
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure, yeah.
One of the things that I noticed in my borough in Hounslow, when you talked about people being lonely, I know that people who are on their own are in a room, 4 square walls, probably a TV, and don't see anybody for months on end. And the only reason why someone knocks on the door is to deliver their medicine. Otherwise, they're totally lonely.
Yeah. It's endemic, to be honest, and it's a hidden thing because you don't necessarily see it because people are tucked away. And the only way you can resolve that is local communities resolving that by working together and supporting people who live on their own. And I think the localness of things, the communityness of things is really, really important. And actually, when people get in a visit once a week, has a huge impact on people because it makes a real big difference to how they feel about things, their outlook, and even their health as well. So the more people get involved in volunteering, particularly around befriending, the better.
And I suppose one thing I would say is that maybe in the Ahmadiyya Muslim Association, people look after their older people in a slightly different way. Do you notice that in communities, that there are certain communities, or is that an old school?
Yeah, you do get that, but I think because of the way the world is nowadays, families, people are working around. To live in London in a house, you need 2 incomes a lot of the time, so people can't necessarily support their relatives in the way that they would have done. And also people are scattered. I mean, we get calls from South America about their auntie living down the road that they can't get to, and people don't see that. So it's important that one of the things that we try to do is that if you can't, if your gran is far away and you can't look after her, and then look after somebody else's gran,
Yeah, so we've got to act locally, and I think that's what we'd ask. So to summarise, really, that some of the money that we raise today will get spent locally, will get spent. Say, well, we're going to sort of fund various bits and pieces, but also we are still looking for those volunteers, and please bear with us as we integrate that into various functions that we're doing. And
well, thank you very much, and it's absolutely wonderful that you could share time and come and visit us today, and Cleve, wonderful work that you're doing in the local community. Thank you very much.
Great to have partners, professional partners that help us. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, again, ladies and gentlemen, our viewers all around the world, you all know, you can see at the bottom of the screen, our target is to raise, if not more, and I wish we do, £600,000. But currently we've raised nearly £350,000, and we're halfway there, and the night is young, and there is still so much more time that you can continue to donate. And now we're going to a short appeal video, again, where you can see the different projects that we are taking part in. Thank you very much.
Humanity First Telethon Ramadan Appeal 2017. We value your support and want you to know that your donation today will make a massive difference by saving and transforming even more lives all over the world. A donation of £480 will provide 1 year's secure accommodation, food, clothing and education for orphans in Sierra Leone and Guinea created by the Ebola epidemic. A donation of £100 will pay to allow us to paint a primary school classroom in Africa, deploy laminated posters and supply books. Thanks to our classroom transformation project, many children come back to school as a result. Ensuring that villagers are given a sustainable clean water supply in Africa and Sindh in Pakistan. A donation of £1,200 will pay for a water well in Africa, £2,000 will pay for a hand pump in Africa, and £3,000 will pay for a water well in Sindh. Humanity First will also place a personalised plaque on each well or pump. A donation of £50 will pay for a cataract surgery operation. This includes screening, surgery, medication and post-operation check. Humanity First, in association with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Medical Association UK, are building a state-of-the-art hospital in the Ivory Coast. The hospital will provide free medical treatment to the poorest of the poor in the region. The total cost of the hospital will be £500,000. For each brick donated, an inscribed personalised name plaque will be placed in the hospital. The size of the plaque varies depending on the contribution. A red brick will cost £500, a bronze £1,000, a silver £2,000, a gold £3,000, platinum £5,000 and £10,000 for a diamond brick. All diamond donors will be invited to attend the opening ceremony of the hospital. The different ways to pay. You can visit our website www.humanityfirst.org or call us on 0208 417 0082. By text, to donate £100, text HFTL 17 £100 to 70070, or you can come and visit us at Baitul Fadul Mosque. Many thanks for your generous donation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. As our regular viewers already know, this is our regular slot where we come and talk to Clem Edwards and Najm Khan about what's been going on at the call centre and how much you have all donated. Najm, all right, I want to ask you.
We do that bit at the end.
Yeah, okay. All right. Okay, let's do it at the end. You can surprise us at the end. Who's been donated? Give us an update.
So look, again, it's varied. We've had young and old come and do it. We've had Harim and Ahmed and Malia Ahmed, two young children that came here, donated £100. Naseem Jamal Saab from more than £100 for a gift of sight. Nasida Saab with £2,000 for a well. Jalaluddin Akbar Saab actually came in and gave £2,000 for the hospital. So the hospital is really taking some traction now, and people are not just doing one project, Hanif. So someone's come, Kashfas Shrebs, £50, which goes towards Humanity First general funds because we support the work, and £50 for gift of sight. Dawud Ahmed Khan Saab came earlier and gave us £500 earlier as well. So it's key, guy, and this is just what I've written down. If I show you my phone and the WhatsApp messages, is blown. I can't catch up. At the moment.
That's amazing, and that's the technology that we have here today. And there are so many different ways to donate, and so many different projects, and people are just—it's like a shopping list, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And because the projects sell themselves in a way, kind of thing, because the work is so positive. It's a tangible thing that you can feel and touch and help people. So that's what we're looking for.
And you have called out some names here today, but as we know, all the names are being displayed on screen at this moment.
Correct. Yeah. So as soon as we get the names with the updates, we upload them straight to the guys behind the scenes doing the graphics and stuff, and they are putting them straight on the.
And also we've got someone. You've grabbed someone off to come and talk to us.
So Khalid is basically working on is on the call centre at the moment, so he's going to tell you how he's been getting on today.
Tell us, how are you enjoying yourself?
Yeah, no, it's been an amazing experience. It never ceases to amaze how generous some people can be with their money. There's some fantastic causes here, and people have called non-stop. I mean, it's been literally, we're trying to chase the calls. There's a lot of them coming through, and everyone's trying to keep their finger on the button just to make sure that they're the one to take the donation. It's people have been giving, as Najm Saab said, £2,000, £100, large amounts of money, and it's all going to go a very long way for Humanity First, inshallah.
So, Najm, I'm seeing a bit of a competition amongst the volunteers here.
Volunteers, I'll be honest with you, the ladies are very quick off the buzzer, and the fellas are like, oh, come on, how are we going to do this now? So, so alhamdulillah, the teams are working really well. But listen, we're not at capacity. Let's keep pushing it in. Let's keep bringing the money in. Let's keep making the calls. That's our appeal to everyone here. Do you want to do this now, Hanif?
Yeah.
You sure? Are you ready for this? Right. I said to the guys,
all right, yeah.
that I'm not going to come back to them until we get over 300 grand, right? Because we're there. So,
seriously.
I said to them, look, I'm not coming back to you until you give me a better figure. So, by the grace of Allah, I can tell you we're at £351,160.
Amazing, but obviously for my benefit, go ahead.
Should we do it again, Halif? Okay, £351,160. That's where we are. We've still got a long way to go. Please pick up the phone and donate as much as you can.
That is amazing. Wow, thank you very much. And the viewers around the world, here in the UK, just around the corner, stone's throw away, and across the other side of the world in Australia. Just to remind our viewers, if you know that one eye operation is £50, but why just do one? Why not do 4 or 5? Why not do 6 or 7? If you imagine, if you just donated £200, that would be 4 people that you can give sight to, and that is amazing. So please keep your donations going, and that is so powerful, £200. And on that note, I would very much like to hand over to, again, another wonderful colleague, Dalib Maan, who's going to give us some more words of inspiration. Thank you very much. Jazakallah.
Hi there, Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi barakatuh, my fellow brothers out there and sisters. I'm supposed to give you a motivational speech to get you to donate more. All that really came to mind was that I had the privilege of being at Jummah Namaz yesterday, and Huzur gave in his Jummah sermon. He gave the sermon. And at the start of the sermon, what he said to us all was that it is incumbent, obviously during the month of Ramadan, for us to, seek righteousness. And one of those things that we can do to seek righteousness is actually look for our duty towards our fellow human being. So that's what we have to do. That's what we have to. Sorry about that. Kind of like random guy walking in front of me. But currently I've just been told we've raised 315,000 in the UK alone. So, 351,000, and we will not stop until we hit 600, inshallah. But going back to what I was trying to motivate everyone was that. You know what, we have to just kind of like look at ourselves and, during this month of Ramadan, give and donate. Why? Because, you know what, there are so many people out there who, you at home can help in any manner of form, and the easiest way is just by donating. Just pick up a phone and call in. I mean, we have a plethora of good charity, Humanity First have a plethora of good things to donate for. Orphan care, Knowledge for Life, Water for Life, and the Gift of Sight. And even within the general fund, there's the disaster relief. So if there are any disasters around the world, Humanity First are there responding. So we do need your donations, and inshallah we will hit 600,000. Okay, was that good enough?
The Prophet ﷺ has said, there are only 2 complete parts of faith. One is to love God, and the other is to love mankind, to such a degree that you consider the suffering and the trials and tribulations of others as your own, and that you pray for them. And so, here the Prophet ﷺ has mentioned a beautiful, distinguishing feature of the members of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, rarely seen elsewhere, that where they seek to serve others, they do not rely only on their wealth or skills alone. Rather, along with their physical efforts, they bow down in sincere prayer, seeking Allah's help and assistance. They pray Allah enables them to serve with the true spirit of sympathy compassion, and love for mankind. They seek Allah's help to develop a truly selfless spirit, whereby they consider the pain and desperation of others as their own pain and desperation. Again and again, the Prophet Messiah ﷺ said that his followers should utilize all of their God-given abilities for the sake of others. He went as far as saying that his followers should set aside all forms of religious differences and even seek to help and comfort those who oppose them. Therefore, this is the level and standard that Ahmadi Muslims should reach for. That the Prophet Messiah ﷺ has aligned human compassion with spirituality by stating that loving others is a great means of worship and a way to attain Allah's blessings and rewards. Certainly, the scale of the work being done by Humanity First far exceeds the funds that it has available. Other charities could not do 10% of the work that Humanity First does with the same amount of money. This is all a result of Allah's grace and blessings, and you should remember this at all times. May Allah enable Humanity First to go from strength to strength and enable all of you to work with that spirit of sincerity and love for humanity, which the Prophet ﷺ inculcated and taught us. Ameen.
With your prayers, efforts, inshallah. I'm very confident.
एक मरतबा फिर हम आपको खुशामदीद कहते हैं ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट का देख रहे हैं। अल्लाह ताला के फल से दुनिया भर से आपकी तरफ से पैगामात और नेक ख्वाहिशात के पैगामात भी मिल रहे हैं और इसके साथ साथ अतियात भी मिल रहे हैं। आपको ये हम खुशखबरी देना चाहेंगे, अल्लाह ताला के फल से अब तक 3,50,000 पाउंड आपकी तरफ से एहतियात में जमा हो चुके हैं। ये सब रकम जो है ये ज़रूरतमंद अफराद तक पहुँचेगी। इस वक्त मेरे साथ स्टूडियो में मौजूद है मुकर्रम मोहतरम सैयद मुजफ्फर अहमद साहब, आप चेयरमैन अहमदिया मुस्लिम एसोसिएशन डॉक्टर्स एसोसिएशन यूके हैं, और आपके साथ मुकर्रम मोहतरम मिर्ज़ा महमूद अहमद साहब, आप ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर हैं, और नेक्स्ट टू मिर्ज़ा साहब इज़ मुकर्रम मोहतरम नसीरुद्दीन साहब, डायरेक्टर फंड रेजिंग। हम आप सबको खुशामदीद कहते हैं और आपके शुक्रगुजार हैं कि आपने अपने कीमती वक्त में से कुछ वक्त हमें दिया है। बात शुरू करना चाहेंगे डॉक्टर साहब आपसे बात हो रही थी आपसे थोड़ी देर पहले कि आइवरी कोस्ट में अल्लाह ताला के फल से बहुत बड़ा एक हस्पताल बनाया जा रहा है। उस हस्पताल के बारे में कुछ तफसीलात हमारे नाज़रीन को बताइए।
ये साहब ने अपना जो खिताब था 2015 में हमारी मेडिकल एसोसिएशन को, उसमें हुजूर ने हमें इंस्ट्रक्शन दी थी कि आप लोगों की खिदमत करें, जाके कोई ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट्स करें जिससे लोगों को फ़ायदा हो, और रिकरेंट 50,000 पाउंड हर साल आप जमा करें, जाके लोगों की खिदमत करें। उससे हमें ये ख्याल आया, जाके आइवरी कोस्ट में फिर हमने हॉस्पिटल बनाने की बेसिक सारी चीज़ें इकट्ठी करके फिर हस्साब की खिदमत में आमला जब पेश हुई, उन्होंने प्रोजेक्ट पेश किया तो वहाँ पे हजूर ने इसको अप्रूव किया और कहा कि आप बनाएं। हमारा ये ख्याल था कि हम 200,000 पाउंड में ये अस्पताल बेसिक बिल्डिंग बना लेंगे, लेकिन हजूर ने उस वक्त कह दिया था कि ये आपके लिए 500,000 लगेगा। और ये 2 साल पहले हस्साब ने कहा था, अब आप देख लें किस कदर ठीक है, 500,000 चाहिए। तो अब अपने कारीन से कहें कि हमें 500,000 दें ताकि ये अस्पताल बन सके आगे।
इंशाल्लाह ताला। ये और यकीनन जैसे आज हमारे जो नाजरीन हैं वो फराख दिली के साथ अतियाजात दे रहे हैं, इंशाल्लाह मुझे यकीन है कि बहुत ज़्यादा दूर नहीं है। और इससे पहले कि हम मिर्ज़ा साहब से बात करें, मिर्ज़ा साहब अगर आपकी इजाज़त हो तो हम एक कॉलर ले लें। अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
वालेकुम सलाम।
जी हम आपको खुशामदीद कहते हैं। कौन कहाँ से बात कर रहे हैं?
बुशरा भट्टी जिलिंगम से।
बुशरा भट्टी साहिबा, हम आपको खुशामदीद कहते हैं। फरमाइए क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
नहीं बस मैंने वो किया डोनेट, और ये बस यही कहना था कि हर लिहाज में बेहतर बरकत होए और कामयाब करे।
आमीन आमीन। मोहतरमा बुशरा भट्टी साहिबा, आपकी कॉल का बेहद शुक्रिया। आपको हम खुदा हाफिज कहते हैं। बात करते हैं मिर्ज़ा साहिब, अफ्रीका में बहुत से प्रोजेक्ट्स हो रहे हैं अल्लाह ताला के फल से। आप कुछ बताइए कहाँ कहाँ मुश्किलात हैं, कहाँ कहाँ सक्सेस स्टोरीज हैं, कुछ इस सिलसिले में बताइए।
देखिए, अफ्रीका में अक्रॉस द बोर्ड, वेस्ट टू ईस्ट अफ्रीका, हर जगह अल्लाह के फजल से जहाँ भी ज़रूरत है और जहाँ पे ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के रिसोर्सेज थे, हमने कोशिश की है कि वहाँ पे खिदमत की एवेन्यूज़ को यूटिलाइज़ किया जाए। और उसी हवाले से जो है स्कूल खोले जाते हैं, क्लिनिक्स खोले जाते हैं और वाटर वेल्स पे काम हो रहा है। और इसमें सबसे बड़े चैलेंजेस जो हैं वो हमारे पास, एक तो यह है कि हमें जो है ना ज़मीन चाहिए होती है। बाज़ बार डिमांड आती है कि यहाँ स्कूल बनाएं, फिर सबसे बड़ा है कि ज़मीन, फिर हमें ज़मीन मिल जाती है और वहाँ पे ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट को अल्लाह के फजल से ये तौफीक हासिल है कि बिल्कुल एक बुनियादी स्ट्रक्चर से हम शुरू करके, और कम से कम ये कि वहाँ क्लासेस शुरू हो जाएं। और हुजूर अनवर की हिदायत के मुताबिक 2-3 क्लासेस से शुरू करते हैं और उसके बाद फिर ऐसा ऐसा कम से कम बच्चों को एक जगह मिल जाए कि वहाँ पढ़ने के लिए। और उसके साथ उसातिज़ा की एक चैलेंज है, क्योंकि आप अगर रिमोट इलाके में अगर स्कूल खोलना चाहते हैं, बच्चे भी हैं, सब कुछ है, आपको उसातिज़ा चाहिए पढ़ाने के लिए। तो फिर हम लोग कोशिश करते हैं अपने अपने ज़राए के हिसाब से कि उस खिदमत के जज्बे को उन तक ट्रांसफ़र करें और लोगों को कोशिश करें, मुकामी लोग हैं
उन्हें भी इसमें
कोशिश करें कि किसी तरह उनको राज़ी करें। हाँ, तनख्वाह पे रखते हैं, लेकिन ये कि उनको राज़ी करें कि आएँ और अपने इस फ़र्ज़ को भी निभाएं कि ये आपके ही कौम के लोग हैं और आपने इनको पढ़ाना है। और वो आके वहाँ पढ़ाते हैं। फिर वहाँ पे रिवाज है और बड़ा दिलचस्प है कि वहाँ पे जो है औरतें नॉर्मली जो है वो किचन का वो रखती हैं, और वो स्कूल का किचन जो होता है बाकायदा, और वहाँ पे तो इसमें भी ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट ने कई स्कूलों में ये शुरू किया कि जो है वो एक किचन के हिसाब से जो है एक छोटी सी जगह बना देते हैं और उसमें इतना ज़्यादा पैसा नहीं लगता, लेकिन एक सर्विस का एलिमेंट बहुत ज़्यादा है। और वहाँ बच्चे जो हैं वो अपने घर से अगर आते हैं और अगर बाज़ दफ़ा भूखे भी आएँ तो उनको माँ बाप को ये होता है, मैंने खुद ये स्कूल जाके देखे हैं, बेनिन वगैरह में देखे हैं कि वहाँ पे औरतें खाना बना रही हैं और दोपहर का खाना जो है वो स्कूल में उनको मिल जाता है।
सुभान अल्लाह, वो एक जैसे कम्युनिटी सेंटर के तौर पे भी यूज़ हो रहा होता है।
बिल्कुल।
मेरा एक आपसे और भी सवाल है जो मैं भी आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा कि क्या सिर्फ यहाँ से ह्यूमैनिटी के जो ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के वॉलंटियर्स या और कौमों के भी, ये मैं सवाल आपसे अभी पूछता हूँ। नसीरुद्दीन साहब is with us. He's director of fundraising. Nasiruddin sir, first of all, how you are feeling today? What are your feelings? By the grace of Allah, I think, so far as I think, it's going very successful. People, they are donating generously. How you are feeling about it?
Well, you're absolutely right. The figure that you announced earlier, it's much beyond our expectations, and we still have about another 5 hours to go. So, yes, I hope that other viewers who have not participated now should participate. We do want to try and get the 500,000 target for Dr. Saab today, if possible, and to push that project forward. And as Mia Saab has mentioned, he himself has seen the benefits of these projects, and they're immense. Basic resources are not available, but through the collective efforts of all of us together, we can make them available for the poor.
Now, see, one thing is that we are raising donation, we are asking for money. Now, there are some people, they want to do service for humanity, but they do not have money, but they have skills. For example, if there is an engineer, is a mechanic, is a plumber, there is someone who can really build or renovate. So is there any scope that such people, they can offer their services as well?
We do that, yes, of course. We can take volunteers. We have a vetting system, but yes, volunteers can help us here in the UK, help us in the fundraising or our various logistic issues here. So they should give us their names. We have on our website, if they go, they can email us and give us their full details. We do that. We're going in the month of October, inshallah, on some of these trips to West Africa, and we are going to be taking volunteers here from the United Kingdom, and we're going to do classroom transformation. I mean, you yourself have volunteered to come in October,
inshallah.
So we're going to be painting. So basic things we can do. The way is that it's all self-funding, as Amir Sahib mentioned at the opening. Everybody that goes, and as also Fazl has mentioned, we can help you in how you raise funds for yourself. So you get sponsors to sponsor your trip, and we give you a task, and then obviously there will be people on the ground to guide you. But yes, we do need volunteers. So please do give us your names and details.
जज़ाकल्लाह। जैसे नाज़रीन अभी आप सुन रहे थे, मोहतरम नसीर इंसान ने फरमाया कि अगर आप माली डोनेशन के साथ साथ अगर आप चाहते हैं कि आप 1 महीने के लिए 2 महीने के लिए अफ्रीका जाके, या कोई ममालिक जैसे थर पार्कर में कुएं बनाए जा रहे हैं या और बहुत से ममालिक, तो आप वहाँ पे अपनी सर्विसेज भी दे सकते हैं। और यहाँ हम आपसे दरख्वास्त करते चलेंगे कि इस प्रोग्राम के दौरान आप अपनी जो अतियात हैं वो हमें ज़रूर पहुँचाते रहें। 50 पाउंड अगर आप देते हैं तो किसी की जो आँखों की बीनाई जो कि उसकी लुट चुकी है वो वापस आ सकती है, उसकी ज़िंदगी में दोबारा खुशियाँ आ सकती हैं 50 पाउंड के ज़रिए। आप पानी के लिए, पानी का कुआं लगवाने के लिए पैसे दीजिए। देखिए अफ्रीका में हर रोज़, मैं हर महीने की बात नहीं कर रहा, हर रोज़ हज़ारों की तादाद में बच्चे जो हैं वो इस दुनिया से रुखसत हो जाते हैं, बच्चे और बड़े भी। सिर्फ वजह ये है कि वो पानी ऐसा पीते हैं कि जो 1 गिलास पानी है उसमें तकरीबन 3 या 4 चम्मच रेत होती है। तो ये जो ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के रज़ाकार हैं ये सारे अल्लाह ताला के फल से और यकीनन आपकी मदद से। ये डॉक्टर साहब, मेरा आपसे ये सवाल है, हम आइवरी कोस्ट की बात कर रहे हैं, आइवरी कोस्ट को ही क्यों ख़ास तौर पे? यकीनन एक तो इल्म है कि हज़रत अमीरुल मोमिनीन अय्यदहुल्लाह तआला बिन अज़ीज़ जो इरशाद फरमाते हैं वही हमारे लिए लाहे अमल होता है। लेकिन अगर आप कुछ आइवरी कोस्ट के महल वक़ू के बारे में कि क्यों इस मुल्क को ही चुना गया?
एक तो ये है कि आइवरी कोस्ट इंतहाई गरीब मुल्क है, वहाँ पे फैसिलिटीज़ बहुत बेसिक हैं। दूसरे हमारा जो वहाँ पे डिस्पेंसरी है वो बहुत पुरानी है। वहाँ पे डॉक्टर निज़ामुद्दीन बूज़न साहब बड़ी देर से काम कर रहे हैं। उस वक़्त वो बहुत अच्छी थी, लेकिन अब जो है वो बहुत ख़राब हो चुकी है। तो उससे एक जमात की रिफ्लेक्शन भी ठीक नहीं थी।
ठीक है,
तो इसलिए आइवरी कोस्ट को चुना गया। दूसरा ये है कि वहाँ की हुकूमत स्टेबल है।
ठीक है।
तीसरी चीज़ ये थी कि वहाँ पे जमात के पास एक इंतहाई अच्छी जगह पे उनका जो कैपिटल आबिजान है उसके जस्ट बाहर एक इंतहाई बड़ा प्लॉट है जिसमें हुकूमत ने एक हॉस्पिटल की इजाज़त दी हुई।
इजाज़त दी हुई थी?
नहीं, इजाज़त दी हुई है।
ठीक है।
तो उसमें हमारे पास ज़मीन थी जिसमें इजाज़त है प्रॉपर हुकूमत की तरफ से, और हमने उनसे वादा किया हुआ है कि हम एक हॉस्पिटल बना के देंगे।
अच्छा।
इसलिए ये सारा प्रोजेक्ट आइवरी कोस्ट
में ही हो रहा है।
आइवरी कोस्ट में
बहुत इस गुफ्तगू को हम बिल्कुल आगे जारी रखते हैं। मिर्ज़ा साहब, आपसे एक दफ़ा बात हो रही थी एंड टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट आई वाज रियली इंस्पायर्ड, आई डिडंट नो अबाउट दैट। आपने बताया कि ना सिर्फ यहाँ के जो यूके में जो पाकिस्तान के लोग हैं जो वहाँ पे जाते हैं, बल्कि आप इंग्लिश जो डॉक्टर्स हैं, डेंटिस्ट हैं, उन्हें भी आप इसकी तरगीब देते हैं। तो ये कुछ बताइए कि कैसे है, क्या कोई 1-2 डॉक्टर हैं वहाँ पे गए हैं या कुछ बताइए इसके बारे में।
नहीं, ये जो है ना अल्लाह के फजल ही है, और इसकी बुनियाद मैं समझता हूँ कि हज़रत खलीफतुल मसीह राबे रहमतुल्लाह की दुआएं हैं, क्योंकि जब ये ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट का आगाज़ और विज़न हुजूर ने पेश किया था तो हुजूर ने फरमाया था कि जो लाइक माइंडेड लोग हैं जमात के बाहर भी, वो भी जो है ना इसमें हिस्सा लेके हमारे साथ एक कॉमन नोबल कॉज में आगे बढ़ें।
जी,
आज हम देखते हैं कि जो है ना ग्वाटेमाला में, यूके में, जर्मनी में हमारे जो राब्ते हैं उनमें बाहर के डॉक्टर्स, सीनियर डॉक्टर्स, कंसल्टेंट लेवल की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, और ये मैंने उनसे
उनको आप कैसे कन्विंस करते हैं? ठीक है, मुझे तो इस माहौल का पता है, लेकिन उन्हें आप कैसे कन्विंस करते हैं, ख़ास तौर पे इन ममालिक के लोग जो कि ग़ालिबन बात करने के भी वो चार्जेस लेते हैं, तो उनको आप कैसे कन्विंस करते हैं कि वो
उनको कन्विंस जो है ना इस तरह का किया जाता है, और वो सबसे पहले तो ये कि इनसे रब्ता होता है।
ठीक है।
और जब उनको ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के मॉडल के बारे में और इसकी वर्किंग एनवायरनमेंट के बारे में और इसकी स्पिरिट के बारे में बताया जाता है, तो उनसे एक तरह से रह ही नहीं जाता।
अच्छा,
वो मतलब कि उन्होंने ऐसा मॉडल शायद कहीं और नहीं देखा।
और जब वहाँ पे जाते हैं तो क्या आप उन्हें ऐसी सहूलतें देती हैं
नहीं,
जैसे यहाँ इंग्लैंड में सहूलतें हैं,
ऐसे नहीं
मतलब
देते।
कोई 5 स्टार होटल देते हैं उन्हें, क्या करते हैं?
वो जब यहाँ से लेके जाते हैं तो उनको अक्सर तो हम उनको कहते हैं कि आपने जाना है तो अपना टिकट खुद देंगे,
और वो तैयार
भी हो जाते हैं।
माशाल्लाह माशाल्लाह।
और फिर वो अगर कोई ऐसा है जिसको हम थोड़ा सा सब्सिडाइज कर दें वो कर देते हैं, लेकिन अमूमन वो अपना टिकट दे के जाते हैं। प्लस ये है कि अल्लाह का बड़ा ही फजल है कि जिन मुल्कों में हमें खिदमत की तौफीक मिलती है वहाँ पे जमात अहमदिया का पूरा सेटअप है। तो हम लोग अक्सर मस्जिद के साथ जो कमरा है या गेस्ट हाउसेज जो होते हैं उनमें वो लोग आराम से रहते हैं और कहते हैं कि हमारा वक्त ना ज़ाया हो, हम यहाँ खिदमत करने आए हैं, तो हमें चाहे ज़मीन पे चटाई बिछा के सुला देना, हम ज़्यादा काम जो है वो करने आए हैं, तो वो अपना क्लिनिक करते रहेंगे या स्कूल है तो वहाँ पे। और बेनिन की मैं आपको मिसाल देता हूँ, मैं 2 साल पहले बेनिन गया, तो इत्तेफाक से एक ग्रुप जर्मनी से, हमारी ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट जर्मनी की टीम लेके आई हुई थी।
जर्मन लोगों की?
जर्मन लोगों
अच्छा,
की।
ठीक
और
है।
इसमें सीनियर कंसल्टेंट्स थे, 2 डॉक्टर्स थे, मेन एंड वुमेन बोथ, नर्सेस थी, सीनियर नर्सेस थे। और मैंने उनसे पूछा कि यहाँ रहने वहने का, मुझे चूँकि थोड़ा सा था कि उनके ख्याल रखा जा रहा है या नहीं।
ठीक है।
तो उन्होंने कहा कि ये तो कहते हैं हमने 2-4 घंटे बस सोना है।
2-4 घंटे सोना है सिर्फ?
कहते हैं कि हम रात को 10-11 बजे तक कहते हैं कि ये लोग अपने ऑपरेशन करते हैं, बैक टू बैक ऑपरेशन। 2-3 कमरे इन्होंने ऑपरेशन थिएटर के तौर पे बना लिए थे और सुबह 6 बजे उठ जाते हैं और मरीजों को फिर फिल्टर करना शुरू कर देते हैं। और मेरे से उन्होंने शायद चंद मिनट बात की और मुझे एक्सक्यूज करके कहा कि अब हम जा रहे हैं, अब हम आपसे ज़्यादा बात नहीं कर सकते।
माशाल्लाह माशाल्लाह, कैसा ये अल्लाह ताला का खास फजल है। मोहतरम नसीरुद्दीन साहब, you are with Humanity First for a long time. Please tell us something about early days, how it started. Now, by the grace of Allah, is making progress. And please do tell us.
The early days were really during the conflict of the Bosnian conflict, and as Miasa mentioned, at that time, under the guidance of Hazrat Khadam Ahmadiyya was asked to take some humanitarian aid to the victims of the conflict of all sides in the Bosnian conflict. So from the UK,
that was almost the first convoy to
94-95. And then by the time we got to 96, it was developing. And as I mentioned earlier today, we also started sending humanitarian aid directly. In fact, Dr. Muzaffar Saab, I was talking to him yesterday, he filled, I remember, we sent containers to Africa, and a big truckload of arms and legs, of prosthetic arms and legs, which were needed for the victims of the wars. We sent those as well. And Dr. Saab, over 20 years ago, then got that container, and it was sent to, at that time, I think Sierra Leone, was it? Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone was in turmoil.
In turmoil.
And I happened to be in the vasculars department, and I had no experience of these limbs or anything. I just went and said that, look, this container is going, and if you've got few limbs, we would like to send it to Africa. And they said, no, just come along with me. There's a whole room full of limbs. You can take as many as you like, and we will let you take away all those. So Allah Ta'ala actually helped from nowhere, and we had a full container of limbs which we actually sent there without any cost to us or to anyone else.
Mashallah, mashallah. Now, one last question to Mirza Sahib. In these African countries, as you have mentioned, mashallah, Humanity First is doing very well. There must be many other organizations they are doing. So what is the main difference? I mean, how local people feel about this Humanity First and other organizations?
I think primarily since the inception of Humanity First, the benchmark difference between Humanity First and other charities is that Humanity First has never and will never differentiate between its beneficiaries as to their background, their religion, their culture. And that has been the strongest point of Humanity First, that whoever comes on the doorstep and is in need whether he is a Christian, he or she is a Christian or any other faith or any background of culture within the African communities. Humanity First never asked that question. Most of the beneficiaries of Humanity First in our hospitals, in our schools, are non-Muslims in Africa. And that is the key differentiation between Humanity First, that we are there, or for any other country, even just not Africa, in other countries as well. Humanity First beneficiaries are in need, and that's our mandate. And we never ask their religion or culture or background. And that has been accepted by the local communities, as they are the people who are to help. They're not here to do any conversion or anything. Unlike supposedly I've heard that some other charities do, they try to influence in one way or the other. But in Humanity First, by the grace of Allah and the guidance of Khalifatul Masih, that we are here for help. And it is our mandate given by our religion, Islam, that is, we have, others have the right over us.
Sure. जैसे वो हज़रत मसीह मौऊद अलैहिस्सलाम ने मेरा मतलूब व मकसूद व तमन्ना खिदमत खल्क़स, हमी कारम हमी बारम हमी रस्मम हमी रहम, तो हमारा तो सारा यही है. नसीद ये सब in remote areas of Sindh, like Thar Parker and all these areas, people, they are in great need of water. So just quickly, if you please tell us in last 1 minute, what's being done for those people?
In Pakistan in particular?
In Pakistan, Thar Parker.
In Thar Parker, the Humanity First Pakistan has had a very successful campaign of putting in wells. They've done over 300 wells in the last few years.
Mashallah.
These wells are in places where ladies especially and children have to walk for miles and miles daily to get water, which is not very fresh either. And from their homes, their daily life, majority of their daily life is spent there. Due to the lack of clean water, many people get ill, get very sick. But per village, we estimate that there's about 800 to 1,000 individuals that are benefiting from that. So in the last few years, Humanity First Pakistan has given nearly 300,000 individuals daily fresh water.
Mashallah, mashallah. We'll continue. Yes, please.
On the cost of the water wells that we have seen in Thar Parker, the similar example we had in one other country where we were tasked to build water wells, rehabilitate, but when we gave the price or similar price, we were actually challenged back that this is such a low price. How can you do a well in this price? But said we can demonstrate.
We can do that. We can do that.
For your viewers, is £3,000 for Thar Parker, and that will help at least 1,000 members.
Sure. We will continue, inshallah ta'ala. I think I'm told that we have a live caller with us. Can we speak to Lord? Assalamu alaikum.
वालेकुम सलाम रहमतुल्लाह।
जी कौन कहाँ से बात कर रही हैं?
मेरा नाम मनाल रहमान है, तो मैं यूके से बात कर रही हूँ, लंदन से।
हम आपको खुशामदीद कहते हैं, फरमाइए आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी?
मैं बस यही कहना चाहूँगी कि अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अल्लाह ताला के फजल से ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के इतने ज़्यादा प्रोग्राम्स हैं, इतने ज़्यादा प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं कि जिस किसी भी तरीके में हम चाहें कि हम एक डिफरेंस दुनिया में मेक कर सकें, वो सारा ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के थ्रू एक जरिया बना हुआ है।
जी यकीनन। जी और ये फरमाइए कि इस जो ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, इसमें आज या आइंदा आप कुछ प्रोग्राम बना रही हैं, उसमें कुछ हतिया करने का?
हाँ जी, इंशाल्लाह। मेरी फैमिली ने कुछ अर्सा पहले थर पार्कर के लिए एक वेल डोनेट किया था।
माशाल्लाह।
और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आज भी हमने नॉलेज फॉर लाइफ और आइवरी कोस्ट के हॉस्पिटल की फंड्स में हम शामिल हुए हैं।
बहुत शुक्रिया। अल्लाह ताला आपको जज़ा दे। आपको इस वक्त हम खुदा हाफिज़ कहते हैं। आज की इस गुफ्तगू को इंशाल्लाह हम किसी और मजलिस में भी जारी रखेंगे, लेकिन एक दफ़ा फिर हम नाजरीन से दरख्वास्त करना चाहेंगे कि लाइन्स ओपन है। हमारे जो रज़ाकार हैं वो इस वक्त आपकी जो टेलीफोन कॉल्स के मुंतज़िर हैं। खुदा ताला के फल से आपकी मदद से 3,50,000 पाउंड की रकम अब तक जमा हो चुकी है। इस रकम से क्या होगा? इससे बच्चे पढ़ेंगे, इससे वो बच्चे जो बीमार हैं उन्हें साफ पानी मुहैया किया जाएगा, शेल्टर्स मुहैया किए जाएंगे, थरपारकर में कुएं बनाए जाएंगे। इन सारे नेक कामों में आप शामिल होंगे। इंशाअल्लाह ताला एक छोटे से वक्फे के बाद दोबारा हम आपकी खिदमत में हाजिर होंगे।
Over 4,000 men, women and children, including over 3,000 Muslim and 1,000 non-Muslim guests, gathered in the heart of London to raise money for over 90 UK charities. The theme of this year's Majlis Ansarullah Charity Walk for Peace was a walk in pursuit of service to humanity. This directly reflects the mission of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. This year's walk was held in Silvertown, Newham, directly opposite London City Airport. Participants gathered early morning along the scenic views of the London City Airport and Docklands area in Silvertown. Over 800 volunteers worked tirelessly over many months in preparation for this keystone event. Participants and supporters on the day included various members of Parliament, councillors, mayors of various boroughs, school children, members of the local communities and representatives from various supported charities. A total of over 4,000 participants raised funds for over 90 UK registered charities, including the British Heart Foundation, Macmillan Cancer Support, the Royal London Society for the Blind, the Royal British Legion, Action for Children, and Humanity First. For many of these charities, the Charity Walk for Peace has become a highlight event in their calendar, where representatives attend alongside members to show their support.
I think it's highly important because all the charities are working for great causes for themselves, and it's a fantastic way to bring everyone together in a lovely community feel. So it's, you know, you're two birds with one stone sort of thing.
Oh, the atmosphere is just completely different. It's so happy, everyone's friendly, everyone's talking to each other, everyone looks after each other around the course. Everyone's so tidy, no one leaves any litter. It's brilliant. It's beautifully done.
During the inaugural ceremony, various special guests and dignitaries addressed the attendees of the charity walk, including Lord Tariq Ahmed of Wimbledon, Councillor Lynn Brown MP for West Ham, Ian Lander, Borough Commander, Newham Councillor Ken Clark, the Deputy Mayor of Newham and the Cabinet Minister for Community. The National President of Majlis Ansarullah UK, Dr. Chaudhry Ijazur Rahman, welcomed the participants of the walk. The National President of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Community UK, Mr. Rafiq Ahmed Hayat, addressed the attendees of the walk and led the traditional silent prayer to commence the walk. As participants, both young and old, completed the walk, they were greeted at the finish line with medals and smiling faces to celebrate their success. Many special guests provided extensive support for the success of the event, including Brenda Fraser, the Mayor of Merton, His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Sharif, the Ambassador for the Republic of Liberia, Councillor Peter Headington, the Mayor of Waltham Forest, Susan Headington, the Mayoress of Waltham Forest, Councillor Eileen Keller, the Mayor of Barking and Dagenham, Councillor Joanne Hillary, Merton Council, and Councillor Kathy Bance, the Mayor of Bromley. Over the past few years, Majlis Ansarullah Ahmadiyya UK has raised more than £3.5 million, which has been distributed to over 250 UK-based charities. Majlis Ansarullah UK aims to raise £750,000 from this year's Charity Walk for Peace. Various dignitaries spoke highly of the event and gave words of support for the community.
It's beautiful, isn't it? And I think that things like this help us to demonstrate just how peaceful London is and how communities do live side by side happily together. I'm really delighted to be part of something like this, which is a clear illustration to the rest of the world just how people can live peacefully side by side. It's beautiful.
Yeah, the world is in turmoil in many parts of it, and basically we must always understand that, and this organisation works at all levels, whether helping local communities with finance and assistance, but also worldwide as well. So I have a lot of time for the organisation itself. And in fact, I went to a small reception up at the House of Commons a little while ago, and I saw again the benefits that this organisation do for real people on the ground, and it was great to see, and that's why I'm here today, to support the organisation.
Well, we've been working with the
partnered with the organisation for the last year because we're coming to the end of our mayoralty now, and it's been a pleasure to be involved with them and see the hard work that they do and the good work that they do to bring the community together, and certainly with their saying of love for all and hatred for none, which is what they actually display in their everyday lives. It's great to see so many people here coming out today, great to see so many ladies and children here as well, and it shows that everybody can come together to bring peace to London, and that's what we need more than anything.
This report is brought to you from MT International, UK Studios in London.
Humanity First Telethon Ramadan Appeal 2017. We value your support and want you to know that your donation today will make a massive difference by saving and transforming even more lives all over the world. A donation of £480 will provide 1 year's secure accommodation, food, clothing and education for orphans in Sierra Leone and Guinea created by the Ebola epidemic. A donation of £100 will pay to allow us to paint a primary school classroom in Africa, deploy laminated posters and supply books. Thanks to our classroom transformation project, many children come back to school as a result. Ensuring that villagers are given a sustainable clean water supply in Africa and Sindh in Pakistan. A donation of £1,200 will pay for a water well in Africa, £2,000 will pay for a hand pump in Africa, and £3,000 will pay for a water well in Sindh. Humanity First will also place a personalised plaque on each well or pump. A donation of £50 will pay for a cataract surgery operation. This includes screening, surgery, medication and post-operation check. Humanity First, in association with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Medical Association UK, are building a state-of-the-art hospital in the Ivory Coast. The hospital will provide free medical treatment to the poorest of the poor in the region. The total cost of the hospital will be £500,000. For each brick donated, an inscribed personalised name plaque will be placed in the hospital. The size of the plaque varies depending on the contribution. A red brick will cost £500, a bronze £1,000, a silver £2,000, a gold £3,000, platinum £5,000 and £10,000 for a diamond brick. All diamond donors will be invited to attend the opening ceremony of the hospital. The different ways to pay. You can visit our website www.humanityfirst.org or call us on 0208 417 0082. By text, to donate £100, text HFTL 17 £100 to 70070. Or you can come and visit us at Baitul Fadul Mosque. Many thanks for your generous donation.
Here you go, ready? Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Again, as usual, we're here right next to the call centre and everyone is phoning in from all around the world, and I can assure you that your calls are absolutely amazing and they're making people feel so emotional. Absolutely emotional. I've heard stories when people are just cannot stop crying. They are just so humbled by all of your donations. And I also have with me pleasure with Nasser Khan Saab, who is the Naib Amir and obviously Officer Jalsa Salana, to say a few words. Assalamu alaikum.
How are you?
No, I'm very well. You've joined us today. What would you like to say and what have you seen here?
Well, first of all, I want to say how wonderful it is to see all of you working so hard. Allah bless you for all the efforts that you've put in. I've seen you working to organise this over the last few days, and inshallah, I'm sure it'll be a huge success. So we're very grateful to God that Humanity First exists. There are lots of charities that do lots of good work around the world, but Humanity First is unique, and it was set up with that unique purpose that it's solely for there for humanity, and I think you've served that really well over the years. I'm from Tanzania. I was born in Tanzania, And recently I went there on a family holiday, and I saw, just by accident, I saw some of the wonderful things that were going on there, and some of the Humanity First's fundraising has achieved. And for example, right near the city centre, there was a water well that had recently been set up by Humanity First, paid for by donations, of course. And there was queues from 8 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night. When they switched the water off, because they couldn't obviously let it run throughout the night. But you could see, hundreds and thousands of people benefiting from this one well. And when you hear this is going on around Africa, throughout the continent, you can see the wonderful work that this organisation does.
If there was one message that you'd like to give to all of our viewers around the world, what would it be right now?
Well, I think the first thing is, by the grace of God, this organisation is blessed. It has whatever money it collects, it manages to use that enormously well, and the achievements that it does from a very small, humble base is absolutely magnificent. So I think all those people that contribute can be safe in the knowledge that every penny that they give here, and I've personally witnessed it, as I said myself, that the money is probably better spent than any other organisation that I know of, and I do come across many organisations, and so in that sense I think it's a unique opportunity to be involved with an organisation that makes things work. Every penny counts, and all the volunteer hours that go into making this a success makes this something unique.
Jazakallah, thank you very much.
My pleasure, my honour, thank you.
And now, as usual, we've got our regular update from Najm Khan. Najm, come on over. Right, come on. What's the current situation right now?
Current situation. Well, look, let me give you some more names and stuff. We've had some lovely messages. So we've got Lubna Cocker, who's messaged in and said, look, she's really loving the program at the moment. She's wishing us all the best. She's really happy. It's motivated her to give some money. She's given £100 for gift of sight and £50 for knowledge for life as well. We've had a call from Nasser Sajjad, who's given £480 for the orphan care, and in his daughter's name, Layla Sajjad, £500 for the Ivory Coast hospital. We've also had Malik Furqan Amsab, who's given £1,200 here, and it's a live donation because the young man's here as well, and he's going to tell us about why he's been donating.
Yeah, come on, tell us why have you come here today?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Malik Furqan Ahmed. I donated £1,200 to the water well, and I donated because we are very fortunate to have clean water and we go to the sink and we can get in 10 seconds. The people in Africa, they have to go very far for 3 hours walking to get dirty water. So I think we're very fortunate. I think that's why I donated £1,200 to the water well.
That's wonderful. And as you can see, at such a young age, that he appreciates exactly what it is and why he is donating. And that is absolutely amazing. And this is the tarbiyat, this is the guidance, and as always, this is all of the instructions that we receive from our beloved Hazur. Now I've got some more words from a wonderful person who would just like to say something. Over to Fada. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum, Jazakallah Hanif. Guys, welcome to the telethon. My name is Fida. I work as part of a member of The Voice. I'm here to talk to you about what we can do as a young generation for Humanity First. We're part of the generation of the millennials. Now, it was something interesting that I read about the millennials, and it was that we are the most receptive generation to give to humanity. And it's quite easy for us to do that through Humanity First. This telethon is a prime example. You can sit there right now on your couches, on your sofas, and just pick up the phone and text to 70070 and text HFTL17 followed by the amount. So that could be a small amount, that could be a large amount, but collectively together I urge you all to do that. One of the things that motivated me about working with Humanity First is that it's so accessible. We can do it in the long run, and it's an amazing thing to have for us as a community and as a young generation as well. My brothers went out to Niger a few years ago, which motivated me quite a lot. They didn't have to do it. They went out to the scorching heat in the summer in Niger and helped install water pumps. See, this is one of the longer visions of Humanity First, where they can you can also help by working in their appeals in Africa. And they went to Niger specifically, and they helped install water pumps. Water is a necessity for everyone, and what these people need out there in these countries is access to it as well. And not just access, but also the service that the pumps need as well. And my brothers, they went out there and they talk about this experience so many different times. It's very easy for us to do that as well, and to volunteer for Humanity First is quite simple as well. All you have to do is send them over an email or just come and visit their head office. So their email is volunteer@uk.humanityfirst.org. And it's so simple to come in and just give them a hand. Whether it's recently I was told by one of my friends and colleagues that work in Humanity First that it's as simple as coming in and maybe helping pack some books, maybe cleaning some computers.
Thank you very much for that. I've just had some word that we've had a few technical issues with some of our live calls, etc., because I think the volume is just overwhelming. But don't let that stop you from calling in, please. And now what we'd like to do is, I mentioned to you earlier at the beginning, we had a wonderful presentation from our spiritual leader about one community and one leader. This is the second part of that presentation. Hazrat Khalifatul Masih V. Assalamu alaikum.
Under divine guidance, with the objective to rejuvenate Islamic moral and spiritual values. It encourages interfaith dialogue, diligently defending Islam and attempting to correct misunderstandings about the religion in the West.
I'd like to start by saying just how important the work of the Ahmadiyya community is. It deepens others' understanding of your own faith, and it gives a voice to those who are marginalised in their own societies.
Now, what has so impressed me as I have come to understand more about the Ahmadiyya faith is your remarkable commitment to interfaith dialogue, your commitment to the principle of non-compulsion in religion, and your commitment to peace and tolerance.
At this pivotal point in international relations, many questions and concerns have been raised concerning the doctrines of Islam. Most have incorrectly interpreted Islam as endorsing violence and terrorism. The Ahmadiyya community has always demonstrated the spirit of tolerance, goodwill, and true brotherhood. It advocates peace, love, and understanding among followers of different faiths. It firmly believes in and acts upon Quranic teachings. It strongly rejects violence and terrorism in any form and for any reason. The movement offers a clear presentation of Islamic wisdom, philosophy, morals, and spirituality, as derived from the Holy Quran and the practice of the Holy Prophet of Islam, Muhammad. Peace and blessings of Allah be on him.
His Holiness has emerged as a leader of wisdom and compassion, a champion of nonviolence among nations, and respect among faiths. His Holiness and this community have had the courage to condemn terrorism no matter where or who perpetrates it, not simply because you were victims of violence yourselves, but because terror is wrong wherever and whenever it occurs. You have spoken out against violence of intolerance, even among fellow Muslims, not only because you have endured persecution firsthand, but because calling for the destruction of churches and synagogues or other houses of worship is a violation of basic human rights.
For me, as a student of Islam for now almost 30 years, I am constantly amazed by the depth of service that is certainly represented by this community and tradition, by the depth of tolerance and the constant searching for what it means to be human. To be of human means to be of service, and I think this is so dramatically represented by the message of this community.
But there is something in the faith of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community that is striking, impressing. You teach to your followers that loyalty to your homeland is part of your faith. Ahmadi Muslims are proud of the fact that wherever they reside in the world, they become loyal citizens of that country.
एक ख्वाब है और मुस्तकिल है एक ख्वाब है और मुस्तकिल है वो शख्स नहीं वो मेरा दिल है
His Holiness Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmed, the present head of the community, continues in his effort to unite people from all faiths and cultures by promoting interfaith dialogue and religious freedom. He has travelled extensively to spread the message of peace and to remind everyone to respect the rights of other human beings. During these tours, His Holiness has met world leaders from the Far East to Europe, from North America to Africa, discussing the economic, social and political problems facing the world today and how to create peace and justice in the world. He has also met religious and community leaders in order to share common values and core ideals universal to all religions and cultures, with a view to improving the moral state of mankind and creating an atmosphere of love and affection. From young to old, he compassionately listens to the ordinary man, regardless of race, colour or religion. He has personally initiated social projects and schemes to alleviate poverty and human suffering. His concern is not just about the well-being and moral state of the members of the Ahmadiyya community, but of the great human suffering of mankind at large. The Ahmadiyya community knows only that Islam, which is the Islam of love and affection, offers a real message of peace and security.
But this should, ladies and gentlemen, come as a surprise to no one, to anyone who knows this community. Ahmadis are renowned throughout the world for their devotion to peace, universal brotherhood, and the will of God, the core principles of true Islam.
All of us, whatever our political persuasions, hugely admire the work of the Ahmadiyya community here in the United Kingdom as we do across the world.
Let us make a resolution. Let us make this resolution to promote the message of peace and brotherhood, which is your message to mankind, that people of different religions should not quarrel and fight with each other, but should accept and tolerate and live together in that spirit of brotherhood and peace, which is the essence of your religion.
वो मेरा दिल है वो शख्स नहीं वो मेरा दिल है वो मेरा दिल है
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. And as we're continuing on with the theme, we have the pleasure of talking to you much more about the different projects that we are describing today for you. But at the moment, we have a call that's just come in. I was about to go and throw to Asante, but what we're going to take this call right now. So, Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Alaikum assalam.
Wow, you sound very, very young. How old are you?
I'm 11 years old.
You're 11 years old, and where are you calling from?
From Kingston.
You're Kingston. That is wonderful. Why did you pick up the phone today to speak to the world?
Well, I know there's a lot of people and children who aren't as lucky as I am, and they don't have a home or a family, and they don't even have money to do simple things. So I just wanted to help all the children out there who need it and give them a gift.
That is absolutely wonderful, and I'm so pleased that you call in. How much do you contribute? How much do you want to donate today?
£100.
£100. That is absolutely amazing. Can you just say your name again for me, please?
My name is Gashpa Shoaib.
And you are 11 years old and you are donating £100.
Yes.
Mashallah, I am so happy for you and your family and everything else. Thank you very much for calling. That's very kind of you. Alhamdulillah.
Jazakallah.
Wa alaikum assalam, jazakallah. And now what I'd like to do is hand over to Ibrahim Asante, who's going to talk about Water for Life. Thank you very much.
Welcome, Assalamu alaikum. Welcome once again to the Humanity First Telethon Global 2017 appeal. We are appealing for you to give towards the Ivory Coast Hospital, which will be providing treatment for free, and also for Water for Life. Water is life. But in places like Africa, where I come from, we have places where water, which normally is transparent, looks like this. People have to deal with water like this, drink water like this, wash with water like this. And the most painful aspect is women and children will have to bear walking 6 to 10 kilometers just to get even this kind of water to drink. And we appeal to you today, please send in your donations, give to us. And with me today is Hanif Saab, who is the operations manager or head of operations for Humanity First UK. Hanif, welcome.
Jazakallah. Thank you, Ibrahim.
So what is Humanity First doing to help alleviate this struggle of water, lack of potable drinking water in Africa?
Jazakallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Humanity First, by the grace of Allah, has done to date 2,500 water installations, mainly in Africa. And this is benefiting around 3.8 million people by the grace of Allah. Now, like you mentioned, it's mainly the women or the children who go out to fetch the water, and typically they have to walk long distances. So what we're doing is we try to place the water resource close to their home so that they can then do more meaningful things in their life. So this actually transforms the life of the children, because before they were fetching water maybe twice a day and walking many, many miles. Now they can go to school, for example. So there are a lot of things we can do, and what the viewers can do to help are, for example, we do rehabilitation projects, for example, which means that a water pump has not been maintained properly, and so we identify what is wrong with it and we fix it. Those people who want to donate for this, they're most welcome, and they can donate £750 for doing this. We've also got £2,000 for a hand pump in Africa, or £3,000 for water wells in Sindh. And these are truly transforming the lives of the people in Africa.
Truly transforming the lives of people in Africa. With just £750, you can support Humanity First to be able to refurbish one of these. There are thousands of them in Africa, to provide potable drinking water. If you can imagine people drinking water this color, please keep sending in your donations. And also with £2,000, as Hanif said, you can also provide a brand new portable borehole or drinkable water. We also have with us our collaborating organization, IAAE, being represented by Babasab. Welcome, Babasab.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you very much.
What is IAAE doing in support of provision of drinkable water in Africa and other developing countries?
Assalamualaikum. Thank you very much. My name is Babar, and we in IAAE looking for new ways in improving the quality of life, as you have mentioned, the struggle what people have to go through in Africa. So right now what you can see in front of me are a solar water system. This is an enhanced way of extracting water from the ground instead of just using a labor way of pumping the water. If you just switch on the switch, that will enable the water to extract from the ground, fill up the tank, and then people are able to just turn on the tap, and it will be distributed in different locations across the whole village. Instead of people queuing up in the pump, what I've seen many times, and that enables people to get water 24/7, and it just makes their lives just a bit more easier what it is right now.
24/7 we get water in developed countries like in the UK where we are, but people in Africa are suffering, they are struggling. People in Africa, especially women and children, some have to walk 6 to 10 miles every single day, affecting their socio-economic lifestyle, affecting the girl child, affecting their education. And this is what we are appealing to you. Nothing is too small. You can send money through the text messages, you can also donate, you can even pledge, and you can also give in blocks. £750 is going to be able to help refurbish one whole pump, and at £2,000 will also help to give one new drinkable water. So please keep sending your donations, and nothing is too small. I will pass you back to the studios, Hanif.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that information. Thank you for letting our viewers around the world understand and appreciate the amazing work that is being done around the world and serving mankind. And that is just one of the projects that we are raising money for. Here is an appeal for all of the projects and an understanding of what we're raising money for. Thank you very much.
Humanity First Telethon Ramadan Appeal 2017. We value your support and want you to know that your donation today will make a massive difference by saving and transforming even more lives all over the world. A donation of £480 will provide 1 year's secure accommodation, food, clothing and education for orphans in Sierra Leone and Guinea created by the Ebola epidemic. A donation of £100 will pay to allow us to paint a primary school classroom in Africa, deploy laminated posters and supply books. Thanks to our classroom transformation project, many children come back to school as a result. Ensuring that villagers are given a sustainable clean water supply in Africa and Sindh in Pakistan. A donation of £1,200 will pay for a water well in Africa, £2,000 will pay for a hand pump in Africa, and £3,000 will pay for a water well in Sindh. Humanity First will also place a personalised plaque on each well or pump. A donation of £50 will pay for a cataract surgery operation. This includes screening, surgery, medication and post-operation check. Humanity First, in association with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Medical Association UK, are building a state-of-the-art hospital in the Ivory Coast. The hospital will provide free medical treatment to the poorest of the poor in the region. The total cost of the hospital will be £500,000. For each brick donated, an inscribed personalised name plaque will be placed in the hospital. The size of the plaque varies depending on the contribution. A red brick will cost £500, a bronze £1,000, a silver £2,000, a gold £3,000, platinum £5,000 and £10,000 for a diamond brick. All diamond donors will be invited to attend the opening ceremony of the hospital. The different ways to pay. You can visit our website www.humanityfirst.org or call us on 0208 417 0082. By text, to donate £100, text HFTL 17 £100 to 70070, or you can come and visit us at Bab al-Fadul Mosque. Many thanks for your generous donation.
$15 seconds. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We are here again at the call centre, and we have for a moment lost the sound for a few minutes. Again, I think the electricity the absolutely amazing responses and the speed at which everyone is responding to our calls to donate is, I think, it's actually probably causing us a few problems. So anyway, so just moving on from that, we apologise, but let's talk to Najm and let's get an update as to what's happening. Najm, here we go again. Tell us what's going on.
Right, okay, so calls are still coming in thick and fast. People are still, you know, coming in. We've had, again, families are doing it. Young kids are calling up and say they want to do this. A lot have been done on behalf of people and relatives and stuff as well. So it's, it's really deep from some people. Mohammed Ahmed Saab's given us £1,500. Javeria Qureshi, she behaved on behalf of her parents, £50 and some more as well. Osama Joy, £100 Knowledge for Life. So again, the projects are really key to the donations coming in. Tariq Hiyat Saab has he wanted to give money to all the projects, you know, say £100 for each of the projects, but also the Red Brick £500 for the Ivory Coast Hospital as well. So you know that's so these keep coming in. Our total where we stand is alhamdulillah £366,405. So alhamdulillah, we're getting there. Still not there quite, still not happy enough, you know, there's still, feet are still itching, we still need to get a little bit more kind of thing. So, you know, please donate as much as you can. Don't forget, I say, we're still here on live until 10 o'clock. So.
Okay, Najm, you've lined up one of our volunteers to talk to. Should we just go and have a chat with them?
Let's go talk
okay. So as Najm has said, please continue with those donations. Let's get these guys, I mean, they are all busy, but let's just continue calling. And we've got somebody lined up. Yes, assalamu alaikum. How's it going?
Good, alhamdulillah. Our lines have been quite busy all day. Been here since 12 and taking calls constantly. People donating anything from £50 to 2,000, even 5,000.
How many calls have you taken personally?
I think personally I've taken about 30 or 40. So in total since the morning.
And what's do you know, have you managed to talk to the guys? What's the average that people are taking?
Everyone's been quite busy. There's periods, obviously, where we have on and off, but I mean, there's been periods where we press, and calls don't stop. Alhamdulillah.
Mashallah, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. Najm, what we might do this time, I was just thinking, I mean, obviously this is the Global Telethon. We're just getting figures for the UK. Correct, maybe we could consider giving the worldwide figure in all the other telethons?
Okay, so when we come back, well, for the next one, I'll get the update for the global figure. It's just, I've been honest, it's been astonishing. Praises from Pakistan has been really amazing. You think Pakistan's a third world country, etc., but the hearts of people are amazing. And you know, in comparison to what we've done here, it is amazing. In Europe, other countries of the world, I don't think North America's even woken up yet. And when that does, you know, the screen won't be big enough to take the figure, inshallah. But globally, alhamdulillah, it's a global phenomenon that we're on at the moment.
I can share a figure with you now. Shall I share it with you?
Go on.
I've just been
told.
told.
It's my turn now.
So what I'm going to tell you, I'm going to repeat the worldwide figure, right? I'm going to give you a rough estimation because it's changing all the time.
Yeah.
Right? It's over £800,000.
He said it's over £800,000. The next conversation we need to hit that secret six-figure number, that one, inshallah. Inshallah, with Zu's prayers, with all the hard work that's been done here, and especially with the donations from our people, inshallah, we can make a difference to people's lives.
Just as a clarification, and I apologise for that, it's over $800,000.
Dollars. Okay. Listen, the target is a target, right? We know that we still want it coming rolling in. So the heavens have opened. Let them open even more, inshallah. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Najm. I look forward to talking to you again, and let's get some more people.
Get back on the phone.
Okay, please keep dialing, please keep calling, and please keep donating via all of the opportunity ways that you can do through the website. Now, here are some more inspirational people who've just come and like to say a few words.
Can I go on? Humanity First is very unique in its operations in that it does all things, including providing books for education, carrying out operations for those who have got eye problems, giving people sewing machines to carry out their own work, feeding villages and families, providing water for all sorts of people. The problem with Humanity First is that there's no discrimination whatsoever with regard to whom to help. Whatever is needed to make a people independent, Humanity First does it. and they do it in such a way that every penny that you donate actually goes into the work. Because all the people you see who carry out these operations do so from their own pockets. So every penny that you donate actually goes to do the work, and you'll be surprised to see lots of people all over West Africa especially who have been given cataract operations, and now they are able to carry on their own work like their farms and so on. Therefore, if you are donating to Humanity First, please do so generously, because you are definitely going to touch the lives of a few people, at least 1 or 2 people, whom you will be given the independence to do their own work. Thank you very much. Please donate, and donate generously.
Humanity First Telethon Ramadan Appeal 2017. We value your support and want you to know that your donation today will make a massive difference by saving and transforming even more lives all over the world. A donation of £480 will provide 1 year's secure accommodation, food, clothing and education for orphans in Sierra Leone and Guinea created by the Ebola epidemic. A donation of £100 will pay to allow us to paint a primary school classroom in Africa, deploy laminated posters and supply books. Thanks to our classroom transformation project, many children come back to school as a result. Ensuring that villagers are given a sustainable clean water supply in Africa and Sindh in Pakistan. A donation of £1,200 will pay for a water well in Africa, £2,000 will pay for a hand pump in Africa, and £3,000 will pay for a water well in Sindh. Humanity First will also place a personalised plaque on each well or pump. A donation of £50 will pay for a cataract surgery operation. This includes screening, surgery, medication and post-operation check. Humanity First, in association with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Medical Association UK, are building a state-of-the-art hospital in the Ivory Coast. The hospital will provide free medical treatment to the poorest of the poor in the region. The total cost of the hospital will be £500,000. For each brick donated, an inscribed personalised name plaque will be placed in the hospital. The size of the plaque varies depending on the contribution. A red brick will cost £500, a bronze £1,000, a silver £2,000, a gold £3,000, platinum £5,000 and £10,000 for a diamond brick. All diamond donors will be invited to attend the opening ceremony of the hospital. The different ways to pay. You can visit our website www.humanityfirst.org or call us on 0208 417 0082. By text, to donate £100, text HFTL 17 £100 to 70070. Or you can come and visit us at Batul Fadul Mosque. Many thanks for your generous donation.
जी एक मरतबा फिर खुशामदीद कहते हैं आपको हमारी बराह रास्त नशरियात में। अल्लाह ताला के फल से पूरी दुनिया से हमें पैगामात भी आ रहे हैं, लाइव कॉलर्स भी मौजूद हैं हमारे साथ। इस वक्त हम बात करना चाहेंगे एक लाइव कॉलर से, देखते हैं वो कौन हैं और कहां से बात कर रहे हैं। अस्सलामु अलैकुम।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम रहमतुल्लाहि व बरकातहू।
जी वालेकुम अस्सलाम व रहमतुल्लाहि व बरकातहू। कौन कहां से बात कर रहे हैं?
मैं हरसवीर से बात कर रही हूँ, यहाँ पर कार है।
जी फरमाइए, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी?
मैंने ये कहना था कि सबसे पहले तो हजूर को पहले तो सलाम कहना, उसके बाद मैंने ये आज एक शुरू किए थे। मैंने अपने
जी
देखा कि हम इस मुल्क में बैठे, इतनी अच्छी बच्चों को सहूलियात है और अच्छा पानी मिलता है पीने को।
ठीक
तो
है।
मैंने भी अपने अम्मी अब्बू और अपनी फैमिली के नाम का ना वहाँ पर सिराडून में अफ्रीका में डोनेट किया है।
बहुत शुक्रिया, ये तो आपने बहुत अच्छा किया,
हाँ
बहुत
जी
अच्छा।
लगा दिया मैं टेबल पर पंप लगा दिया उधर।
माशाल्लाह माशाल्लाह,
हाँ जी
देखें
लग
देखें।
गया है।
अच्छा, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, देखें आपने कितनी अच्छी मिसाल कायम की है, और भी जो हमारे नाजरीन हैं उन तक भी आपका ये पैगाम पहुंचना चाहिए, ठीक है ना। और भी सारे जो भी हमारे नाजरीन हैं इस वक्त दुनिया में, क्योंकि हम ये जो ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट है, ये जो ज़रूरतमंद अफराद की मदद करती है, तो उस वक्त कोई मज़हब, कोई उसका कल्चर, कोई ऐसी जो रंग नस्ल को बालाए ताक रखते हुए हम मदद करते हैं। आपकी कॉल का बेहद शुक्रिया। हम बात करना चाहेंगे अपने अगले कॉलर से। अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी। अभी मुझे बताया गया है कि हम थोड़ी देर तक इंशाअल्लाह अज़ीज़ कॉल लेंगे, लेकिन इस वक्त तमाम जो दुनिया में हमें देख रहे हैं, इस वक्त तमाम नाजरीन आपसे दरख्वास्त है कि आप भी अफ्रीका में ऐसे लोग जो कि बीनाई से महरूम हो चुके हैं, आर्जी तौर पे 50 पाउंड आप पे कर सकते हैं एक ऑपरेशन के लिए। और ज़रूरी नहीं कि आप एक ऑपरेशन के लिए पे करें, आप ज़्यादा ऑपरेशंस के लिए भी वहाँ हमारे मोबाइल यूनिट मौजूद हैं, जो कि गलियों में जाके, महल्लों में जाके और बेशुमार सैकड़ों हज़ारों ऑपरेशन कर चुके हैं। आप उसके लिए 50 पाउंड पे कर सकते हैं। इसके अलावा अगर आप ये चाहते हैं कि वहाँ आपके नाम से कुआं खुदवा दिया जाए या आपके जो मरहूम बुज़ुर्ग हैं उनके नाम से कुआं लगवाया जाए, तो वो भी इंशाअल्लाह अज़ीज़ आपकी जो रकम है वो वहाँ पे पहुँचेगी। यहाँ इस चीज़ का वक्त का फ़ायदा उठाते हुए मैं हज़रत अक़दस मसीह मऊद अलैहिस्सलाम की एक तहरीर पढ़ के सुनाना चाहता हूँ। आप फरमाते हैं, मैं फिर कहता हूँ कि जो लोग नाफ़िउन नास हैं और ईमान सिद्क़ व सफ़ा में कामिल हैं, वो यकीनन बचा लिए जाएंगे। बस तुम अपने अंदर ये खूबियाँ पैदा करो। ये मलफूज़ात जिल्द 4 में है। और हमारे प्यारे इमाम अय्यदहुल्लाह ताला बिन अज़ीज़ फरमाते हैं, मुखलसीन जमात को खिदमत खल्क़ की गर्ज से अल्लाह ताला तौफ़ीक देता है। वो बड़ी बड़ी रकूम भी देते हैं जिनसे खिदमत इंसानियत की जाती है। हुजूर फरमाते हैं, मैं हर अहमदी डॉक्टर, हर अहमदी टीचर और हर अहमदी वकील और हर वो अहमदी जो अपने पेशे के लिहाज से किसी भी रंग में खिदमत इंसानियत कर सकता है, उनसे कहता हूँ कि वो ज़रूर गरीबों और ज़रूरतमंदों के काम आने की कोशिश करें। अल्लाह ताला करे कि हम अपने इमाम की इन तमाम नसाई पे अमल करने वाले हों। हम बात करना चाहेंगे, हमारे साथ एक लाइव कॉलर है। अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
वालेकुम अस्सलाम।
जी, कौन कहाँ से बात कर रही हैं?
मैं जवेरिया बात कर रही हूँ, नीचम से।
जवेरिया साहिबा, हम आपको खुशामदीद कहते हैं। फरमाइए, आपने क्या कहना है?
जी, आपका बहुत ही अच्छा प्रोग्राम जा रहा है। मैं बहुत ज्यादा इससे इंस्पायर हुई हूँ, तो अल्लाह मैं आपको बहुत ज्यादा जज़ाए खैर दे।
जज़ाकल्लाह जज़ाकल्लाह।
जी, मैं 50 पाउंड अपने वालिदैन की तरफ से जो ये आई डोनेशन है इसमें देना चाहती हूँ।
बहुत शुक्रिया, अल्लाह ताला आपको जज़ाए खैर दे। जी बिल्कुल, देखें आपके 50 पाउंड से क्या होता है कि वहाँ पे जब ऑपरेशन होता है, किसी की आंखों की रोशनी वापस आती है, तो यकीनन उनको बहुत खुशी महसूस होती होगी। आपकी कॉल का बेहद शुक्रिया, जज़ाकल्लाह। आपको हम खुदा हाफिज़ कहते हैं। हमारे पास एक पैगाम आया है, शौकिया मीर। आपने बताया कि इस वक्त मैं प्रोग्राम आपका देख रही हूं और आपने बताया कि ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के जितने भी कारकुनान हैं आपने उनका शुक्रिया अदा किया है, और आपने कहा कि मैं 480 पाउंड जो है वो यतोमा की जो ऑर्फन केयर फंड है उसमें मैं पे करना चाहती हूं। और इसके अलावा आपने 50 पाउंड भिजवाए हैं गिफ्ट ऑफ साइट के लिए। बेहद शुक्रिया। 50 पाउंड गिफ्ट ऑफ साइट और 480 आपने उसके लिए पे किए हैं, आपकी तरफ से मिल गए हैं, जज़ाकल्लाह। अभी हम एक और कॉलर से बात करना चाहेंगे। अस्सलाम वालेकुम। अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
वालेकुम अस्सलाम व रहमतुल्लाहि व बरकातहू।
जी मेरे प्यारे भाई, कौन कहाँ से बात कर रहे हैं?
जी मुबारक सिद्दीकी साहब, मैं शेख लतीफ़ुर रहमान बोल रहा हूँ।
शेख लतीफ़ुर रहमान साहब, हम आपको खुशामदीद कहते हैं। آپ فرمائیے آج آپ کیا کہنا چاہیں گے اور کیا آپ آج یا آئندہ کچھ ڈونیٹ کرنا چاہ رہے ہیں؟
جی میں نے 1000 پاؤنڈ
جی محترم
اسپتال کے لیے
شیخ صاحب کتنے کیا فرمایا آپ نے؟
میں نے کہا میں 10,000 پاؤنڈ جماعت کو اسپتال کے لیے اپنے والدین کی طرف سے ڈونیٹ کرنا چاہتا ہوں.
10,000 پاؤنڈ مکرم و محترم شیخ لطیف صاحب، اللہ تعالیٰ آپ کو بہت جزا دے. بڑی آپ نے قربانی کی ہے اور بہت خوبصورت مثال آپ نے پیش کی ہے، اور جو ہمارے اس وقت پوری دنیا میں سننے والے ہیں وہ یقیناً آپ کی اس بات سے سن کے انسپائر بھی ہوئے ہوں گے. لیکن اس کے ساتھ ساتھ میں اپنے جو ناظرین ہیں ان کو یہ بھی کہنا چاہوں گا کہ اس میں بھی آپ فکر نہ کریں. اگر آپ کم کرنا چاہتے ہیں، اور یقین کریں کہ چھوٹی رقم بھی جو ہے وہ اللہ تعالیٰ قبول کر سکتا ہے. شیخ لطیف صاحب آپ کچھ اور فرمانا چاہیں گے؟
جی نہیں، بس میری یہی خواہش تھی، اصل میں والدین کی خواہش تھی اور اللہ تعالیٰ نے یہ موقع فراہم کر دیا. وہ آپ کو میں ایک چھوٹی سی بات شیئر کر لوں.
شیخ صاحب ضرور فرمائیے.
خیال تھا کہ ایک چھوٹے سے 500 پاؤنڈ کے لیے میں نے فون کیا
جی
ہیومینٹی فرسٹ.
ٹھیک ہے.
تو وہ جو بچی لے رہی تھی پیسے، 2 دفعہ میں نے اس کو 2 مختلف کارڈ دیے، وہ تھرو نہیں ہوئے.
ٹھیک ہے.
تو اللہ چاہتا تھا کہ شاید یہ چھوٹی رقم ہے، بڑی رقم دے.
بڑی رقم، بہت خوبصورت بات.
اللہ تعالیٰ کا فضل ہے. بہرحال ماں باپ کی خواہش تھی ہے، اللہ تعالیٰ قبول فرمائے. اور جیسے آپ نے فرمایا، میں یہ سمجھتا
جی
آواز پہ خلیفہ کی لبیک کہنا. اور اصل میں بات یہ ہے کہ نبی جس کو ہم نے مانا ہے اس کے آنے کے 2 مقاصد ہوتے ہیں، اور مین مقصد تو اللہ کے ساتھ رشتہ جوڑنا ہے، اور دوسرا جو مین بہت ضروری مقصد ہے وہ یہ ہے کہ جو ہیومینٹی کی سفرنگ ہے اس کو دور کرنے کے لیے اللہ تعالیٰ نبی بھیجتا ہے.
یقیناً بہت خوبصورت بات آپ نے کی.
اور فزیکل بھی، دونوں چیزیں جو ہیں ان کو ایلیویٹ کرنے کے لیے اللہ تعالیٰ نبی کو بھیجتا ہے.
بہت شکریہ شیخ لطیف صاحب، آپ سے بات کر کے بہت اچھا لگا. آپ کے 10,000 پاؤنڈ بالکل ہم تک پہنچ گئے، ہم نے اس کو نوٹ کر لیا ہے. اور شوقی امیر صاحب آپ کے 480 پہنچ گئے ہیں، اور ہمارے ایک اور دوست کی طرف سے 2,000 پاؤنڈ جو ہیں وہ ہم تک پہنچ گئے ہیں. بے حد شکریہ. ہم ایک مرتبہ پھر ناظرین کو بتاتے چلیں، آپ بھی اس وقت اگر ہمیں فون کریں اور بتائیے کہ آپ اپنی طرف سے، اپنے والدین کی طرف سے، یا اپنے دادا جان دادی جان یا مرحوم بزرگوں کی طرف سے آپ آئی سائٹ کے لیے 50 پاؤنڈ دینا چاہتے ہیں، بلکہ صرف ہم یہ نہیں کہہ رہے کہ ضرور 50 پاؤنڈ دیں، آپ اپنے بچے کی طرف سے 10 پاؤنڈ کی رقم بھی دے سکتے ہیں. اور آپ دیکھیں گے کہ جب آپ اپنے بچے کو بتائیں گے کہ بیٹے دیکھیں میں نے آپ کی طرف سے 10 پاؤنڈ دیے ہیں، اور یہ رقم جو ہے یہ جا کے وہاں ایک افریقہ میں ایک غریب بچہ اس سے کتابیں خریدے گا یا اس کے نئے کپڑے آئیں گے، تو دیکھیے کہ آپ کے بچے کی آنکھوں میں وہ جو خوشی جو چمکے گی، یقیناً سب سے بڑا اجر وہ ہے. اس لیے کسی کا بھی یہ فکر نہ کریں کہ ہم شاید اتنی بڑی رقم نہیں دے سکتے. بالکل ایک چھوٹی سی بات یہاں پہ ہم شامل کرنا چاہیں گے. حضرت امیر المومنین ایدہ اللہ تعالی بنصر العزیز نے ایک دفعہ خطاب میں یہ فرمایا، حضور نے فرمایا، اگر تم چاہتے ہو کہ اللہ تعالیٰ تمہیں اپنی مغفرت کی چادر میں ڈھانپ لے، اگر تم چاہتے ہو کہ اللہ تعالیٰ تمہیں اپنی مغفرت کی چادر میں ڈھانپ لے، تو بے چین، تکلیف زدہ اور تنگ دستوں کو جس حد تک تم آرام پہنچا سکتے ہو آرام پہنچاؤ. اللہ تعالیٰ تم سے شفقت کا سلوک کرے. اس کے علاوہ جو شرائط بیعت میں سے نویں شرط ہے وہ یہاں پہ پڑھ کے سنانا چاہوں گا، اور اس کے بعد ہم اگلے سیگمنٹ کی طرف چلیں گے. حضور فرماتے ہیں کہ یہ کہ عام خلق اللہ کی ہمدردی میں محض للہ مشغول رہے گا، اور جہاں تک بس چلتا ہے اپنی خداداد طاقتوں اور نعمتوں سے بنی نوع کو فائدہ پہنچائے گا. تو یہ بہر ایک ہمارے لیے مشعل راہ ہے. اللہ تعالیٰ کرے کہ ہم سب کو یہ نیکی کی توفیق ملے. آپ سے ہمارا رابطہ رہے گا. آپ سے ملتے ہیں ایک چھوٹی سی بریک کے بعد.
Humanity First Telethon Ramadan Appeal 2017. We value your support and want you to know that your donation today will make a massive difference by saving and transforming even more lives all over the world. A donation of £480 will provide 1 year's secure accommodation, food, clothing and education for orphans in Sierra Leone and Guinea created by the Ebola epidemic. A donation of £100 will pay to allow us to paint a primary school classroom in Africa, deploy laminated posters and supply books. Thanks to our classroom transformation project, many children come back to school as a result. Ensuring that villagers are given a sustainable clean water supply in Africa and Sindh in Pakistan. A donation of £1,200 will pay for a water well in Africa, £2,000 will pay for a hand pump in Africa, and £3,000 will pay for a water well in Sindh. Humanity First will also place a personalised plaque on each well or pump. A donation of £50 will pay for a cataract surgery operation. This includes screening, surgery, medication and post-operation check. Humanity First, in association with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Medical Association UK, are building a state-of-the-art hospital in the Ivory Coast. The hospital will provide free medical treatment to the poorest of the poor in the region. The total cost of the hospital will be £500,000. For each brick donated, an inscribed personalised name plaque will be placed in the hospital. The size of the plaque varies depending on the contribution. A red brick will cost £500, a bronze £1,000, a silver £2,000, a gold £3,000, platinum £5,000 and £10,000 for a diamond brick. All diamond donors will be invited to attend the opening ceremony of the hospital. The different ways to pay. You can visit our website www.humanityfirst.org or call us on 0208 417 0082. By text, to donate £100, text HFTL 17 £100 to 70070, or you can come and visit us at Baitul Fadul Mosque. Many thanks for your generous donation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. And it's been nearly 6 hours, if not even longer. I don't even know how long we've been working live now. But we've just had a donation for £10,000. We've had children coming to Baitul Fadul, donating money for such worthy causes. And our main project that we are trying to raise money for is for our hospital in Ivory Coast, Côte d'Ivoire. This is a very special opportunity for people to donate their savings, donate any bit of money for such a noble cause. And I don't even have enough words to express how magnificent this opportunity is. But maybe this next video can just highlight some small aspect of how far-reaching the benefits of this hospital will bring.
Overcrowding is new in Abidjan. A few years ago, 30 years ago, the population of Abidjan was 1 million people. Now, with these circumstances of war and civil war, people they have been coming from inside the country, then they have come to Abidjan. And now, this city, this capital Abidjan, contains 5 million people. So we have these frying structures for 1.5 people. So all this system, they are sort of overwhelmed. So where there are houses, instead of having one family in a yard, we may be seeing 3-4 families staying. So there's overcrowding. Instead in a room where 1-2 children will be sleeping, you may be having 5 or 6. So there's a problem of overcrowding. And the same problem, they will have a problem of water, they will have a problem of used water, how to evacuate it. So all these factors that will play ultimately on the health of the children and their family. Various studies have been done. When environment is clean, water is available, you have good health centers. When mothers, they are about to deliver, they don't deliver at home, and they go rush them to the maternity center in a clean environment. They deliver and come back home, they're clean, so no problem of infection, no problem of mortality. But if you have the same family, they don't have the means to go to a maternity center, and they will conduct the delivery at home like they do in villages. So then the mortality rate increases. And mortality rate, we have done many studies in villages where water is not available, mortality rate also increases because of poor hygiene condition. So the area we have chosen where the land has been purchased is about, Abidjan is an area of 50 kilometers circle. So we're just at the periphery of that 50 kilometers. If you take the airport at one point, where we are having at the hospital, it is at the entrance of Abidjan, and this is about 50 kilometers away. So on one side we have forest, and then we have the construction, the entrance of Abidjan, they call it. We have a huge piece of land, and there we want to put at the disposal of these population a hospital, not a simple hospital, but a hospital where they have all the batteries of diagnostics at a very cheap rate, and with the same infrastructures for diagnostic. We'll have simple blood tests, biochemistry, echography, X-ray, scan, blood bank. We can have other services like maternity, general surgery, medicine, cardiology, pediatry, name it. Any specialist, any specialty can be added to this big hospital. And this, not only this is services to the people, and this will be also a training center. It will be a nursing school for the nurse. It will be a training center for the doctors also. You might provide everything. We buy the land, we construct the hospital, we bring the equipment, we pay the running cost of the hospital. But we want to have a minimum sort of pay from the patient so that they become responsible. But in no way this hospital has some, it's not a business, it's not a lucrative sort of a matter for us. The essence of our program is to service to mankind. So there's a minimum to pay for it, which is much less, 1/10 of what we would have spent. And there are many social cases where nothing is paid. But generally, our service is almost free. And this is what we are keeping in mind. So to give out services to people, and at the same time to train local people, whether in nursing, in any specialty, and that training will be continuous, and we'll be receiving our doctors from Europe, from America, Canada, and other countries. They will come and give continuous training to those people who will be working.
My name is Jabi Abdraman. My wife, she gave birth, is 1 month now. The baby we deliver is operation we do. The operation, we have a hospital here, they say the government hospital. Normally they're supposed to take care about the sickness people, but my problem, I send my wife to the hospital, no doctor there. The time we go is evening, 7 o'clock. But nobody to take care about my wife. They tell me they want to send my wife to another big hospital. They say they have to go to Kokoji. But I have to go to one clinic. And the clinic we go, the amount there is almost $500. And the $500 is the sister for my wife who helped me. But for me, I get somebody who helped me that time. But next time, baby, or you have another people, there is many people, they have baby, or they want to give birth. If it's operation, they cannot do because they don't have money to do. But Humanity First want to do one big hospital here, and they want to also make it, they want to form also the doctor. If you help Humanity First to build this hospital, it will help a lot of people here, because we don't have money to go to the clinic. And the government hospital here is very difficult to get access to medicine free, to everything free. Then if you help any good people, good heart, any good person who can help Humanity First to do this hospital, it will help a lot of people, and it will help poor people like me. Then we need your help.
High standard is not equivalent to high pay. It is just it is a sort of motivation. What motivation we are? Medicine should be practiced in a very clean environment. We have to have a minimum standard. We know that poor hygiene condition is the source of all infection and all diseases. So we cannot accept poor hygiene condition. When we say very high standard, means very high hygiene standard, and we'll have to spend there in all sort of whether these antiseptics to clean the floor, infrared, whatever it costs. We have to maintain a very clean environment. And a hospital has so many departments. We'll have to have a laundry, we'll have to have a source of oxygen, to have permanent oxygen in the rooms, so on and so forth. So we have sluice room, we have to have so many departments, and it will be a real full-fledged hospital with all the, and this is the work of Humanity First, and we have already experienced in other countries, and we have already success there, and we hope for the same here in Ivory Coast. All over the world, this is a project which is for the people. This is service to mankind. I've been here serving 30 years, and here and 6 years in Nigeria, and this hospital will be of a great utility to that disfavored section of the population. So any help that will be given, any contribution which will be given to this project will be very much welcome. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Those last words, those inspirational words for Dr. Badoum are so powerful, and I don't know anyone who, after listening to that, would not want to donate. This hospital is going to be in such a prime location. If you imagine just on the edge of Ivory Coast in Abidjan, where the main city centre is, where it is, it's located fantastically, because not only does it serve the community members that are in the city of Abidjan, but it also serves many of the residents who live outside of the city within the 50-mile radius. So what I've got here for you today is we've got two doctors who are so inspired by the work that is being done in Ivory Coast for this hospital that they are also part of this wonderful project. I have with me Dr. Mabul Sani Saab. Thank you very much, Doctor, who is a GP and is the secretary for the medical project. And also I have Dr. Daud Daher Saab, who is also a member of the medical team and has also worked in Gambia. So, Doctor, let me just ask you a question. In your professional opinion, how important is a hospital like this for the community?
Jazakumullah Nisab, I think in my experience it's very, very important just to have this hospital in the area where we're looking at, where we will be covering a wide range of variety of specialties, you know, such as maternity unit having in this hospital, a trauma center, endoscopies, so which would help us as well as treatment and diagnostic tools as well.
When we look at the existing hospitals around the area where we are going to be building this hospital, some of the challenges that are faced by the population, which is a massive increase. After Civil War, as you know, that there was 1.5 million people that resided in the city, but now what we're finding after the Civil War, there's more than 5 million people. So how do you cope, and how are the hospitals there coping?
Good question, Hanif Saab. I think as far as the epidemiology concerned, you know, so which of course we would be looking at what type of the requirement of the needy people, and of course our aim is just to approach to the most needy poorest, you know, people, just to provide them the treatment. It's going to be the flagship hospital, you know, which will provide all European standard treatment, you know, as I mentioned earlier, maternity. But as you asked me the question, the consequences of wars and everything, which is more to deal with epidemiology, so which of course will be covered as well in this hospital. So therefore, we as a clinician think that this is the most required project at this day of time, you know. It's not only just to help the most needy people, that is also to provide the training for, as I mentioned, is the European standard. So the Waqfin, you know, so dedicated people, doctors, they can go from here to train themselves, so that they can deal with those emergencies and the required treatment in that area. So just to be familiar with those things as well.
Thank you very much. We've also got an input from doctors from Australia who are also involved in this project and have worked. So if I talk to Dr. Dol Dahid, he's also been a doctor in Gambia and he's worked at one of our hospitals there, and he can talk from first-hand experience as to what the impact is and how the services will help the community. Look, so you've worked in Gambia and you've worked in the hospital there as well. What impact did it make to the wider community there?
Well, Hazrat Khalifatul Masih Salis, when he visited Africa in 1970, he announced this scheme of Nusrat Jahan, and I went there after 5 years, and this Nusrat Jahan scheme has a great impact on the people of those countries, African countries, and it brought a very good name to the Jamaat. You go anywhere, people they talk about Ahmadiyya, Ahmadiyya. We have our medical centers, we have schools and everything there, and they are so grateful. And I was in Gambia for about 9 years, although it's way back, about 30 years back. But I know because of the political, social and economic condition, things have not changed there yet. So people, they are very poor there. The basic facilities are not there. Government is unable to provide the facilities. So our Jamaat has already done a great job there by opening the clinics and opening the schools. And this is a great step, new step towards that goal.
That's wonderful, and you can see from this area here, which is completely empty, which the Jamaat has been able to acquire, and we're going to build that hospital right there, and the impact as you've already described. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Saab. And please continue to purchase these wonderful opportunities by the diamond, by the platinum, gold, silver, bronze, and the red brick. So you can also be part of it, not only by donating, but the blessings that you will receive from more and more to all of your families, and continue to receive those blessings. And now what I'd like to do is just pass over to one of the other colleagues of mine who's going to give you some more inspirational words. Atta Khalid. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. My name is Tahir Khalid, one of the missionaries of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. Last year, I was sent to Africa as an experience to go and see what life is like in Africa. And going through Africa, you see there's poverty everywhere. You see that there's people that are very less fortunate than people here, living in the West, living in Europe. The first village I went to, and you look around and you don't see any shops, you don't see any buildings with glass, you don't see there's nothing really which looks fortunate. People are living in very rough conditions. And then I'm walking, when we're driving through the village, and I look to the left and I see a well, I see a hand pump, and outside the hand pump it says, "Water for life, humanity first." And that feeling you get when you know that this charity has come to the most remotest of villages in the world and they're providing fresh, clean water for these people, it shows how much of a blessing it is for these people. And they're so happy, they're so fortunate. You see their faces when they're pushing down on the hand pump and you see clean water. If they don't have these hand pumps, where do they go? They go to they go to the rivers, they go to the streams, and they have to walk so far. And the water that they bring from there, we saw bottles earlier of the dirty water, and you wouldn't want your children drinking from that water. Why would you want children in the remotest parts of the world drinking that water? So it's just a thought for everyone that we should try our hardest to just a little bit. You can give anything you want, but every single penny counts, and that can bring the biggest change in the life of a young child or a family in the remotest village of the world. So take out what you can, give what you can, and every penny does help everyone, and nothing is being wasted. And these people are doing an amazing job. This is the blessing month of Ramadan. Do as much as you can, and let's try and win the pleasure of God.
Jazakallah. Thank you very much for those wonderful, inspirational words. And I tell you, the blessings keep coming, and it's just wonderful that we have the support from our community, and even members who don't even belong to our community are donating, and they're feeling really inspired by all the words and everything that we're talking about and all the different products. And I'm sure you know the number to call in, but I'm going to repeat it for you. 0208 417 0082. Now please keep dialing. And now next we have another extract from our beloved Hazur's, some special words from him. Thank you very much.
Wherever the Ahmadiyya Muslim community builds mosques, soon the local people come to recognize and openly attest to the fact that we are selflessly serving humanity, irrespective of differences of religion, and contributing to the society in the best possible way. In the same way, Ahmadi Muslims also seek to support and assist people stricken by natural disaster. To cite one recent example, just a few weeks ago, Hurricane Matthew was the cause of huge destruction and devastation in Haiti. As a result, Ahmadi Muslims volunteers were immediately sent there by Humanity First, which is a humanitarian relief organization established by our community. And they were able to assist the Royal Dutch Navy in the relief efforts. The efforts of our Ahmadi volunteers had such a profound effect that the commander of the Dutch naval ship later wrote a letter of appreciation to us in which he said that he had never seen any other organization serve with such dedication, selflessness, and devotion as the Humanity First team. Therefore, I say again that true mosques and true Muslims are nothing to be feared.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, and thank you to all of our viewers for staying with us and being with us and sharing these wonderful experiences. What we'd like to share with you now is another video of the exact example of our beloved Hazur Aqdas, exactly what he was talking about. This video is a disaster relief video of where our Khuddam and our volunteers have been working. And it relates directly to the extract that you've just heard now. Thank you.
I'm the commanding officer of the 8th LMS Telethon. This is Lieutenant Cornelis Flickwood of the Royal Marine Corps. We just finished a combined operation in close cooperation with Humanity First, in which we distributed lots of humanitarian goods to affected villages on the coast of Haiti. This operation was truly an example of synergy. Synergy both because of the cooperation with Navy and Marine Corps, which is part of the Royal Navy, but also because of the close cooperation with Humanity First, in which on one hand the Royal Navy and Marine Corps offer loading capacity, offer the means to distribute all kinds of goods, offer force protection, and on the other hand Humanity First offers its knowledge, translating capacities and all kinds of means to distribute. Cornelis will tell something more about the operations ashore. Please.
Yeah, as already mentioned, we worked on land with Humanity First. We delivered the force protection and also worked together with Humanity First. They distributed the water purification kits. They translated for us, so I think it was a good example in working together. And I think the Haitian people are very thankful for that. So I will thank you for your cooperation with us.
Yes, thank you for your cooperation, and hopefully we can cooperate in the future as well. Thank you.
It's not an interview, he's going to voice over it. There's a video and then there's a segment.
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you very much for that. We have another video that we're going to play for you, and which will be a voiceover, is that correct? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, right, so can you describe what's going on here with this video?
Okay, so there was an earthquake in Ecuador in 2016 with a Richter scale of 7.8 on the scale. So it largely affected the area in Ecuador of the western coast, and particularly our efforts focused upon the municipalities of Roca Fuerte in the Manabi district, and also we focused in on a place called Crucita, which is by the coast. Now, a lot of these areas did have access to running water, but owing to the earthquake, they lost that facility. A lot of their water supply was contaminated. They had access to seawater, but obviously that requires major desalination processes. So we, alongside World Water Works, delivered these boxes containing water purification kits and pumps, and delivered it to multiple towns. Here in the video right now coming up, you'll see myself and Nasser Saab demonstrating it to the people of Roca Fuerte, how to use the items, how to use the pump, how to maintain it over the course of a year.
And how long do these red boxes that purify the water last for? Can they go on for a long time?
Yeah, the purifiers themselves, they can purify water for 50 litres a day and last for a year. So it will last a family for quite a long while.
And how did you get them there, and what was the impact once you distributed to them, and how long were people without pure water?
So we got them using our relationships with freight management companies and logistics suppliers. But in terms of deploying them on the ground, we had fantastic help from the Ecuadorian military, who gave us outstanding help in logistics capacity with trucks and also manpower support on the ground, which is fantastic. But in terms of the impact we had, it was astounding. We didn't quite understand or appreciate how grateful the people would be for the water purification. The water that was coming out of their taps was not crystal clear, it was pretty much brown. So to have the capacity to purify the water, not only for themselves, but for their children and safeguard their future for the short term is invaluable.
Okay, that's wonderful. And again, you know, it's one of those things that you've come to serve humanity, and actually they're so welcoming, because who else? I'll tell you a story. When we went to Ivory Coast and we turned up at a water well to clean the water, they have a government, but they can't help. They ask us for help, and we feel, can we really help? And you just demonstrated that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think our key difference to them was that we were very, very willing to work within their systems. We're not here to usurp their system and try and establish our own authority. We're willing to work within the systems, willing to work with them. But what's transparent right from the start is that our emphasis, our motto of love for all, hatred for none, was transparent in everything that we do. So that came across, and the help that we got from them was fantastic.
That's wonderful. And also you have your colleague as well, Nasser Amin, who's also the assessing manager as well. So what does your work entail? And also you've got lots of these sort of really important basic utensils that need to be distributed in this sort of scenario.
Sure. So as the assessment manager, we're using online portals such as the GDAX and OSOC, which are UN websites essentially used by the NGO to assess and feedback information as to what the situation is on the ground. But as Humanity First, we have a huge benefit, which is the volunteer base that we have across the world. And using that volunteer base, we're able to get true ground reality information. And we were very fortunate in Ecuador to have had Zahir Ahmed Saab, who was mission in charge, deployed from the Canadian Jamaat. Through his help and assistance, we were able to identify and locate the most needed people, working in collaboration with the local authorities. The survival box itself it's created through the donations.
Yeah. Just put it here. Describe this box.
So this box it's put together through the donations of members of the Rotary Club. The Rotary Club has formed an organisation called the World Water Works, and what they do is they put this box along with all the items that we can see behind Tahir. But the main feature of the box is this water pump. As Tahir mentioned, the water pump can filter 50 litres of water for a family of 4, and it can last up to a year.
So that water that just came out was quite clear, right? Yes. But what you've got in here, can the cameraman come and have a look? That's not clean water there, right? Not at all. Yeah. That's not clean water. So what just came out of that tap was clear water, right?
The water passes through a number of chambers: the iodine chamber, a charcoal chamber, and a few other chambers are here to get pure water that's potable. It can't deal with seawater, but other than that, any biological disease, 99% bacteria is moved.
That's amazing. And this is a project that you work with another partner.
That's right. So the donations are done by the members of the Rotary Club. They put together this box, and with the collaboration of Humanity First, they're able to get this out to disaster-stricken areas. And the biggest advantage that Humanity First has to offer is its volunteer base. We're able to identify the most needed people, use the help of the authorities to identify them, get out to them, distribute it. One of the things that we must do is demonstrate to them how this operates and how it works. That's essential. And then we capture the information as to who it was given to, photographic, video evidence, which we bring back, hand over back to the Rotary Club, which they then use to create new donations from their members.
Go ahead,
This all falls as part of our global strategy for disaster relief. Previously, we would procure a lot of disaster response supplies, but now through working with a number of partners such as World Water Works, Mondial Aid and so forth, and the UN as well, HRD, we've been able to utilize our key strength, which is the Jamaat, and Hazur's guidance to actually deploy aid around the world and touch parts of various countries that have been affected by disaster that many other charities cannot reach.
And when we talk about a disaster, we don't know when the next disaster is going to happen, right? We just don't know. Obviously we don't want it to happen. But actually, the work that you do and the way you're able to respond requires quite a lot of resources, preparation, training. So where does the money go that we donate to you, and how is it spent?
Okay, so with our new strategy of the last 2 years, we've moved away from purchasing goods, and it's all about building capacity. If you walk into any UN seminar, it's all about building capacity, working with local partners on the ground to deliver efficient aid on the ground, and that's what we're focusing on. We're building resilience on the ground at the coalface, and we're doing this at a global scale, working with a worldwide network of volunteers. No other charity can actually come close to us within this.
That's absolutely amazing. We also have Dr. Aziz, who will be joining us later to talk about the work that he's also been doing. Oh, Dr. Aziz, if you just come and join us. So you met, and we spoke earlier in the day with Dr. Aziz as well, with the work that you've been doing in the Middle East and the amazing work that you've been doing with the Palestinian situation and the way you're getting the grants and talking about the IT sort of projects. But you're involved with other projects. We've just heard about some magnificent stuff that's been going on here. But you are the Director of Disaster Relief. So tell me, how does the work that you oversee impact, and where does the money also go elsewhere?
Okay, firstly, Anish Jazakallah, thank you for the time. So the money that people give to Humanity First, in and amongst all the other development projects, it's involved in assisting Humanity First teams in disasters across the world. That's not only making sure that water and sanitation equipment is delivered to where it's needed, but also food supplies, shelter, and we do that in coordination with the United Nations. So in terms of any natural disaster, the UN in an international disaster that needs an international response is the chief coordinating body. And HF works quite closely with them, and we coordinate them with them in their meetings in Geneva and on the ground when a disaster happens.
All right, so there's so much more that I want to talk to you about, but I also want to bring in Jamal Akbar as well. He's part of your team as well. Come stand here, Jamal. Right, tell me a little bit about how you're working and how you're involved with Humanity First.
So I got involved with Dr. Aziz just towards the end of last year. And I was very fortunate. The very first meeting that I had with Dr. Aziz was actually with the UN in Geneva, and alhamdulillah, that went really well. We were able to present what Humanity First does as a charity, as an NGO, and the biggest point that the UN were amazed about was the fact that we've achieved so much with such little funding, at such little cost, and that we have, mashallah, a big volunteer base from the Khudam al-Ahmadiyya.
Well, thank you very much. Dr. Aziz, on a last note, just turn around, face away. Look directly in that camera, okay? Look, please. You work right there at the coalface, and you see the destitute. You see how people are in need. Give a message to our viewers, and just what you need, what you want to do your work.
Okay. All I would say to everyone out watching there are lots of NGOs across the world that do an amazing amount of work, and Humanity First is one of the many NGOs. I would ask you to dig deep, very deeply, to give what you can, not necessarily to Humanity First, to anywhere where you feel that can help, but do help. Yes, if you give to Humanity First, we will help. It will help us to help people. But you can give to anybody. There are lots of good, reputable NGOs out there. I would urge you to please try to give. Times are difficult across the world. Those of us living in the Western world, things are not easy. But there are lots of people that are living in dire straits, and just 1 penny, £1 will help. So please do help. Thank you.
Thank you very much, because I'm sure everybody watching that has touched their heart, and you can really see the impact, what this disaster relief does around the world. So let's talk about our other projects. There is another project that is so close to so many people, is the Gift of Sight. What we have the pleasure of is to present a lovely video that we've prepared by our team about the Gift of Sight in Burkina Faso. Thank you very much. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. As always, I know I keep repeating myself, and I feel like that I just need to, because if I don't repeat myself, the message will not always get out there. So you've just seen an amazing video of what impact to give people the ability to be able to see again and see the beautiful wonders of what Allah has given to us in this world, where people haven't had that opportunity. So what I like to do now is to welcome our guest. Welcome back, Yusuf. Thank you very much for joining us again to talk about this particular project that is really dear to our heart in the UK, but it has an extremely special closeness to you, and we'll just get into that anyway. But can you tell me a little bit more about this project and how the impact has been?
Yeah, so I think Gift of Sight's been going on for quite a long time. Yeah. And in the videos that people would have seen as well, Al-Ain is a new mobile clinic that's just been donated by the Germany Jamaat, and state-of-the-art equipment that's put inside that unit alongside the other mobile clinic, which alhamdulillah Hazur graciously named after my brother Kamal Aftab Mobile Eye Clinic, and that one, like I said before, is operating in Burkina Faso. Yeah. And you know, can't underestimate the value that these units can really do and the impact that it can have for people. You know, as you said, to be able to give them the gift of sight, to be able to see again, give them that clarity, you know, you don't know something until it's not taken away from you. And like I said, Kamal was very passionate about this. You know, he dedicated his time and efforts all towards this. He was that passionate, and he wasn't able to go out. But it's just one of the things as a family that we'd like to fulfill, to be able to carry on that legacy for him and continue those good works, because you know, he got so many other people involved, externals involved. You know, he did a lot of work with Specsavers, and Specsavers nationally, you know, made donations towards many charity programs that we were doing, and that was the first start of in terms of corporate donations coming in.
Yeah.
So that's the impact that he was able to have and be able to pass on the message of Jamaat out there as well.
Yeah, and for our viewers here in this country, we know how massive Specsavers is as a corporate organisation, but for our viewers outside the world, they don't appreciate how big this is. So the work that Kamal did, it's so much. Can you just expand a little bit more on that as well?
Yeah. So
and how, you know, and how he was able to touch base, and how did he get that contract, and further.
Yeah. So like I said, he's very early on in terms of when he was at university. And he was always making contacts. Even during his illness, he was making contacts with the media, contacts with externals, and because of his passion, when he was doing these charity walks, he was doing the hiking trips when he went to Mont Blanc in France. That is when, you know, he approached Specsavers. He was working for Specsavers. He approached them. He spoke to the executives at that board as well. He advised them about Humanity First. He told them about Majlis Qudam al-Ahmadiyya, and they gave him a large donation of £10,000 just because of his attitude and just the way he was promoting things and wanting to do good and be able to take that further afield. And that commitment, like I said, throughout his illness, it didn't deter him, it didn't stop him, and it just transformed him to do much more. And it was the blessings of Hazrat Khalifat Masih, because, you know, he even came to see Hazur in his last days of when he was alive, and with all the pain that he was in, it still didn't stop him for having that bond with Khilafat, knowing that he has to continue this work on. And alhamdulillah, you know, he set up a page where he did a walk in his hospital, 26-mile challenge he set himself whilst he was having chemotherapy, and he did that for blood-wise. And he raised £70,000. That just shows just continuing in his hospital bed, doing that, and the family continued that on, and then being able to do this gift of sight and continue that work on. And like I said, he was in contact with physicians in the UK and in the US to try and move this project even further from one van to multiple vans. So inshallah, let's hope and pray that by people donating, we can really get that going.
Yeah, and these remote mobile eye operation sort of trucks, we saw it on the video, they can get to places where it's such remote villages where you can make a massive impact.
Absolutely. If you imagine, you know, we the infrastructure that we have in the United Kingdom or other developing countries, you know, you're talking about mud trucks in places like Africa, Pakistan, other places that are developing. And these trucks, because of its accessibility, and it's got everything inside there, a procedure that doesn't need to be done in hospital can be done in a clinic like this, where physicians, optometrists, nurses and so forth can come, and 1.5 hours it takes to do a procedure to be able to change and restore somebody's eyesight and give them the clarity to be able to see their loved ones, their dear ones. What more do you need than that? And you know, £50 is nothing, I believe, at all. You know, it's a drop in the ocean.
And we talked about this £50 before, didn't we? And how a £50 for us going out to dinner is, we spend that quite easily. But a £50 going out to dinner, having one meal in the evening, and then what we can achieve with that £50 around the world is just, I would say, phenomenal.
Yeah, and it's life-changing. £50 to change somebody's life. And, you know, like I said, it's Sadaqah Jariyah. Just imagine the blessings that the person will get in terms of prayers for just being able to allow them to see.
All right, so what we're going to carry on talking, but we have a live call. So we've got someone else, just like yourself, and Fuzan. When you speak from the heart, and it inspires people just to call in. So we've got somebody on the phone here today. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
That's really good to hear. Can you please say your name, and can you please say where you're from as well?
Yes. My name is Majid Cocker. I'm calling from Oslo, Norway, from behalf of First Norway.
Okay, and that's wonderful. What inspired you to call today?
First of all, I want to thank all of the volunteers at the telecom for the great work you guys are doing right now.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. I mean, we're just servants of our community. We're just grateful to be here and to be able to share with everybody. Thank you very much for those kind words. And what's really touched your heart today to be able to ring in and make a donation?
Yes, we just want to be a part of it. All the Telethon Global Marathon. And we like the work which we've been doing, and we want to take a part.
Okay, could you just let us know how much it is that you have donated?
We have a donation about £5,000 for the Ivory Coast hospital.
Yeah, that wow, £5,000. And that is amazing, and that will definitely make a big impact into what we're trying to achieve with the hospital in Côte d'Ivoire or Ivory Coast. Thank you very much for your donation, and it's very kind of you. Thank you. And like all of our callers and like all of the people who are donating, you can see the names that are coming up on the screen one by one, and the name is just endless. You see the names, they're changing continuously, and we haven't been able to put every single name on the list. So coming back, Yusuf, to what we were discussing, we also had Dr. Shabir Bhatti, who's the Deputy Director for Humanity. He went to Burkina Faso. What was his trip there for?
Yeah, so Dr. Shabir Bhatti, who's the Vice Chairman for Humanity First, he went out there and undertook this trip to be able to go and see the facilities of this mobile clinic and see real world evidence in terms of he's a clinician himself, and see the impact that this unit has had. And he was dumbfounded, taken back by what he saw, and just through simple technology that the physicians at the time that they're giving, the nurses at the time that they're giving, and the way that these people are able to change the life and restore the life of these people just by doing simple procedures. Like I said, it takes literally about 90 minutes, and they are able to do hundreds of procedures. That clinic in Burkina Faso alone has done about, so far, 11,000 procedures. 11,000 patients has been able to treat, with the donations that people been, and that is a huge amount, and that's just in one place. Then, the Niger and Nigeria, and you've got places in Pakistan and Guatemala. The physicians are working very, very hard there. There are multiple stories where, our MD doctors and external doctors have been able to work together, multidisciplinary teams, and restore people's life again.
Yeah, okay, that's absolutely amazing, and we'll continue to talk about this. And what I'd like to say, if there was a message to all of our viewers, what would you say to them? We're about to play a video, but just very quickly, just give us one message to the viewers. Look directly at the camera and just say, what is it? And please donate and what we do.
So I would say to all the viewers, if you're hesitating at all and you're thinking to donate, I would say Humanity First is an organisation that you should donate to. There's a huge amount that goes into it. People offer their time voluntarily, they go for free. All your money, over 90%, is actually given at the grassroots levels that will impact and transform people's lives. So jump on today, log on, go and see the work that Humanity First is doing. It's a divine organisation that's guided by His Holiness, and it will continue to grow and prosper.
Thank you very much for those inspirational words, and I'm sure our viewers will continue to vote. Thank you very much. Don't leave us just yet. I just would like to pass you over to, again, my dear friend, my colleague, to Mubarak Siddiqui, again, who will be able to give us a summary as to what's been going on and give us some lovely inspirational words.
जी, अभी हम सुन रहे थे मोहतरम हनीफ खान साहिब, यहाँ हम आपको कुछ अपडेट देते चलें। अल्लाह ताला के फल से, आपकी दुआ से, आपके ताउन से अब तक तकरीबन 3,95,000 पाउंड जमा हो चुके हैं। बाज़ बातें हम आपको बताना चाहें, बाज़ बातें जो कि अफसानों में और किताबों में हम पढ़ा करते थे, वो आज अल्लाह ताला के फल से ज़हूर में आ रही हैं, और ये सब खिलाफत की बरकत है। आज के दिन की चंद मिसालें हम आपको बताते चलें। हमें यहाँ कॉल सेंटर में एक कॉल आई कि मेरे लिए मस्जिद आना मुश्किल है, मेरे घर से आके 2,000 पाउंड कैश कलेक्ट कर लें। जब हमारा नुमाइंदा उनके घर पहुंचा तो उन्होंने सोचा कि 2,000 पाउंड इस मकसद के लिए कम है। उन्होंने 7,000 पाउंड की रकम अदा की। अल्लाह ताला उन्हें बहुत जज़ा दे। एक दोस्त जो यहाँ ताहिर हॉल में तशरीफ़ लाए, उन्होंने कहा कि उन्होंने घर से कॉल मिलाने की बहुत कोशिश की, नहीं मिल सकी, लेकिन वो बीमार होने के बावजूद यहाँ पे आए और उन्होंने अदा की। एक दोस्त ने हमें फ़ोन किया कि वो फ़ोन पे 500 पाउंड पे करना चाह रहे थे, लेकिन उनका कार्ड थ्रू नहीं हो रहा था। उन्होंने कहा कि शायद ये रकम कम है। उन्होंने 10,000 पाउंड की रकम जो है वो जमा करवा दी है। एक बच्चे ने कहा कि मैंने नई गेम खरीदने के लिए बड़ी मुश्किल से 100 पाउंड जमा किए थे, लेकिन आज वो मैं ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के लिए जमा करवा रहा हूँ। अभी थोड़ी देर पहले एक बच्चा यहाँ आया, वो पसीने में शराबूर था। उसने कहा मैं साइकिल पे आया हूँ और आपका प्रोग्राम देख के 50 पाउंड है मेरे पास कुल रकम, वो मैं आपको देना चाहता हूँ। मुबारक शाह साहब ने नॉर्वे से हमें कॉल किया कि 1,000 क्रोनर आप मेरी तरफ से लिख लीजिए। अभी हमें इस बात के दौरान ये कॉल आ रही है चौधरी मोहम्मद असलम चीमा साहिब और जुबैदा चीमा साहिबा की तरफ से। उनका कहना है हमारे ख़ानदान की तरफ से 3,000 पाउंड की रकम ले लीजिए। तो नाज़रीन, बात यह है कि वो लोग जो कि पहले हमें सिर्फ अफसानों में मिलते थे, किताबों में मिलते थे, आज अल्लाह ताला के फजल के साथ और खिलाफत की बरकत की वजह से वो लोग यहाँ पे आज भी मौजूद हैं। चंद अशार के अभी वो लोग बाकी हैं जो अपने हादसों के दुख छुपाए मुस्कुराते हैं, जो बंजर मौसमों में बारिशों के गीत गाते हैं, जो तितली फूल और खुशबू के मौसम साथ लाते हैं। अभी वो लोग बाकी हैं, अभी वो लोग बाकी हैं, वो जिनके अपने पाँव में कई गर्दाब होते हैं, मगर वो रूह की पाताल तक शादाब होते हैं। वो ऐसे लोग जो हर दौर में नायाब होते हैं। अभी वो लोग बाकी हैं, अभी वो लोग बाकी हैं। अभी हमारे पास 3 घंटे का वक्त है। अगर आप में से कोई इस नेकी के काम में हिस्सा नहीं ले सका, अभी भी देर नहीं हुई, आप हमारे इस प्रोजेक्ट में ज़रूर शामिल हों, चाहे सिर्फ 10 पाउंड ही दें। अल्लाह ताला आपके साथ हो। अभी हम एक छोटी सी ब्रेक लेते हैं। अस्सलामु अलैकुम रहमतुल्लाहि व बरकातुहू।
Global Telethon Ramadan Appeal 2017. We value your support and want you to know that your donation today will make a massive difference by saving and transforming even more lives all over the world. A donation of £480 will provide 1 year's secure accommodation, food, clothing and education for orphans in Sierra Leone and Guinea created by the Ebola epidemic. A donation of £100 will pay to allow us to paint a primary school classroom in Africa, deploy laminated posters and supply books. Thanks to our classroom transformation project, many children come back to school as a result. Ensuring that villagers are given a sustainable clean water supply in Africa and Sindh in Pakistan. A donation of £1,200 will pay for a water well in Africa, £2,000 will pay for a hand pump in Africa, and £3,000 will pay for a water well in Sindh. Humanity First will also place a personalised plaque on each well or pump. A donation of £50 will pay for a cataract surgery operation. This includes screening, surgery, medication, and post-operation check. Humanity First, in association with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Medical Association UK, are building a state-of-the-art hospital in the Ivory Coast. The hospital will provide free medical treatment to the poorest of the poor in the region. The total cost of the hospital will be £500,000. For each brick donated, an inscribed personalised name plaque will be placed in the hospital. The size of the plaque varies depending on the contribution. A red brick will cost £500, a bronze £1,000, a silver £2,000, a gold £3,000, platinum £5,000 and £10,000 for a diamond brick. All diamond donors will be invited to attend the opening ceremony of the hospital. The different ways to pay. You can visit our website www.humanityfirst.org or call us on 0208 417 0082. By text, to donate £100, text HFTL 17 £100 to 70070, or you can come and visit us at Baitul Fadul Mosque. Many thanks for your generous donation.
I personally lived in Africa for a number of years, and so I have seen this with my own eyes. At an age when young children should be in school and should be free, they are forced by dire circumstances beyond their control to endure daily routine that are unimaginable to those of us living in the comfort of the West. Here, in the developed world, the daily concerns of people are trivial by comparison. The most we have to worry about is ensuring that our children get to school on time each morning, or other similar minor issues. Such insignificant problems are a distant dream for the people living in deprived parts of the world. Those children would give everything for the opportunities that our children have here. What they would give to be able to go to school each day, rather than having to walk great distance to fetch water for their families' daily domestic use. Thus, in an effort to bring comfort to such people and in order to literally quench their thirst, the Ahmadiyya Muslim community is providing access to clean drinking water through the installation of hand or solar-powered water pumps.
Humanity First Telethon Ramadan Appeal 2017. We value your support and want you to know that your donation today will make a massive difference by saving and transforming even more lives all over the world. A donation of £480 will provide 1 year's secure accommodation, food, clothing and education for orphans in Sierra Leone and Guinea created by the Ebola epidemic. A donation of £100 will pay to allow us to paint a primary school classroom in Africa, deploy laminated posters and supply books. Thanks to our classroom transformation project, many children come back to school as a result. Ensuring that villagers are given a sustainable clean water supply in Africa and Sindh in Pakistan. A donation of £1,200 will pay for a water well in Africa, £2,000 will pay for a hand pump in Africa, and £3,000 will pay for a water well in Sindh. Humanity First will also place a personalised plaque on each well or pump. A donation of £50 will pay for a cataract surgery operation. This includes screening, surgery, medication and post-operation check. Humanity First, in association with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Medical Association UK, are building a state-of-the-art hospital in the Ivory Coast. The hospital will provide free medical treatment to the poorest of the poor in the region. The total cost of the hospital will be £500,000. For each brick donated, an inscribed personalised name plaque will be placed in the hospital. The size of the plaque varies depending on the contribution. A red brick will cost £500, a bronze £1,000, a silver £2,000, a gold £3,000, platinum £5,000 and £10,000 for a diamond brick. All diamond donors will be invited to attend the opening ceremony of the hospital. The different ways to pay. You can visit our website www.humanityfirst.org or call us on 0208 417 0082. By text, to donate £100, text HFTL 17 £100 to 70070, or you can come and visit us at Batul Fatul Mosque. Many thanks for your generous donation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. As always, such wonderful opportunities for everyone around the world to continue to donate. And as always, we've been coming to this wonderful person, Clem Edwards, to give us an update.
Cheers, Hanif. Well, here we are. We've been tracking to the call centre here, and we've got Amir Saab's son here, cracking on with doing sort of taking donations live as we speak. There, he's on the PayPal site, so giving thanks to all the donations. But here we've got the sort of communication centre. So a live figure here we can see here. We're now into £401,000 from the UK. So this is the live update. And I've got Summer here, who's been busy, and Jared, who's been helping us as well. Tell us a little bit what you've been doing today.
Okay, Jazakallah, Assalamu alaikum. It's been a very busy day. We was updating all the promises and the collection coming from all the sources, and it truly a very, very busy day. So we have every hour there was a speed. We have normally we see that there is a slow and things. It did not happen today.
Well, we are approaching the $1 million mark. See the total here. I mean, if we chat long enough, potentially we'll get to that $1 million. But I don't think we have all night. So you're involved in some of the public sector and some of the other.
So my core job is to work with Nasir Saab and to go for the grants in public sector, in government grants, NGOs and donor agencies. So that is something which I've been working on.
But not today. Today
I'm working with Summer so that we can update the numbers over here. So we tell you all the promises, all the transactions coming from the finance, that this is something which they have collected. And then we update that number, which is coming out to be total. And we are very close to $1 million for Humanity First, and we are very close to $500,000 for Humanity First UK. So we are all looking forward to get to that mark.
We're all a bit tired. We're all a bit tired and emotional after a long day. So please help us with your tired emotion. Send us your money. Hanif, I'm going to hand it back to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Clem. As always, a pleasure. My dear viewers, and all of those people who are watching, who are involved on social media, please continue to phone, continue to make those donations. Our volunteers are here, ready and waiting to take your call. Things are very busy all the time, but please do not feel that you do not need to ring. Just continue ringing and continue receiving those blessings. Now, I'd like to pass over to another dear friend who you've already seen before to give you some wonderful, inspirational words. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Ladies and gentlemen, guests across the UK, across the world, I'd just like to ask you to dig deep, really, really deep in this month of sacrifice, in this the month of fasting, as you all feel the pain and the hunger, the pangs of hunger of people. Take a look at those far more deserving than you across the world. No words of mine can give you inspiration, but if I can give you the inspiration from Hazrat Amirul Mu'mineen, His Holiness, the Caliph of the worldwide Ahmadiyya Muslim community, as he describes in his travels the pangs of hunger of the people living in the depths of Africa, in those villages in which he served, as he describes the challenges that he himself had to provide clean water for his family. Think of people out there in those situations today, and please dig deep and see whatever you can give to help people today. Thank you very much.
Humanity First Telethon Ramadan Appeal 2017. We value your support and want you to know that your donation today will make a massive difference by saving and transforming even more lives all over the world. A donation of £480 will provide 1 year's secure accommodation, food, clothing and education for orphans in Sierra Leone and Guinea created by the Ebola epidemic. A donation of £100 will pay to allow us to paint a primary school classroom in Africa, deploy laminated posters and supply books. Thanks to our classroom transformation project, many children come back to school as a result. Ensuring that villagers are given a sustainable clean water supply in Africa and Sindh in Pakistan. A donation of £1,200 will pay for a water well in Africa, £2,000 will pay for a hand pump in Africa, and £3,000 will pay for a water well in Sindh. Humanity First will also place a personalised plaque on each well or pump. A donation of £50 will pay for a cataract surgery operation. This includes screening, surgery, medication and post-operation check. Humanity First, in association with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Medical Association UK, are building a state-of-the-art hospital in the Ivory Coast. The hospital will provide free medical treatment to the poorest of the poor in the region. The total cost of the hospital will be £500,000. For each brick donated, an inscribed personalised name plaque will be placed in the hospital. The size of the plaque varies depending on the contribution. A red brick will cost £500, a bronze £1,000, a silver £2,000, a gold £3,000, platinum £5,000 and £10,000 for a diamond brick. All diamond donors will be invited to attend the opening ceremony of the hospital. The different ways to pay. You can visit our website www.humanityfirst.org or call us on 0208 417 0082. By text, to donate £100, text HFTL 17 £100 to 70070, or you can come and visit us at Batul Fatul Mosque. Many thanks for your generous donation.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back to all the viewers. We're going to now play a video from the Manchester fundraiser dinner that was done by the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association.
Humanity First is a UK-based worldwide charity organisation founded under the instruction of Khalifatul Masih IV, Hazrat Mirza Tahir Ahmad, may Allah have mercy on him, fourth head of the worldwide Ahmadiyya Muslim community, in 1994. His vision was to create an organisation whose central tenet would be to serve mankind, irrespective of any self-interest. Since its creation, the charity has been at the forefront of various disaster relief efforts across the world. The organisation has various operations throughout the world, such as Water for Life, Gift of Sight and Orphan Care. On Saturday, the 22nd of April 2017, the organisation held a fundraiser at the Darul Aman Mosque in Manchester. The event began with a recitation of the Holy Quran and was led by Councillor Hanif Khan. Nasir Deen, Director of Fundraising, began the event with an introduction to the works carried out by Humanity First.
He said that there should be an organisation whose set-up only purpose is to serve humanity. The money's 100% is for humanity, so that non-Ahmadis also within the Jamaat members can see that this primarily purpose of their funds that they put here will be for the service of man. And it's a separate charity. The accounts, the projects are visible, are transparent. So each member can invite their non-Ahmadi members also to contribute to this. And that is exactly what's happening. Through our charity walks that you do in Majlis Sarla, Khudam, and Lajdamallah, that the funds that they raise from within the Jamaat and outside, at any time, anyone in the world can go onto the website of either Humanity First or Charities Commission and see how the money is spent on projects.
Various members and contributors of Humanity First spoke at the event, highlighting the charity's efforts in various international operations.
And I remember we set off 8 o'clock in the morning to a village, a very remote village,
and we started working, unscrewing this old water pump. And within 10 minutes, the whole village had come out to watch us, and they were so grateful that somebody actually cared about them and had come to them and was going to fix the pump for them so they would have clean water.
Simple procedures that cost £50 can make a massive difference. And this is something that Humanity First, if you think about any other organisation, it's at a very reduced and minimal price because the physicians and the equipment that's used, Humanity First pays a lot of that money for that. So you are just helping to donate and for the procedure that takes place.
So what we're doing in orphan care is we are going to the grassroots level. We're supporting orphans in some of the most difficult areas of the world. We're providing them with a whole range of services so that they can survive and also thrive. And education and healthcare is the most critical.
Following the various speakers, a poetic symposium was also held, which was led by Mr. Mubarak Siddiqui, to entertain and engage the audience with various poems and poets.
मेरी निगाह में शबनम भी एक समंदर है, ऐ मेरे दोस्त मैं सहरा से आने वाला हूँ, और मेरे कबीले में अहदो वफा ही सब कुछ है, सो जान दे के मैं वादा निभाने वाला हूँ। मैं उसकी आंख के नशे से लड़खड़ाया था, वो कह रहा था मैं पीने पिलाने वाला हूँ। मैं उसकी आंख के नशे से लड़खड़ाया था, वो कह रहा था मैं पीने पिलाने वाला हूँ। तो एक पंजाबी का है जी कि दुनिया दे नाल यारी लाण दा फायदा ही कोई नहीं, दुनिया दे नाल यारी लाण दा फायदा ही कोई नहीं, एवें ही झूठी शान बनाण दा फायदा ही कोई नहीं, गल ते ताएं अमला चो खुशबू आए, एवें ही महंगे इतर लाण दा फायदा ही कोई नहीं, गल ते ताएं अमला चो खुशबू आए, एवें ही महंगे इतर लाण दा फायदा ही कोई नहीं, और अद्धे लोग मुबारक जिथे सुते होण उत्थे अपने शेर सुनाण दा फायदा ही कोई नहीं।
Nasiruddin, Director of Fundraising, led the concluding address and thanked attendees for their participation at the event. The event was attended by approximately 300 people who helped raise over £35,000 at the event alone. The event was ended with silent prayer. This report is brought to you from MT International, UK studios in London.
So welcome back. That's just given a little bit of a synopsis in terms of the dinner, what took place, that was organised by the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association. Now I've got some distinguished guests from the executive body that are here, and I'm going to request that they introduce themselves. So starting from my left, if I can ask...
my name is Abdul Rauf Lodi, and I'm serving as the Director of Charity and Welfare under Majlis Qudam in the UK.
Farooq Aftab, Majlis Qudam in the UK.
My name is Kashif. I am serving as the Head of Welfare Programs within the Department of Charities and Welfares.
Yeah, so welcome. I'm just going to go to Farooq Aftab, who's the Vice President of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association, just to state in terms of the objective and the purpose of the organisation, which is an auxiliary and has a very close tie and relationship with Humanity First, and then his experiences of the event at Manchester, and then we'll move to Abdul Lodi, who's the Director of the Welfare and Humanitarians Programme, and also to Kashif Khan, who's the Deputy of the organisation. So Farooq.
So Majlis Qudam the UK is an auxiliary organisation of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Association, the UK. We're a religious organisation which primary purpose is to educate our youngsters and to give the true message of Islam. The Mercy for Mankind event is an event which was started in the 1980s under the guidance of Hazrat Khalifatul Masih IV, Hazrat Mirza Tahir Ahmad, may Allah have mercy on him. Then it started as a 26-mile walk, and over the years it's evolved. So we've raised to date about £2.7 million for British charities. As I've said, the event has evolved over the years. We now do a run, a hike, a cycle as well, and it's gone to a 10k. This year we're coming back towards a full marathon, so it's half a marathon now, which we'll be doing later in the year in Cumbria. And all of this is done in the name of Islam. We call it Mercy for Mankind because the Holy Prophet Muhammad was a messenger, and he's a mercy for mankind. So we want to dispel the notions and accusations around him, at the same time give the true message of Islam through our work. And the primary objectives of the charity challenge is, one, to get the physical aspect of our youth involved in fitness, and also to raise money for humanity, which is central to Islam. So that essentially is what we try to do.
Okay. Excellent. And that's a phenomenal thing that the youth are doing. So, Abdul Lodi, in terms of the event in Manchester itself, you know, we heard on the video clip that just over 30,000 was done. What was the total amount that was done at the end, and any exceptional stories that you can tell from that day?
I think the total that we roughly raised as part of the event, you know, including everything that was raised on the day and sales as a build-up to the event for the various projects, I think I'm not too sure, between 50 to 60,000 pounds. And then obviously there's other sort of schemes, you know, match funding with other organisations that we haven't applied yet. But it was pretty much something we wanted to do last year. So after Hassab's, you know, speech about the Water for Life project, the Northwest region in Manchester, they particularly wanted to hold something for the Water for Life project, which is an amazing, you know, initiative by Humanity First. And it kind of evolved, you know, we've pushed back towards April this year. And it evolved into something where we just promoted all the programs rather than just Water for Life.
Fantastic.
So it was something which was a bit of an awareness campaign internally to tell the people about all the brilliant projects that Humanity First are doing and the value it adds.
So it seems like there's been a phenomenal amount of work that's been done by the youth of this country and the organisation. So Kashif, do you want to add anything onto that in terms of the exceptional efforts that were made on that Manchester event? Because after this we're going to go into another video of your Mercy for Mankind 24 hours football event that was done in Yorkshire. In itself, that was exceptional for youth to be able to do that. Anything to add into the points that have been made by Farouk and Lodi?
Yep. So regarding the Manchester event that happened in late end of April, Humanity First was at the forefront, but it was Khudam Lamdi on the ground who was part of the execution and was making sure that everything was running pre-event as well as post-event. We had Khudam, about 60 volunteers who have had about 4 to 5 meetings from planning to ultimately executing it. They were busy with cooking, they were busy with making sure the arrangements are in place, setting up with the venue as well as the site.
So they're really exemplifying the character of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, being able to do the mercy for mankind, but to be able to cook and do all the things. Just heard we've got a live call, a caller on the phone. If we're ready to take him on and see who that live caller is. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Are you there?
Wa alaikum assalam.
Alaikum assalam. Could you please state your name, introduce yourself, and state where you're from?
My name is Maria Sayed. I'm speaking from Middle East.
Yep. What is your message that you'd like to give to Humanity First today on its Global Telethon? And
I would like to congratulate for Humanity First for raising $1 million.
And is there anything that you'd like to donate yourself on this occasion?
Yes, I would like to pledge a platinum brick for the Ivory Coast Hospital for £5,000.
Mashallah, that's phenomenal. You know, in terms of that's £5,000 to be able to the project that's taking place in Ivory Coast that will benefit a lot of people in terms of, again, when we talk about the character of the Holy Prophet ﷺ and the servitude that we're doing to mankind and the whole purpose of our creation. So this £5,000 is Sadaqah Jariyah for you. It will go a long way, and may Allah bless you for making this sacrifice and continuously bless other people that are also doing it. Jazakallah for your call today.
Jazakallah.
And I'd just like to echo the sentiments of a sister that's just called in that globally we have crossed $1 million. That is absolutely phenomenal. The people that have been able to donate on the first time that we've been able to do this. Excellent. We need people to continue to call in and contribute. So now, I'd like to go back to the Mercy for Mankind events that the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association are holding, and you'll be able to see another video on the 24-hour football tournament that they were able to hold in Yorkshire.
24 hours, 480 goals, 34 teams, 200 participants, £8,000 raised for charity. The 24-hour football fundraiser.
This news webcast is brought to you by the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association in the UK.
An historic event took place on the weekend of the 6th and 7th of May. The Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association in Yorkshire region organised a 24-hour non-stop football marathon to raise money for the Forget-Me-Not Hospice in West Yorkshire and the charity Humanity First. This was the first time such an event had taken place. Matches were organised continuously around the clock, and in total 34 teams and 200 participants took part, raising over £8,000 for the charity. The event also served to bring people of different faith groups and backgrounds together in an effort to serve humanity. Dignitaries, faith groups, and the general public attended the event. Furthermore, 10 corporations sponsored the event, with the local supermarket Tesco's donating food and water. The event was also reported by a number of media outlets, including both the BBC and ITV, and was broadcast live on Periscope, garnering over 900 views. The youth worked through the night, with minimal rest, sleeping and resting wherever they could. Tired and near exhaustion, the Khaddam were driven by faith and passion to play continuously through the night.
Yeah, magnificent, very tiring, you can tell, lots of sweat, but loads of fun.
Been very great, man, very great. As I said, good turnaround, and the good thing is I think team from all over like come in to like support. Even if it's for an hour, play an hour, boom, then next team comes in.
Exhausting, I think that's the right word. Enjoyed it, really enjoyed it. I don't think I've had this much exercise in the last 10 years, so yeah, well worth coming down.
We're very grateful for them. I think I'll second that as well.
Yeah. Knackered. Absolutely knackered, yeah.
This event was part of the wider Mercy for Mankind campaign. This is a campaign which honours the memory of the founder of Islam, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, who was given the title of Mercy for all mankind. As part of this campaign, the youth members engage in various fundraising activities throughout the year, raising hundreds of thousands of pounds for British charities.
So as you've seen from the video, the Mercy for Mankind 24-hour football challenge is the first time that this had taken place. And we're going to speak to Farooq Aftab, who's going to be able to explain the reasoning behind this and the impact that's had. So Farooq, would you like to explain?
So the Mercy for Mankind 24-hour football event is the first time we held such an event. And what we're trying to do this year is empower our regional structures. So this was held by the Yorkshire region, and it was to get more externals involved. So we had the local community involved, the local MP, the press and the media, and it helped generate a lot of publicity and also for Humanity First as well. And Abdul Lodi Sahab was on the ground on the day, he went through it, so I think he can explain a bit more.
So Lodi, could you explain in terms of logistics or operations, you know, it's a massive undertaking to be able to do something like this. So, you know, what made you do it? You know, we heard on the video of the exhaustion and so forth, but they kept on going.
Yeah, I mean, it was the initiatives, the first time we did it. So I was there on the ground from setup for probably over 24 hours, but the guys in the Yorkshire region were really keen on going ahead with this because we had a few meetings before that. It's really difficult, but we had a lot of support. I think there was a local Tesco stores that's donated fruits and water bottles at a reduced price. There was lots of local teams, interfaith groups, as well as corporate teams from local workplaces that took part. I think
so it seems like a lot of community cohesion and diversity. That's
I mean, there was peak hours. Obviously, overnight it was not as packed, but we carried on. It was literally football for 24 hours. But it was really good knowing where the money is going, the causes that we're supporting by doing this, and obviously, you know, by playing football as well. I myself was on the ground. I played 5 to 6 hours back to back, but there was
you had people travelling from London, you had to come all the way to Yorkshire. That's a phenomenal thing just to be able to get them past.
We had teams that actually came and they came back the next day because they enjoyed it, and you know, they just came back and played more. And you know, every team paid. We had about 20 to 30 teams. You know, as mentioned, you know.
And how much did you roughly raise?
The figures, I think. The total that was raised was probably between 8, 9 to 10,000 pounds, and
Yeah.
a lot of it, I mean, all the money that was raised pretty much went towards
Yeah.
the cause, because we had things like, the sponsorships, and
Yeah.
we had teams, they paid for the setup and the venues
Yeah.
and things like that, so majority of the money, or pretty much all of it, went
But
towards
I heard
the cause.
apart from this, you've done things like MK Dons as well in terms of getting people involved.
Yes,
at
so
that tournament.
yes, so MK Dons, we helped out with we organised a football tournament in the actual stadium. It was mainly for the disability side. They help people, disabled people in sports. So we helped them with a fundraiser, and again, it was an amazing sort of response from the community coming down.
So all that part of inclusion and diversity, and I'll come on
Yes.
to Kasia from that, because that fits into your welfare programme in terms of the stuff that you're doing.
So as part of the Khidmat welfare stream, early this year when Khudam MD year started, we thought about, what is it that we could do to diversify our efforts. So we had a bit of a brainstorm, and we wanted to utilize mosques more and mission houses. So as part of Humanity First, we in partnership with them and trying to set up food, clothing collection points and food collection points, which we can hopefully manage and distribute to the ones to food banks as well as the needy who need it. But
excellent.
That really fits in with our objective as well as the desire that Humanity First have.
So I was just going to come to Farouk and ask, in terms of what's your desired outcome in terms of the amount that you're looking to raise this year, because over the years that you've been raising hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pounds, you've been recognised by a lot of the community and key people across the board in terms of MPs and Her Majesty the Queen and the Prime Minister and so forth. But what is your outcome that you want to get in terms of how much money do you want to raise altogether?
I think the outcome from Majlis Qudam, the UK's perspective, is to get as many Qudam and externals involved and to serve humanity. I mean, our primary objective is to give the true message of Islam. And I think this year we've got a lot of new events. We're working quite closely with Humanity First. We've got a lot of Humanity First dinners. There's one after Eid as well, which we have in London, and we have other events. Then we've got our central event in August in the north of England. So inshallah, I think we will continue to raise as maximum funds as possible.
And have you set yourself a target roughly in terms of a ballpark figure of what you're trying to go for?
I think last year we raised in excess of £250,000. So inshallah we endeavour to do more than that this year.
All right, excellent. Yep. So my understanding is that we've got another live call. I believe it's a young child that's ringing in to speak. See if you've... Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear me?
Yes, walaikum assalam.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and where you're from and your age.
My name is Basha Shoaib. I'm from London.
And how old are you?
And I am 9 years old.
MashaAllah. And what message would you like to give to the viewers of Humanity First today? Is there any message that you'd like to give, or would you like to donate some money?
I donated £50.
Oh, mashallah, that's excellent. That's brilliant. That'll go a long way. £50 can treat a gift of sight for somebody and allow a cataract operation to occur. That's a fantastic thing that you've been able to do. Mashallah, Jazakallah for that, and Jazakallah for calling in. Yeah?
I have a message.
Yeah, please, go for it.
I was inspired because I know that so many people around the world aren't as lucky as I am. And I know that the little bit of money that I gave can make a huge difference to their lives.
That's an excellent message. That will make a huge impact to the people's life. May Allah bless your efforts, and a message from a young 9-year-old here. Hopefully, inshallah, we'll get lots more young kids calling in and other viewers taking inspiration and heart from this. Jazakallah. Jazakallah for your call. So just in terms of the ticker that you're seeing at the bottom of your screens, remember the telephone number that you've got out there that you can telephone us on. You can call us on that number. You can tweet us. You can follow us by going onto the website and make your donations. Call now on 0208 417 0082 to make your donations and make an impact today to the Global Telethon. Yeah, so back up to Abdul Lodi again. So again, is there any other types of events? Because Farouk touched on that you've done hikes in the past, you've done cycle rides. Is that something that you continue? Because my understanding of Farouk was saying that you've got an event coming up in Cumbria. It seems like you're getting the local community involved there because that only a year ago was hit by floods, and I believe the Ahmadi Muslim Youth Association again was out there helping, supporting that local community. What's the impact that you've been able to have there?
Since the floods hit the north of England, we've actively pretty much sent our youth volunteers to support all the remote villages, and the impact since then was great because we've invited the community or members of the community back to a mosque in Manchester, and it was very well received. And now we're going back again, after following up from last year's charity event where we had a ride for peace and a hike. And again, the local community fully supported it, came down, they provided us with schools and places to
you get young children involved as well, don't you, in terms of making sure that from a young age?
Yeah, so we're trying to get more young people involved because I think it's a good thing to do to get them involved as early as possible. So as probably been discussed earlier on, the children's walk and these things, it's just getting them the habit to get into fundraising for good cause and even understanding what they're raising the funds for at the end of it as well.
So just before we finish, is there just a last comment that you'd like to make to our viewers out there in terms of that are watching this telethon today? What is it that you'd like to say? So if you go one by one from yourselves.
I would just like to say we've worked with a lot of charities, and obviously Humanity First is really special to us because we know the money that you give goes a long way. A pound might be worth a lot more than the actual value of the pound because there's such skilled staff all around the world volunteering for Humanity First, whereas comparison to other charities, they might be paid staff. So, Humanity First is really special when it comes to that. So I would just encourage people to donate as much as possible because the value of your donation is more than just a monetary value.
Farouk, what would you like to part with a message to the viewers that are watching today?
I think during this month of Ramadan, the Holy Prophet ﷺ was the most generous, and particularly during Ramadan, he says he was like the wind. So his generosity was unparalleled. So I think we should do the maximum we can today to give donations to Humanity First for all its projects.
Kashif?
For me, Humanity First is a very unique charity. It differs from other charities in the sense that it has a very unique selling point, and that is that the money that's donated, 100%, if not 100, high 90s of it is actually goes directly to the impacted and the needy. So in that sense, for me, it's a very unique charity, and I would really encourage individuals to support this cause, the different projects that they have. And as Aludisab mentioned, £1 is not £1 worth, it's worth 20 or even £25.
Absolutely.
So definitely
what I want to just say to all the viewers is, just like Ahmadi Muslim Youth Association in terms of Majlis Qudam al-Ahmadiyya, or as known as, and his inception was by Hazrat Khalifat al-Masih as a Muslim Maud. Humanity First is also an auxiliary organisation of the Jamaat, led by His Holiness, in terms of set up and accepted by Hazrat Mirza Tahir Ahmed, and continually under the guidance of Hazrat Khalifat al-Masih, Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmed. This is where we take our energy, this is where we take our solace, and this is where we take our guidance, and that's where we see the magnified blessings of Khilafat in terms of coming and the guidance that's given. So with that, I'd like to thank you all for coming today, and we pray that your continued efforts have a maximum impact on all the good work that you're doing, and continue to take the guidance and blessings of Hazrat Khalifat al-Masih, and be able to have a stronger connection and bond with Humanity First, and be able to work in collaboration for further projects. We're just going to launch into our appeal video and update, so if the viewers, you'll be taken to that. Jazakallah.
Humanity First Telethon Ramadan Appeal 2017. We value your support and want you to know that your donation today will make a massive difference by saving and transforming even more lives all over the world. A donation of £480 will provide 1 year's secure accommodation, food, clothing and education for orphans in Sierra Leone and Guinea created by the Ebola epidemic. A donation of £100 will pay to allow us to paint a primary school classroom in Africa, deploy laminated posters and supply books. Thanks to our classroom transformation project, many children come back to school as a result. ensuring that villagers are given a sustainable clean water supply in Africa and Sindh in Pakistan. A donation of £1,200 will pay for a water well in Africa, £2,000 will pay for a hand pump in Africa, and £3,000 will pay for a water well in Sindh. Humanity First will also place a personalised plaque on each well or pump. A donation of £50 will pay for a cataract surgery operation. This includes screening, surgery, medication and post-operation check. Humanity First, in association with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Medical Association UK, are building a state-of-the-art hospital in the Ivory Coast. The hospital will provide free medical treatment to the poorest of the poor in the region. The total cost of the hospital will be £500,000. For each brick donated, an inscribed personalised name plaque will be placed in the hospital. The size of the plaque varies depending on the contribution. A red brick will cost £500, a bronze £1,000, a silver £2,000, a gold £3,000, platinum £5,000 and £10,000 for a diamond brick. All diamond donors will be invited to attend the opening ceremony of the hospital. The different ways to pay. You can visit our website www.humanityfirst.org or call us on 0208 417 0082. By text, to donate £100, text HFTL 17 £100 to 70070. Or you can come and visit us at Baitul Fadul Mosque. Many thanks for your generous donation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. There is something that I would like to share with all of our viewers around the world. We have, by the grace of Allah and through the blessings of Allah, and through all of the hard work and all your wonderful donations, we have crossed the line. Yes, we have crossed the line of $1 million. We have crossed the line for $1 million, and thank you very much. May Allah bless all of you for your donations. And again, as always, we are here to get an update at the call centre. So can I please have Clem come on over, Clem? Clem, isn't that amazing? We've already crossed the $1 million mark.
$1 million. I mean, if we were in Children in Need or something, it'd be fanfares and confetti, but we haven't got money to waste on confetti. We're just here celebrating in our hearts. So $1 million, amazing. $1 million man. Hanif, that's your fault.
Sorry, I apologise for that. So give us an update. We'll find Najum in a short while. Yeah, have we got someone to talk to?
I'm going to just say hello to Navaz.
Yeah, please. Let's just go over to Navaz. Yeah. There you go.
Just tell us a little bit about how long you've been doing the taking the calls today and how you found it.
Yeah, I've been here since 3 o'clock, and so far I had about 20-30 calls.
Excellent. And your name again for our audience?
Navas Anwar.
Navas, excellent. Well, thank you for your coming today and going on the script. Everyone's been happy. It's an easy job, right?
Yeah,
taking money from
people.
Easy
job. It's simple and very quick to donate as well.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, keep up the good work. So, I mean, he's now free. The telephone line is free currently, so please give us a call. We need those donations. We're over the $1 million mark, but let's go back at the screen if we can.
Yeah. Tell us what's going on with the screen here. Give us an update here.
So basically 416,000 sterling. So in an ideal world from a British person, I'd rather like to see the UK. So if you're in the UK, please give us a call. We've got the guys on the call. They're tired. We're all tired, but come on, let's get us over the finish line. We want to try, and if we could get £1 million. Can you imagine? So we've only got to get. What's that? That's going to be.
So you need to do the maths. You've said
£84,000. If anyone's got £84,000 lying around, they just want to give it to us. That'd be marvellous, and we'd be at £500,000.
Gleam, thank you very much, as always. Thank you. Again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for all your donations. As Clem has just said, there is a line free. Actually, look, he's already on the phone. So you've already made that call. Thank you very much. So what we have now, again, is some more inspirational talk that we'd like to hear from people in a short while, but I would definitely urge everyone to continue making those calls. Slightly later on, we're going to also share with you some of the warm messages that more messages that we've been receiving around the world on Twitter, on WhatsApp, on the phone, and we'll share those with you later, and I promise you they'll be so inspirational, and they will urge you to be able to ring and donate. So the number that you should be calling is 0208 417 0082. So thank you very much, and I'm just going to pass you over to two wonderful gentlemen, Daniel Zaya and Suad Khan, who are going to give you some lovely inspirational words. Thank you very much.
Often our volunteers take photos or videos of the moment when the locals see water flowing from the taps for the first time, and later they share them with me. After having lived in complete destitution, the look of pure and unbridled joy on the faces of the local people, especially young children, when they see clean water for the very first time at their doorsteps, is a sight to behold. It is as though all of their hopes and dreams have been fulfilled, all at once, and as though they are the recipient of the entire world's treasures. We Ahmadi Muslims take pride in being able to serve such people and consider it a blessing that we are able to provide relief and ease to others, because this is the way of Islam.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम नाजरीन, अस्सलाम वालेकुम जवाद साहब। आज सुबह से हमने मसीह मौद की इस पाक जमात का जो पाक नमूना देखा है वो दिल दहला देने से कम नहीं है। हमने छोटे बच्चों से लेके बुज़ुर्गों से लेके हमने लोगों को हज़ारों पाउंड आज डोनेट करते हुए देखा है, और इससे बंदा हैरान होता है और अल्लाह ताला का शुक्र अदा करता है कि अल्लाह ताला ने इतनी पाक जमात हमें मसीह मौद को मानने की तौफीक अता फरमाई और इस पाक जमात को इस तरह कंट्रीब्यूट करने की तौफीक अता फरमाई। और अब हमारे पास इस टेलीथॉन में तकरीबन कोई 1.25 घंटे बचे हैं, तो इन आखिरी कुछ मिनटों के लिए आप कोई पैगाम देना चाहेंगे?
जी दानियाल, सुबह से मैं भी आपके साथ यहाँ पर हूँ, और सुबह का जो हम देख रहे हैं कि लोग जौक दर जौक इस नेक काम में और नेक मकसद में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और जिस तरह आपने मिसालें दी, इससे पहले मुबारक सिद्दीकी साहब ने भी बहुत सी मिसालें सुनाई, तो बस इस वक्त हम देख सकते हैं कि हम रमज़ान के मुबारक महीने में हैं और अफ्तारी से ज़रा पहले हैं, तो हम वो भूख और प्यास महसूस कर सकते हैं जो कि हमारे कई अफ्रीकी भाई जो कि ऐसी जगहों पर रहते हैं जहाँ उनको पानी पीने के लिए, कुएं से पानी लाने के लिए मीलों मील चलना पड़ता है। तो हम इस वक्त इस हालत में वो चीज़ महसूस कर सकते हैं, और हमें इस कार्य खैर में मज़ीद आगे बढ़ना चाहिए और मज़ीद अतियात देने चाहिए। और मेरे ख्याल में अगर हम इसी तरह से सारे जमात वाले और सारे लोग आगे बढ़ते रहें तो इंशाल्लाह अगले 1.25 घंटों में हम अपना टारगेट अचीव कर लेंगे, जो कि हमने कहा है कि हम इंशाल्लाह ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट यू के £500,000 जनरेट करेगी आज के इस टेलीथॉन से। तो मेरे ख्याल में इंशाल्लाह ये हम बहुत जल्द अचीव कर सकते हैं। तो मेरी लोगों से यही दरख्वास्त होगी कि वो अभी भी کال سینٹر کی لائنز کھلی ہیں, وہ ڈائریکٹ کال کریں. آن لائن بھی آپ کے پاس سارے کوڈز آ رہے ہیں, آپ ان پہ جائیں اور مزید احتیاط دیں. اور اس میں یہ بات ضرور جان کے رکھیے کہ آپ کے بزرگ جو ابھی حیات نہیں ہیں, آپ ان کے نام پہ بھی احتیاط دے سکتے ہیں, آپ اپنے بڑوں کے نام پہ بھی دے سکتے ہیں, اپنے والدین کے نام پہ بھی احتیاط دے سکتے ہیں.
جزاک اللہ جواد صاحب, بالکل یہ صدقہ جاریہ ہے, اور آپ اپنے بزرگوں کے نام پہ ہاسپٹل میں دے سکتے ہیں, آپ لوگوں کی آنکھوں کے عطیہ میں دے سکتے ہیں, اور آپ کے بزرگوں کے لیے جو حیات ہیں یا جو حیات نہیں ہیں ان کے لیے ہمیشہ کے لیے صدقہ جاریہ ہوگا. آخر پر میں صرف ایک اقتباس ہے جو کہ حضرت خلیفہ خامس کے ایک ایڈریس سے ہے جو انہوں نے ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کو دیا تھا. یہ انگریزی زبان میں ہے جو میں آپ کے لیے پڑھنا چاہوں گا, اور وہ یہ ہے کہ the large value and importance of serving others should be imprinted in the heart of every Ahmadi Muslim. Allah the Almighty has granted each person many abilities or capabilities, and so it is their duty to use those God-given gifts to help others, particularly those in need. Every person should utilize his individual talents or expertise for the sake of others. For example, doctors can offer their medical services, teachers can provide education, engineers can offer their skills, whilst those people blessed with wealth can and should utilize it for the sake of others. So حضور نے بھی اسی چیز کا ذکر کیا ہے کہ ہم لوگ جو جس طرح بھی ہم اس راہ میں خرچ کر سکتے ہیں, اللہ تعالیٰ کی مخلوق کی خدمت کے لیے ہم خرچ کر سکتے ہیں, چاہے وہ اپنی کوئی کیپیبلٹی ہو یا اپنا مال ہو, ہمیں وہ اس طرح خرچ کرنا چاہیے.
اور اب بالکل تھوڑا ہی سا ٹائم رہ گیا افطار سے پہلے, تو ہم امید کرتے ہیں کہ لوگ افطار سے پہلے ابھی بھی کال کریں گے اور اب آن لائن جا کے مزید احتیاط دیں گے تاکہ ہم زیادہ سے زیادہ کار خیر میں حصہ لے سکیں. جزاک اللہ احسن الجزا.
جی جواد صاحب, بالکل انشاءاللہ اس جماعت سے ہم نے جو آج نمونہ دیکھا ہے, اور انشاءاللہ مجھے پوری امید ہے کہ ہم لوگ جو 5 لاکھ پاؤنڈ کا جو ہمارا ایک ہدف ہے, انشاءاللہ ہم وہ ضرور یو کے اندر وہ وی ول سی دیٹ کہ وہ انشاءاللہ ہم بریک کریں گے وہ والا ہدف. اور اللہ تعالیٰ نے صبح سے ہمیں فضلوں کی بارش ہے جو ایک طرح سے ہمیں دکھائی ہے. ایک کالر نے کال کر کے کہا کہ جی وہ 10,000 پاؤنڈ کا ڈونیشن دینا چاہتے ہیں. ایک بچے نے کال کر کے کہا جی اس نے اپنے گھر میں کچھ سائیکل کے لیے, کچھ کھلونوں کے لیے اس نے پیسے جمع کیے تھے, اس نے وہ سارے کے سارے اس کام میں اللہ تعالیٰ کا بہت فضل ہے. آئی تھنک اللہ تعالیٰ نے خاص فضل سے آج ہمیں نوازا ہے, اور جماعت سے امید ہے کہ اگلے جو 1 گھنٹہ یا 1.5 گھنٹہ بچا ہے اس میں بھی مزید اس کار خیر میں ضرور حصہ لیں گے. جزاک اللہ.
Allah the Almighty has granted each person many abilities or capabilities, and so it is their duty to use those God-given gifts to help others, and particularly those in need. In terms of financial sacrifice, I am pleased to say that with the grace of Allah, the Almighty, there are many Ahmadis who spend in the way of Allah for the benefit of mankind, and who also sacrifice their time and effort in this cause. This is the case with both office bearers and volunteers. Non-Ahmadis are often left astounded when they hear that Ahmadi professionals have gone to the most deprived parts of the world only out of a desire to gain the prayer and love of God Almighty. They are even more astonished when they hear that Ahmadis do not allow for a single penny to be wasted, and so even some of them pay for their own travel and and consider it an honor to offer their services, time and skills, completely free of charge. This is all due to the spirit which has been inculcated into the Jamaat by the Prophet Messiah al-Islam.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Dear viewers and everybody around the world who is tuned in, we have really got a special treat for you today. And this is to tell you and explain to you about the stability, the continuity, the guidance that we have received from the fourth Khalifa to now the fifth Khalifa, and it shows you about steadfastness. The people in the studio joining me today were when Humanity First started, day one. This is from when we decided, not me obviously, I wasn't part of it at that point, but the gentlemen here who are with me in the studio were there at day one, day two, right at the humble beginnings, and they understood the vision of the fourth Khalifa at that time. Now obviously the Humanity First has changed, and now we receive direct guidance from the fifth Khalifa as well, and that's the steadfastness, and that's the blessings, and from the humble beginnings to where we are now to the future. Earlier in the day you saw the passion that the young Khuddam, the Atfal had, and they raised money. So we are going to be here for a long time, and this is a charity that you can donate your life savings to, and it will create something wonderful for the future. Now just before we talk to my wonderful guest, I've been told that we have another call that's going to come live. I don't know who this person is, so should we just say Assalamu alaikum? Assalamu alaikum. Who's with us today?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Baji, could you tell us where you're phoning from and what was the reason that motivated you to call in today?
My name is Bishra Ahmed. I'm calling from Wimbledon Park. We were just told about the amazing work Mashallah the Jamaat is doing and the charity is doing. We've been watching the program. It's amazing. It's interesting. Mashallah, you're showing where all the money raised. You know, how you help in different ways and all the different charities. It's absolutely amazing. And my kids were straight away, Ami and Abu, my little card, but give us your card. And my daughter, Mariam, who's actually 16, she did all the payments online, and she was very excited. So, mashallah, mashallah. I'm still cooking, doing a sari as well. But I would just say, brilliant job, mashallah. The Jamaat is doing a wonderful, wonderful job.
No, thank you very much. And maybe if you're not too far away, there's many people here who are fasting, who are hungry, who have kept a fast today and been with us throughout the time. And your prayers and your good wishes will help us get through and continue working hard. Thank you very much for your whole family to make the donation. I haven't actually asked you how much have you donated? Was anything specific you had in mind?
Well, my daughter was looking at the on the TV where it said £50 for the eyesight operation.
Yeah.
So she wanted to donate £100. So she took my husband's card out of his wallet and she donated £100.
Jazakallah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Wa alaikum assalam. My dear brothers, let's go back to day one, okay? And I think maybe I'll introduce you individually, and as I introduce you, then we'll come back and then you can just say a few seconds as to what your humble beginnings were, and then we'll develop from there. So first of all, I have Mia Safdar Ali Saab, then I have Rafiuddin, I have Shiraz Ahmed, and I have Fiaz Ahmed as well. So thank you very much for joining us today. So why don't we start with you, Rafiuddin, because throughout the day today, you have been monitoring the tweets, you've been monitoring the pulse of what's going on. Is there anything that you can share with us that that you felt that was really inspirational?
Jazakallah, Niftiat. By the grace of Allah, throughout the day we've seen fantastic response to the appeals that were made here, and just recently, of course, we've passed that $1 million collection, alhamdulillah. Just a few that I wrote down just as you asked me to come. We had a 4-year-old Zakaria who did a charity walk, and where his dad tweeted, and he'd raised £727, mashallah. So Jazakallah to Zakaria. At Durish1 tweeted, hats off to the Humanity First Telethon crew, mashallah, still going strong despite empty stomachs. Allah bless them for their efforts. She's obviously noticed that we're feeling it now coming to the end. But alhamdulillah, by the grace of Allah and with your prayers and the continuous donations coming through, to be quite honest, it hasn't felt as if we've been fasting here and we've been working throughout the day. Time has just flown by the grace of Allah. There's been hundreds and hundreds of tweets.
Got a long list there, but let's just keep our audiences a little bit thirsty for the responses. So Safdar Sahab, describe to us what it was like more than 22 years ago, because you were involved with when the first visit, the second visit, the third visit to these remote areas and disaster zones. What was it like then?
Yes, going back 22 years, 94, I was working with Ahmadiyya Yasab, who was our Sadr Khudam al-Ahmadiyya, and I was very fortunate to serve as a Naib Sadr with him. So after Hazur actually launched the charity in one of his khutbahs, and we were informed by Hazuri Aqdas, Khalifa Rabi Rahimullah, that in Hungary there's a small town called Nagyatad. He had heard that there were some Muslim refugees who had come from the war-torn area of Bosnia, and they were in desperate need of clothing and non-perishable food. So Ahmed Saab immediately was commissioned to actually take a convoy there just out of the blue. So nobody's got any experience of like collecting the items and logistically, take things out there. And I remember through the Khudam al-Ahmadiyya efforts, we were asked to have a nationwide appeal. And I remember the London region and other regions were literally bringing clothing and non-perishable food in the Mahmood Hall. And we actually laid rows, if you remember, Rafi, of kids' clothing, the elder people's clothing. So anyway, we wrapped everything up. And then the spirit was amazing, how people just, started to help out.
Continued donating.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And so for the very first trip, Ambasab arranged, I think there was 3 or 4 trucks. And for some technical reason, they couldn't go into Bosnia. So all the aid which was taken was actually left in the Munich mission house.
Okay.
So as soon as Ahmed Saab returned back, I got a phone call and he said, Safdar, you're leaving within a couple of weeks and you've got to take a convoy and you've got to take new stuff and go to Munich and then go into Bosnia.
Okay.
So,
so just out of blue, not knowing 100% how to do this, you just with the spirit and with the love, and you wanted to go and help somebody.
Yes.
You just decided just to go and do it. Safdar Sahab mentioned you were there at the time as well.
Yes, by the grace of Allah, I was serving as Khidmat Khalq Secretary under Ahmadiyya Yasab's Sadarship. And as Safdar Sahab says, after Hazur's Friday sermon, Ahmed Saab got us together and we planned these convoys. In total, in the end, we had 11 convoys, and they were all 7.5-ton trucks. And as Safdar Sahab says, there was no experienced drivers. We didn't really have any logistic experience. We were working out of Hardwick's Way. I'm sure these gentlemen will share their memories. Very small office, by the grace of Allah. Humble beginnings, and now 24 years on, we see this fantastic operation that is global, that is assisting people across the globe. and you know your heart fills with pride and with praise.
Yeah, and that's so true. That pride. This is an auxiliary organisation that is so entwined with the community spirit and the guidance from Hazur Aqdas. So you're right. We didn't understand much, but we did have a couple of experts.
Well.
Didn't we? Siraj and Fiaz, you were both responsible for the logistics side of things as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was serving as a local guide at the time, so really like the foot soldiers on the ground when we got the call from Al Sadr at the time to bring whatever goods we had, really. So it was the first time where we gathered local things and drove straight to Hardwick's Way. Left them there, started organising everything. So really local stuff from, you know, getting that here from our president to say, bring what you can. We need to send this convoy literally within about a week or so. And we started to gather things together. I know Fiaz Sab was doing the same as well.
Yeah, Fiaz, what was it like then at that time?
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम। हनीफ मेरी उस वक्त डिप्टी रीजनल कायद था मैं, और जैसे अभी बाकी लोगों ने बताया है, इतना जज्बा था, स्पेशली जब खलीफा राबिया रहमतुल्लाह तआला ने बोस्निया की इस स्कीम के बारे में बताया और उन्होंने कहा कि वहाँ कॉन्वॉयज़ भेजें, तो इट्स अमेजिंग। और आज जहाँ मैं बैठा हूँ इस वक्त, इतनी देख के खुशी हो रही है, और जितना लोगों का जज्बा देखा है आज, इट्स अमेजिंग। फिर उसके बाद ऑब्वियसली खुदाम अहमदिया में सर्व करने का मौका मिला, मुख्तलिफ प्रोजेक्ट्स रन किए, सो इट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। और आज जो एक एक्सपीरियंस मेरे को यहाँ हुआ वो ये हुआ कि एक कॉल आई, लोग डोनेट तो कर रहे हैं थ्रू फ़ोन कॉल्स। एक हमारे बुज़ुर्ग ने फ़ोन किया कि मैं फ़ोन या पेपॉल अकाउंट नहीं है मेरा ईमेल भी नहीं है, कोई आके पैसे कलेक्ट कर सकता है मेरे घर से। इट्स वेरी रेयर। तो नसीरुद्दीन साहब जो हमारे फंड रेजिंग डायरेक्टर हैं, उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि फ़याज़ आप जाके ले आए, और मैं जब गया उन्होंने जो अमाउंट कही से उससे 3 गुना दिया।
Wow. How much was that?
It's he paid 7,000 pounds.
Oh my God, 7,000 pounds.
7,000 pounds. I thought I'm going to collect 2,000 pounds. तो लोगों का जज्बा देख के आज इतनी हैरानगी है। और ऑब्वियसली आप देख रहे हैं सारा सेटअप, जैसे रफ़ी साहब ने बताया है, मुझे वो वक्त याद आता है, सफदर साहब को भी याद है, रफ़ी साहब को भी याद है, शिराज को भी याद है, हार्डविक्स वे। इट्स सो स्मॉल, वहाँ गाड़ी खड़ी कर कभी ट्रक नहीं आ सकता था उस रोड के ऊपर, उसके लिए हमें रिवर्स करने के लिए बड़ी मेहनत करनी पड़ती होती थी आर्टिकुलेटेड ट्रक के लिए। इट्स लेकिन अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह वेयर वी आर नाउ, इट्स अमेजिंग।
Wow, that is truly an inspirational story just there. Rafi, just before I ask you to send us to treat us with some more tweets, Safdar, can you just give me a message that you want to give to our viewers around the world?
Well, going back again, there was no experience, and we listened to Khalifa Rabi'a Rahimullah's call, and without any experience, we put our lives on danger. We did not have any experience in driving those trucks, and we went into the mountains in Slovenia. We did not have enough sleep. We were so passionate to take that aid to Hungary, to Zagreb, because people were dying, people were hungry, and when you never thought about the danger yourself. And I remember, Rafi, I don't know, you were with me in that truck. We went to a place called Zadar, which was a small town in Croatia, and you had to pass Zadar to go down to our destination. And the Serbian people had actually shot down, blown up the bridge. So the army had put down pontoons, you know, the boats that you turn upside down is a term pontoon. We had to drive over them at night time. There's no light. And I remember going over the water, you were literally kind of doing that. And imagine if one boat just gave away, 1 or 2 trucks in the water, and you're gone. And there were times when you were sleeping, when you were, and when you got to your destination, it was so nice to see, especially in the camp. There was an area where people had been mentally tortured, and there was a mental house inside refugee camp, and we went in there distributing sweets and stuff, and just to see them, you had tears in your eyes. So when you keep that in mind, today, with the grace of Allah, those times are over. So coming back to the message, looking at those dangers and looking at what's happening today, I think there are other areas where Humanity First funds are required, in Africa, in disaster zones, etc. So my message to the viewers is that please, put your hands in your pocket, whatever you can give, and just keep giving, because, there are people who are in need. But those were the humble beginnings, and we really enjoyed it. And with the grace of Allah, we're here alive to tell those stories.
And thank you very much for telling those stories. But if you don't mind giving us some tweets, some further tweets. And as you do that, what I wanted to just let our viewers know, Fiaz Bhai spoke in Urdu, but what I wanted to do was to tell you this wonderful story in English that he just shared with us. And for many of us who understand the language Urdu, our hearts, I think, just melted. Yeah. So I want to share that story with you, and this is something that happened today. So in the call center, we received the call today from a very elderly gentleman. He said, look, I don't have internet. I don't really, I'm able to use a mobile phone. And I can't come. I don't have a PayPal account. Can you please send someone to collect some money? And, anyone who said, why, we're so busy, we don't want to send anybody. But because we have a Nizam Jamaat, we have a structure, whatever our person in charge says, we just follow. So our director of fundraising, Nasiruddin, requested Fiaz, we've had this phone call, can you please go and collect some money? So actually, no problem. And he said, it's probably around £2,000 is what you're going to collect. So Fiaz Bhai got in his car, drove there, and he met with the gentleman. And actually what is so amazing is that he didn't just hand him £2,000, he handed him £7,000 in cash. And that is just something, it's just so amazing. And thank you very much for sharing that story with us. Thank you.
There was a tweet from Mobeen, and it continues the theme really. So it's great blessing and help of God, huge success, wonderful example of sacrifices, of Humanity First volunteers, and an amazing achievement, no doubt about that at all. And in fact, we shouldn't forget those people. There's some people actually fundraising and collecting money today. So there's a stall in Mitcham Carnival today, and there's someone there, Shakil Ahmed, he's saying he's there with the Mayor of Merton, and they're collecting funds for this appeal today as well. So
yeah, wonderful. And Shraj, you've been busy working today. Can you just very briefly, in about 30 seconds, tell us what you're feeling today?
Sure. So I was looking after the motivational side of things. So we had several different speakers. We had people like Rana Mashood Saab, who came up. We had lots of young Jamia Murabbis that came up. They were really, truly very inspiring. They had 1 minute to motivate the audience. And they did that so well that each time they did that, it was so touching. That 1 minute they did was really heartfelt. And I think we can see it when we have these motivators to do these things, that all of a sudden the calls start coming through again, it all starts getting loud again. So it was really, truly very touching. It's been really exciting. The whole atmosphere actually today has been really exciting, and there's been a buzz about. So I really felt it very deeply today.
Yeah, and we can all share that with you and that feeling. So what we're going to do is just take a very short break.
Sure.
And we're going to play another video to allow our viewers around the world to understand a little bit more about the projects that we are running today. So here's a short video, and our viewers, please enjoy this. Thank you very much.
Well into the 21st century, almost 1 billion people still have no access to safe drinking water, especially in many parts of sub-Saharan Africa. Each year, more than 500,000 children die needlessly through diarrhea caused by unsafe water and poor sanitation. Every day in Africa, women walk an average of 6 kilometers carrying 20 kg to fetch water from reservoirs which is not safe to drink. It is estimated that collectively women spend 200 million hours every day just collecting water. The problem is compounded because many of these water sources attract mosquitoes, and so people get malaria 3 or 4 times a year, each time making them bedridden for up to 2 weeks. In thousands of villages across Africa, there are existing water pumps which have stopped working and need repair. Sometimes the borehole itself gets silted up with mud and debris, clogging up the pipes and needs cleaning out. Often, the pump handle gets damaged through excessive use, the filter can get damaged, and even the pipes get rusty and need replacing. When a pump is broken for many months or even years, we have heard reports of many more children dying in those villages, and elders suffering complaints of the stomach, eye and skin, directly related to poor water quality. Humanity First teams are working across Africa with our partners IAAE to refurbish thousands of these pumps. We carry spare parts and use a compressor machine to clean out the borehole, replace damaged parts and test the pump for pressure and water quality. When clean water starts coming out, the joy on the faces of the villagers in Africa is priceless. The majority of our work is to repair pumps, but we also drill new boreholes, dig wells and do spring water protection projects. We are also building latrines in schools and educating children in the need for good hygiene for health. Through our Water for Life programme, we have deployed more than 2,500 village water installations around the world, and every day almost 4 million people access safe drinking water from our installations. Humanity First is part of the End Water Poverty Coalition, lobbying and working to improve access to proper water and sanitation across Africa and other parts of the world. Most of us take for granted that we have access to safe drinking water on tap, at home, at any time of the day. This luxury is not available to over 1 billion people around the world. Please make a resolution today not to waste water at home. And please donate generously towards our Water for Life program in Africa.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Thank you very much. Welcome back. And here's a reminder of the telephone number that you can use to call 020 08 417 0082. So please get dialing, and we only have 1 hour left. So please, you've got an hour left, so you can please just get on the phone and do as much as you can. We're still here and we're still waiting for you to make the phone calls and your donations. And just as you've just seen the video now, which is for our Water Life project, for £750 we can refurbish a hand pump in Africa. For £2,000 we can put in a brand new hand pump, and then we've got water wells that we can put in for £3,000 in the Sindh district in Tapaka. So what I like to do is just ask Fiaz, because you've got some personal experience because you used to live around there as well. Can you just share something with us?
जी हनीफ मैं पाकिस्तान सिंध से हूँ और ये जो स्कीम हम रन कर रहे हैं थरपारकर की ये सिंध के अंदर है तो ये एक डेजर्ट है और उसमें काफ़ी मुश्किलात मैं व्यूज़ को बताना चाहता हूँ कि पानी वगैरह की थी और बड़ी खुशी होती है यहाँ पर देख के कि हम बाकायदा थरपाकर के लिए एक स्कीम रन कर रहे हैं और पानी के लिए, क्योंकि वहाँ पानी ना होने की वजह से बहुत ज़्यादा बच्चों की डेथ्स और लोगों की डेथ्स होती थी। बल्कि कभी कभी तो ये इत्तला मिलती थी कि बच्चे और लोग वो पानी पीते हैं जो जानवर पीते हैं। ये जो ये स्कीम रन हो रही है उससे बहुत ज़्यादा ऑब्वियसली हेल्प हो रही होगी, तो बड़ी खुशी हो रही है। अभी भी लोगों से दरख्वास्त यही है, थोड़ा सा टाइम रह गया है, जिसने स्पॉन्सर करना है नंबर स्क्रीन पे आ रहा है, तो उस तरह नंबर डायल करके अपने स्पॉन्सर दे दें। Jazakallah.
Jazakallah, Fiaz. Thank you very much from your personal experience with that. That is so heart-rending and warm. Thank you very much. I know you have to leave us for a short while because obviously you've got some other duties that you need to do. So thank you very much. And we also have someone else who can join us as well. So we'll look forward to speaking with you again. Thank you very much. So, Safta, you made that wonderful appeal earlier because that passion, that inspiration that you have, do you see it here now, today as well?
Yes, yes you do. When you meet people, obviously they're giving, you know, especially in the month of Ramadan, people are very close to Allah and they want to help people. And I think it's quite important that people like us, that whenever I get the opportunity, when I meet the young khadim in the masjid, and I always come and share my old stories with them. And I think it's important to motivate them. When you see them perhaps, you know, just slightly drifting away, you're trying to bring them back. And then I think it's our duty that we got to continue to do that. Yes, you do see that, and sometimes you have to wake up the sleepy young kids as well.
And it's good that spirit is continuing on.
Yes.
So I'd like to just introduce Samad. Samad has been working throughout the day and he's been collecting the money, he's been making the phone calls, keeping things up to date. So Samad, give us an update as to what's been going on and what your feelings are today. And you can speak in Urdu or English, whatever suits you.
Jazakallah. I mean, it's an amazing day by the grace of Allah. I'm sure that since the day started, we are all witness by the sheer grace of Allah, the blessing and the sacrifice our brother has made. People who can come here from the distance, they come physically and drop their money for the noble cause, because all Ahmadi know that we call for humanity, to serve humanity. People who we don't even know where they are, what their background, we never seen them. It's not the approach of our adult, even our children in a young age, even a very, very young age. They have the feeling and association for those children who are living in third world, when they realize there is they are less privileged, they don't have electricity, they don't have books, they don't have a quality of education, their hearts go out to them. And they don't earn. How they then give them this sponsorship and how they sponsor them? Because I'm also a secretary of Waqf Jadid for Itfal, and that is why I know how they. I have few examples as well. So they have the pocket money. They have saved from their pocket money, and when these calls are made, and they collect this pocket money and sacrifice. Towards for this noble cause. They could have spent as a child, they may spend going to McDonald's and things like that, but from the very young age they have the thoughts and they sacrifice and give to them. Imagine when they grow up, and we see some examples here. Our MDs, I'm also spent some time as a secretary finance.
Yeah.
People spend in such a way. If there is a right example, the other hand don't even know. They spend day and night. Even if somebody has given the sacrifice they have made, it doesn't mean they're not going to sacrifice any other cause. We, by the grace of Allah, we have a structure where we always ready to make a sacrifice. Has a resemblance. Our level of sacrifice has a resemblance to the sacrifice was made at the time of Prophet Muhammad. Just imagine, at that time, people was asked to sacrifice and lay down their lives. This is not any less to give the life.
So what we do, I mean, that is absolutely wonderful. You know, being able to compare the times from our humble, beloved Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam to now, and that's the most beautiful sort of with the promised Messiah. We're reliving that now today. So Suraj, give us some real experiences that you remember back in the day, and then compare it to obviously now as well.
Okay, so I mean, if you go back 20 odd years, and I'm not that old, but if you go back 20 odd years, communication, first of all.
You know, you're sharing your age now.
I
don't
know.
you? Okay.
So communication. So we didn't really have mobile phones. So we didn't have any. So these were like calls made to our homes to say we need this. Now we can't relay that back. So we have to collect things. We have to get into a car. Sometimes even on trains. Get on trains and then take these things over to, say, Hardwick's Way. Now, the thing is, we had no communication as such until we actually got there. Okay? So we could have wrong things. We could have things that we needed further. So we're going back and forth. So there was no communication as such at them days. It was very limited. We really didn't have emails. We're firing emails across or anything like that.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
So how is it's amazing.
It was very much, but we got it done. So it was through actually. It was like Chinese whisper in a way, where it was actually through like one person. The president will then give us a call. The Khudam will all get together in a house. They would probably come to my house. We'll all get together and then leave from one place, and then move on. Now it's very different. Now we pick up the phone, okay, and straight away, we can get access to email and things are done instantly.
Yeah.
Them days were very different. It took a lot longer than now, but still I believe that the passion at that time was still the same passion that we have now. And I think that's very important to see, that the passion at that time was still there without all these things and with the restrictions that we had at that time. But the passion today is still the same. So that was really good.
Yeah.
And it was enjoyable.
No, that's wonderful. Yeah. Just before, Riftin, I come to you, I'm just hearing now that I know it's in the UK, right? It's really close to Ramadan time and the Roza's about to open and it's iftar time. So I've just been told that there's a few lines that are now available. Okay. So if viewers would like to make the call, I'll repeat the number for you. Please do it. It's 0208 417 0082. So please make that call just before, just before you open your fast. Say your prayer. It's the most humble time. It's a time when Allah comes to you at the most closest time, because you've been fasting throughout the whole day. And at that point, the prayers that you say are pretty much accepted. This is what we've been told. This is what our parents have told us, that these moments are the most precious moments. So when you're now on your own, you're about to go and spend a bit of quality time with yourself and your relationship with your Creator, Allah Ta'ala, at that moment, make a decision there and then and say, I'm going to donate. I am going to make a sacrifice which is beyond my means, something that I can't even imagine that I can afford right now, this second. And I promise you, by the grace of Allah, if you make that decision and you have that bond with your Creator, He will give you the ability to be able to fulfill that promise and that donation. So this is a really important time. So please pick up the phone and make a call, and also think about in your own personal experiences, what is it that you feel so warm and close to? You've got these projects, you've got the orphan care, you've got the Knowledge for Life, Water for Life, which we've heard about, and the Gift of Sight, and obviously we've got our hospital where we're trying to raise over £500,000 to build a hospital. And what is it that appeals to you and touch your heart? So at that moment, just think about it, and then call this number, 0208 417 0082. Thank you very much. So some of you feel like you want to say something at that moment. Please go ahead.
I just like to say while you were mentioning the for good cause and spending, there is a hadith in front of me where our Holy Prophet ﷺ said, "Whoever spend anything in the cause of Allah, reward is the reward 700 times more." So if you are spending any small thing in the cause of Allah, Allah will return to you. And Nabi Muhammad has said, Allah will reward 700 times more. Hazrat Masih Maud said, Hazrat Yaqub said, if you do a good deed, Allah Ta'ala give you a reward to your 7 generations. So this is the time today. You know, we all envy. There is before I just remember one more thing, that the quality of the sacrifice always counted. If that's we witness today. People has not given, for example, some people come with a set of mind, 10, 15, 20, 50 pounds. But we witness every time. And we see these examples again. You may remember in Manchester what was happened. And we've seen this scenario here today. People come with just a neutral mind. And this, as you have given these examples, spend 500, 700,000 and things like that to give sponsor to a project. May Allah bless them and accept their sacrifice. And that's all I like to say.
You know, everything what you've just said then, I'm going to share something with you right now, which I've just heard, and I'm going to share it to our viewers as well. My dear viewers, I've just got some massive news. We've just received a call from somebody who has said, I will match fund any caller that up to £5,000. So if they make a donation up to Iftari time, and what they will do, oh actually, no, sorry, it's now until the end of our program, not Iftari, until now until the end of the program, they will match fund any donation that is up to £5,000. So my dear viewers, and thank you very much for that caller. I'm sure his name will appear on the screen, and hopefully maybe if we get the donation we will maybe talk to him. Maybe he might feel, because sometimes people, like you said, someone don't necessarily want people to know who they are. They do the sacrifices that only Allah knows, not that everybody knows. There are so many examples in our history. So Rifdin, I just wanted to come to you again, and you know, you've been managing the pulse. You've seen the spikes. In your opinion, what are the biggest and the most donations that you've seen, and what people have been talking about?
Well, of course, we've had the large donations today. The doctors, 24 doctors, I believe, that are in Australia, and they collectively made a massive donation of over £130,000, which is phenomenal. But I think, like you said, it's less about the amount. You know, that's a huge amount, but it's about the spirit of sacrifice. So the child that has been saving up for something and donates that, now that's just as beloved to God Almighty, and the reward of that is just as much.
Yeah, exactly right. And on many occasions, it's the numbers that are donating rather than the individuals that are donating massive amounts of money. Because it's always been, and what we've been taught and the guidance we've done, is we plan. We plan now, we sow the seeds, and those seeds will flourish into such beautiful flowers, and then they will be able to donate more and more and more. So you are exactly right. I know you've got some more stories that you can share with us.
I was just thinking, and coming from
please go ahead.
We were talking about communication.
Yeah.
So really, truly speaking, you know, you received a phone call on your landline, and that's how we used to do our networking meetings. But imagine once the convoy left, we had a plan, obviously, where we go to Dover, take the ferry, go to Munich, Frankfurt, etc. So during the journey, there was no contact back at the center. So we used to try and stop at the service stations and then give Ahmed Saab a call. If Hardwick's, where somebody was manning it until midnight, then it was Ahmed Saab's house that you would give an update. And during the journey, we had 7 trucks. Now, how do we communicate amongst ourselves? So what we did on one trip, we took, if you remember, in the olden days, there was CB radios, Citizen Band Radio. So we actually, walkie-talkies, so we actually fixed them in each cab. So Rafi Saab was given the responsibility as our main administrator who used to communicate with everyone. So it was truck number 1 calling truck number 2. It was just amazing. And then we used to pass time in pretending to be on a radio show, if you remember.
Yes.
And also the other interesting thing on communication is that during the journey, we were informed that Khalifa Rabi Rahimullah has sent a message that can we call in to MTA and give a live report on what you have done so far.
Yeah.
So we got a message and we were not too sure what he meant, and when we rang back and we were informed, okay, can Ahmed Yahya Saab, can you give us a report? So Ahmed Yahya Saab rang Hazur Aqdas in a live program during when Hazur used to answer the non-Ahmadis allegation. It was a program in Mahmood Hall in the small studio. So Chaudhry Hadi Ali Saab used to sit there, and suddenly the telephone would ring and Sayyid Jaswal Saab would say, Ahmed is on the line. So Hazuri Akhtas would pick up the phone and say, Assalamu alaikum Ahmed, give me a report. So at that time, Ahmed Saab gave a report from a telephone booth in the camp. So Hazur, we've delivered the aid, this is what's happened. And during his report, he mentioned that we were the second convoy in that particular period. And because of the war-torn area, it was very, very scary, you know, what was going on. So he mentioned to Hazuri Akhtas that the second convoy, we've not heard from them for 2-3 days. And we don't know what's happening with them. Luckily, during that period, we'd just been in Munich and we picked up some aid and we were watching MTA live. So we quickly picked up the phone and we rang back to MTA and we spoke to Hazur. We said, Hazur, we're fine. We're not lost. We're in Munich. We're getting ready to go back again. So we were so fortunate to actually call in and speak to Hazuri Akhtas and give him the reports. And it's just amazing, you know. And then the scary bits were when we were going into a town called Mostar. I don't know if you remember that night.
Right. The bridge where
the entire town was bombarded. It was a ghost town. And the army, the Bosnian army used to tell us, do not veer off the main road, because if you do, there are snipers in the bushes from Serbian and they are going to shoot at you. So, you know, and you know, there was no fear. We knew we were in danger because we were doing it for Allah. Khalifa Rabi Rahimullah, you know, he was behind us, he was praying for us.
I think it was,
so
you're right, it was the prayers.
It's the prayers, wasn't it?
I mean, you've mentioned it all day, that it's the prayers of the Khalifa and his instructions that have blessed all the endeavours.
And it inspired you. You just went, did it? You know,
that's wonderful. I mean, these are just wonderful stories, and we'll continue with this. There's two things that we're going to do now. We're going to either show the leaderboard. So I think on the screen, this is the leaderboard of the whole world where we're raising money. Because obviously here we're in the UK, been running this telethon. They've been running all around the world, from Pakistan, Indonesia, Germany, Pakistan, United States. So what we're going to do, we're going to show it on screen now. There's the leaderboard, and there you can see the figures. And the total figure there is $1,406,000. I mean, we passed the 1 million mark some time ago, didn't we? And now let's go. And if you look at that, UK alone, we have nearly reached our target of £500,000. But I know I said earlier in the day it was £600,000. So if we keep donating, continue that, let's reach £600,000. So from today, from £500,000, which we needed to build the hospital, we can do that, and we're done. And then what we can do after that, we can continue on with all the other work that we're going to do with the additional £100,000. And I know so much. So what we're going to do now is, because it's now approaching iftar time very shortly, so we're going to take a short break. Please don't leave us. We'll be back in a short while. We're just going to play an azan, so that will cover the time for iftar, and then we'll return with you. But just as always, just before we go, I'm going to reiterate that number for you. You can call 0208 417 0082. Now, please continue filling it. And then, yeah. And also, just as a reminder as well, like I said earlier, we have a caller that is willing to match any number, any figure up to £5,000 that you will donate. He will match fund it. So he's still waiting, and as soon as we get that information, we'll let you know. Thank you very much, and I will come and join you straight after Azan. Jazakallah, and thank you very much for my guest. Assalamu alaikum.
Situated in the southeast of Sindh and neighbouring with the Indian border of Rajasthan, Tharparkar is one of the most underdeveloped areas in rural Pakistan. Covering approximately 20,000 square kilometers of barren land, the local residents known as Tharis lack even the basic necessities of life. In Tharparkar, the responsibility to get water for the family primarily lies upon the women of the house. These women would normally be accompanied by their children and would at times walk up to 6 to 8 hours each morning simply to fetch a few liters of water. This water would usually be in open ponds or small temporary water wells built in order to collect rainwater. Containing all kinds of filth and dirt in it, the water collected is in no way suitable for the use of humans or even animals, and leads to the death of hundreds of children each year.
વેલા ઉઠી તમે પાણી ભરવા પાણી રે એમાં જમ તંગાઈ છે પણ તમે વેરે દીધે વાહ કરી જમ ચવલ થઈ પણ જો બીજે વેરે ખપાય તળાવમાં મેલટી પાસ આગે કિનો પાણી ગંદુ પાણી પીતા માલન મોણ ગધેડા કૂતરા કોઈ બધા ભેળા પીતા.
Humanity First Pakistan undertook this challenge of digging in water wells in order to provide clean drinking water to the residents of this area. The water wells which we have dug in a number of villages have done a miraculous work for the residents of those areas. But the challenges which we faced were extremely great. For example, at times we had to dig through solid rock, which took hours, and in the sweltering heat of summers, particularly the months of June, July and August, there were various, not I would say casualties, but some people even felt unconscious.
ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट जी सुठी बात ये है त जेको खूह अमाने ॾिनो गयो उहे ला जेको लेबर से उहे हमारे गोमरी राखी ए बेहतर में बेहतर ये है हमारी मजूरी 4 महीनों री खुली अन फुटरे हिसाबों जेको मजूरी सो अमाने गोम वालों ॾिनी ये एक वॾी तुम्हारी मेहरबानी.
This not only earns the residents of the village a livelihood, but also gives them a sense of ownership and helps maintain these water wells. Once a water well is complete, we invite the head of the village, known as the Patel, to inaugurate it. This gesture might appear as trivial, but it gives the residents of the village an overwhelming feeling of joy and happiness.
ये माने वेरी पहलो बराबर वेरी येते जेते पण शेटी तो माने 2 टन कलाक में जाता भरवा उथे जदी माने बाल बच्चो माने उथे मारे जाहिर तो उथे जरूर अते टाइम लागती माने पानी खारो होतो अन शेटी टाइम होतो.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. So what I'd like to tell our viewers now, we're going to take a short break while we do iftar and while the azan takes place. So we will be returning in about 10 minutes time. Please don't go away and we'll see you soon. Jazakallah. Assalamu alaikum.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
اللهم رب هذه الدعوة التامة والصلاة القائمة آت محمدا الوسيلة والفضيلة والدرجة الرفيعة وابعثه مقاما محمودا الذي وعدته وارزقنا شفاعته يوم القيامة إنك لا تخلف الميعاد.
Humanity First Telethon Ramadan Appeal 2017. We value your support and want you to know that your donation today will make a massive difference by saving and transforming even more lives all over the world. A donation of £480 will provide 1 year's secure accommodation, food, clothing and education for orphans in Sierra Leone and Guinea created by the Ebola epidemic. A donation of £100 will pay to allow us to paint a primary school classroom in Africa, deploy laminated posters and supply books. Thanks to our classroom transformation project, many children come back to school as a result. Ensuring that villagers are given a sustainable clean water supply in Africa and Sindh in Pakistan. A donation of £1,200 will pay for a water well in Africa, £2,000 will pay for a hand pump in Africa, and £3,000 will pay for a water well in Sindh. Humanity First will also place a personalised plaque on each well or pump. A donation of £50 will pay for a cataract surgery operation. This includes screening, surgery, medication and post-operation check. Humanity First, in association with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Medical Association UK, are building a state-of-the-art hospital in the Ivory Coast. The hospital will provide free medical treatment to the poorest of the poor in the region. The total cost of the hospital will be £500,000. For each brick donated, an inscribed personalised name plaque will be placed in the hospital. The size of the plaque varies depending on the contribution. A red brick will cost £500, a bronze £1,000, a silver £2,000, a gold £3,000, platinum £5,000 and £10,000 for a diamond brick. All diamond donors will be invited to attend the opening ceremony of the hospital. The different ways to pay. You can visit our website www.humanityfirst.org or call us on 0208 417 0082. By text, to donate £100, text HFTL 17 £100 to 70070. Or you can come and visit us at Batul Fatul Mosque. Many thanks for your generous donation.
Overcrowding is new in Abidjan. A few years ago, 30 years ago, the population of Abidjan was 1 million people. Now, with these sequences of war and civil war, people, they have been coming from inside the country, then they have come to Abidjan. And now, this city, this capital, Abidjan, contains 5 million people. So we have infrastructures for 1.5 people. So all this system, they are sort of overwhelmed. So where there are houses, instead of having one family in a yard, we may be seeing 3-4 families staying. So there's overcrowding. Instead, in a room where 1-2 children will be sleeping, you may be having 5 or 6. So there's a problem of overcrowding. And the same problem, they will have a problem of water, they will have a problem of used water, how to evacuate it. So all these factors, they will play ultimately on the health of the children and their family. Various studies have been done. Where environment is clean, water is available, you have good health centers. When mothers, they are about to deliver, they don't deliver at home, and they go rush them to the maternity center in a clean environment. They deliver and come back home, they're clean, so no problem of infection, no problem of mortality. But if you have the same family, they don't have the means to go to a maternity center, and they will conduct the delivery at home like they do in villages. So then the mortality and morbidity, the mortality rate increases. And mortality rate, we have done many studies in villages where water is not available, mortality rate also increases because of poor hygiene condition. So the area we have chosen where the land has been purchased is about, Abidjan is an area of 50 kilometers circle. So we are just at the periphery of that 50 kilometers. If we take the airport at one point, where we are having the hospital, it is at the entrance of Abidjan, and this is about 50 kilometers away. So on one side we have forest, and then we have the construction, the entrance of Abidjan, they call Jesco Yupugo. We have a huge piece of land, and there we want to put at the disposal of these population a hospital, not a simple hospital, but a hospital where they have all the batteries of diagnostics at a very cheap rate, and with the same infrastructures for diagnostic. We'll have simple blood tests, biochemistry, echography, X-ray, scan, blood bank. We can have other services like maternity, general surgery, medicine, cardiology, pediatry, name it. Any specialist, any specialty can be added to this big hospital. And this, not only this is services to the people, and this will be also a training center. It will be a nursing school for the nurse. It will be a training center for the doctors also. Jamaat provide everything. We buy the land, we construct the hospital, we bring the equipment, we pay the running cost of the hospital, but we want to have a minimum sort of pay from the patient so that they become responsible. But in no way this hospital has some, is not a business, it's not a lucrative sort of a matter for us. The essence of our program is to service to mankind. So there's a minimum to pay for it, which is much less, 1/10 of what we would have spent, and there are many social cases where nothing is paid, but generally our service is almost free. And this is what we are keeping in mind. So to give out services to people, and at the same time to train local people, whether in nursing, in any specialty, and that training will be continuous, and we'll be receiving our doctors from Europe, from America, Canada, and other countries. They will come and give continuous training to those people who will be working in the hospital.
My name is Jabi Abdraman. My wife, she gave birth, is 1 month now. With the baby we deliver is operation we do. The operation, we have a hospital here, they say the government hospital. Normally they're supposed to take care about the sickness people, but my problem, I send my wife to the hospital, no doctor there. The time we go is evening, 7 o'clock. But nobody to take care about my wife. They tell me they want to send my wife to another big hospital. They say they have to go to Kokoji. But I have to go to one clinic. And the clinic we go, the amount there is almost $500. And the $500 is the sister for my wife who helped me. But for me, I get somebody who helped me that time. But next time, baby, or you have another people, there is many people, they have baby, or they want to give birth. If it's operation, they cannot do because they don't have money to do. But Humanity First want to do one big hospital here, and they want to also make it, they want to form also the doctor. If you help Humanity First to build this hospital, it will help a lot of people here, because we don't have money to go to the clinic, and the government hospital here is very difficult to get access to medicine free, to everything free. Then if you help any good people, good heart, any good person who can help Humanity First to do this hospital, it will help a lot of people, and it will help poor people like me. Then we need your help.
High standard is not equivalent to high pay. It is just it is a sort of motivation. What motivation we have? Medicine should be practiced in a very clean environment. We have to have a minimum standard of. We know that poor hygiene condition is the source of all infection and all diseases. So we cannot accept poor hygiene condition. When we say very high standard, means very high hygiene standard, and we'll have to spend there in all sort of whether these antiseptics to clean the floor, infrared, whatever it costs. We have to maintain a very clean environment. And a hospital has so many departments. We'll have to have a laundry, we'll have to have a source of oxygen, to have permanent oxygen in the rooms, so on and so forth. We have sluice room, we have to have so many departments, and it will be a real full-fledged hospital with all the, and this is the work of Humanity First, and we have already experience in other countries, and we have already success there, and we hope for the same here in Ivory Coast. All over the world, this is the project which is for the people. This is service to mankind. I've been here serving 30 years, and here and 6 years in Nigeria, and this hospital will be of great utility to that disfavored section of the population. So any help that will be given, any contribution which will be given to this project will be very much welcome. Thank you very much.
قطعت عن الدراسة سنتين، فشفت طالبة دلتني على المعهد وإجيت كتير منيح، يعني استفدت، وهي أول فصل راح أقدمه إن شاء الله.
ممكن تكون ماسكة عبارة عن مصدر الجهد بالبطارية، ممكن تكون ماسكة موسعتين.
وفرت لي المدرسة كتير شغلات، من ضمنها إنه هون ما حسنت أدرس بمدارس عامة، حسنت هون أدرس هلا أقدم توجيه علمي، يعني الحمد لله عم أطمح لأنه لقدام آخذ منحة، انه اخذ يعني مجموعه ان شاء الله فوق ال 95.
بدرس صيدله بجامعه الزيتونه، اجيت على الاردن قبل سنه ونص، وبحب اشكر الجمعيات الخيريه اللي ساهمت في انه نقدر نكمل تعليمنا الجامعي، وبخص بالذكر جمعيه هيومانيتي فيرست لانها قدمت لنا منح طلابيه وخلتنا نقدر نكمل حلمنا بالدراسه الجامعيه.
منظمة الهيومانيتي فيرست تكفلوا في أطفال أيتام ومحتاجين في رسالة تعليم. بارك الله فيهم، وإحنا معاهم، والله يقويهم للهيومانيتي فيرست وعلى خطى الحبيب مثل ما بنحكي عليه الصلاة والسلام. إن شاء الله إنه نقدم الرسالة تبعتهم وإحنا معاهم.
Often our volunteers take photos or videos of the moment when the locals see water flowing from the taps for the first time. And later they share them with me. After having lived in complete destitution, the look of pure and unbridled joy on the faces of the local people, especially young children, when they see clean water for the very first time at their doorsteps, is a sight to behold. It is as though all of their hopes and dreams have been fulfilled, all at once, and as though they are the recipient of the entire world's treasures. We Ahmadi Muslims take pride in being able to serve such people and consider it a blessing that we are able to provide relief and ease to others, because this is the way of Islam.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. And again, it's absolutely amazing that we're nearing the end and we are nearly reached our target. My dear brothers and my dear sisters and all of the viewers around the world, we are only £13,000 away from reaching our target of £500,000. And you have heard today by all of our speakers the inspiration and the amount of work that we have done to be able to raise this money, the impact of that hospital, from the maternity ward to the training to become an excellence of a hospital. There are hospitals in Ivory Coast that are run by the government that have all the facilities, but what happens, as we heard earlier, that we have one person whose wife was pregnant and needed to be looked at the hospital, which is very, very important. It became a very serious situation. And he took his wife to the hospital. But what happened was that the doctor was there, but there were no medicines. So what does he do? He was asked to go to the other hospital in Ivory Coast. And when he arrived at that hospital, then not that the medicine was there, the doctor, after 7 o'clock, had gone home. So these are the challenges that these people in Côte d'Ivoire, in Abidjan and the surrounding areas are experiencing. And what you have done today and the amount of money that you have donated is not that far off to be able to build that hospital. And that hospital will be a beacon for generations to generations. Not only will it be just a building, but it will have people inside that will train the next generation of doctors, nurses, workers for generations to come. And that's what your money will do and continuously do. So I want to talk and introduce some of our colleagues who have been working tirelessly behind the scenes, and I'm going to individually talk to them and ask them what their experiences are. But just before we do that, in true fashion, as my learned colleague has been continuously informing me, is that we have a live call. And gentlemen, we've got a live call and we're just going to take it now.
It's money. It's money.
It's money.
Take
Yeah,
the money.
exactly.
That's crazy. I've spent all my money.
Thank you, Cliff. Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me? Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. You sound like a young child. How old are you?
10.
You're 5 years old, mashallah.
10.
Oh, 10. Sorry, I am so sorry. So from 5 to 10, you're grown. In fact, you're a grown young boy. And thank you very much for calling. Why have you called today? Can you tell us, please?
I have called because I think it's really important that we give money to the poor so that they can be happy and have the things that we have, and even if that is a little bit of water.
That's wonderful. And when you're at home, you can turn your tap on and you can drink water any time. But you understand that in poor countries, that's not always possible, is it?
Yeah.
And how much money would you like to give today?
For me, I'm giving £100, and from my grandfather, I'm giving £50.
So what that total is £150. And that will allow, as you already know, and all of our viewers know, that is equivalent to 3 cataract operations that will give vision and sight to 3 people in Africa. That is absolutely wonderful. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much for calling us, and assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum.
She's a lovely little girl, mashallah. £100 and then an additional £50. Yes. And that's 2 generations there. You've got a grandfather and a young daughter.
And so nice that they've stayed up to be with us. You know, we've been here 10 hours, 12 hours.
Exactly right. No, thank you very much. Now, we are running near to the end of our program today, but I just thought it would be absolutely amazing for you to meet just only a few of the people who have helped put this program together, and to share with some of their thoughts and again what their feelings are. And obviously I would request Kaleem, as a trustee as well, to actually help us appreciate how we've got to where we are. From my left right, I've got Mubashir Mirza, who's helped plan the schedule. As you know, we've had Najam Khan, who's been manning and managing the call centre, and obviously Clem Edwards, who's been supporting him and telling us, giving us updates and introducing, and obviously with the Star Well as well, Stay Well, we had that, and obviously my learned friend Farooq Mirza, who's been assisting me in the background and helping us run the live schedule and coordinating all efforts with our wonderful production team, MTA International, which again is another organisation that is linked in with our community. So, Bashir, just very quickly, what are you hoping to achieve, not now, but even for the future now?
I mean, when we started planning this event, we had no idea how much money we were going to raise. We had an aspiration to beat last year's target, and we worked hard. I think what the people have done today has surpassed all our dreams and wishes. I mean, £500,000 is absolutely amazing. And when you think about what that's going to do for the people in Africa and around the world, it's absolutely amazing. And we've been planning this event probably only for about 4 weeks, but it's been a lot of hours, late nights during Ramadan as well. And alhamdulillah, I think we've done an amazing job.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to the people out there that have donated the money.
Yeah, and when you talk about our viewers out there, we have another live call that's just come in again. So, yeah, that's all right. We can go talk a little thing. So, assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Another. So, say your name, introduce yourself, and let us know that where you're calling from and how much you'd like to donate.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Laiba Amir. I am 9 years old and I'm calling from Wimbledon.
Wimbledon, that's not far from us as well. That's absolutely amazing. I wonder if you could hear what's going on here from Wimbledon. Can you hear us from there?
No, I've been watching all day though.
Oh, thank you very much, and it's so kind of you to watch. And we'll just give you a wave. Just thank you very much. I hope you're seeing us today now. Thank you very much. Can you tell me how much have you raised? How much do you want to donate now?
£50.
£50. And what was that? What would you like to donate that for? What?
Gift of sight.
For the gift of sight. Wonderful. And that is very, very kind of you. And may Allah bless you and may He give you the opportunity to continually donate. Thank you very much.
Ameen.
Ameen. Ameen. MashaAllah. Thank you very much. Isn't that just amazing? A nine-year-old girl. Just wanted to. So, Najib, you've been manning, you've been giving us updates, and I'm going to ask you again. But I know you now aren't able to give us the exact figure. But can you just give us a sense of what it is?
You know, this trusty clipboard, I have to admit, it's been with me all day, and it's helped me out. It's a bit sad, but I'm sentimental about this now because I'm sentimental about what's happened today. You know. It's been we've been running around like madmen, going around to all the callers that are there. We had teams today from the local Jamaat people came. We had a whole team from Jamia UK. We came. We're really grateful to them for them spending their time. Majlis Khuda al-Amdiya gave a whole heap of volunteers today, which is our ethos, basically. Isn't it? It's all about volunteers. And they were here answering the phones. They're still continuing to answer the phones now. Calls are still coming in, kind of thing. And I think I was probably hit by the amount of calls, and I was probably hit by just the donations that people were coming through. People were giving names, like I kept saying, if for the deceased parents, on behalf of their children, and even the nominal amounts that you think is a nominal amount of £50. £50 is £50, right? And it goes a long way. Like we know, for us, it goes to give someone sight.
Yes.
So we've been it's been amazing. First experience of really doing something like this. But the generosity of our people, by the grace of Allah, is
That's wonderful. Clem, as a trustee, you've been involved with Humanity First for much longer than any of us, and you've seen it grow. In your own, I know it's going to be really hard, but could you just summarise how is it that from where we were now to how we've got here today?
Well, I mean, look how close we are. We're 10 grand away from £500,000.
£10,000.
So £10,000. We're just we'll keep talking until £10,000 comes in. I tell you. So if you want to go to bed early,
get rid of us.
You want to get rid of us, pay the 10 grand, and then we can.
We've got the phones on till 10:15.
10:15.
So they can carry on.
So we're
ladies' phone team at the same time as well.
Well, anyway, so the point is, we're very close to that amazing. Can you imagine £500,000 for 21 years been running? Humanity First I've had an amazing journey. We've done some amazing things along the way, but wow, I'm just breathless really today that how close we are. So I really want to give thanks to our friends at MTA for supporting us.
Together over there.
And also for Voice of Islam for helping advertise the show. For all of the people, everyone here today. We were here late last night and early again this morning. So I really cannot thank Nasir Dean and his fundraising team done a brilliant job. I would also like to thank all the previous teams. There's been other telethons, been other great fundraising efforts that we've done over the last few years. Sultan Loan, once upon a time, did a marvellous job with Humanity First. So I want to just give credit to every single person that's ever donated a single hour to Humanity First, because we can't do any of this without volunteer work. And some people get the time, some people don't. But so I would also ask people to come forward with your time. If you've spent all your money today helping us to get to £500,000, you can still donate some time. So we've got local projects in our area here. So if you're still interested in helping in a local area, we've got Stay Well to help. So
thank you very much.
We've got that email address that people can register their interest to volunteer. So it's volunteer@uk.humanityfirst.org.
Do you want to repeat that again, please?
It's volunteer@uk.humanityfirst.org. Send us your details. We'll get in contact with you. Like Kaleem said, our strength is in our volunteers as well. So the more the merrier. The one volunteer team that I didn't mention earlier on was the ladies team we had a full team from 10 o'clock this morning who have been on calls. And like I said earlier, they were sharper on the phones than some of the boys as well. So they were fantastic.
Well,
I can't give more than credit to the ladies.
Inshallah, we put the challenge. So, Farouk, you've been working tirelessly also behind the scenes. You've been managing the communication between the production team and myself as well. And in what's going on, there's probably about 20 things going on upstairs in the control room. That then when the donations were coming in, when the phone calls were coming in, what was your highlight for today?
To be honest with you, firstly, I've got to echo what Kaleem has said. I have to repeat what he said. What people don't see and the viewers at home, behind the scenes, the work that goes on to put this together. You know, Mubashir Saab said to me, the first thing he said when he saw me was, I haven't stopped running all day, and I feel really bad because I've not moved from the same seat the whole day. I literally have not moved from the same seat, and I've been getting information from Mubashir Saab, from the production team, working with the MTA guys who, honestly, you're talking about dedicating your time and your money. The way these guys work, everybody takes them for granted. The work these MTA guys do, I've now seen it firsthand. And a lot of that, to me, has been pretty inspirational. But when I saw earlier on in this very chair, a colleague of ours, Fiaz Sheikh Saab's story, I think that kind of just touched my heart. It was something very different to me. And even upstairs, when you saw me shouting and pointing and trying to get fillers in and what have you, that one story actually made the whole production floor go silent, and you could see tumbleweed blow across the whole floor. I mean that's the one resounding memory I've got. But there's been so many different stories throughout the day. There's been, you know, Yusuf Aftab Saab and his the Atfal team and the work that they've done. It's just been phenomenal. It's been a real. If you got the money, you get. I mean, we all came in. I mean, I'm looking at you and Mubashir Saab, right? The guys who. You know, probably know each other better than their other halves do at the moment, right? But, you know, we came in here, and what was our dreams, our aspirations? We thought, let's beat last year's.
Yeah.
If we can get to, above 100 or 200k, brilliant. But what does that say? That is the sheer power of something really small is writing to your Khalifa for prayers.
Can I just share something with you guys? As you literally, Farooq Mirza, have been speaking, in the air, I said I was told we are now £10,000 away. Now we are £5,000 away.
Oh,
right?
God.
Now we are £2,000 away.
2,000.
We are now £2,000 away, and we have 5 minutes to go. And what I like to say, we started today, nearly 10 hours ago, with a conversation with our Chairman Saab, Ahmed Yahya Saab. So I think it's only apt that we spend a bit more time and share the final thoughts with our chairperson, who is called in just to say a few words to end. Assalamu alaikum, Ahmed Saab, are you with us?
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
I think it's been a very long day for you guys, and mashallah, you have done so well. I'm proud of the whole team. And I thought, I think it's important that it's almost approaching closing time.
Yahya Saab, can I just please interrupt you, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
I would just like to personally and humbly say to you that we have gone over £500,000 already, alhamdulillah, and it's more than £508,000. Jazakallah. Sorry to interrupt
Congratulations.
you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And I think it's important that we, at this occasion, we do remember that all the prayers belong to Allah, and we must thank Allah that Allah has given us the opportunity to have this event today. And first of all, I think on behalf of Humanity First, I would like to thank His Holiness Hazrat Masroor Ahmad Sahib Khalifatul Masih Ahmed for his kind support and guidance. As you know that we have witnessed in the last 24 hours that how His Holiness prayers have come to our help. And alhamdulillah, we have a very successful fundraising event today.
Thank you very much, Yahya Saab.
This telethon, Hanif Saab, has been a unique experience where we were able to present our programs and activities. And we have seen how Indonesia, Pakistan, Germany, France, UK, USA, and Canada have been streaming. Okay. And this year, it has been unique again that we are running for 27 hours, and by the grace of Allah, we have achieved now over, I think, 1.6 million. And we are, this telethon, we have also been running in parallel.
That's wonderful, Yahya Saab. We've only got a few minutes left before, in fact, 1 minute left, and we're just going to receive some more calls. And if you don't mind, we would like to move on to our next call and our next conversation. And again, thank you very much for joining us again at the end, and it's been absolutely wonderful. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there is a few more minutes left, and it's nearly 10 o'clock. Can I just tell this, Mike? For me, in closing, I am completely humbled. I am absolutely lost for words. I really don't know what I could say. So what I like to do also, if the camera likes to follow me, I would like to share and introduce you to the other team as well that is all here working in the background, and this is like our own model village, which is amazing. Could I please have our director, sir, my boss, please, to come here and just thank all of our efforts, and please just leave us there.
Assalamu alaikum. Firstly, I wish to thank all our donors and all of those who have spent most of the day watching this first, I think, televised telethon. I wish to thank, of course, I wish to thank all of the members here who have spent not just today, but many hours preparing for this, so each one of you. And because of that, the final figure so far today is £508,000. So by the grace of Allah, we have crossed our £500,000 target. And really, I just wish all of you to pray. I will end it with prayer that Allah Ta'ala accepts the sacrifice of everyone who has paid for this, and the hard-earned effort of yours as well, and that we continue to deliver the promise that we have made to Hazrat Amir al-Mu'mineen, that we are going to continue to serve mankind, not just within Humanity First, but all of the Jamaat. So I'd like to end with silent prayer. So can you just join me in prayer?
Yes, thank you very much. Can we have a silent prayer, please?
Ameen.
Ameen. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. It's left to me to thank our viewers around the world and to just say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.